Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if orphan female Deku had Quirk. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. You can't dodge that one. Izumi whispers the directions, losing track of time through the chaos. Most of the time Mirio is already moving. Once or twice, she has to remind him that he can't just phase through anymore. It's like second nature to him. She's leapt to Aizawa and Night Eye, but they aren't here yet. What's more, Eri's mind is fragile, and she's giving every spare second to hold her away from that knife's edge. Izumi is being stretched so far she swears she'll end up like Jean. Mirio coughs, the metallic taste of BLD mixed with bile seeping into Izumi's senses. She winces, doing her best to numb the pain in his torso as he yanks himself off the spike that had impaled him. They're almost here. She reassures him. Hold out for a moment longer, the wall is smashed open, one of Night Eye's stamps clattering to the floor. Mirio stares at them, almost unseeing. Eraserhead rushes Overhaul as Night Eye darts to Mirio. Lemillion splendid, you were simply incredible. Izumi leaps to her dad as Night Eye comforts Eri and Mirio. Be careful. I can't sense anything, but I wouldn't put it past him to have some plan. Aizawa nods, leaping over a bit of rubble. You'll warn me? He asks, getting a good hit in before darting away to blink while Overhaul is disoriented. Of course, she says as he removes Overhaul's power once more. Overhaul scowls, looking down at his hands. No Quirk. Aizawa tackles him again, ignoring the frankly pathetic strikes and wrapping Overhaul in his scarf. DMN, the police had the Quirk removal cuffs. He whispers. Overhaul gives another fruitless effort to escape, cursing, before shouting at the top of his lungs. Chrono. Izumi can hear the moment he gets up. Dead move? Not even giving a question as to why, he leaps away from Overhaul, narrowly avoiding an arrow-shaped needle of hair. Kronos awake. She hisses. I can see. He grumbles before calling out to Night Eye. Watch out, time's up. In a blink, literally Overhaul's Quirk is back. They barely have time to brace for impact before spikes take over the room. It's not an attack though. It's a shield. Izumi blinks, listening to the vibrations. Something is wrong. I'll admit, Lemillion, you truly were stronger than me. Overhaul's voice calls from beyond the forest of spikes. But I refuse to die here. His mind roils with panic and disgust. He's going to use his Quirk for something new. But he isn't reaching for the floor, he's reaching for another mind. Oh God. Izumi whispers, clutching her stomach as she realizes what he's about to do. That's disgusting even for me. Shin's mind is torn to shreds, along with his body. Overhaul drops into the mess of BLD, his body convulsing as he self-destructs. What the F? Aizawa whispers, catching sight of what used to be a human body. But Overhaul isn't exactly human anymore. The skin of his arms look like they've been made of the black fabric of Shin's clothing. 4 of them curl disjointedly around his body, fingers tipped with claws. His mask has been melted into his skin, warping the flesh as it splits open like a gaping beak. He has control of both his and Shin's Quirk. Izumi says quickly. What's more, he's literally 2 people now. Be careful of advanced physical capability - a flare of thought. Move up. Aizawa lunges to the side, but in the forest of spikes he can't dodge. Kronos' arrow slices through his skin. Dead. Aizawa movements slow instantly. Izumi runs through the effects of Kronos' Quirk, trying to make sure he'll be okay. Depending on the hand he's struck with, he'll either be slowed for a minute or an hour. But either way, a second slowed is dangerous. Help the others. He grunts. I'll be okay. Izumi can feel tears welling up in her eyes. But now, a hole swallows both Aizawa and Chrono, and Izumi has to leave. Eri is the priority. Overhaul is the main problem. Once in the dream room, she takes a deep breath before slipping into Night Eye's mind. Eraserhead is out of commission. She says, voice shaking. Get Lemillion and Eri out now. Night Eye nods, already understanding. There's no way out. He's the last fully capable fighter, and the only chance to succeed is to stall for time. The spikes sink back into the floor, the creature that used to be Overhaul standing before them. Night Eye steps forwards, Mirio pulling Eri into his arms and heading for the gap in the wall. Overhaul scowls, slams all 4 of his hands into the ground, and attacks once more, Quirk causing the ground to wave into tsunamis. Night Eye dodges one strike after another, Izumi barely doing anything to help. Quietly, she slips from his mind. Tamaki. He looks up at the urgent tone of her voice. Tell me what I need to do. Izumi smiles dryly. No preamble. They all know this is going poorly. Lemillion has separated Eri and Overhaul, but he's severely injured. Eraserhead has been captured. Night Eye is facing Overhaul alone. Ryukyu's team is winning the fight at the front gate, but they're all tired out. Tamaki nods, before grimacing and clutching at his head. Who's closest? Mirio. Izumi says quickly. Take a left. Red Riot and Fat Gum also appear to be on the way from him to Eraserhead. He nods, taking the turn and speeding up. I'll find him. Go. Izumi doesn't bother affirming it before leaping away to the next person to relay what's happening. Everything is moving way too fast for her to think. All expendables accounted for. A burst of Night Eye's pain reaches her, cutting off Izumi's report to a police officer. She swears, leaping through mines to try and reach him. It's too late to help him. He coughs up BLD onto the spike that's deep in his stomach, the droplets seeping into the rock that's already stained with dripping BLD. No chance. His mind whispers. The whole thing. Doomed to fail from the beginning. Izumi snatches at that thought, pale, looking through his quirk. A fixed future. Failure. But after everything they've done, they can't fail. She promised Eri. She and Mirio promised Eri that they'd save her. She can't let them fail. She refuses to fail. Overhaul clenches a fist, and the spike slides from Night Eye's gut. He turns to the room. I think that's enough, don't you? Eri stands there, frozen, shaking. Tell me, Eri. Overhaul says, leathery beak creaking. Whose fault was it that I had to hurt Lemillion? Mine. Izumi clenches her teeth, near shaking with rage. He's using Shin's quirk of her. Whose fault was it that I had to kill this man here? Eri trembles, tears running down her face. My fault. Izumi wraps herself around Eri's mind. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. But it's my fault. Eri whimpers as Overhaul wraps a distorted hand around her shaking form. If they didn't try to save me, they'd still be alive. I'm being selfish. She isn't getting anywhere with Eri. She can't enter Overhaul's mind. No one is close enough. Pink, green, blue. Rusty orange. The ceiling caves in, Ryukyu roaring from her place on top of the final expendable. Tsuyu, Uraraka, and Nijire leap down through the hole, bruised but still capable. Overhaul growls. Heroes need to quit getting in my way. I'll kill you too. Ryukyu shrinks down to her human form, falling to her knees. Well, it'll be a change of pace from this BSTRD here. What is wrong with his face? Waraka says, fists up like she's ready to rearrange it. A maelstrom erupts in Eri's mind. Shock, hope, confusion, misery, denial. Overhaul isn't watching as she clutches at Mirio's cape, pulling it close to her. I want people to stop hurting. That's hardly selfish, Eri. Izumi says quietly. She isn't sure what to do. Eri sobs. But people are getting hurt because of me. No matter what I do, I just don't understand. Izumi squeaks as a wave of power explodes from Eri, feeling suddenly like she's moving much too fast and yet not at all. Something just feels off. Eri drops to the floor, Overhaul's warped limbs disappearing. As a matter of fact, all of his weird attachments vanish. Shin and Overhaul crumple to the ground, whole and separate beings once more. Blinking, Izumi focuses on Eri's mind. Had she done that? Her quirk lost control as she panicked about helping others. And she reversed Overhaul's transformation. Incredible. Izumi whispers, shocked. Eri, that was incredible. Eri says, looking up. What did I do? Overhaul laughs, pushing himself up. So you've unlocked your power, but can you control it, Eri? Or will you kill even more people? Eri pales, her horn flickering. There's a mad dash as Overhaul lunges for Rikia's body and the heroes try to stop him. Izumi pushes her presence throughout Eri, trying to stabilize her and her wayward Quirk. Eri, you have to calm down. I promise you, it's all dash. The words turn sour in her mouth as Tsuyu takes a heavy hit. I promise. But she can't promise, can she? Night I had seen it. Had seen them fail. She can't. Overhaul fuses with Rikia, becoming a massive being of mutated muscle. Tendons snap across his arms as they melt together like sticky tar, once more becoming a monstrous abomination. And still that plague mask stays. Like he thinks there's corruption outside when his own body is so violated and twisted. Like he's pure. Fate. And this too can. A little voice in her head shouts, sounding strangely like Bakugu. I promise you, Eri. Izumi whispers, almost spiteful now. I promise you I will do everything in my power and more to keep you safe. Nijire takes a hit. All of you are just getting in the way. Overhaul gasps, arms striking out once more and knocking Uraraka from the sky. I'll purify those pathetic thoughts of heroism from your mind. You are nothing but fragile little pathetic worms. Ryukyu, weakened from the fight, looses her grip on her dragon form, collapsing to the ground. Overhaul backhands her across the room, something snapping as she hits the wall. Nijire is buried beneath a forest of spikes, the tips stained with BLD. Overhaul wins. Eri breaks. Izumi is frozen. Overhaul broke her. Izumi is shaking. Not with fear or disappointment at the loss. She's shaking with rage. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? Eri, she says, voice shaking as much as she is. Why? Eri sobs, clutching at her bandaged arms. But what are you doing this for me? Izumi can feel power welling up inside her, but she doesn't even care. You're just like me, she says. Maybe that's why. I see myself in you. I see what I could have been. I was taken by horrid people who wanted nothing but to see people in pain. They hurt people around me and I thought it was my fault. I blamed myself. It feels like a lifetime since they've been said to her. It's not the victim's fault, Izumi says quietly. Those who attacked you, hurt you, manipulated you, no matter what you did they would have done it. You couldn't have changed any of this. Eri looks up at Overhaul's mangled body, but she isn't really seeing him. She is seeing green hair and eyes and freckles and sad understanding smile. Your Quirk is so kind, so gentle. You can bring people back to before they were hurt. You could heal people. You could save hundreds. You could fix broken things. Your Quirk isn't a sickness. Izumi wraps her arms around a pale, bleached-out child, whose eyes are round and wet with tears. Shards mix. Green melts into white. What in Izumi stands up. She's not sure what she's done this time, but honestly she's far too pissed to care. So instead of questioning it, she punches Overhaul in the face. He stumbles backwards, trapped arms straining to reach his caved-in nose. Izumi and Eri follow in a trance. Step by step. What are you? He growls, confused. I am Dreamer. I am Eri. I'm angry. They finished together. You lied to me. You hurt her. You broke us. Overhaul scowls. Dreamer. That little green hero. You'll only suffer holding that child. She killed her own parents and caused her grandfather to fall ill. You did that? Izumi interrupts. You made the capo fall ill. You lied to and manipulated hundreds of people. Overhaul seems to realize that words aren't getting him anywhere. He grabs at them with his many limbs, Izumi barely managing to duck away. Telekinetically, she grabs at a slab of concrete from the caved-in roof, she and Eri leaping onto it and floating through the hole. Overhaul follows, clambering up the side, sending curious onlookers scrambling to get away. You know nothing about Eri. I studied her for years. I caused the pinnacle of her Quirk. He roars, swiping away the asphalt. Eri slips, panic tearing through the two of them, but Izumi catches her, floating without support. Not telekinesis. This is different. Izumi doesn't focus on it. She's got bigger fish to fry. You can't possibly know her value. Shut up. Izumi screams, not even caring if he does. Shut up. How dare you say I know nothing of her value when you torture her, you destroy her. I always put her back together. Overhaul growls, activating his quirk. It stings as spikes dig through flesh and bone, but Eri simply raises her hand and they are whole once more. You don't. Izumi says as the last of her wounds close. You don't put her back together. Physically yes, but mentally. You've torn Eri apart to pull some hypocritical nonsensical scheme. Overhaul reaches as if to grab them, but Eri's horn glows bright and he seems to reconsider. You claim that humanity is afflicted by quirks as a sickness. That they will do horrendous things just because they can. That their powers have become nothing but lies that make them think too highly of themselves. You consider yourself enlightened, but you do all the atrocities you say you fear. Eri's so-called curse is nothing but your effect on her. You corrupting her strength. Spikes shoot for them once more, but they only float a bit higher into the air. You are proud of taking a child in your care and tearing apart her cells in the name of humanity. You say you were thankful to the former boss of this organization, but he lies unresponsive and sick due to the use of your power on him. Silence. You are the only sickness here, Chisakai Kai. Silence. Tell me, for all of your preaching of her quirks disgust you of how you wish to eradicate them from the world, why do you cling to your own? Why do you laugh and say that a person's life is destroyed when they are supposedly healed? Izumi hisses. Eri blinks, looking through Izumi's quirk. He is scared of losing his quirk. I was always the one who was scared. Overhaul screams in rage, the very air and ground around him rippling. Izumi wraps herself around Eri, bracing for the attack. It never comes. Izumi looks down to see a hero she recognizes as one of the task force with her hand outstretched. She had used her quirk to distract him. Not wasting her chance, Izumi drops like a stone into the gap of Overhaul's guard. All she needs is to get Eri close enough. Apprehension rises in Eri, and Izumi reaches to reassure her. Just do what you did. Before the... Okay. Eri's horn explodes in light as they reach Overhaul, his body shrinking and splitting into him and the expendable he had absorbed. Both go tumbling to the ground, immediately being grabbed by police with quirk suppressant cuffs. They won. Dreamer. Izumi looks up to see the hero whose name she forgets and Mr. Brave running towards them. Thanks for the save, you're glowing. Brave says bluntly, staring at her. What are you doing? She looks down at herself, only just now realizing she isn't really there. A green, translucent body is curled around Eri, shimmering with white light around the edges and where her hands clutch Eri's shoulders. What the heck? I don't know, she mutters, entire form wavering. What am I? How did the connection between her and Eri is suddenly fragile, a glass thread trembling against a maelstrom of fear, panic, and uncontrollable power. Eri's horn has grown a foot long now, spitting sparks and emitting energy that Izumi can just barely direct away from the bystanders. Eri, Izumi shouts, trying desperately to control two uncontrollable quirks. I can't stop it. It's a screaming fit. The worst one in a long time. Fused as they are, the pain rebounds, growing exponentially, until they're both convulsing with an unending bottled-up power, running rampant through their bodies with the sheer force of 1,000 people's slightest thoughts. And it just keeps mounting. Izumi has never felt more grateful for the glare of red eyes and the sweet relief of having her quirk erased. Izumi shoots straight up, startling the police officer who was watching over her body. Eri, oh. The officer yelps, steadying her. Easy there. Is something wrong? Why are you awake? It's over. Izumi pants. I'm certain all major players have been taken out, but I think I screwed up with Eri and ow, I'm still broken from that. She rambles. I need to help. The officer helps her to stand. Careful, you look unsteady. Here, I'll help you walk out there, but if I see more fighting I'm taking you back in. Your dad said he'd gut me if I let you get hurt. Izumi snorts. Sorry about him. Nah, I don't blame the guy. I got a kid of my own, and I panic when she rides a bike. With the training wheels. Outside, there are so many shouting people Izumi can barely think. She stumbles, earning her a worried glance from the officer, before closing herself off and aiming for Tamaki. He had her dad. She has to make sure they're okay. Tamaki! She shouts as she sees him sitting by an ambulance with a medic and pulls herself away from the officer. Is everyone okay? He looks up, eyes watery. As good as we can be, I think. He says softly, looking sadly at the ambulance. Mirio is hurt really bad. A rescue hero managed to get Nijire and the rest of Ryukyu's team out. The two 1A girls are helping the rescue. But I don't know about Ryukyu and Nijire. The medic bandaging his arm finishes tying it off. Those two are perfectly fine. Nijire is scratched up and Ryukyu's got a broken rib. You just were focused on your boyfriend. Now quit wriggling and let someone licensed tell the poor girl what's going on. Tamaki shrinks back, blushing furiously. Why yes ma'am? The medic starts on another wound, yanking bits of crystal out with tweezers. 3 injured civilians, all superficial. Your dad should be fine, clean stab wounds, already got bandaged up. Still affected by that slowing quirk? It actually stopped him from losing too much BLD. That airy girl is on her way to the hospital, unconscious. Looks like quirk exhaustion. Matter of fact, you look like quirk exhaustion. Sit your butt down. Izumi sits. Fat gum, same story plus some heavy bruises. Red Riot, a lot of his skin is shattered, bandaged, on his way to a hospital. Rocklock, dramatic BSRD, isn't dead yet, but he sure is acting like it. Should be okay. Most of the perps have been collected, over there. Don't want him breaking loose and beating up these idiots. Anyone a missing? Night Eye. Izumi blurts. What about Sir Night Eye? The medic jerks her thumb over her shoulder. They've been trying to get him up. I'm not too sure what's going on. I've been focused on this idiot. How many hits did you take? She asks Tamaki, who looks rightly terrified. Izumi stands up, ignoring her pounding head. Thank you very much. Oi, I said sit your butt down. But Izumi is already moving, the police officer chasing after her. Night Eye had been impaled. She has to see him, she has to know if he's okay. First responders move fast. There's a basic pulley system for stretchers set up, and Izumi spots a bandaged Uraraka helping lift some rubble. And Night Eye, covered in BLD and rock dust, spikes still sticking out of him and missing an arm, he looks like a corpse. Dreamer, Night Eye rasps, shifting towards her. Izumi darts in and pushes his shoulders back down. Don't move. You're making their job difficult. She admonishes before tapping one on the head to deal with his nausea. I'm sorry I wasn't there. Night Eye smiles. You won. I never expected you to win. You shouldn't have won. I've been told I shouldn't have been able to do something a lot. Izumi says as they reach an ambulance. His mind something about his mind an oxygen mask is shoved over his face before he can respond. A medic kicks the police officer out, and the ambulance starts moving. Izumi listens to the minds around her, trying to keep herself out of the way. Dying. The thought is projected into Izumi's head, clear as day. Night Eye knows it. The medics know it. He's dying. Numbly, she moves out of the way for someone to slide by her to a machine. Dying. She's in an ambulance with someone who's dying. In her mind's eye, she watches muscular pop. Will it be like that? Crushed and then nothing? Will he shatter in death? Or just fade? Is this her fault? I've never seen my predictions be proven wrong. Night Eye says, still smiling. All those horrid things I've seen, perhaps there is a chance they will not happen. That Tashinori won't have to. She reaches forwards, clutching his hand. Please, sir. Hang on. Please. You can't die yet. He looks at her sadly. Shaking her head, Izumi grips his hand tighter. Please. Let me call Tashinori. One more time. Talk one more time. His mind shudders. Tashinori, Izumi lets go, pushing herself to an unused corner and scrabbling for her phone. She has to let them meet one last time. Beep. Hello, young dreamer. How are you? I'm sending you the location of a hospital. Izumi interrupts. Get there as fast as you can. Immediately, Yagi's voice turns serious. What happened? It's Night Eye. Izumi says. He's very badly hurt. There's a moment of silence from the other side of the phone. He won't want to see me. What? Izumi takes a deep breath. Won't want to see him. Night Eye won't want to see him. Alright, listen up. She hisses. Night Eye is dying. He's dying on a gurney not 3 feet away from me, and he's been whispering your name like a prayer while they cut rocks out of his organs. I don't care about what you think he wants. I care about the fact that this is your last chance. You loved him. He loved you. He would have done anything for you, and his entire worldview just shattered because I changed a fixed future. Yes, you broke up, but I swear to God if you don't get your bony butt down to this hospital in the next hour, I will punt you into wet dreams starring yourself every night for the next 10 years. Do you hear me? He's what? Yagi murmurs quietly, voice muted by his trembling hand shaking the phone. Izumi takes another breath. Yagi. I'll be there. Good. Izumi growls and then hangs up. The ambulance makes it there in 5 minutes. Yagi makes it in 20. Izumi is sitting in the hall outside, resting her weight against a sobbing bubble girl. Her phone is open again, texting Mirio as Yagi runs up. Is he dash? Not yet? Centipeder says quietly. Recovery girl's healing won't work. We haven't been allowed in. Dreamer says his mind is still there. Izumi stands, stashing her phone back into her pocket. He's still alive, waiting for us? The doctor comes out of the room, eyes sad over his mask. I'm sorry, we've done all we could. It's a miracle he's still breathing, really. Bubble Girl lets out another sob. They enter the room, quiet but for the beeps and whirs of machines. Night Eye lays in the middle, tubes bursting from his stomach, glasses gone. Night Eye Mirai. Yagi whispers, shaking. His eyes open slowly, meeting Yagi's. Tashinori, he says weakly. On my deathbed, you've decided to visit me. Yagi lets out a shaky breath. I don't even know what to do. I'm so sorry how I've wronged you. Night Eye tries to shake his head. No need to be so uptight. I never held anything against you. All I ever wanted was for you to be happy. I never understood why you would try so strong to fight facts when it would only cause you suffering in the end. But I see now, please. Yagi whispers. You have to fight too. Let me atone for what I've done. Night Eye frowns. Atone. It was my fault I caused trouble for so many people. You wanted to help and I focused so solely on you, tried to take you from those who needed you. He smiles. I was wrong. I always doubted myself. The negativity in the back of my mind stopped me from believing in an unknown future with all my heart. I could not change my predictions. Izumi looks out the door, watching a golden light dragging an unknown light green. Mirio bursts through the door, a nurse pathetically dragging behind him. Sir, please, you mustn't be moving so much. Sir, you can't die. Mirio begs, grabbing hold of the bedside to support himself. Please, you gotta live. Don't die on me. Night Eye blinks. Mirio, I'm sorry. Sir. Mirio sobs. Izumi can feel his mind churning with denial of the truth. He can't imagine moving forwards. But she can feel Night Eye fading. She can feel too much. I've put you through so much hardship. I wish I had been there for you more. I only got stronger because of everything you taught me. Mirio shouts. Please, you gotta keep teaching me. You can't die, sir. Night Eye raises his remaining hand to Mirio's face. Forgive me, I only brought you in as a potential vessel, and yet somewhere along the way you became my pride and joy. His eye turns black as his quirk activates. You will become a fine hero. That is one future that must not be changed. So, please do not do what I did. Do not give up before you try. Keep smiling. His hand falls to the bed, eyes turning to Izumi. Dreamer, I would like to sleep. Izumi has been crying for a long time now. But that request, I can't, she whispers. Please, he smiles sadly. You know I am dying as well as I do. Let me sleep. A final request for you to let a hopeless old man rest. Mirio lets out another sob, knees giving out on him. Izumi lifts a trembling hand, placing it to Night Eye's forehead. His mind is so fragile. It flutters under her fingers, accepting her presence. Welcoming it. Images flash through her, each for barely half a second. Mirio, older, smiling brightly. Her, also older, in her hero costume, hair cut short. Bubble Girl taking charge of a battle. Centipeder as the new head of Night Eye Agency. And All Might, standing proud before a crowd of people, smiling. Izumi shudders. Good night, Sir Knight. She sniffles. And goodbye. It's different from muscular. Night Eye is at peace. He simply fades. The machines stop beeping. The battle is over, but Izumi's real job has just begun. After she's bullied into a hospital bed by several nurses and taking a good long wrestling session with her shards, Izumi can't stay useless. She decides to leave Mirio to Bubble Girl, Centipeder, and Tamaki for now. That wound is too close to home and too fresh for her to fix. So, after a written report for the police, she finds Eri's mind. It's been a day since the raid has ended, but Eri still hasn't woken up. What's more, the doctors won't let her into Eri's room due to quarantine. Izumi cradles her little broken mind. It's not as bad as she had thought at first. There are far fewer pieces than Izumi's own, barriers still decently capable of fitting together. But still, they're thin and malleable, sickly and drained of color. She leans against it, this little broken light, and lets herself in. Eri's dreams have always been blank. If not BLD and nightmares, blank. She cannot imagine happiness, only the absence of pain. She sits in the middle, unthinking. Eri. Izumi calls, floating forwards. The girl looks up. Dreamer, she whispers. What happened? To all those people? Izumi slowly moves into a sitting position. It's okay, we caught them all. You're safe now. Mirio is fine. Ryukyu, and Nijire-chan, and Froppy and Uravity are all fine. Eri gulps. That one man in a suit, Izumi lowers her head at that. Sir Knight, I passed away a little while ago. She admits. It's the horrid truth, and though she'd prefer Eri not to have to feel this pain, it would be an insult to his memory to ignore his death. He was surrounded by friends. At peace. Eri lets out a sob. But I killed him. Izumi pulls Eri into her arms. No, Overhaul did. In an attempt to manipulate you. It's awful, yes, but nothing you could have done would have changed anything. Trembling into Izumi's embrace, Eri buries her head into her shirt. But it was my fault, I'm a monster. The fact that you feel this way proves you're not a monster. Izumi reassures her. It hurts and it's awful, right? A monster wouldn't feel guilty even if it was their fault. Eri looks up at her, shaking. Izumi places a hand on her cheek, smiling sadly. Eri, people have wronged you. Izumi whispers. I know everything feels like it's too much. I told you, I've been in the same boat. But what's done is done. You're free, your quirk won't be used to hurt people ever again. It is yours to control. And when you wake up, I'll be there. Mirio too. Eri sniffs. Okay, and right now. Izumi says, smiling. I'll stay right beside you for a while. Then I'll go check on everyone else and tell them you're okay. That will have them feeling better. Eri nods again, before blushing. The cats, can you make them again? Patting her head, Izumi nods. Of course, Eri. What do you mean Chisaki was attacked? Izumi asks, staring at her dad, who had gotten 10 stitches and an order to stay in bed, which he was ignoring. I don't understand. Aizawa sighs, rubbing at his forehead. Spinner, Dabi, Compress, and Shigaraki were on the highway that Chisaki was being transported on. They caused a 7-car pile-up, killed Sand Hero Snatch, stole the remainder of the Quirk erasing drag, and blew off both of Chisaki's arms. Izumi collapses onto a chair. Revenge for Magna and Compress. Toga must have tipped them off about his capture. If only she had focused on Toga and twice helped the police to find Aizawa. Smacks the top of her head. Not your fault. Sorry. Izumi smiles sheepishly up at him. Even with everything I've told Eri, I do the same thing. I guess we really are alike. In more ways than that guilt complex. Aizawa sighs. They're keeping me here to deal with her quirk in case she wakes up. Do what I did with you. You'll be headed back to UA with the students. Izumi startles at that. What? But I promised her I'd be there when she woke up. I know, kid. But this place is breaking you down. Don't act like it isn't. Aizawa says, raising his eyebrows at her. After whatever you pulled off, then Night Eye, and all the other emotions, Plus the fact I'm positive you aren't spending enough time in your little dream room with all that's been happening. I'm worried about you, kid. Izumi makes a face. It's true that she's become especially unstable lately, whether it was Night Eye's death or fusing with Eri that did it. And with all the paperwork and getting Eri actually documented, every spare moment goes to sleeping and dreamers, not her glass. I want you to go back with the others, at least for a day. You heard the nurses, the kid likely won't be waking up for another 2. Make sure those 3 are alright, he says, patting her shoulder. I'll deal with things here. Izumi sighs. I guess I could use a break. But if you even get the slightest news she's moving I'll send for you straight away. I heard you threatening that nurse. Aizawa chuckles. Blushing, Izumi shakes her head. He was being ridiculous. Prattling in about how I should let experienced doctors handle it when I have a degree in psychology. He full-on laughs then. I know. Little BSTRD deserved it too, you were completely right. But right now I'm telling you as a father of your dumbass for nearly 6 years I already said yes, Dad. Izumi grumbles, leaning in for a hug. Guess I learned it from you, Mr. I never tell anyone about my wounds. Shut up. No, they're back. Even Minetta's squealing voice is a welcome change as Izumi walks into the 1A dorms alongside Kirishima, Tsuyu, and Uraraka. The girls are immediately ambushed by Hagakure and Mina, nearly squeezing the air from their lungs in an over-enthusiastic hug. You're okay? Oh my gosh, we saw the news and everything that happened. You punks had us scared. Kaminari shouts, pointing an accusing finger. I saw you get wheeled out of there. Nearly short-circuited. Nearly. Jaira jibes in the background. Kaminari ignores her. Izumi focuses on Hitoshi and Shuto as they trip forwards, pulling her close. The conversation continues around them. Ida is shouting about relaxing, Yayarozu saying something about tea, Kirishima having a bromance. Why is it always you? Shuto grumbles into her hair, entirely put out. Izumi laughs, leaning away. Sorry, Shochan. But I'm fine. And the green glowing you that F up that giant monster thing? Hitoshi says, raising an eyebrow. What was that? Good question. Izumi mutters, looking at her hands. Whatever it was, it allowed me to save Eri. So I've decided not to question it too much. I'm assuming she was the little girl you couldn't save earlier? Hitoshi asks. Izumi nods her head. Yes. I'm glad she's safe, but her mind it's going to take a lot to help her. Children are so delicate, and she's broken. The boys are silent for a moment, before Shuto reaches out to pat her head. You'll put her back together. He says simply. You always do. Izumi smiles gratefully up at him. Thank you. Woohoo, they didn't get killed. Bakuga grumbles. So what? Come on, dude, you know you missed Kiriwo. Kanamari is thrown onto the couch, Bakugu stomping for the stairs. I'm going to bed. At this time. Shuto sighs. We have supplementary classes tomorrow. I should probably get going too. It's disappointing, letting the two of them go, but Izumi takes a step back. They have things to do, cuddle party in my room. Izumi jumps on the chance. Yes. A day later, Izumi is getting lectured. The two of you are gonna be the death of me. Yamada says, placing a plate of pancakes onto the table. Getting yourself stabbed and kidnapped and breaking yourselves all over the place, and then just not telling anyone or not doing anything about it? Not everyone can have your energy to talk about stuff. Aizawa groans, dragging some pancakes into his face, not bothering with a fork. Still have no clue how you balance 3 of the most stressful and time-consuming jobs ever. Yamada smacks the top of his head. Flattery will get you nowhere. Will kissing you make you shut up? He gets smacked again. I'm really sorry, Dad. Izumi says over their bickering. But you can hardly talk. Once we spent a weekend thinking you were kidnapped, but you were actually asleep under your desk at the agency? That was once, 2 years ago, and an intern put sleeping pills in my food. Yamada grumbles. Now, you've got to teach classes. Aizawa groans again. News of the culture festival spreads across the classes like wildfire. Whispers about the risk of throwing another school event were everywhere, and even the police had shown up to warn Nedzu of the dangers. But those cautious whispers were overshadowed by excited shouts. This was their time to show off just what they could do. Hatsum herself had gone all out, building baby after baby and primping the miraculously not exploded eye spot. I figured I'd show him off. Hatsum giggles happily. Remind the support companies about how incredible my babies were in the sports festival, now that we're in the culture festival. This is our time to really shine. Izumi grins, ducking a flying wrench. Your babies will be the star of the show, Hatsum-chan. Of course. Class 1A has decided on a band and dance crew performance to cheer up their fellow students, and Shudo had completely thrown Hitoshi under the bus. I've heard him sing. He's very good. Izumi lets out an affronted gasp. Hitoshi, I've been asking you to sing for years. I was in the F shower and Sho is a creep. Hitoshi grumbles. We have shared bathrooms. Shudo says, raising an eyebrow. And it was very nice. Except for when you dropped something on your foot. Hitoshi throws a pillow at him. Okay, so we have vocals dash, I'm not being main vocalist. Hitoshi insists. The very idea of working a crowd with my quirk. Hell no. Freaks me out. Gyru pales. Oh, sorry. I didn't think about that. A few others try to sing, before Gyru caves and agrees to be vocalist along with her bass. Okay, so we need drums to give the band backbone. It needs to be someone with energy. Gyru instructs. Shiro grins, pointing to Bakugu. He had to take music lessons once. Bakugu blinks at him. Ha. Oh, I remember when we were little. Izumi giggles happily. You drove your mom crazy with your little drum set. She threatened to throw it out the window a whole bunch of times. FOFF. Bakugu shouts, vein popping on his forehead. Shiro grins mischievously. Looks like it's too difficult for him. Bakugu slams out a perfect drum riff on Gyru's set. Perfect. Perfect. Gyru squeals. Ashido cheers happily. The talented Bakugu-san strikes again. It's settled, he's on drums. I'm not doing that stupid CRP. Bakugu scoffs, marching away. But, Bakugu-san, Gyru calls out, following him. If we do this, it could turn out really amazing. Like hell it will. The class falls silent. The reason all those students you want to help are so stressed out is because we're so caught up in our own little world. Bakugu scoffs again. Izumi tilts her head. They really are going all out for the other students, huh? They're not gonna accept this from people they hate. You don't need to be so rude about it. Hagakure humps. I'm saying that just singing Kumbaya isn't gonna work. Bakugu shouts again. We're the ones who keep getting roughed up by villains. So why are we the ones who need to be sappy people pleasers? Quit trying to lick their stupid boots. Don't make friends, hit M where it hurts. Murder those bastards with music. There's a moment of silence before the class erupts into cheers. His reasoning is off, but he's on our side. Kaminari announces. Alright, what's next? Guitar, at least 2. Gyru decides. Shinsu-san, can you use any instruments? If I'm on my bass, then you may want to play, so you're not the only empty-handed one. Hitoshi makes a face. Does 1 year of required music lessons count? I'll teach you acoustic guitar. Cool. Yamamo raises a hand shyly. Due to my upbringing, I grew an interest in piano. Could that be of any use? Of course. Gyru calls. Synth sounds are really important. Mina mourns the loss of Yayorozu for the dance team, but they move on. Kaminari and Mineta try the guitars. While Kaminari isn't half bad, Mineta can't reach the strings, and casts aside the instrument in a fit of despair. Izumi picks it up, strumming it lightly to make sure he didn't break it. Whoa, Dreamer-senpai, you play? Kirishima asks, eyes sparkling. A little, my dad taught me. She chirps, playing another chord. Don't get too excited, though, I can't be in the show for 1A. Don't play with my heart like that. Gyru moans. Wait, Aizawa-sensei plays guitar. No, his husband does. Izumi corrects, ignoring the 1 or 2 squawks from the less observant of the students. Tokoyami holds his hands out. If I may. Izumi passes over the guitar, and he plays a short melody. I had given up after the F chord bested me, but I shall try to be of assistance here. Gyru nods. Then everyone else can be in the dance crew. Ida hums, finger tapping his chin. It doesn't feel quite right. Props? Ashido squeals, tapping on a laptop. We need to set an ambience. A bit more interactive. I'm thinking if Kirishima shaved up Todoroki's ice, and Aoyama was the disco ball, then it would look like sparkling dust. I am the disco ball. Aoyama squeaks happily. That sounds great. So, Todoroki, Kirishima, Shiro, Aoyama, and Kuda, for crew. Kuda nods. Not on stage. Now we just need Izumi's phone rings. She scrambles to pick up the call, nearly elbowing Uraraka in the process. Dreamer-san. Yes, that's me. Izumi says into the phone. Eri is awake. Izumi and Mirio enter Eri's hospital room, to see the girl sitting politely on her bed. Her horn has shrunk greatly, barely a bump on her head now. The doctors had only allowed them in as Eri didn't have the energy to accidentally harm them. Eri-chan. Izumi smiles, crouching by her bed. I'm sorry we didn't come see you sooner. Mirio holds up a basket. We brought you fruit. What's your favorite? Let me guess, peaches. You seem like a peaches girl. Eri takes the fruit basket. Apples. Knew it. Mirio slices up the apples, Eri eating them slowly. Izumi watches her, gently probing her mind. Broken still. Izumi isn't sure what she expected. Eri finishes her apple slice. I'm very sorry. Eri whispers. I'm the reason everyone got hurt, the nice man with the glasses, those girls who broke the roof, and you too, Eri, I hurt myself. Izumi says quickly. And I must apologize. I put some of my pain onto you. Eri shakes her head. I could tell. When I was you. You didn't mean it. Besides, you have to deal with it all the time. Everyone else, though, every single one of us was there voluntarily. Mirio reassures her. But you lost your power, Eri whimpers. Mirio pats her head, smiling softly. Not a single person thinks you're to blame. He announces. You know what we think. We all are so grateful you're okay. It doesn't make sense to apologize to people that don't exist. We all fought to see a smile on your face. Eri blinks as he takes his hand back, before making a strange expression. She pinches her cheeks, trying to pull them up. I'm sorry, she whispers, giving up. How do you smile again? Izumi's heart shatters into a billion tiny pieces. This girl, she's suffered so much, she's never been safe or happy or anything. She's still not really saved. A shadow looms over her, Overhaul still gripping her soul and mind. If only there was something she could do. A light bulb goes off in her mind. Dead. Aizawa starts awake, blinking in confusion. We won't be letting a lot of people into the festival this year for security reasons, right? Izumi asks, bouncing lightly. Could Eri come? Mirio gasps, immediately launching into an explanation of what the festival is to Eri. Her quirk is at low power, so she should be cleared from the hospital. They're actually working on finding her a home. Aizawa muses. I'll clear it with Nedzu. Candy apples? Mirio announces. I bet they'll have candy apples. You like apples now, wait until they get the candy treatment. They're even sweeter. Even sweeter. Eri drools. Izumi turns back to Eri, smiling brightly. What do you say? Eri's mind shivers with excitement, her eyes wide. I want to be friends. With you and everyone else who saved me. I want to go. We'll be such good friends you'll get sick of us. Mirio promises, practically vibrating with excitement. And we'll bug the principal until he's got no choice but to let you come. No need. Aizawa states, stuffing his phone into his pocket. He's given us the okay. Also, he says to bring her in, so she can get used to meeting so many people before it gets too crazy. But I'm scared of the principal. Mirio admits. Aizawa nods. She'll need clothes. Absolutely not. I remember the first time you went shopping for me. Izumi threatens. My fashion sense sucks, but yours is on another level. She turns to the nurse who had been watching carefully. Please, save this child from my father's horrid fashion sense. The nurse giggles. It would be my pleasure. A few days later, Izumi leads Eri to the 1A dorms, Mirio sticking his butt through a bush in an effort to be funny. You have another kid? Ajuru yelps, before being pushed out of the way by Uraraka and Tsuyu. Eri-chan, you're so cute. Uraraka squeals, crouching down to her height. You feeling better? Eri nods shyly, clutching Izumi's leg. Yes, thank you. Eri, from the work-studies incident. Ida says, arms chopping. I am Ida Tensei, class president. It's an honor to meet you. Look me up in 10 years. Mineta dismisses. Izumi throws a rock at him telepathically. She's shy. Mirio says to Ida, who had not been responded to. We figured we could show her around you today, get her comfortable. The door slams open, Kirishima running out. Yo, dance squad, we gotta talk. Is that Eri? He leaps down the stairs. Hey. Oh right, you don't know me, I was at the raid. Never made it all the way to you, but I'm glad you're safe now. Eri blinks. Thank you, Kirishima. Izumi says helpfully. Not a problem. Kirishima grins. Hey, Todoroki and Shinso are just inside, if you want to introduce them. Todoroki. Shinso. Eri repeats, confused. Izumi smiles down at her. My friends. They aren't as loud as everyone out here, I can promise that. Izumi takes her up the stairs, Kirishima running around to finish collecting the dance crew. True to his word, Shudo and Hitoshi are sitting on the couch, the latter distractedly strumming a guitar. Hey you two. Izumi calls, waving. They look up, blinking in confusion at Eri for a moment. Hitoshi says, blinking at her. Who is that? This is Eri. Izumi introduces. Eri, the guy with the purple hair is Shinso Hitoshi, the one with white and red is Todoroki Shudo. Eri makes a noise of recognition at the name. Overhaul talked about him. She whispers, hugging Izumi's leg. Sirbi. I guess he would, Eri. Izumi sighs. Shochan's quirk is pretty strong. Sorry for reminding you. Eri shakes her head. My quirk? Shudo asks, holding his right palm out. Ice grows across it, Eri captivated by the glittering crystals. I can do fire too, but Jairu threatened to castrate me if I put fire by her guitar. Hitoshi snorts, trying another chord. Can't believe she let me keep it to practice. Think I'm doing this one wrong, though, wrong finger. Izumi corrects, reaching out to fix his positioning. Try taking your hand off, then putting it back until it's muscle memory. Try again. Hitoshi nods, strumming the guitar again. That's much better. Are you preforming? Eri asks shyly. Hitoshi grins. Yeah. Our class is playing music for everyone. You coming to the festival? Maybe. Izumi says, smiling. We're trying to make sure she'll be okay with so many people. Hitoshi nods, understanding. You know, Izumi was really worried about you. He says to Eri, setting the guitar aside to lean down. It's good to see you're safe. Eri nods solemnly. I don't want her to worry. Izumi worries about everything and everyone. Shudo says simply. We can't stop her from worrying. Hey, Izumi. Quit hogging Eri. Mirio shouts, running into the room. Come on, let's go. Shia at the show, Eri. Hitoshi grins, trying to fix his positioning. Bye. Bye. Eri says, waving slightly. Saturdays are usually a day off, but because we're in the dorms, there should be a lot of people doing projects. Mirio explains to Eri, who is clutching his pant leg. Hey, Togata. How's it is that your kid? Is that why you're taking time off? Someone shouts. Mirio smiles at them, absolutely silent. Dude, answer me. I can't tell if you're joking. The kid, who Izumi recognizes as a third-year business student, begs. Jokes aside, says his friend, ignoring the others' babbling and handing them both a flyer. Our class is doing some really cool stuff this year. It would be real cool if you guys could check it out. I'll be sure to make a stop. Izumi says, looking over the paper. Great flyer, by the way. The business students run off, and Izumi, Mirio, and Eri keep moving. Everyone is trying to one-up their old attractions from last year. Mirio says, pulling Eri out of the way of a kid carrying far too many boxes to see the little girl. We always try to go above our old successes. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Eri acts. Go beyond. Izumi explains. Push yourself to do more than you can, until you can. Grow exponentially, become the best you are and more. That's what UA is about. Also Mario. A dragon swings into Mario's space, nearly knocking him over. Whoops. Sorry dude. Tetsu shouts, moving the dragon aside. Whoa hey dreamer. You were at the raid with my bro Kiri, right? Glad it turned out okay. Yes. Izumi says, reaching down for Eri. You alright? I thought it was the lady who broke the roof. Eri says, blinking at the dragon. It's not the right color. Hoa. Who says it's not the right color? Our dragon is perfect. Monoma shouts. And so will our play. Romeo and Juliet and the return of the prisoner king of Azkaban. It's gonna blow everything else out of the water. Izumi smacks him. Eri-chan was saying it reminded her of Ryukyu, that's all. She scolds him, hands on her hips. Now quit being rude. Where's Kendo-san? Awaze runs over, bowing in apology. Sorry. His usual handler is busy right now, so he's impossible. Still, I can't believe he'd yell at a little girl. He groans, turning to bow to Eri. Sorry about him. Did you want to take a closer look at our dragon? Mirio leads Eri to see the dragon, Tetsu happily explaining how they're going to use it in the play. Where's Kendo? Izumi asks again, looking around. It's odd not seeing her by Monoma. Awaze laughs. Yeah. She got pushed into doing the beauty pageant. Leaving me to deal with Monoma, but I'm not as fast as she is. No one can truly take her place. Izumi nods sagely. Monoma wrangling is an art form in itself. Ain't that the truth? Awaze groans. But we're in the way. We hope to see ya at the play, kiddo. Let's go see Nijire. Mirio cheers. She's at the beauty pageant too. They follow Mirio up to a big room, where several girls are trying on dresses. Nijire floats above them, her quirk sparkling in the air. Hey, why's Eri-chan here? She asks, flying over. Hey, come on, answer me. Introducing her to you, Izumi explains. Going to try to win again. Of course. Nijire announces. I've been runner-up way too many times. This year, Kenranzaki is going down. There are others who could win. Kendo has gained fans after making a commercial. Tamaki, who had been messing with a camera, shudders. Just the very idea of being in front of so many people, I'm feeling nauseous. Izumi pats his shoulder. It's okay, Tamaki. We promise we won't make you do a beauty pageant. I'm taking home the prize this year. Nijire insists. Eri blinks up at her. Okay, one more stop. Mirio decides. The main focus of every year, the support course. The workshops are full of clanging noises and the whirs of machinery. Mirio has to shout to be heard. All the years get together and put on a tech exhibition. That's right. Hatsum shouts. Hey, Dreamer-san. I'm trying a brain-to-device sensor, you've got pretty good control. Come here and be my guinea pig. Izumi blinks. Before she knows it, there's a bunch of wires taped to her head, beeping and tugging at her mind. It's giving her a headache. Something explodes. Whoops. Hatsum yelps, grabbing a smoking device. Forgot to put insulation. I'll need you in a bit. Izumi smiles easily, and the second Hatsum turns her back she bolts. So, what do you think? Izumi asks. She already knows the answer, but Eri needs to tell them herself. You comfortable? Not really. Eri whispers, sipping at her drink. Behind her, Mirio makes a disappointed expression. But everyone is trying so strong, and they're so excited. I want to see how it turns out. That's excitement. Izumi looks up, to see Nedzu absolutely murdering a block of cheese. Sensei? He finishes up, gracefully patting the remains of his meal off his face. It is an honor to be able to host you, little Eri. I do hope you have fun, and we will see you on the day of the festival. Izumi looks over the list of attractions for the festival, noting times and places for the more interesting ones for Eri. Something's bothering her though. Mirio had promised candy apples, but there likely aren't any based on what she's seeing here. And Eri had looked so excited. Hey, Dad, I'm gonna run into town and buy something. Real quick. Izumi calls, grabbing her shoes and a sweater rather than her blanket. Yamada looks at her oddly. I thought you were gonna go fetch Eri with Shoyuta. I'll be fast, but there's something I need. Izumi chirps. I'll be okay. All right, little listener. He shrugs. Be careful. The ingredients for candy apples are easy to find, especially when there's a sweet, rickety old man in the shop who talks her through a basic recipe and tells her where to find what she's looking for, in exchange for Izumi helping him up from where he had fallen. Thank you very much. Izumi exclaims, bowing to the man. Do you need help with your bags? Oh, you're so kind. The old man smiles. It would be a pleasure. I run a little tea shop, if you would like a drink. Izumi shrugs. She knows going with strangers is a bad idea, but she can't sense anything but earnest sweetness from this old man. Thank you very much. His shop looks more like a run-down old house, but it's clean and open on the inside. The old man flips the sign to open, before setting down his groceries. Now then, what would you like? He asks, seemingly far less clumsy in his element. Izumi hums, looking over the teas. I'm not quite sure. The door opens and two people walk in. One is tall, with a long tan coat and a drooping hat and a medical mask that hide his face. The other is short enough to be a child, but her deep pink mind is that of an adult. Perhaps the effect of a quirk. Good morning, fine sir. The taller one says, bowing lightly. Could I trouble you for a cup of Golden Tips Imperial? Right away. The old man chirps. 3 new customers today. Perhaps my lucky numbers were right. Golden Tips Imperial. Izumi muses. Yayarozu had served some a few nights ago to thank everyone for their strong work. That's a rather elusive and rare teach. The tall tan coat man lights up. Indeed. You must be a connoisseur of teas to know that. So young, yet so worldly, he's wary, suddenly, mind sharpening, as the lady tugs on his jacket. Something about his voice? No, not at all. I have a friend who loves tea. She served us some recently. Izumi explains, trying to remember where she knows him from. His light is unfamiliar, so not someone she had met in person. An online persona. He seems to be wary of her, almost here you are. I took the liberty of making the young ladies some as well. The owner of the tea shop says, setting down 3 cups. Thank you, they say, taking a sip. It's very good tea, but Izumi is focused. That voice, gentle criminal and La Brava. 2 small-time villains who post videos of their crimes online and have been the terror of tech police forces. They aren't considered dangerous, but a recent video comes to Izumi's mind. The sort of tea I choose depends upon the size of the job. Golden Tips Imperial. A rare, expensive tea for the infiltration of a school that's on high alert. Izumi takes a deep breath. Any alarms go off and the whole event will be cancelled. Eri won't be able to go, everyone's strong work will go to waste, she won't be able to hear Hitoshi sing. Nijire will lose her last chance to win the beauty pageant. She sets her teacup down. Your gentle criminal and La Brava. The two are immediately even more on edge. Izumi raises her hands, trying to placate them. I'm sure you've recognized I'm pro-hero dreamer. I can sense your minds. I don't want to fight. La Brava grips the bottom of Gentle's coat as the tea shop owner slips back. We gotta go now. Gentle grits his teeth. La Brava. Record. You intend to infiltrate you 8 high. Izumi says as the camera turns on. It's not a question. Scoffing, Gentle sheds his hat and mask. You're fast. And unlucky. Izumi admits. I didn't expect for anything like this to happen. I had planned to be the unexpected. Gentle sighs. Alas, that's a contradiction. What is happening? Tea shop man whispers. This is a game of manners and politics. If she says the wrong thing, a fight might break out. She'll have to stop them, but she's unsure if she can. You are going to infiltrate you Anghai. Izumi repeats. May I ask what you're going to gain? I've seen your videos. You always seem to be punishing offenses. False labels, corrupt small businesses, the little things the heroes overlook. Admirable if against the law. Gentle blinks in surprise. Okay, he's got an ego. An ego and a set of morals. Izumi can work with that. What has Yuti done to offend you? Izumi asks. What is the purpose? Gentle takes a sip of his tea, a bit spilling down the side of the cup. He reminds Izumi of Nezu a bit. Likes tea, sharply dressed, quick-witted and quirky. Fame. Gentle says simply, I want to go down in the history books. I want to make my mark upon the world, but so few people know of me, of us. He motions to La Brava. I tried as a hero, but they threw me aside. She tried to love, she was cast out. A grudge against hero schools? Izumi asks, tilting her head. It's for La Brava, somehow. No, that's not right. Not a grudge, I hold no ill will towards the students. Gentle says. A slight lie. Jealousy has welled up within him, anger at the administration. I simply wish to sharpen their wit. Put them on guard. Izumi narrows her eyes. I can assure you of one thing, the League of Villains has certainly done their part in that. Fear-mongering doesn't seem in your style. Gentle scoffs. Do not compare me with those violent individuals. I shall leave no BLD behind me, no horror. You will leave sadness. Izumi points out. Our school is on high alert. One thing goes wrong, one alarm goes off, the entire event and an entire month's of work goes down the drain. Is that not cruel to you? Please, leave us alone. Let the students have one day where they can be normal kids. I can assure you, no alarms will go off. La Brava says, stepping forwards. I will disable them fully. Izumi sets down her bags, getting to her feet and bowing to the two of them. Please, I beg you. Don't do this. On now, of all days, Aries' smile is riding on this. Her mind. The two villains stand as well. And yet I will not allow you to stop us on this caper. Gentle says calmly. The tension is growing, able to be cut with a knife. If we must fight. Izumi says lowly, slipping a piece of paper into the bags along with a wad of cash. Can we not do it in the shop? I'd hate to be more of a hindrance on this man. Gentle bows. As you wish. The second they're out of the tea shop's front yard, they're running. Move, La Brava. Dear viewers, our attempted infiltration is now on a time limit. Gentle shouts, whipping off his jacket. Izumi moves to rush after him, only to face plant into an elastic barrier. DMN. She whispers. I forgot. 8,000 pardons, dear girl. Gentle announces, and his quirk throws her down the street. Away from you. Izumi twists to her feet, growling. If you're sorry, then stay away from my school. A request I cannot honor. Gentle shouts. She has to focus. Gentle's quirk is elasticity. Anything he touches becomes elastic, even the air itself. He's got a time limit, and is known for confusing and disorienting his opponents. But Izumi has a leg up in that regard. She can sense his thoughts. Izumi is faster than Gentle and La Brava. Far from Ida's level of speed, but she's never been slow, even without the enhancements she had stolen from All for One. And this time, she's paying attention to Gentle's mind, noting where every patch of elastic air is set. Those will likely confuse some poor pedestrian. I have no doubt that your heart is in this, Gentle shouts, beginning to make a path of bounce pads for him and La Brava. But it shall not compare to my beard and soul. This shall be the beginning of many legendary exploits. And you shall not interfere. Izumi leaps after him, following the same path and keeping herself afloat with telekinesis. He doesn't seem to be able to time how long his quirk is in effect, but he's smart and will have likely understand his time constraints. La Brava is trying to convince him to turn back. Your plan is ruined, Gentle. I know it sucks, but she's right behind us. Telekinesis is one hell of a boost. Izumi tackles Gentle out of the air, the two of them falling to a construction site. Izumi slams against a metal beam, loosing her grip on the villain and falling to the floor. Ow, she groans, rotating a shoulder. That's gonna hurt tomorrow. She looks up to Gentle's mind, higher up than her. Did he manage to land on a girder? She can't see him through the dust. Well, this was unexpected. Gentle has been snagged by his coat, and is currently dangling 10 feet over the floor. How did that happen? Izumi asks, staring up at him. The villain shrugs. I have no idea, young miss. He announces, SW and Jinji back and forth. Yet I am undeterred. Izumi grits her teeth. Gentle doesn't seem to want to give up. She can sense La Brava approaching fast, and she's on her own here, unless they get close enough to you. And that's a problem in itself. I'm asking you one more time, why are you doing this? Izumi asks, not letting her guard down. If you set off any alarms or we see any suspicious guys like you, then a whole lot of strong work goes down the drain, not to mention this is my chance to help her. Gentle can't really bow in his awkward position, but he does his darndest. Not to worry. As I said before, my companion shall disable the alarms. Your show will go on, my plan will succeed, win-win. Turn a blind eye, dear girl. That'll just make it worse. Izumi shouts, annoyed. Undoubtedly. He admits, while La Brava face palms in the background. How dare you call yourself a gentleman? Izumi shouts in rage. Not only is this the chance to put themselves out there, a chance to do something fun and be kids in this crazy time, but a little girl a soul that doesn't know how to smile. I was going to use this to teach her how to smile, how to be happy. That the world isn't a terrible place constantly. So why do you insist on trying to prove me wrong? His mind flares with intent. Before Gentle can leap off the girder by using his quirk, Izumi jumps up and grabs his foot. Oh no you don't. She yelps, dragging him to the ground. Gentle. La Brava shouts. He smacks into the ground, using his quirk to lighten the blow. It turns into an enraged wrestling match, Izumi tired of bouncing around after this annoying dude. But still, he's bigger and stronger than her, and pins her down, grabbing her arms. Too late, Izumi's eyes widen as she realizes what he's about to do, bringing her legs up to his CT to kick him off. But he's fast with his quirk. Izumi stares at her arms, which are flopping around like RBB noodles. Syrupy. She whispers, staring at her arms. She screwed up. She screwed up really bad. She tries to stand, only to realize her legs had gotten the same treatment. Apologies, then. Gentle says, hopping up to a crane and grabbing hold, La Brava jumping on his back like a koala. It will return to normal in a few minutes. It has been a long time since I've had to use that move. Tut. He launches himself across the sky again. Izumi groans, flopping her noodle arms around. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I should have realized he'd be capable of that. Come on, Izumi, where's that analytics skill you're supposed to have? She groans, flopping down on the still bouncy ground, staring at her arms. Her longer, stretchy, elastic arms. Now there's an idea. That was dirty, Gentle. La Brava scolds. Gentle sighs. I know La Brava. She's thrown me off guard constantly. Her determination and resourcefulness are truly incredible. Thanks. The two villains yelp and WHP around, to see Izumi flying alongside them. What? Izumi grins, wrapping elongated arms around the two of them and dragging them to the forest below. Ever heard of that American hero, Elastigirl? Fingers still work, still got grip. Just copying her moves. Also, Spinel, Steven Universe. She drops to the forest floor, totally not falling on her face in the process. Please don't resist. I really don't want to fight the two of you, you seem like good people. They struggle against her, before La Brava looks to Gentle. Gentle, my Gentle? She whispers. I love you. Izumi explodes. The pure emotion that comes at her, wave after wave of adoration, respect, understanding, fear, care, it's like she's drowning in the emotions of another. And the memories, dreams of taking one's own life, solitude broken by the smile of a man on a screen and a glimmer of hope beginning to heal a broken heart. Eyeliner, adventure, creating a dream together, becoming something together, growing and evolving past what anyone should be able to take, but still the emotion keeps growing. Distantly, Izumi can feel someone shaking her. But she's drowning, in pain and pleasure and joy and sadness and fear and hope and love. Dreamer. Dreamer, what's happening? Slowly, the tidal wave subsides, Izumi gasping for air, swept out at sea, caught in undertow, nothing to hold on to. Nothing to float in as she falls. Dreamer. Please, what happened? Izumi grips on with all her might. The shards tear at her, but she pulls them together. She has to stay afloat. She has to dreamer. Izumi opens her eyes, panting. The aftershocks of her breakdown are still thrumming through her body. Two pairs of dark eyes block her vision. She's laying on one of their laps, far too out of it to notice which one. Also Gentle is glowing. Or smoking. Maybe both. Oh, thank goodness. La Brava gasps, looking down at Izumi. You started I don't know what happened, you love him? Izumi whispers, still in shock. Oh, God, that was so much I couldn't breathe. All that emotion, I was just drowning in it, La Brava blinks. What? Izumi groans. I'm broken. Emotions, high emotions, my quirk makes me weak to them. If something is too much, then La Brava clasps her hands over her mouth. I'm so sorry, I had no idea that would happen, neither did I. Izumi groans, before smiling lightly. I just something so pure. No wonder you managed to do that for each other. The two of them blink in confusion. Do what? Fix it? Izumi says, waving a still floppy hand in the air. The glass. You were broken, like me, but there are little fuses you fixed yourselves. Gentle was selfish, but he fought for you. You had nothing to live for, but he gave you hope. You made each other happy, fit your broken pieces together. Soulmates or something. Made each other whole. I'm rambling, aren't I? I'll shut up. They stare at her, then at each other and back to her. We did. Izumi nods, then winces. Such powerful emotions slamming into me was too much. And that's why I don't confess, Auntie. She finishes, mumbling the last part. Wait, you won't confess to a crush? La Brava says, helping her sit up. That doesn't make any sense. Izumi leans against a tree, nearly falling over before Gentle catches her. His skin is tingly. Be La Brava's quirk. High emotion causes pain. She repeats, still trying to organize the glass. If they get hurt, if I love them too much, if we break up, but you just said that love healed us? La Brava says, confused. My quirk makes me really fall in love with someone. Yes, I was heartbroken, but love healed me. And if you really love them, then just a label won't. She gave me someone to fight for. Gentle says, chiming in. I may not understand the terminology you use, but I know how she makes me feel. La Brava looks to Gentle, tears in her eyes. My Gentle, Izumi takes a deep breath, little things rushing through her mind. Shudo's awkward sweetness, doing his best to fit in, always being there, his determination. Hitoshi fighting every day against the odds to become a hero, his sarcastic quips that diffuse any situation and how they both just make her feel safe. She always feels better around them. Love healing. She whispers. I guess I never did even start to feel better until I got a new family. La Brava nods. Familial love. How I discovered my quirk. Izumi groans, burying her face in her hands. How could I have been so stupid? Hey now. Gentle says, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Please don't start screaming again. Please. Izumi lets out a wet giggle. I'm sorry. The three of them look up to see Hound Dog leading a horde of ectoplasm clones. Unhand the hero dreamer. Hound Dog growls, stalking forwards. You are trespassing on you ain't grounds. How dare you attack her? Hound Dog Izumi groans, trying to sit up. If hostile intent is found, the school festival will be cancelled. No, I'm okay. He roughs condescendingly. You are covered in dirt and bruised. As Izumi tries to stand up, she nearly falls over again, Gentle reaching down to steady her. These two just wanted to play a prank on you. We had a disagreement, I had an attack, they helped me out. They could have easily just left me here, Hound Dog. An ectoplasm clone leans forwards, glaring at Gentle. I know him. A villain who's only quick in running away. A shameless uploader. La Brava grits her teeth. He's not Dash. No, La Brava. Gentle whispers. We surrender. He says, handing Izumi over to an ectoplasm. She's weak on her feet, be careful. Izumi's breath catches. He's giving up. But what happened? He's what happened that changed his mind. You fixed each other, closing her eyes, Izumi smiles. This was their coping mechanism. They never realized that they didn't need it before, but now he's protecting La Brava. Just some YouTube hacks who wanted to catch a spotlight? Hound dog growls into a calm, dreamer diffused the situation. No emergency. The clone holding Izumi looks her over. I thought you went shopping. Izumi realizes, remembering. I left my bags at the tea shop. Another clone pats her head. I'll go fetch them. You get back to UA and get yourself cleaned up. It's just before 9. If you hurry, you'll be able to catch Eri. Eri. Izumi gasps, running up to Aizawa, Mirio, and the guest of honor. Izumi. Aizawa says, shocked. Where the him? Where were you? Izumi skids to a stop, panting. She had changed, seen recovery girl to deal with the bruises, and washed off most of the dirt, so she doesn't look as bad as she was a few minutes earlier. Got caught up with something. Don't worry about it, it's all okay now. Aizawa raises an eyebrow, and Izumi knows very well that he doesn't believe a word coming out of her mouth. Still, she quickly signs, later at him, before kneeling down to Eri's height. You ready? Eri nods. Why, Izumi offers a hand. Well then, allow me to welcome you to the UA Culture Festival. But shall we head to see what Class 1A has been cooking up? Mirio says, dragging them into the festival grounds. Hey, Eraserhead, you interested in your class's strong work? Jairu gave Bakugu sticks and told him to hit things. I despise it already. He groans, rubbing at his forehead. For a month, every class, at least one of those little bastards are tapping under the table or humming a tune or mouthing the words. Izumi giggles. At least you know they're determined. Determined to drive me over the edge. I'm sitting as far away as I can. If anything is going to deafen me, it will be my husband. How romantic. Mirio scoops Eri up as they weave through the crowd, setting her on her shoulders so she can see. Izumi smiles up at Eri, who is watching the darkened stage with wide eyes. Behind them, unseen by everyone else, Izumi can see the lights of the performers, fluttering with jittery anticipation. Above them, in the rafters, the stage crew runs around like mice. Izumi can't help but focus on purple and red. The curtains swing open. There's a deep breath, and Bakugu raises his drumsticks into the air. Let's effin' Joes. They play like they're fighting. Eri claps her hands over her ears as a whirlwind of music explodes from the stage, Bakugu's drums being joined by Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, Tokoyami, Hitoshi, and Jairu on their own instruments. Mina and Ajuru launch into a series of flashy jumps and flips, while behind them the other dancers drop to the floor and strike a fist into the air. Thank you all for coming. Jairus' voice calls through the music, the crowd cheering loudly in response. Izumi cheers with them, for a moment letting herself get caught up in the energy. As Hitoshi begins to sing under Jairu, Izumi and Eri let go along with the crowd. She's dancing, singing along with the tune, holding Eri's hands and helping her to move too. Eri shrieks happily as Aoyama flies into the air, his quirk bursting from him like a halo as he spins and sparkles like a comet. There's a lull in the music, like a breath of air, the calm before the storm. Mineta runs around, throwing ball everywhere. And then Shudo's light flares, and ice bridges cover the gymnasium. The dance team rushes out, Uraraka making Kaminari and Hitoshi float, and suddenly they're everywhere, all around them, people floating in the air, streamers bursting from Yaoyorozu, Siro catching people with his tape. Izumi reaches for Eri and Mirio, using her telekinesis, and the three of them float into the air too. And Eri is smiling. Eyes wide open, taking in everything around her, mind shining bright with overwhelming joy as she cheers and wriggles like a happy air slug with the crowd. Something taps against Izumi's back, and she twists to see Hitoshi, dangling upside down with a guitar in his hands and a smile on his face as he sings. Izumi laughs giddily, and sings along. Eri is still on an adrenaline high after the concert is over. At first I was scared cause it was so loud. She gasps to Izumi and the small crowd of very proud 1A students. But then everyone started dancing, like hop hop. And then the light went flash and it was all sparkly, and then it got really cold all of a sudden like whoosh. She throws her arms to the sky, like words alone can't contain how incredible it was. Beside her, Mirio follows along. And the light was spinning around, and then I was flying in the sky, And the lady's voice was like wah and I said why too. Eri gasps. Izumi is crying. Her mind is still white, still broken, but it's lost that sickly bleached out feel. Now she glows. I'm so glad you liked it. She sobs. Eri trips forwards. Why are you crying? Happy tears, Eri-chan. Izumi reassures her brightly. You're smiling. Eri gasps hence. Going to her cheeks. I'm happy. I want to do more. Then more we shall do. Mirio announces. We've got a whole day of fun. As they walk away, Izumi turns to the class. Thank you. She calls. Thank you so much. They manage to catch the tail end of one BS play, Eri waving to the dragon, Tetsu, and a ways. The boys wave back. The cardboard dragon does not seem to notice. The beauty pageant is incredible. Kendo tears her dress from the shockwaves of her fight with a stack of boards, looking like one of those female action heroes from movies. Kenranzaki creates a huge mimicry of her own face on a huge tech monster. What's that supposed to do? Eri asks. Mirio shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. Nijire is last. She had settled on a blue feathered dress, and she bounces on her toes before the crowd. Last time she lost cause she tried to go for flashy. Izumi notes. That's her competition's forte? This year, Nijire dances, her quirk curling around her and making the dress look like wings. Like a fairy. Pretty. Eri whispers. Yeah. Izumi agrees. Do you think she's the best one? Mirio shows her a ballot. We can vote for her. Eri takes the pen, happily scribbling in Nijire's box. Let's see what else there is. Izumi proposes, Eri happily following her. The watch as Bakugo, Kirishima, and Siro race through an obstacle course, Bakugo happily claiming fastest score. Mirio then rushes in and beats it, and soon the three of them are running away from an angry Blasty. They find themselves in a haunted maze, courtesy of one Sikh. Izumi plops Eri onto her shoulders, squeezing her legs just before a jump scare so she won't be too frightened. She bops Nadru on the nose when he tries to scare her with his eyeless face. He has to go sit down because he's laughing so strong. After all the excitement, they run into Uraraka and Tsuyu, who drag them to a crepe stall, and an ectoplasm clone, who whispers to Izumi. The tea shop owner made the candy apples for you. He heard what was going on and said he's glad it all turned out okay. Also, that you're welcome back anytime. Izumi smiles. Thank you, ectoplasm. Though I doubt you'll be allowed out anytime soon. Izumi winces. Yeah, probably. I'd better enjoy the festival then. She rushes to catch up to Mirio, who had found Tamaki and was dragging him to an eating contest. When Tamaki protested being put on the spot, Mirio plopped him in a chair, told him to wipe the floor with the competition, and proceeded to dance like a crazy person to draw attention away from the shy foodie. Tamaki won. After a long day of playing, Izumi sees Eri off. Hey Eri, she says, holding a candy apple up. Look here. A candy apple. Where were they selling those? I looked everywhere. Mirio complains. I realized they weren't in the program, so I had to make some. Izumi grins, handing Eri the candy apple. Actually, someone ended up doing it for me. Eri cautiously takes a bite. It's even sweeter, she says, smiling happily. Izumi pats her head. I'm glad everything went well today. Hopefully we can hang out together soon. I promise I'll come see you, okay? Eri pouts. You can't come with me now. I'm really sorry, but Nedzu kinda put me on house arrest. Izumi sighs. I've got a job I need to follow up on. Okay. Eri says, returning her attention to the candy apple. Izumi waves goodbye, turning back into the school grounds. Geez, today had been a day. And she still got to deal with paperwork and getting those two in a good place to rebuild their lives, and what she had talked to them about. She groans, pressing her hands to her red face. Too much. What a crazy day. You alright, Izumi? Walking forwards, she plops against Shudo's tea, making little grabby hands at Hitoshi beside him. Oh, tired. Join the club. Hitoshi groans. Never thought I'd be a pop star for a morning. Izumi gasps, ungluing her face from Shudo. That's right. You were incredible. I knew you could sing, Why did you never do it when I asked? He blushes, rubbing at the back of his neck. Guess I was just embarrassed. It was stupid. So my so-called creepiness of going to the bathroom turned out well in the end? Shudo asks innocently as they enter his room. Shut your trap. Hitoshi groans, flopping against the floor. Oh. Izumi pats his back. I could see the two of you from the rafters. Shudo hums, kneeling down beside them. You looked like you were having fun. Giggling, Izumi stretches out. I'd say you should have joined us, but we were flying, so it wouldn't have turned out great, encore? He asks, tilting his head to the side. Absolutely not. Hitoshi humps, rolling over. Too much embarrassment. I actually had something I wanted to ask you too. Izumi says, her heart immediately in her throat. She can do this. I realized something this morning, didn't really get a chance to talk earlier. Fire away, Izumi. Hitoshi says, propping himself up on his elbows. She takes a deep breath, ready to throw all caution to the wind. La brava, please be right, I like you. The words are out there. No taking them back. It feels like Izumi is floating, like the world isn't real right now. Like those words catapulted her into a fantasy dimension that will disappear in a few minutes. But it's real. Shudo and Hitoshi's lights prove it. Hitoshi gulps. What? I like you. Izumi repeats. Both of you. I have for a long time. I've liked you guys as more than friends. The boys are just staring at her, their minds processing her words. And I know, it's stupid that I haven't told you guys, it was because I was scared. Izumi rambles. That I'd lose control, or you'd get hurt, or something would happen, and I'd break all over again. But this morning I realized that I've had these feelings for so long, and I've never broken from them. A label isn't going to change how I feel, how we are together. If something happens, I'll feel how I'll always do, because these feelings won't change. Izumi isn't sure what she's saying anymore. And it's so stupid that it took me so long to realize this. I was so scared of breaking that I completely ignored how strong I was with you. Hitoshi reaches out, grabbing her hand, and Izumi falls silent. I thought I'd screw up? Hitoshi whispers, staring into her eyes. I thought you'd realize I wasn't all I was pretending to be. That I wasn't strong enough, that I was just faking it, that everything I'd accomplished was all luck and you'd eventually find me out. I think you called it imposter syndrome, once. But I know I'm not. I know everything I've done, it's on my own merit. I'm scared I'll hurt you. Shudo adds, shifting. I'm scared I'll end up like my father. That I'll say something that hurts one of you. Like after the mall, that's in the past. Hitoshi says, shoving a finger into Shudo's nose. Don't. I know. He whispers, reaching up to take his hand. I know it is. But neither of you deserve to be hurt. I know I'd never hurt you, I'd do anything to make you never hurt again. Izumi knows she's crying, but at this point she doesn't care. So we're all being stupid? Hitoshi finishes lamely. Stupid excuses for why we can't just say I like you too? Izumi's breath hitches. I like you. Shudo finishes. The world rushes forwards, spirals around Izumi, rustling the glass, shaking her to her core. She's exposed, open, like a live wire. But doesn't hurt. It just feels right. She laughs. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not. You sure? Shudo says, leaning forwards. Izumi lunges forwards, wrapping her arms around the two of them. They fall to the ground, a trio of happy, confused, loving lights. Not at all. She whispers, smiling. I'm not hurting at all, I promise. Cool. So, can I embrace you now? Because I want to. Hitoshi asks. Like really bad? Izumi laughs. Please. They both SCK at kissing. Their noses smush together and it's like they face planted into each other more than anything. But Izumi doesn't really care, because she's been waiting for this. There's a tug on their sleeves, and Izumi laughs and turns to Shudo. Come here, dude. Hitoshi complains. We were having a month. Izumi repeats, Hitoshi unable to retort because Shudo has quite effectively shut him up. We SCK at kissing. They break apart, and Hitoshi gives them a giddy grin. We need to practice. Oh no. Shudo deadpans. The horror. Izumi rolls her eyes and pulls him forwards. It's different from kissing Hitoshi. The temperature difference startles her at first, but in the end she just melts into it. They lay there for a while, happy, stupid idiots, when Izumi's pocket starts shouting. Mighty Mouse is on the phone. Mighty Mouse is on the phone. Mighty Mouse dash, pulling away. Izumi glares at her phone. Nedzu. What the heck? I was sure I had that on silent. Put it back on silent. Hitoshi grumbles. Her phone clicks before Izumi can do anything. Dreamer-chan, the police need you for the filing of the villains you fought earlier this morning. Nedzu's voice comes through. The police? Shudo asks in confusion. Villains? Oh my god, I forgot about them. Izumi groans. One day without any of this nonsense, can it wait till tomorrow? I'm busy right now. She doesn't wait for an answer before hanging up and shutting down her phone. That sounded important. Shudo says, raising his eyebrows. Izumi tosses her phone to the floor. Not right now, it isn't. You complaining? Nope. Hitoshi grins. Not in the slightest. Good. Red wings flare in a dreamer's mind. Liar. Izumi watches silently. Something is happening. Hey, Izumi. Aizawa says, opening the door, Mirio beside him. No need to talk, I can already sense her. Izumi announces, dropping to her knees and offering Eri a hug. The child happily accepts, smiling up at Izumi. I get to stay with you. At that, Izumi pauses, looking up at Aizawa. Wait, what? Thought there was no need to talk. Aizawa snarks at her, smirking. Her horn grew, and it's the source of her power. We're some of the only people who can help her outside of drags, and we know from your case those can just make it worse. Not only that, she feels safe here, she knows us. So as of now, we're her foster family. So you've got to deal with me for a while, 'cause I'm chilling with Eri. Mirio laughs. Izumi looks down at the smiling Eri, the words sinking in. Oh my gosh, really? So we're sisters now. Eri blinks. Sisters? Yep. We're family. Family, Eri whispers, eyes wide. Izumine. Isn't it? Izumi's heart squeezes at that name. Yes. Absolutely yes. Isune. Eri smiles again, before turning to Mirio. Lemillion Mirio lemillion nii. Mirion ii. Mirio clutches a hand to his heart, tears in his eyes. Either is fine. I am not adopting you, Togata. Aizawa groans. I already have more kids than I set out for. Mro. Yes. Nothing can happen in the Aizawa Yamada household without a cat interrupting. You need to meet the cats. Izumi exclaims, letting go. Remember the ones I made in your dreams? Eri gasps as she sees Kohi. What happened to its leg? We aren't sure, we found this one on the streets. Izumi explains, petting the tan cat. He's really cuddly though. His name is Kohi. Coffee. Dad likes coffee. Izumi shrugs. Which one? Over-energetic or overtired? Mirio asks, grinning proudly at his joke. Izumi blinks up at him. Yes. The other cats trickle in to investigate, Ainiko claiming a spot on Aizawa's back and curling up to take a nap. That one is very lazy, he likes to lay on people. Izumi points. This guy here is Erasure. He looks scary and he likes to break stuff, but he's a sweetheart once he gets to know you. And finally, Kyoshi. A Piarjin and tea lady. Eri pets the cats that have gathered around her, eyes wide. They're even softer than I thought. I'm a dog person. Mirio admits, backing away. Izumi grins and transforms into a cat. Holy Jeebus dreamer, why? Mirio squeals, leaping away from her. Eri gasps, peering down at Izumi. Isune. Hey, Izumi is a cat again. Yamada says, walking through the door. Why was I not invited to a party in my own home? Hizashi, this is our new child. Aizawa announces, voice muffled through the couch. What's up, little listener? I'm this grumpy but's husband, Yamada Hizashi. Yamada introduces. Or present Mike, whichever you prefer. Eri blinks. Boys can be married to other boys. Izumi suddenly remembers Overhaul misgendering Magna over and over. It makes sense that Eri wouldn't understand those things. I love him, he loves me, so we got married. Yamada shrugs. Eri hums. But I guess he lied about this too. She decides. So Izune has 2 dads. Yepperoni. Speak words, Mike. Aizawa groans. Izumi purrs happily. Something tells her this family is getting much more fun. Gentle-san. La Brava-san. They look strange, hair not gelled into position and without the big poofy clothes. Gentle's eyeliner had been washed off too. Still, they smile at her. Hello, dear girl. Gentle says. Welcome to jail. Please sit. Izumi sits, trying to ignore the lights of the policeman on the other side of the one-way mirror. How are you holding up? She asks, knowing their light seems sound, but there's always something about being held somewhere. I feel like Annie again. La Brava shrugs. Except the food is worse. I'm grateful I can still see Gentle, though. I can assume you pulled a few strings. The guards were grumbling about it. Gentle chuckles. Oh yes. Izumi nods, hamming up her explanation. Your psychological stability depends on each other. It's my job as a hero and a psychologist to make sure that you feel comfortable enough to not go back to your villainous ways. They laugh, La Brava looking happily to Gentle. In any case, Izumi says, pulling up a picture on her phone. She passes it over the table. Eri smiled. On the screen, Eri rides on Izumi's shoulders, looking with delight as Mirio rushes through an obstacle course off-screen. Izumi's selfie skills SCK, but she managed to catch the emotion on Eri's face. Gentle smiles sadly. To think I nearly stopped that smile, it makes me wonder what else I may have done. I'm more interested in the other thing we talked about. La Brava smirks. So, Izumi blushes. Oh, well, you know how I was supposed to come in after the festival. The villains lean closer, grinning. Oh my goodness, you did it. I didn't break. Izumi squeaks happily. I was perfectly fine, and they had reasons for not confessing to me, but they like me too and we're dating, oh my god. La Brava squeals. That is so cute. Did you embrace? Still bright red, Izumi nods. The call for me to come help with you too came in the middle of it, and I kinda hung up. La Brava starts laughing at that. They told us you were busy. But can't fault you for that. Let's talk about something else. Izumi squeaks, waving her hands around. More police officers had come in and now they were just listening to her love life. Gentle chuckles. I've been thinking, dreamer. I believe I'll write a book. About what happened to us. The selfishness of my early years, the history of my crimes, meeting La Brava, meeting you. Not quite sure what I'll name it though. Title the chapters after T's. Izumi suggests. Hey, Hito-chan, Sho-chan. Izumi calls, waving happily. Her heart still skips a beat when she sees them, unbelieving that they're finally together. Their minds glow bright as they see her. Izumi. She grins, reaching up to mess with Shudo's hair as she gets to them. How was your morning? Kaminari stole my coffee. Hitoshi groans, draping himself over Izumi and jerking his thumb over his shoulder. Shudo iced him. And my coffee. He was bouncing all over the place and zapping everything. Shudo says unrepentant. True. Hitoshi snorts. But now I don't get a good amount of coffee and I'm done with the day already. Izumi laughs. You remind me of Aizawa in the morning. He'll wake up and steal Yamada's cup if he hasn't made any for him, and it's a whole big uncaffeinated wine fest. Speaking of, the hell do you drink, Izumi? Hitoshi groans, poking at her side. You're always so chipper and it's annoying. Quirk side effects and orange juice. Izumi laughs, bringing a hand up to his head. Here, let me try wake. Hitoshi straightens in shock. Oh, I'm calling you Coffee Bean now, thank you, I love you. Bright red, Izumi pulls her hand back. I think I zapped him too strong. What do you mean, Coffee Bean? I'll ice you too. Shudo threatens, but there's a little smirk playing at his lips. Jealous, Hitoshi's eyebrows scrunch together as he tries to think of something. Red bean. Vanilla bean. You should be Coffee Bean, because you're the addict? Shudo points out. Izumi is green bean. But that ruins my whole joke. Hitoshi complains. You're not wrong, but still? The three of you are ridiculous. Izumi sighs. And yes, Hagakure, I said three, I can sense you. Beside them, the poor girl yelps, footsteps dashing off back to the dorms. Hitoshi and Shuto stare after her, absolutely lost. How long has she been here for? Hitoshi asks, squinting and trying to see the invisible girl. Since the bean thing started? Izumi shrugs. Now come on, there's some visitors for class 1A. Perfectly cute and cuddly. Locking in with sparkling eyes dash, coming out of nowhere, stingingly cute and catty. The wild pussycats. The hero group cheers, hitting one of their iconic poses. Whoa, it's the PP cats? Kaminari shouts. Hey, it's been a while. Pixie Bob laughs as Tiger hands over a box of cat paw buns. You look well, my kitties. Hi, Koda-kun. Izumi waves to the little boy, who just blushes and hides behind Mandalay. Tiger bows to Bakugu and Izumi. I apologize for not being able to protect you back then. Don't bring up things from the past. Bakugu scoffs. We all tried our hardest, Tiger-san. Izumi reassures the huge man. No one expected it, and you made sure to get me out of the way of the threats you saw. He nods solemnly, patting her head. Still, I am sorry for what you had to go through. I heard some of what must have happened from Ragdoll. Hearing her name, the now quirkless hero bounces over. I read in the report that you gave that big quirk-stealing thief a run for his money and then some, kitten. Izumi smiles smugly, floating a pillow towards them and growing a pair of cat ears. You could say that, Ragdoll-sen. I'm sorry I wasn't able to snatch your quirk back too, Ragdoll squeals, patting her ears. Don't you worry, kitten. I would have preferred it to be with a hero, but at least I know he's locked up and properly shamed. Look at those magnificent ears, Pixie Bob grins, leaning over. You know, Dreamer, we're a 4-cat team, and Ragdoll has retired to office lady. Izumi laughs, deactivating her new quirks. I couldn't possibly, Pixie Bob. Why not? Koda asks, pouting. You're one of the only heroes I can stand. Mandalay snorts at that. Hey Dreamer, look over there. She points to the shoes, ignoring Koda making violent stopping motions. They had to be red, he insisted. Izumi gasps at the kid's red sneakers, so like her own oversized red ones. Koda-kun. We match. He makes a face, turning away. Yeah, whatever. He still reminds me of a tiny Bakugu. Shuto says, finally finding a chance to speak. Grumpy, annoying, scowls a lot. That's also me. Hitoshi nods solemnly. I'm not like either of you dirtbags. Koda shouts angrily. Yep, that's Bakugu. Mina giggles, before being smacked over the head by an angry bomb. Izumi ignores the beginnings of chaos around her, leaning down to pat Koda's head. You is my home. As much as I'd love to work with you guys, it wouldn't be right to try and replace Ragdoll. That's her position, not mine. We're at 411 currently in rankings, Pixie Bob wheedles. Our popularity has gone down from 32, but we're still in triple digits despite complete absence. You'd get a big OL launchpad into this competitive job of ours. She stops, frowning. Actually, speaking of, what was your rank last year? I didn't have one. Izumi explains as Bakugu and Koda get into an argument. I was an unranked and technically underground hero. The big spotlight really isn't my style, although with recent events I'll probably be given a rank. Shuto frowns, fiddling with his fingers. It's odd to think about. This year's chart won't have All Might at the top. If my father wasn't involved in the scandal, he'd be number one. Hitoshi makes an annoyed growling sound, pressing up against Shuto's side. Screw that. I'm voting Izumi number one. At that, Izumi bursts out laughing. Me. Number one. That's ridiculous. Sure, I'm well known, but I'm no upfront hero. Who knows, you'll still probably be pretty high. Mandalay points out. You're young, strong, sweet, and you've built up a lot of support from people in about every walk of life over the years you've been doing this. Add the massive incidents you've been a part of and your video, dang, Dreamer Senpai is really cool. Kaminari whispers. Makes me curious what rank she'll get. Jair nods. No kidding. Izumi shakes her head. It doesn't really matter to me. Whether I'm high-ranked or not, I'll just keep helping in any way I can. I'm a support hero more than anything else. I'll stay at UA. Pixie Bob shrugs. Worth a shot, kitten. It's like you're a little house cat, not allowed to go outside and venture the world. This house cat has narcolepsy, chronic seizures, and a knack for getting into trouble no matter what. Izumi sighs. And I've got to help Eri settle into normal life. Oh, right. Aizawa-sensei told us he was taking care of her now. Kirishima chirps up. It's awesome we get to see her more. Tsuyu and Uraraka nod happily. You're so lucky to be able to live with her. Don't you worry, I'll bring Eri-chan over a lot. Izumi reassures them. Poor girl needs some friends. Speaking of which, Koda-kun, can I ask you a favor? What now? Koda groans, pulling his tongue back in and turning away from Bakugu, who was cursing violently and being restrained by Kirishima. Izumi smiles sadly at him. Well, I was part of a rescue operation of a little girl who was being used for her quirk. Now UH has been asked to take care of her, and I was wondering if you could maybe make friends with her. There isn't really anyone her age here, Koda makes a face. So it's just because I'm young. That's stupid. I'm not a little kid. After what she's been through, neither is Eri. Tsuyu croaks. Those who hear her go silent. Wait, the little girl at the culture festival. What happened to her? Mina asks, concerned. Everyone who was at the raid shrink in on themselves. It seems to answer the question though. Something horrid that no one should ever have to endure. That's part of the reason I want your help, Koda. Izumi sighs. She needs someone who understands how she feels, if only slightly. Before the villain attack, I was suffer from my quirk acting up, and you let me stay with you, in what was your safe space. She needs someone like you, who isn't only her age, but who can take a step back if you realize she's panicking. Koda frowns, obviously thinking it over. I mean, I guess I could, really. Thank you so much. Eri-chan, I brought someone. Izumi calls, walking into her room. Eri had found a beanbag and was happily squishing it. This is Koda-kun. Koda and Eri just stare at each other. For all his bragging and posturing, Koda really doesn't know how to talk to people his age, especially someone he's been asked to make comfortable. But it's better for him to learn now, Izumi supposes, as she hops onto her bed. Eri curls into her beanbag. Koda points at Eri's head, motioning at his hat. You've got a horn too. Eri blinks, reaching up to touch her horn. Why yeah, you look like a unicorn. Koda decides. What's a unicorn? Eri asks, trembling. Is it a bad thing? Koda starts panicking. No. It's like a magic thing I don't know, here, thing. Izumi calls, bouncing off her bed and reaching into a closet. It's like this. She pulls out a unicorn plushie, placing it on the floor like a peace offering. Unicorns are magical beings with a lot of power, and they don't like showing themselves to humans because they're scared we'll hurt them. They're shy but really pretty. Eri touches her horn again, blinking at the unicorn plushie. Oh, thank you, Koda-kun. He nods, shyly looking to the side. His eyes light up when he spots Izumi's colored pencils. You want to color? Eri cautiously climbs down from the bean bag, accepting the red pencil that Koda passes her. What should I draw? Whatever you want. Koda says, confused. I mean, it'll probably SCK because we're kids, but Eri still looks lost, so Izumi steps forwards. What about the cats, or the concert? She lights up at that, and soon the three of them are happily scratching away with their colored pencils on the paper. There's a knock on the door. Hey kiddos, Mike says, peeking his head into the room. Don't mind me, continue your doodle party. Here, Izumi, this came in the mail for you. Looks like important government shenanigans. Izumi sets her drawing aside, reaching for the letter. Thanks, Dad. Let's see what this is about. She opens the letter. Dear Dreamer-san, through our recent calculations of your actions over the past year, we are pleased to inform you of your ranking, number 10 on the Japan Hero Billboard charts. We would like to invite you to the announcement event that will be taking place this year, at Kamino Stadium, XXXX on XXXX Road. Please send a reply on your intent to attend to the return address. We understand that recent events have been HRD on us all and hope you will assist in the protection of society. Continue your strong work, Japan Hero Commission. Daitorio Minami Izumi blinks. Rubs her eyes. Rereads the letter. Finally, she passes it off to her dad. Tell me I'm hallucinating. She whispers faintly. He takes the letter, reading through it, then takes his glasses off and does it again. Oh dash, Izumi yelps, diving for the kids and covering their ears. Yeah. That's so cool, listener. Mike screams, Quirk active in his excitement. Number 10. Aizawa bursts into the room, eyes glowing. Izumi can't hear the resulting shouting match over the ringing in her ears. Number 10. She's the number 10 hero. Numb, ears still ringing, Izumi walks into the 1A dorm. It's quieter than when the PP cats were there the day before, Izumi thinks. Hitoshi and Shudo on the couch, Ida, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Tsuyu beside them. Hey, Dreamer-san. Weren't you setting up a play date? Uraraka calls. Geez, you don't look so good. Izumi collapses onto Shudo and Hitoshi, letting the letter slip from her fingers as she curls into them. Immediately, they pull her closer, trying to figure out what's wrong. Izumi, are you all right? Shudo asks, pushing her hair back to press a cold hand to her forehead. You were fine a little while ago. There's the rustle of paper behind them, and Ida's squawk of indignation. Tsuyu, you mustn't read others' papers. It could be confidential dash, holy see. Tsuyu croaks. Hitoshi snatches the letter, nearly shoving Izumi off his lap as he reaches for it. The hell is this thing? Oh. He stares down at Izumi, then back to the letter. You what? I'm the number 10 hero. Izumi whispers, disbelieving. I'm the 10th ranked in Japan. You're F what? Something explodes from the kitchen, and suddenly Bakuga's mind is far too close. He snatches the paper, palms sizzling angrily. Dude, don't blow it up, that's probably important. Kirishima shouts, trying to take the paper back without destroying it. Shudo gently slips from under Izumi, also trying to recover the paper. How the FIS she number 10? Izumi groans, curling tighter into Hitoshi's lap. Make brain stop braining. She begs him, wrapping her arms around his neck. You want to sleep? He asks, carefully hugging her back. Yes, please. Sleep she can do. These nomu are high-end, the doctor says. It's more difficult without sensei to create them, but it will work. Izumi watches as the league struggles to fight a huge beast. She watches as Dabi meets recruits, kills those he doesn't like. She watches as red feathers and lies sweep through his mind. Are you sure this is a good idea? Izumi asks, staring out of the tinted window. There are so many mines heroes, reporters, security, public safety officers, police, spectators. She groans, pulling her blanket around herself. I already feel crappy. Mike leans over, ruffling her hair. You're gonna be just fine, little listener. Just be your adorable, optimistic, sweet self, and everyone will fall in love with you more. I just don't feel like I deserved this. Izumi sighs. Some people dream for this their whole life, and I basically fell in on accident. No one deserves it more than you. Yamada reassures her, settling her blanket cape back onto her shoulders. Just face forward and keep moving. Now, come on. Let's face the music. Yo, driver man. The driver turns around, nodding mutely. He unlocks the door. Deep breath. Izumi hops out of the car, and it's like every mind there focuses straight onto her. She freezes like a deer in headlights. Bad idea. Dreamer-chan. Any words for us? How did you rise so quickly? Hero watch. Here at the scene, Dreamer has just arrived. Traveling with her is present Mike, a teacher at UE. The cameras start flashing, the voices layering over each other, the minds blurring together. Izumi clamps her hands over her ears and shuts her eyes. Too much. Yamada's being accosted too on the other side of the car, and they just won't stop. Soft gold wraps around her. Oi, leave her alone. The mind says, you all must be crappy reporters. Dreamer has a powerful quirk, but she's easily overwhelmed by people and not used to the public eye. You're all being pretty rude. Izumi opens her eyes. Red feathers. Red feathers, attached to Hawks, the winged hero. The de facto number 1. One of his wings is wrapped around her, shielding her from view and the worst of the flashes. but in his wings. 1,000 slivers of his mind. They shimmer from each core, the power of his mind seeped into each filament. The voices quiet, slight shame rushing through them as they're scolded. That is, until someone shouts from the back, "Hawks, how do you feel about a far younger hero beating your age record?" The questions immediately burst forth again. Yamada squeezes through the crowd, ending up at their side. "Don't bother, media are vultures. Something wrong with my feathered friends?" Hawks jokes before bowing. "Care for a flight past the fire? Something tells me this won't stop." Eyeing the sea of reporters, Izumi nods. Immediately, his feathers pull them up into the air, over the crowd, and down to the door. The security manning the door immediately pulls it open, bowing to the two of them. "Apologies for the mess." "It's no trouble," Izumi reassures him, ignoring her pounding head. The three heroes step inside, Izumi letting out a sigh of relief. Oh, this was an awful idea. I can't believe I almost broke already." Mike pats her shoulder. "Easy, kiddo." Nodding at the show of support, Izumi turns to Hawks. "Thank you for your help," she says, bowing. Her eyes are still fixated on his wings. They're so pretty. Hawks gives her a little grin. "Hey, I remember my fist media craze. It was so overwhelming I started an early molt. Can't imagine it with a quirk like yours. Also, my eyes are up here." Izumi squeaks. "Sorry. It's just they're really pretty, the red and the gold." "A gold, little listener?" Mike asks, confused. Izumi waves her hands around, trying to put words to what she can see. It's like he's got a core mind, in his head where everyone else's is, but there's also a piece of it in all the feathers. Like they're glowing from the inside out. It's appealing. "Aw, stop it." Hawks jokes, waving a hand like a flustered girl out of a romance novel. Izumi giggles. "But your mind is pretty." If a bit dull, she realizes, watching his feathers ruffle. He's had a past. If not a dark one, one where he's been pushed forwards by others. He doesn't glow as some others do. Accepting. She squirrels that away for later. Compliments and meetings aside. Hawks decides, a small plum mel floating towards Izumi's hand, twirling in the air above her palm. "We've got a show to put on. I have to go get all prettied up, and I think Present Mike won't disappoint on the talking to the crowd bit. But if you need help, I can feel that feather." Izumi nods again, smiling brightly. "Thank you for your help again. And of course you can. It's a part of you." Hawks gives her a little salute, wings raising once more. "Toodles." As he leaves, Izumi gasps. "I didn't ask for his autograph." Dang, Mike rolls his eyes. "There are so many heroes here, you're gonna need another notebook." "Good thing I have one then." Izumi chirps, pulling it out of her pocket. "Kid." Izumi stands at the end of a line of heroes up on stage, trying to take comfort in the familiar lights. Ryukyu, Kaomi Woods, and Edge shot beside her, and her dad, Fat Gum, and Gran Torino in the crowd. There are so many heroes staring at her, she's so nervous. She's number 10, at the end of the line. Beside her, Ryukyu at number 9, looking uncomfortable as well, but still waving to the crowd. "Smile and wave, it'll be over soon," she whispers to Izumi, who is frozen. Number 8, Yoroamusha, the armored hero, a relic when Izumi was little. Despite his old age, he's still going strong. Number 7, Wash, in his washing machine-styled suit, looks cartoonish next to the polished armor. 6 goes to Kaomi Woods, rising fast. 5 is the shield hero Crust, currently overcome with emotion at the loss of All Might as number 1. Number 4 is Miruko, a rabbit hero whose mind reminds Izumi of Bakugu. Edge Shot stands at 3, and an open spot stands for Genist, still recovering from his injuries at Kamino. Number 1 Hawks. He looks entirely tired of the whole shebang. The president of the Public Safety Commission steps forwards, in front of the line. "Hello, everyone," she says into a microphone. The assembly quiets. "The reason we had this ceremony is because there are still whispers that we do not have a hero icon," she says seriously. All Might's retirement was 3 months ago. Those who will bear this burden on their shoulders all stand in this room today. Izumi shifts uncomfortably. "Let us all strive towards a more peaceful society." She finishes, and then a young woman comes out with a microphone. A word from each of the top 10. She asks. Izumi likes her. She's much more polite than the ones outside. Then she realizes there's a mic in front of her face. What? Izumi is panicking. She's really panicking, and everyone in the crowd is judging her, and oh, she should probably start talking, right? I wasn't really expecting to become number 10. I'm really shocked, but people are putting their faith in me. She takes a deep breath. I'm scared. We all are. Things are changing and everything is unsure. All we can do is move forward and take each day as it comes, do everything we can. A symbol like All Might became is something near impossible to reach, so a lone hero it isn't what we are today. Oh God, she's panic rambling on television. Sensing her distress, the reporter moves on, giving her a sympathetic pat on her shoulder. Izumi lets out a breath and buries herself into her blanket. If it were possible, I would have liked to decline this position. Ryukyu admits. I can't help but feel I haven't done enough to help in recent time. Yoroamusha speaks next. What I must do has not changed. Washington. I intend to work strong as a member of Edgeshot's team. Calmy Woods announces. Why was I not there at Kamino? The regret still weighs on my heart. Crust wails. Izumi pulls her head out of her blanket. Hawk's mind, oh boy. Hey, you guys planning stuff out there? Maruko shouts. Get ready to be pummeled by me. Numbers do not concern me. I do not wish for fame dash. Who cares about any of that? Hawks interrupts. Once more, the stadium goes quiet. Not for respect this time, but shock. DMN, that was ballsy. Maruko says, leaning out of line. Sure you want to say that, number one. Hawks shrugs, grabbing the mic and flying into the air. Please. I've said I'd rather be further down the ladder before. My back ain't broad enough to put people at ease. Like what Lil Dreamer over there said, what we need has changed, there isn't some one person beat all anymore. Our purpose is to protect, to put people at ease. This is a turning point, isn't it? He asks the president. So stop being so subdued, lower rankers. Hawks finishes, dropping to the stage once more. Oh. Izumi whispers. The entire stadium is buzzing with his words. It sounded almost like he was whining, but there's so much in his words. And he had managed to save Izumi's panicked ramble, which she is eternally grateful for. She lightly touches his feather under her blanket, pressing approval into the sliver of mind. You're gonna get in trouble? Izumi says, popping her head into Hawk's room. Hawk's less. Yeah, probably. Hey, I'm bad at keeping my mouth shut. Speaking of, how'd you do that through my feather? Grinning, Izumi raises the plummel. You realize you gave the kid with a mental quirk direct access to your mind, correct? I could knock you out, 'cause pain, transfer thoughts and ideas, calm you down, freak you out, I did a dumb thing. Hawks concludes. Pretty much. Izumi laughs. Do you, want it back? Hawks shrugs. Nah, it's kinda cool. Also, that one was about to shed anyway. Izumi tucks it back into her pocket, plopping herself down on a chair. She closes her eyes, trying to think how to broach the subject. So Dabiha. Hawks had chosen the wrong time to take a sip of water. Izumi waits for him to stop spluttering, fiddling with her blanket. How did you, shrugging, Izumi drop her blanket? I try to check in on the league's minds whenever I can. They're currently flat broke and unstable due to Kurogiri being captured, trying to get 2 of Sensei's old people to support them properly. That is most of them. Dabi has been recruiting and making connections. His dreams have been chock full of red feathers lately. She says, looking pointedly at his wings. You really piss him off. Hawks groans, apparently giving up on keeping secrets. That BSTRD pisses me off. I was told by the Public Safety Commission to try and get into his good graces, but now you're number 1. Izumi finishes. You can't afford for your reputation to get stained. He's the only active member. He can't afford to get himself caught, but neither of you can afford to lose such a valuable source of info. Basically, you're stuck, but so is he. And what with the nomu testing he's trying to do for the doctor, Hawks stares at her. Come with me. Hawks drags her into a conference room, several serious-looking people in suits sitting around a table. Hawks. The president of the Public Safety Commission says, blinking at the two of them. What is dash? Hawks plops Izumi into a seat. Tell them what you told me. Absolutely lost, but still wanting to be helpful, Izumi repeats herself, recounting the snippets she had gotten from Dabi and Jean's dreams. And the doctor? Sensei, all for one's physician. He's currently having difficulty creating nomu without Sensei there to pump them full of quirks, but he's advanced his production. He thinks they're stronger, definitely. I'm not capable of sensing a mind through a dream, so I can't really tell what he's doing to them, but Dabi seems to think he's proud of them. The commission sits silently. Why did we send Hawks? One of the suit dudes sighs. An oversight, the president says, standing up. Dreamer, I would like you to work alongside Hawks in the investigation of the League. This business with the doctor concerns me. Are you sure you can't get a location on him? Even if I could sense his mind through a dream, I'd need to go over all of Japan, and it would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Izumi explains. While having a seizure. The president sighs. I see well. Thank you for this. Izumi nods. I'll do my best to be of help, ma'am. The president nods. I expect no less. About the doctor and the nomu, Hawks says, stepping forwards. Dabi said he intended to have an attack in a city with a nomu. Undisclosed, for now, but I was supposed to find a powerful hero to lead there. The president hums. Dreamer. Probably one of the new ones. Izumi says, tugging at her braid. Test. Your loyalty, the nomu's strength, fun. Hawks groans. Looks like we have our work cut out for us. The second she gets home, Izumi completely ignores work and goes to cuddle with her boyfriends. Boyfriends? Even that word actually makes her feel a little better. Dreamer senpai, that was so cool. Uraraka chirps as she walks into the dorm. We watched you up on stage. That was live. Izumi squeaks. Oh god, Bakugu pats her shoulder. You looked dumb as SHT. Thank you, Kaken, for those words of encouragement. Izumi groans. I'm going to go collapse in Shudo's room because all my brain capabilities died somewhere along the way. Mood, sister. Go cuddle with your besties. Boyfriends? Izumi corrects, ignoring Mina's screeching as she leaves. Sleeping. Shudo is sleeping, Hitoshi tapping on his phone underneath him. They're kind of cute, all curled up like that, Shudo's cheeks squished up against Hitoshi's tee and his hair falling over his eyes. It's a bit Hitoshi must have been playing with it. Hey. Hitoshi looks up, offering her a grin as he sets his phone aside. Hey yourself. I'd get up, but it's against the law. Izumi agrees. Also, you're a filthy liar, you wouldn't get up at all once you're comfortable. Anywhere for me to fit in. It takes a bit of shifting, but they manage to get all three comfortable on Shudo's bed. We were watching, you know. Hitoshi murmurs. You did great even if you did panic. Hawks was right. Out of every hero there, you weren't stuck in the past, or ignoring what had happened, or fixated on it. You were amazing. Izumi hums out an agreement, too tired to form words. Still, it's like being wrapped up in a warm blanket of words and safety and belonging. She reaches out, tapping her hand against his forehead. Sleepy time, from a narcoleptic to an insomniac. Hitoshi snorts, accepting her touch. Fusing Hitoshi and Shudo's dreams has always been easy. Hitoshi stands beside her, still lucid. But now where's Shudo? Izumi murmurs, looking around. And where are we? A festival. It is a very pretty festival. Everyone is in kimonos and there are lanterns hung from any viable location. The stars are bright beyond them, and the whole area is batched in a warm glow. Didn't we just do one of these? Looks like it's a bit more traditional though. Hitoshi says. I remember that exact stall. Memories create the bare bones of dreams. Izumi points out, dragging him down an aisle. It gets more detailed over here, so he's probably she catches sight of Shudo and freezes. Oh my goodness, that is adorable. Well, Shudo is dreaming of them. Dressed like the people around them, dream Izumi with a red hairpin and deep green kimono. Dream Hitoshi with an indigo kimono and a big stuffed cat slung over his shoulder. The two of them are practically glowing as they try to flip a goldfish out of a pond. Shudo obviously hadn't paid much attention to his own clothes, But as Hitoshi's mind fills in the blanks, he stands in his own light blue kimono. There's a soft, barely there smile on his face. Is he dreaming about a date? Hitoshi says, face red and mind flustered. Izumi nods mutely, eyes wide. Oh my god, that's adorable. Izumi nods again. He really is just dreaming of them. Together. She knew there were feeling, but seeing this Shuto spots them, and the dream freezes. He blinks, turning to dream Izumi and Hitoshi. What oh? Soon, the three of them are red as tomatoes, none capable of speaking through the embarrassment. What do you say to something like this? Cute dream. Hitoshi tries, voice cracking. Shuto buries his face into his hands. Please, don't, I'm sorry, this is creepy, it's adorable, shut up. Izumi gasps, reaching forwards and grabbing his hand. I'm sorry for dropping in without checking, I wanted to see you and it was a happy dream. And your mind was so comfortable and sweet, and I'm making this worse, aren't I? I'll shut up. There's a snort, and Hitoshi lays a hand on her shoulder. Since we're here, would kinda be a shame to ruin Sho's date, I hate you, shouts groans. Izumi laughs helplessly, snapping her fingers to change her and Hitoshi into kimonos. Come on you two, she calls, grabbing their hands. Let's go. Izumi trips along beside Hawks, trying to catch up with what he's doing. It's incredible, barely the slightest hint of a problem, and there's a feather already there, ready to help. You got a favorite food? We've got a talk shop, kid. Katsudan. Izumi says distractedly. XHBDNST down that alley? Good catch. Hawks chirps, two of his largest feathers preserving the eyes of several passers-by. I know a place that serves some awesome Mizutaki, really get the chicken flavor. But they also serve some really good yakitori, and I'm kinda in the mood for that. Izumi groans, clutching her hands to her head. Stop whirling your mind all around like that, and leave Fido to get hit by a car. Hawks gasps, and a few feet away Izumi can feel the joyful mind of a little girl whose puppy just got saved. Give me a moment, you cannibal. Izumi sighs, taking a deep breath. Then out, focus. Hawks snorts. Cannibal. Heard that before. Can't help it, chicken is good. Also, you've got to have seen that video where a pelican just swallows a pigeon in one gulp, right? Unfortunately, Izumi sighs, stepping out of the way of a bustle of pedestrians. Distress in the alley. On it? Rare to see you just walking around. One guy calls. Congrats on the #1 spot, man. Saw the whole thing. Hawks waves cheerfully to the man, before turning to another fan to take a selfie with her. Dreamer Sand. Izumi looks down, to see one of the younger minds she had visited. Hello again. Nightmares any better? The little boy nods shyly, and Izumi kneels down to give him a hug. You'll be okay, and if you aren't, I'll be right back. Can I have an autograph? He squeaks, and Izumi blinks in surprise. Of course he wants an autograph. She's the #10 hero, she should probably get used to it. Sure thing. Hawks, behind her, also seems to have been caught up in a knot of fans. Whoa, that bag is really stealin'. You sure I can write on it? Yeah. They continue down the street doing more of the same. It's easy, working alongside Hawks, although that's probably because he's doing most of the work. Izumi just points things out to him. Here we are, the den of cannibalism. Hawks announces, strolling into a building. Let's see here 15F. Soon, they're sitting at a table, Hawks happily scarfing down as much food as he can. You work with Class 1A a lot, right? He says, mouth full but at least trying to hide it. 'Cause your dad? I guess I do. But, well, I actually had people in there who I knew. From before. And I met another at the entrance exam, and then it all kind of snowballed. But I'm happy with it. They're all so nice. Hawks leans forwards. Even that Bakugu kid. He was actually the person I knew the longest. Izumi admits. And yeah, he can be rough. Not the best at dealing with people. But he's getting better at it. Either way, he's one hell of a firecracker. Hawks laughs. Man, I was interested in Class 1A since the sports festival. Asked for the Todoroki kid, but I'm glad I got Tsukuyami. Now we're bird bros. Izumi giggles a bit, remembering Tokoyami's frustration during the internship and work studies days. He felt like you were leaving him behind too much. He wanted to learn. He sure did make me take him seriously. Hawks nods, and then his mind goes serious. But that's a conversation for another day. Izumi puts her food down. So, the doctor's nomu, he says, pointing a yakitori stick at her. What can we expect from them? I'm not sure. Izumi admits. I know very little about this new age of nomu, but we can expect them to be stronger and more difficult to defeat, as the doctor considers them a huge breakthrough. Our saving grace is that they are difficult to make, and it takes a long time. Hawk sighs, leaning back in his seat. So we've got nothing. The doctor is the only one who knows anything about them. Izumi says, clenching her fists. And I've never been in his proximity. I've never had a chance to single out his mind. Unless I chance upon him, then I'm going through impressions other people have of him. There's something bothering me though. Hawks admits, and Izumi sits up a bit straighter. I hear a lot of stuff around with these feathers of mine. They're not perfect, but I can catch snippets of conversation. And all over Japan, there are these rumors nomu sightings. Izumi pales. That shouldn't be possible. Most if not all of the older nomu were destroyed, and if what you've seen is true, these new age nomu are too valuable to be sent around all willy-nilly. I don't think there is any truth to these rumors. All that I've investigated has turned up nothing. But something is starting them. The words of Shigaraki filter back into Izumi's mind. He wants them uncomfortable, scared, afraid to take a step outside. To lose faith in safety. Someone wants people scared. She concludes. Or a lot of someone's. Hawks nods, tearing off another bit of chicken. And it's working. I'll admit it myself, I'm no power player. Endeavor was prominent and powerful, then the scandal happened. All Might was thought to be unbeatable, and suddenly he's gone. The world is reeling and they're looking for something to lean on. Izumi watches Hawk's feathers. They're shrinking in on themselves, pulsing sadly. And you don't think you can be that someone? Guess not? Hawks admits. I'm fast and precise. But sometimes that doesn't work, and then I'm in a bind. The one hero beats all. It's no longer what we have at our disposal. Izumi finishes, looking glumly at her food. Hawks sighs, feathers ruffling to another position. You gonna eat that? Izumi pushes over her plate, suddenly not very hungry. No, not full nauseated. She whips her head to face the window, mind opening. A nomu. Hawks. I see it, he says, voice growing dark. Dobby. He said the attack would be later, and not in an area so populated DMN him. Izumi leaps to her feet, nearly falling over as another wave of disgust rolls over her. We don't have time. We need to evacuate the building, it's coming straight for us. Distract it. A quick nod, and Hawks bursts out of the window, several feathers shooting straight for the nomu. She runs out of the room, grabbing the first fire alarm she sees and pulling it. She takes the stairs 3 at a time. Everyone move. This isn't a drill, we're being attacked. She shouts, spotting a few people down the hall. Immediately, they start moving faster, Izumi barely managing to count the numbers. 9th floor, 8th floor, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, then the whole building shakes, and Izumi slips, tumbling down a flight of stairs. Ceiling tiles grate together, dust floating down around Izumi and the fleeing civilians. Are you okay? One businessman asks, helping her to her feet. Groaning, Izumi checks herself over. Bruises, nothing more. That's good, I hope Hawks is okay. A burst of pain comes from the feather, as if in response to Izumi's statement. She groans. But 2 more floors. She says. One way to get downstairs, I guess. They burst out into a lobby, immediately dashing for the doors. Izumi rushes out into the street, looking up. Holy, the whole building is falling. Straight for a main street, which is covered in people and cars and shops. Help. And a kid, stuck under a pile of rubble, 2 kids his age doing their best to move him. They won't make it in time. They can't make it in time. They're all going to die. No. Gritting her teeth, Izumi raises her hands, thrusting them towards the building and shoving everything she has into one quirk. Telekinesis. The whole building groans, and Izumi can feel the weight of it pressing through her bones. She buckles for a moment before forcing it to hold. She has to hold it. Kentucky Fried Christ, what the F is she doing? She hears one of the teens trying to help their friend gasp. Who gives us HT? We ain't pancakes yet. Maybe you aren't. Trapped kid groans. Izumi can't help but give a little laugh. Even like this, people are still people. Everyone move. I'm not sure how long I can hold this. The few who had stayed behind dart off, only the 3 teens left. We aren't leaving him. A chunk of the building collapses, and Izumi groans with effort. She can barely move a muscle. But she's got to find a way to help, or they'll get squashed. There's another crash, and Izumi falls to her knees. Guys, you gotta go. What? Trapped kid grins up at them. Hey, you always like being logical when you look at the news. What would you take, 3 deaths or 1? His friend shakes his head, choking up. It's different when it's a friend. Think how I feel. Last moments, knowing my 2 favorite dumbasses are gonna die cause of me. The building cracks again, and Izumi swears under her breath. They need to stop having feelings. While she's trying to focus. I'll be fine, okay? Just go. They're reluctant, but they leave. Hawks is up there. She can feel him fluttering around, dealing with the nomu while trying to get everyone out of the falling floors. Izumi twists to see the trapped boy, still struggling with the building. He's holding up a phone. Are you recording this? She asks trapped boy, who gives her a shaky grin. Hey, gotta do something to distract from the pain? He sighs. Think my leg is broken under here. Besides, someone's gotta record what happens in the danger zone. I don't see any reporters under here. Good for them. Izumi laughs a bit. I guess so. Something else cracks, and Izumi whimpers. What is doing this? Trapoyas. The bomb. A nomu. Izumi corrects. Hawks is free, that's good. But that nomu has vanished. No. It's gotten closer. Dreamer. You're left. The trapped kid shouts. The F is that thing. Izumi twists again, nearly vomiting. The nomu is under the building, stalking towards her. Its mind a shattered light, stitched together with mucky, roiling, pulsating goop. It's so wrong, so disgusting, so violated that Izumi feels her barriers twist away from it. It's sickening. As it gets closer, Izumi gets an unfortunate look at its physical form. Muscles bared to the air, mismatched limbs and eyes glowing from beneath a tattered hood, mouth ripped wide in a facsimile of a smile. Its neck stretches, bending itself towards Izumi's face. Why you strong? The nomu asks. It smells like chemicals and old not quite preserved meat. She falls to her knees, arms shaking. She has to hold it, has to hold it, has to hold it. It creeps around her. Don't look strong. Lowercase small. What dash? Izumi gasps, retching. Fight the strongest. The nomu announces, stuttering voice clearing with certainty. I fight the strongest. It reaches down, poking at Izumi's trembling limbs. She yelps, trying to get it to go away. If she slips, if she fails, doctor said you beat Emissar. The nomu hisses, hot breath running across her neck. Doctor said you stole from Stealer. Sar was meant to be strongest. It's looking for an answer, Izumi realizes, and she gasps through the pain. Not strong. The nomu turns to her face again, face twisting in confusion. You are not strong. You have many power. Power makes you strong. You stole power from powerful, makes you strong. Holding big thing, you are strong. Izumi can't think, can't breathe, can't move. She's being crushed by something far too heavy, but she has to hold it, has to, but she can barely breathe through how wrong everything is. I can't hold it, there's a blast of heat, and suddenly there's nothing to hold. Izumi's eyes snap open, staring up at the building, which has been enveloped in flame, bursting into little pieces. As the flames fade, feathers guide the rubble to the ground, away from causing more destruction. Endeavor lands at Izumi's side, punching the nomu away. She doesn't have to hold it anymore. She lets out a sigh of relief, immediately turning aside to vomit. Anything on it? Endeavor asks, quite clearly uncomfortable. Izumi straightens, trying not to throw up again as she makes her way over to Trapped Kid. Hawks was the one who fought it. I was focused on evacuation before the collapse. Very strong, capable of flight, one of his arms can transform. It seems to be mildly intelligent and wants to fight the strongest. Endeavor makes a face. Why was it messing with you then? Distantly, Izumi can hear trapped kid make an offended noise, but honestly, she agrees with Endeavor. I apparently made an impression when I was captured and panicked. Quirk backfired, wasn't fun and it hurt a bunch, but I got sensei in the blast and reversed his quirk use on me. We don't have time for this, please go deal with the nomu. He shakes off his confusion, all business now, and takes off. Trapped kid gives her a funny look. Aren't you two supposed to hate each other? He asks, as Izumi wedges a pipe between the rubble and lifts. Don't have time for grudges right now. She hisses, dragging trapped kid out and trying not to throw up again. Besides, he's a good fighter. He can probably dash. A second burst of nomu mines explode outwards, and Izumi collapses. Oh god dash, stupid nomu and its stupid mind that makes her want to vomit. There's a tap on her arm, and suddenly the urge to make her insides outsides vanishes. She blinks, carefully removing the hand from her mouth. What? My quirk can nullify nausea. Trapped kid offers. Well, he's not trapped anymore, but the name is kind of stuck in Izumi's head now. You looked sick. Thank you. Nomu's minds really are disgusting to me. Izumi says, carefully checking his leg. It's not broken, but it's pretty squashed. I can help you get to a safe area, but I think I've exhausted telekinesis, so you'll have to walk. Trapped kid nods, still holding his phone as they start to move. Speaking of, how did you, Izumi sighs, helping him walk forwards. All for one attempted to take my quirk, which was already unstable. He was in my head, and after 5 years, I've gotten pretty good at controlling it. Naturally, Trapped kid says, trying to hide a wince as his squashed leg smacks against something. I grabbed hold of his mind and forced him to reverse the effect on me. Izumi explains. I wasn't sure what I was doing, but I took more than I gave, and next thing I know I've got more quirks. Trapped kid is staring at her, mouth dropped open. That is so cool. Izumi laughs. Trust me. Did not feel cool in the slightest. Over here. The emergency workers she had spotted rush over, immediately grabbing a hold of trapped kid. He was crushed under the rubble. Izumi explains, passing him over. Doesn't seem to be. Panicking, not an emergency. I don't sense any other mines trapped, we got lucky. If you're trying to back out of the area, I'd suggest going that way. The fight seems to be moving in the other direction for now. Emergency person nods, smiling tensely. We've got it from here, Dreamer-san. Izumi returns the nod, turning and running towards where she had said not to go. The second burst of nomu mines seems to have created several smaller, pale nomu. They're actually quite easy to defeat, once she's not vomiting, Izumi realizes, despite her exhaustion. They aren't as powerful and they have no regeneration like the one at the USJ or the one they're currently dealing with. So black nomu are a special type. Izumi pants, twisting under a grasping hand and sinking her foot into one's stomach. It squeals in rage, grabbing for her again, but red feathers sink into its brain. Dreamer. You alright? Hawks calls. Doing better. A civilian dealt with my nausea. Izumi shouts back. The white ones have no regeneration. There's about 8, I believe, after this one's down. Hawks lands, panting slightly. He's bruised all over, his visor cracked, quite obviously still hurting from his stint against the big one. They were released when other heroes tried to back Endeavor up. Wants to go solo, Izumi says. Makes sense. All the more reason to finish these off quickly. Hawks takes off. Couldn't agree more. They make quick work of the white nomu, even meeting up with the 2 heroes who had tried to support Endeavor. With Izumi directing them, they plow through each one they come across. Endeavor and the big one are all that's left. Izumi says eventually. It doesn't look like Endeavor is winning, though. Matter of fact, it's quite the opposite, Izumi realizes as they rush for him. Endeavor is on the run, just barely managing to inflict damage while not overheating himself. He has to freeze up every now and then to lower his body temperature, and the nomu has realized this. It isn't letting up on its attacks, no matter the damage to its body. They arrive just in time to see Endeavor unleash a massive burst of flame, shouting at the top of his lungs, Prominence burn. He got it. One of the heroes shouts. Izumi squints through the flame. It doesn't look, her eyes widen. Endeavor. It's not dead. She shouts up to him. It tore its head off to regenerate from it. It what? One of the unnamed heroes shrieks. The nomu strikes out again, Endeavor barely managing to duck the first strike. He does not dodge the second one. Izumi freezes, watching the BLD spray from Endeavor's head. There's far too much, his mind glowing with pain and shock as he falls from the sky. Endeavor is collapsed on a pile of rubble, bleeding heavily. Immediately, the heroes around her open fire on the nomu, which is pouting at the fall. No stronger. It moans, smacking some of the projectiles out of the air. The next second, it's moving. Look out. Izumi shouts, diving for the hero it's targeting. She manages to shove him away, but the nomu's fist slams into her side, and she goes flying. Her vision blacks out as she strikes something strong. Dream room. Izumi turns around, scanning the lights around her. There has to be a place she can help. The nomu's mind sits before her. It's malformed, bulging and pulsing with each thought to struggle through its synthetic intelligence. It isn't right, it's hollow, there's no soul. Scooped out and filled with mud and rotting meat, doused in chemicals, melted together, and called an innovation. It pulses again, pinkish lights traveling across its surface. Izumi gulps, reaching forwards. I have to help. She whispers, steeling herself. I have to help, I have to do something. Her fingers squelch into the disgusting mind. It's BLD and fear and flesh and obey, obey, obey. You are nothing, swirling around, swallowing her, sticking to her skin and pulling her within itself. But Izumi still tries to pull, to heal, to stop. Sleep. She demands. Sleep. You are going to sleep. Rage, pride, BLD, but Izumi retches, but presses herself closer to the mind until she's within the roiling, tremulous muck. She sees through its eyes. Endeavor is moving for now, hawk's feathers wrapped around him as he burns and burns and burns. All of his strength, all of his power, tearing through this nomu. It's burning, she's burning. It still isn't enough. Go to sleep. Izumi shrieks, digging her heels in. It's not a request. It's a demon order, and this thing will obey. Help me. Izumi pauses at that voice. Hello. Stop me, the nomu. Kill me, oh God. I'm right here. Izumi reassures, reaching out despite the sick. Someone is in here. Some fragment of mind is here. I can hear you. I don't want to do this, I know. Izumi whispers. I can help you stop. I can help you sleep. Just listen to me. The sick turns to her, and Izumi nearly collapses. It's so wrong, but she has to get through this. She has to sleep. She commands the masses. Sleep. 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 Outside, the nomu's body slows, stumbling back and forth. The sickness pulsates, rolling against Izumi's skin, before shrinking, fading, burning away. Izumi lets out a breath as the nomu sleeps, wrenching herself away from the sickness as it truly bursts into flame. Thank you. At that, Izumi turns around. That voice again. She reaches forwards again, sinking her fingers into the flaming muck. Something is in there. Something that bumps against her fingers, strong, sharp as she clutches it, flickering like an ember. Izumi draws it out, a small shard of glass that flickers from within. The last shard of who this nomu used to be. Free now, the fragment whispers. Thank you. Izumi's breath hitches, tears beginning to fall down her cheeks. This is all that's left, a broken, lost shard, a single fragment of what used to be a human being, fading fast. She clutches it to her tea, crying silently as it slowly dissolves into nothingness. She returns to consciousness with one of the heroes she doesn't know shaking her. Dreamer, dreamer. I'm fine. She whispers, trying to sit up. Really, okay, so she's maybe not fine. Her arm is very broken. Ow, 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 she hisses, carefully gathering it close to her body. She needs to stop it from moving around too much. It's definitely gone now. Izumi tells the hero. Is everyone else all right? He sits back on his knees, still with a hand steadying her. Endeavor is in bad shape. Hawks is helping him. Hawks doesn't have many feathers left, and me and my partner are pretty bruised up. Izumi nods. But looks like we're fine now, Dobby. Never mind. She groans. How nice to meet you, Endeavor Hawks. Comes a tired drawl, Dobby strolling out of an alley, grinning lazily. Izumi forces herself to her feet, ignoring the hero's confused noises, and dives forwards. She has to get close enough blue flame curls around them, blocking Izumi, Hawks, Endeavor, and Dobby from the outside. You were the one that killed Snatch? Endeavor pants. There's BLD in his eyes, and he's swaying even on his knees. Dobby tilts his head. Let's chat, heroes. Opportunities like this don't come often. Endeavor tries to get to his feet, Hawks forcing him down. You're too injured, let me handle him. Oh, don't worry. Dobby crows, starting to walk forwards. There's no way I could win against you two, while you're on death's doorstep. At that last exclamation, he darts forward, his arms bursting into flame as he runs, aiming to kill, the rage and fear pressing onto Endeavor. Izumi rushes between them, unbroken arm outstretched. Dobby skids to a stop. Move. He hisses, blue fire in her face. I won't. Izumi says simply. I won't let you kill anyone. Life for a life. Dobby growls. I don't owe you SHT anymore. I paid my debt. And I haven't paid mine. Izumi retorts. I won't let you kill him. Dobby swears, grabbing her with his non-flaming hand and trying to push her aside. But Izumi has stalled him for long enough, and Miruko takes just that moment to drop-kick Dobby. Ha, gotcha. The bunny lady crows. You're one of those League of Villains bastards. I'll pummel you. Dobby swears, dropping away from the fight. Shoot. Just when things were getting interesting, we'll have another chance to chat. Endeavor, Dreamer, number 1. The black fluid that Izumi remembers from the Kamino incident bursts from his mouth, pouring around his body. Miruko leaps forward to attack again, but he's already gone. Damen, that stinks? Miruko groans, shaking out her leg. You guys alright? About to pass out. Izumi exclaims cheerily. Also, we should probably get Endeavor to a hospital before he loses that eye. Miruko huffs. You took care of all of the bastards without me, huh? Saved our lives at the last moment though. Izumi says woozily. Also wasn't joking about passing out. Izumi wakes up to a pounding head and a lecture. Let me patrol with the number 1 hero. We made friends and want to talk more. Aizawa rants. I'm sure nothing bad will happen, like, oh, I don't know, getting trapped under a falling building. Izumi winces. I'm really sorry, Dad. Don't start apologizing. I want to be angry with you for a while. He growls, squishing her nose with a finger. It was all I could do to get Eri out of the room. Shinso nearly fainted. Todoroki was on his knees, praying. I'm sorry, Izumi whispers, picking at her cast with a free hand. I had to do something though. Aizawa sighs, pressing his face into his hands. Just don't. Izumi reaches for his mind, trying to press herself there. I'm alive, I'm okay, I'm right here. Me and Hawks were assigned to investigate the League. Izumi says quiet. The rumors of Nomu and their creators, it wasn't supposed to happen like this. I'll be more careful, I promise. Hands drag down Aizawa's face, revealing his tired eyes. Izumi. I promise I'll tell you if I'm in a government investigation next time. Izumi tries, smiling sheepishly. Aizawa's glare tells her that isn't going to work. Excuse me. Izumi asks the nurse. Is this Endeavor's room? The nurse looks down at her. Oh, Dreamer-san. Yes, it is. Did you want to speak to him? If I can. Izumi replies. The nurse steps aside. No trouble at all. After a quick bow of thanks, Izumi enters the room, stopping a few feet away from the bed. Endeavor really did get messed up. Near every inch of him is in a splint or bandages, mouth covered and left eye under a patch. Only his hair and one bright blue eye peer from the bandages, staring right at Izumi. She takes a deep breath. I don't like you. Endeavor makes a derisive noise, muffled by the bandages. I don't think I ever will. Izumi muses. She walks forwards, dragging a chair to his cot. But I can respect you. That one eye blinks at her. You've changed, a bit? Izumi says, closing her eyes. Your mind. It's not the mind of the butt who punched his kid in the gut. It's the mind of someone who started to change themselves. Started to realize what you've done, started to feel the guilt. Her eyes open. Guilt sucks, dude. I know it hurts, what you're doing. Changing who you are is something that not a lot of people succeed at. But I'm proud of you. Is that weird to say? Probably. But I am. She reaches out, touching his forehead. Red flame, that's who he is. But now it's less of a wildfire. It holds a different fuel now. This is a changing mind. Izumi states simply, I may not like you, but I acknowledge everything you are. Everything you have done and everything you will do. She stands up, using his bedside table with a pile of his stuff to get up. Thanks for saving me from the nomu, Endeavor. She calls, waving goodbye. Endeavor's mind pulses behind her. Even though he hasn't said anything, Izumi understands. Izumi, I swear to God. Izumi squeaks as Hitoshi tackles her, Shudo not far behind. Guys, ow. I am not sorry. Hitoshi growls, but he lets up on the squeezing. I had a heart attack, Izumi, a heart attack. The news, and then that viral video, that nomu wanted to kill you? Shudo whispers, nose in the crook of her neck. He was stalking you like some kind of predator and you couldn't move and dash. Izumi squeezes her unbroken arm through, reaching up to run her fingers through Shudo's hair. I'm okay. She whispers, reassuring him. I'm okay now. Isune. Gasping, Izumi twists in her boyfriend's grip. Eri-chan. Eri smacks into her legs, whimpering. Why are you hurt again? Izumi kneels down, patting Eri's head. I told you, didn't I? It's my job to save people. I got a little too close and got hit, but I'll heal up just fine, I promise. Sniffling, Eri looks up at her. But I don't want you hurt at all. You know what, you're right. Hitoshi decides, ducking down and grabbing Izumi around the knees and back. Hey wait. Hitoshi has picked her up, cradling her in his arms like she's some damsel in distress. Aizawa is sensei, you got bubble wrap or a big blanket somewhere? Hitoshi calls. Izumi has glass bones and paper skin and I'm gonna turn her into a burrito and not let her move. Dad, help. Izumi squeaks, wriggling. Aizawa just picks Eri up and plops her onto Izumi's stomach. You deserve this. Shinso, there's a huge blanket on our living room couch. Hey. Excellent, off to Aizawa's apartment. Hitoshi announces. I can walk on my own, my arm is broken, not my leg. Izumi complains. Well, don't jinx it. Shudo. No. I don't have my hero license. I am legally incapable of assisting in this circumstance. Shudo says, completely monotone. Izumi rolls her eyes and accepts her fate. Besides, if this is going where she thinks it is, she'll get cuddles out of it. So she's not too upset. Well, if Mina and Hagakure would stop wolf whistling, that would be great. Izumi blows a raspberry at her traitor boyfriends. They had made good on their word, and now she was wrapped in a blanket like a burrito, with Eri and a heavily PR'd Kiyoshi on top of her, so she can't roll away. Oh boo-hoo. Hitoshi coos. I swear, Zumi, I will leave you there. No more getting hurt. Eri agrees. Stay in blanket. Izumi sighs. I know. But dash, no buts? Shudo says, sitting beside her. Sighing, Izumi shifts enough to get Eri's knee off her sternum. I can't believe you bribed Eri into this. Eri works for us on her own free will, Izumi. Hitoshi grins, patting the girl's head. Here you are, quality apples for the Izumi sitter. Eri takes them happily, offering one to Izumi, who can't use her hands at all. She ends up just taking it with her teeth. Hitoshi plops down beside Shudo, grabbing the remote. We're gonna watch Studio Ghibli movies until someone passes out, and then I'm going to cuddle with a cat and find coffee to drink my soul away because I'm too young for alcohol. Hitoshi. Don't judge me, I aged 10 years watching you on screen. He grumbles. It was scary. Eri agrees. But then the nice lady came back and said you helped save everyone. Izumi tilts her head, pressing it against Shudo's leg. I'm sorry I scared you guys. Shudo reaches down, brushing her hair out of her eyes. You were incredible, Izumi. We're so proud of you. But it's so much more fun to be dramatic. Hitoshi agrees. I know. Izumi laughs. Can I come out of the burrito now? Eri isn't having it. Nope. Izune stays in the blanket and is safe. Eri announces, flopping down and hugging the burrito Izumi. But Dash, she has spoken. Hitoshi says. Now, we watching Studio Ghibli or what? Eventually, they caved and let her out of the blanket burrito, but only after 3 movies and Eri was asleep. How did you get permission to leave? Hitoshi asks, following her warily. Your arm is broken, you were just attacked by a nomu, and your overprotective dad is letting you leave on a date. Izumi shrugs. Honestly, not a clue. Auntie Kiyama probably blackmailed him, and we definitely deserve it. A real date. I'm absolutely certain he's following us though. She says, opening her head to hear minds. Yep. Why are you complaining? Shudo says, tucking himself closer to Izumi. Hitoshi makes an offended noise. I'm not, I'm just in awe. You're about to be more in awe. Izumi announces, dragging them to a McDonald's. Hitoshi snorts. Because of a McDonald's? No, because of this? Izumi smirks, pulling a card out of her pocket and passing it over. Shudo's mouth drops open. Hitoshi just looks confused. A credit card? Shudo grabs it, looking closer at the little plastic rectangle. His left hand bursts into flame, but the card is unaffected. He looks up at Izumi. How? Hitoshi plucks it out of Shudo's hand. A fancy flameproof credit card? Endeavor's credit card. Shudo corrects. Hitoshi drops it. Remember how I mentioned going back and having a chat with Endeavor after the nomu deal? Izumi grins, picking it back up. Yeah, did the whole thanks for saving me, your mind is changing bit then I stole his credit card. Because I'm petty. They stare at her for a moment, before Hitoshi breaks down cackling. You didn't. Yes. Yes, I did. Izumi smirks. And now, we're gonna buy out all of this McDonald's chicken nuggets with Endeavor's money. For old time's sake. I love you. Shudo whispers, eyes wide. Izumi blushes. Yeah. I love you too. Well, what are we waiting for? Hitoshi asks, opening the door and walking up to the counter. It isn't very busy right now, surprisingly. Hey, can we have like a lot of chicken nuggets? The girl at the counter doesn't even look up. How many do you want? How many do you have? Izumi chirps up. Cashier girl looks up, face quite obviously tired of another customer's nonsense. Dreamer? She looks back and forth around their little triad. And 2 UA kids? Izumi smiles cheerfully. Hi. Nice to meet you. Can we save the pleasantries, now I'm actually craving nuggets? Hitoshi groans. And not just for the joke either. Cashier girl blinks, before shaking herself out of it. How many chicken nuggets? A lot. They say in unison. Cashier girl has apparently given up. Okay, it's really slow today so I'm just gonna give you all the nuggets we've got ready. But I'm not putting them all in little boxes so y'all are just getting bags of nuggets. That cool? Absolutely. Hitoshi nods, watching as she disappears into the back. Where's the tip jar? I had to deal with customer service before and we're being a bit annoying. Izumi points to the glass jar, a bit curious. Customer service job. Didn't get a lot of spending money. Hitoshi shrugs, tossing in some bills. Figured I may as well take a job. My boss liked my capability to annoy the absolute F out of basically everyone if they got too bad. Isn't customer service the opposite? Exactly. Made him look better. Hitoshi groans. God, he totally deserved the balloon prank even if it did get me fired. Cashier girl comes back out, plopping 3 bags of chicken nuggets onto the counter. Let me ring this up. How are you paying? With this. Izumi chirps up, slapping Endeavor's credit card on the counter. Cashier girl takes it, slipping it through the little machine. Sign there. Shudo takes the pen now, scrawling into the little screen. Had to copy his signature every now and then. He explains. Cashier girl squints at the name they've written in. Todoroki Enji. Oh my god. She looks up, mouth open in amusement. Is this whose I think it is? If you think it's my father's, absolutely not. Shudo says, monotone. Hitoshi snorts. We would never commit credit fraud against an abusive butt? Never. Izumi nods. Cashier girl rolls her eyes. Fine, cool, plausible deniability. Here's your nuggets, have fun. We will, thank you. Izumi calls as they walk out of the shop. Hey, Heidekan, what was the balloon prank? I'm curious too. How did you get fired? Shudo asks, head tilting. Hitoshi snorts. Okay, first of all, you look like a confused puppy when you do that. Second, it's actually not that cool. Izumi and Shudo just stare at him, eyes wide and curious. Hitoshi sighs. Made him a cake for his birthday, except it wasn't a cake, it was a frosted balloon that I dumped way too much food coloring on. It looked like video game radioactive. He pops a chicken nugget into his mouth. So he goes to cut the cake, but it's a balloon. So it blows up onto his white dress shirt and all over his face, until it looks like one of the Ghostbusters ghosts vomited onto his head. And of course, guess who came in? Regional manager. I don't know what that means. Shudo says, still doing the head tilt thing. Boss of boss's boss. Boss. Shudo nods, like it's some incredible insight of knowledge. Izumi laughs, bumping into Shudo's left. If you're done deciphering the hierarchy of the workforce, oh hey, you're very warm. She snuggles into his side, letting the slightest bit of her cat Quirk skip through in a satisfied purr. Is he? Hitoshi asks, patting his shoulder. Oh yeah, he is. Scooch over, I'm freezing. You wouldn't fit. Izumi teases, sticking her tongue out. You're taller than he is, you can't fit under his arm unless you want to crouch walk. Hitoshi gasps in offense, before smirking. Guess that's the price I paid to be able to see shelves, pipsqueak? Gasping as well, Izumi jabs at his stomach, only for him to dodge with a grin. Come on, Izumi, I've fought you enough to read your moves almost as well as you read mine. Izumi trips him. Hey. Higher they are the further they fall, she sighs, before squeaking as Shudo picks her up. Stop breaking, Hitoshi. He says simply. Izumi twists herself around, frowning. Is this you two's new thing? Picking me up? You're so tiny, can't help it? Hitoshi snarks. Oh, for the love of Dash, you are very tiny. Shudo agrees. Izumi sighs. Who's Shudo? After a long bit of teasing and quite a few chicken nuggets, Izumi finally manages to wrangle her boys to the little tea shop she had been in before La Brava and Gentle had showed up. Hello, Okani-san. Izumi chirps, skipping into the little shop. He peeks over his cup, mind twinkling as he recognizes her. The little hero. You've brought friends. Izumi beckons the two to follow her, hopping up on a stool. Do you mind if we eat some food we bought somewhere else here? Oh, not at all. Let me see something simple for the three of you today, I think. Thank you very much. Hitoshi plops his bag of nuggets on the table, leaning over to Izumi. What's this place? Funny story, Izumi says, tugging at her braid. Remember the villains before the culture festival? The ones you forgot about because we were kissing? Shudo nods. Yeah. Met them here, in one of my more ridiculous chance encounters. Izumi groans, collapsing dramatically onto Shudo's shoulder. I just wanted tea. And then they popped in like, hello, how may we cause chaos? Hitoshi rolls his eyes. And you wonder why we want to wrap you in blankets and bubble wrap. Hey, you should be grateful to those two. Izumi says, sitting up straight. After all, they're the ones who made me realize that I was being stupid about confessing. They stop short at that. Really? Izumi nods, smiling slightly. Yeah. They went through so much, started to go a little crazy. They were willing to do anything, even become villains. But they found each other, and slowly they started to heal themselves. She closes her eyes, trying to remember that feeling. Their love was so potent it overpowered me, I couldn't even think through what they felt for each other. The capability to heal. I guess I realized that no matter how overwhelmed I got with you guys, no matter what I felt, I never broke from my own feelings. Izumi blinks then, blushing furiously. I'm being really embarrassing right now, aren't I? Given the fact that Shudo is literally steaming, Hitoshi is red down to his neck, and the tea shop owner is quietly sniffling into a napkin, Izumi would say she is. Sorry. Can't be any worse than me in that dream. Shudo groans. Hitoshi groans. That was adorable. Both of you are adorable. Now can we please start eating before there's so much BLD in our faces our heads explode? Could have done without the visual. Izumi laughs. But sure. No matter what she says, no matter what the reasoning or everything that's happened. This makes Izumi feel happy. Being with them. And from their lights, she can see they're happy too. Greenest excuse me. Did my fave just do that? Hidden panic that isn't her quirk, I'm so lost. It's gotta have something to do with the reversed quirk use she said to Endeavor. And whatever that thing was talking about. And after the incident more quirks. Conspiratiator guys, how do we know she isn't just some planted villain? Villains suddenly breaking into places she has access to, this new power she somehow stole from someone capable of beating All Might. Horse girl, you take that the F back right now or I will take your elbows. She saved my life. Princess Twilight, they have a point, we don't know much about her. But still, she doesn't seem like the type at all. If she was a villain, would she have helped? Why would she save so many only to put others in danger? That doesn't make sense. Blanket Sukul, excuse me, she just held up a building while chatting with someone trapped and then stared down a nomu before vomiting, giving info to Endeavor, then saving someone. Trapped kid, I have accepted my name. Dreamer was so cool there. Definitely one of my favorite heroes now. Hannah Banana, she's incredible, but I still want a little clarification. Maybe she'll put out another vid. Izumi stops at the last comment, humming a little under her breath. She could. As a matter of fact, she probably should. She's just not sure how she's even supposed to deal with all the fame of being number 10. Sighing, she drops the phone, burying her head back under a pillow. It's the middle of the night. She should probably go to sleep again, no matter how much she wants to completely ignore the dream room. It's as if it's another crime scene. Another death. She shakes her head. She had set the nomu free. In its last moments, it had thanked her. Still, everything feels like CRP. Her door creaks open. Izune? Eri asks, rubbing at her eyes. Are you awake? Izumi sits up, smiling at Eri. Yeah, I'm up. Are you feeling okay? Eri hugs the unicorn Izumi had given her closer. I can't sleep, you said I could come in here. If I couldn't sleep, nodding, Izumi shifts over in her bed, holding up the blankets. Eri carefully climbs in, shaking slightly. Nightmare? Izumi asks gently, offering a hug. Or just can't sleep? I don't know. Eri whispers, still trembling. I just couldn't sleep, and it felt so open and lonely, like my room back in the Yakuza. Izumi finishes. Eri nods silently. Well, my offer always stands open. You did good coming to someone. Sometimes grown-ups can never seem to do that. Eri looks up at her, eyes wide. Not even grown-ups? Are you kidding? Izumi snorts. Most of the time, they're even more difficult. But sometimes you just need somebody there for you. Eri nods thoughtfully. Like you. And Miri and I. Absolutely. Izumi nods, pressing her forehead to Eri's. Someone to tell you you're safe. Someone to tell you it's okay to be afraid. Someone to tell you that here, right now, I'm never going to let anything happen to you. Eri cuddles further into Izumi. Giggling at the sleepy girl, Izumi starts to hum a lullaby, gently surrounding her mind with blankets of calm. Sweet dreams, Eri-chan, ectoplasm-san. Auntie Kiyama. Izumi calls, running down the hall towards them. Hello, Dreamer-chan. Ectoplasm says, pausing. What can I do for you? You two run the business classes, right? Izumi says quickly. Midnight smirks, hand on her hip. Hate to see Aizawa attempting popularity deals. He'd cause riots? Izumi agrees. You know about my sudden, promotion? Yes. Congratulations, by the way. Number 10 is extraordinary at any age, but especially yours. That's our Izumi. Midnight laughs, ruffling Izumi's hair. Izumi smiles helplessly. Thank you. Thing is, I have no idea how to act now, and people want to know things, but I'm used to one-on-one, person-to-person, not huge groups of faceless people who I have to convince to like me and trust me. So I was wondering if maybe the business department could help with that. It's their classwork, right? Ectoplasm hums thoughtfully. You'd let a group of students help control your public image. Practice for the both of us. Izumi shrugs. I don't really care about moving forwards in rankings, I just want to be there for the people who need me. Besides, they're my age, so maybe it won't be so bad. I see. Ectoplasm nods. Well, it does make sense and it will make for a fine opportunity for my students. Come, I have a class right now. Are we gonna surprise them? Izumi asks, laughing. A good manager will be capable of taking startling things as they come. Ectoplasm nods. Also, it entertains me. Izumi snorts. The poor students of this school Aizawa isn't even the worst of it. Ectoplasm's constant smile seems to widen, and Midnight cackles as they enter the room. Of course. Now then, class has begun. Midnight shouts, cracking her WHP. Seats, everyone. The business class Izumi is apparently crashing goes quiet instantly. Curious, she opens her mind a smidge. Everyone in here has a mind that goes analytically intelligent. Questioning her presence, mostly. Alright. So, as many of you have noticed, we have a surprise guest today. Ectoplasm begins. And you should thank her, because I was going to give you a pop quiz, but plans have changed. One guy in the back calls out a heartfelt thank you, one or two giggles popping up. And I hope you thank her again for this opportunity. Surprise project, you're helping her with the publicity and trademarking of her public image. From start to finish, you'll be working with her for interviews, merchandise, and legal issues. Izumi bows to the class. I leave myself in your care. There's an explosion of noise. We really get to help her? I'm freaking out. Number 10 hero, cracking her WHP once more, Midnight steps forwards. She will have final say on all decisions. You will respect them. You are brainstorming and helping to manage what she has not had to deal with. If your grades fall below standards, you will be kicked off the project. I will expect a contract written up as a practice for homework, to be finalized as a group in class. Now then, let's get to it. Show this hero why you are good employees. Yes, Midnight-sensei. The class devolves into chaos, alliances being made and broken in seconds as ideas are flung around the room. Izumi giggles a little. It's kinda scary how quick they move, Auntie, in this modern world. Being able to do things quickly and accurately is the mark of a good businessman. Ectoplasm nods. You may have the best product in the world, but the truth is if someone makes it faster, they're getting the deal. One student raises her hand. If you don't mind me asking, Dreamer-san, what is your income now? If we're to be financial assistants as well, it would be nice to know. That is a very good question. Izumi mutters. I'm sure there's a paper somewhere with it. Oh. Hang on, Andy Kiyama, there's a place to find that, right? Oh yes, here. She says, flipping open a laptop. Ecto is better at this than me. 5 at financial work. 5 at legal. 5 at research. 5 at brainstorming. Izumi nods, pulling out her hero license and tapping in her ID. That should be fine. Okay, so paperwork logs, you've actually worked pretty HRD on these. One student, who had joined the financial team, says as Izumi scrolls past. All your incident reports wait, some of these weren't even in the news. Stopping at one of the forms, Izumi sighs. I turn them in when someone is being suicidal. As warning for the people around them, to watch for the signs and to get help. The students around her pause awkwardly. Oh. One girl squeaks, before hastily pointing at a tab. This is where your financial items are. Izumi clicks on it, revealing a page of numbers and calculations that honestly have her stumped no matter how many times she's gone through paperwork with Nedzu. The students seem to understand it though. 20 million yen. One squeaks. Yeah, she's number 10, alright, what do you want to use it for? Izumi just stares at all the numbers, before grinning at her helpers sheepishly. A minor don't have to think. One bops her on the head, before stealing the mouse. First things first, we need to fix this mess: birth date, home address, guardians, what's with this bank account. Geez, you really do need help. Hang on, I'll calculate the income and gross and taxable. Dreamerson, we found a bunch of knockoff merch of you. A student shouts. Bad knockoff merch too. For some reason they made your eyes purple. Izumi stands up to check their screens. Hey, they said I endorsed them personally, first target. One shouts gleefully. Hand me the keypad, I'm gonna bury them in paperwork. Oh no, don't let her do it. Someone else shouts. Midnight drags her out of the mini-brawl. Lawyers. Horrifying little piranhas. Come over here now, those teams are good on their own. Izumi nods, still a little lost. The 5 students who were in the brainstorming group nod politely to her. Okay, so first off, a boy with very curly hair says, twisting around his laptop. This YouTube channel, you've barely posted anything on it, and yet you have, like, so many subscribers. Definitely do something with this. Let people get to know you, do a day in the life sort of stuff, mental health awareness videos, let your opinions and voice be heard. It's a powerful one. Izumi nods. I was planning to. I just wasn't exactly sure how to start. Something simple, easy, fun. He says, shrugging. One girl leans forwards, grinning. An interview is something a lot of people have been clamoring for. She announces. I know you get a bit overwhelmed with crowds, so we figured a single, easygoing reporter rather than a big press conference would be ideal. Izumi smiles in relief. It would be much preferable. I have a reporter friend who I think would work. She chirps. He's freelance, but sells stories at the newspaper my uncle works at. He loves heroes. He sounds fantastic. As for merch, another girl interrupts. Something having to do with sleeping, sticking with your theme. Night lights for small children, blankets like the one you have, focus on plushies rather than action figures. That does make sense, Izumi muses, a little embarrassed. I just remembered when you mentioned this. She holds up the edge of her cape. This is a support item, made by a friend in the support department, Hatsum. There must be something I have to do about that. Midnight hums. Hatsum. Isn't that the girl power loader is always complaining about? Oh, absolutely. Izumi nods. Half her creations blow up, and I'm pretty sure she only sleeps 3 hours a week, yet she has so much energy she shudders. Actually, I'm surprised she hasn't hunted me down yet to maximize on the sudden popularity to get support company's attention. The boy with the curly hair peers at the blanket. This is a support item. To quote May, it's the comfiest, always clean, flame-proof, light but squishy, most durable blanket ever. Izumi grins. And I've got to say, I have yet to rip it, and I barely get any bruises from narcolepsy anymore. Didn't burn during the latest fight, either. So it's defensive, he mutters. File it and its properties. You'll probably need to talk to the creator. I can get the paperwork for you after we finish up everything here. Yes, thank you. Izumi goes to the business department next, armed with paperwork and very afraid of Hatsum. Power loader San. She calls, ducking a loose cable. This place is a mess, Hatsum. Suddenly, something grabs her, tugging her into a corner of machinery. She shouts in surprise, only to be hushed vehemently by the 3 other people in the nook she's in. Why are you trying to get her attention? Her captor, who Izumi recognizes as one of Hatsum's classmates, hisses. She's gone nuts? Izumi frowns. Worse than usual. The students nod. One is crying. She's got an inspiration block and she's been taking over projects and tearing things up. Another whispers. It's been chaos. No one can think of anything. Power loader locked her up, but she hacked the system and now he's in the cage. Izumi blinks in confusion. Wow. We've all just been hiding. They finish, clearly terrified. Izumi holds up her papers. I can help. This is paperwork for her. And I can tell her about how her item held up in my last fight. And if worse comes to worse, I can just knock her out with my quirk. No. They squeak. You can't. It's dangerous. Ignoring them, Izumi pushes her way out of the hidey hole, listening for Hatsum's mind. The bright, overwhelming pink has dulled a little around the edges, doubt and frustration creeping in. Hatsum. Izumi calls again. You all right? Dreamer. She says, whipping around. Yeah. Perfectly fine. Why do you ask? Everything is perfect. Izumi frowns, looking at the table. Scattered prices are everywhere, but they aren't an organized mess. You don't look so good. Hey, I've got something for you to sign here. Hatsum grabs for it instantly, But Izumi yanks it away. I'm not giving it to you until I'm sure you're okay. She insists. Hatsum, you look like you haven't slept in a week. At that, Hatsum grins maniacally. I haven't. I can't. I've got to make more babies. My work is going to be incredible. My brain is chock full of numbers and calculations, and I'm so close to a breakthrough dash. Hatsum, Izumi shouts, grabbing her shoulders. What was the last thing you ate? Can't remember. Hatsu chirps. Don't have time. I need to get that breakthrough. I need dash. Izumi sighs. Hatsum. Listen. She says, forcing Hatsum to look at her. Everyone gets a block every now and then. It's nothing to do with your talent. No one can be an unending flood of greatness. Hatsum blinks. But I dash, even your babies need fuel. Izumi says, moving her hands from her shoulders to temples and pressing on the tired vibrations. You're running on an empty tank. It's basic physics that you can't create something from nothing, and you aren't a machine. You need rest and nutrition. Hatsum nods wearily, succumbing to Izumi's quirk. Yeah, that makes sense. Reaching into her pocket, Izumi pulls out a protein bar she had nicked from her dad. Izumi pats her back as she starts eating, starting to list as Izumi keeps her under her power. Listen, I actually didn't come to get you to sleep. I came so you could sign these papers that explain the properties of my support item, now that I'm the number 10 hero. I'm sure people will be clamoring for your babies. But you need to keep yourself healthy, otherwise you won't be able to reach max potential. Hatsum nods, still chewing. That sounds smart. You're going to eat that last bite, you're going to sleep, you're going to wake up and eat more food after at least 8 hours, and then you're going to be in tip-top shape. Izumi encourages. Heck yeah I am. Hatsum says proudly, swallowing the last bit of the bar. Izumi knocks her out. Takuda Ateneo, a pleasure to meet you. The reporter introduces, flashing a smile. Dreamer. Izumi bows politely, listening to his mind. What's she dealing with here? He seems shrewd, perceptive, curious, manipulative. But still he doesn't seem like a bad person. The honor is all mine. I've been wary of press groups after the chaos that happened when All Might first started working here, and then the announcement of the rankings, the reporter leaps on it, mind trying to endear himself to Izumi. It was quite rude, the crowds closing in on you even after knowing your issues with groups. I humbly apologize for my fellow reporters. They were curious, I can understand it. Izumi admits. It is their job to get a scoop. In those moments, were you in pain? Takuda asks, looking concerned. For a few moments, nothing more. Izumi reassures him. It's like a bad headache, I'm unable to close out the shouting of so many people's minds. At times it can become overwhelming, but I'm getting better at it. He nods. I see. But, speaking of the rankings announcements, how do you feel about your own? Izumi hums, tugging on her braid. Surprised, definitely. When the letter came in, I had to have 3 other people read it before I believed it. I'm very grateful for the faith so many people have had in me. I may not believe I deserve this position, but I will do my best to honor it. You've done quite well in my opinion, Takuda says, pulling out his phone and passing it across the table. The video-trapped kid had taken place before her, Izumi shaking beneath the weight of the falling building. And these rumors of you holding more quirks. Are they true? Izumi gives him an awkward grin. Yes, they are. Takuda nods. I see now. What has everyone curious is how you received these quirks. All we have are your mentions of forcing All for One to reverse his quirk on you. Izumi straightens, trying to collect her thoughts. When I was kidnapped, she begins, trying to think of a way to explain the dream room. They were worried I would be capable of contacting the outside through my quirk. All for One, attempted to take it. He put his hand on my head and started to pull my power into himself. My power is directly tied to my mind. She taps her head, frowning. My mind is not stable. Without my quirk after a certain PRD, I wouldn't be able to function. I needed my power. The reporter starts scribbling in his notebook. I panicked and started pulling back. My quirk allows me control over minds, most especially my own. That's why he was interested with it in the first place. We ended up in almost a tug of war, my quirk stretched across the both of us. But he was winning still, and I knew he was. She smirks. Figured he may as well get a taste of the pain I feel through my quirk. I opened my mind and let everything in, using it to overwhelm him. I was used to the pain. He wasn't. He let go, I kept pulling. The reporter stares up at her, eyes wide. Incredible, oh trust me, it was hardly incredible. I was panicking, crying, completely out of it, and I was being held up by my armpits. Izumi groans. I wasn't sure until much later, but I was completely lost in the sensation of the new quirks. So you truly do have new abilities? Yes, I can show you if you'd like. She lifts his phone, pen, and notepad into the air, giggling a bit at his gasp of amazement. This is what you used on that building? He infers, tapping at the floating objects. Yes, though that was an extreme overexertion of my capability. Izumi sighs, setting everything down. I would prefer to never have to do that again. I'm very flexible, have a slight strength and speed boost, and I can hear things from very far away. I believe the glowing incident during the Shai Hisaikai battle was another one, though I haven't figured it out. Also, she transforms into a cat, smiling up to the camera as Takuda starts snapping pictures. Fascinating. Incredible. Why on earth did he have this? Izumi turns back, leaving the ears and tail for him to ogle. Changing forms allowed Sensei to lessen chronic pain. Why do you call him that? Takuda interrupts. Apologies, but I'm curious. Curling into a ball, Izumi shudders. I first met him in a dream. That's how I was introduced to him. It wasn't until much later that I learned of his villain name. I see there's more scribbling, a few simple questions about the technicalities of her quirks. The eye color when she inhabits a mind, a few photos, Izumi letting him take a few pictures of her new quirks. Yes. One more question. He says finally, setting down his notepad. You mentioned that your quirk sign is a green eye. Izumi blinks. Yes, he slides a picture across the table. All Might in his muscle form. Kamino. Izumi asks, picking up the picture. What do you? His eyes are trailing energy. The usual blue and Izumi's bright green. You were with him? Izumi nods. There's really no point to denying it. I know what he's been through. What created All Might Sensei hit him where it hurts. She smiles helplessly. He was frozen, but I could hear everyone screaming for him to win. So I helped him. Now that I think about it, I believe it was my first usage of a quirk not biologically mine. To fuse minds with someone, to shock him out of what was happening. Takuda takes off his glasses. I knew it. You're a big fan of him. Izumi asks, smiling brightly. You notice everything. Your mind gets brighter when you think about him, thankful. Did he save you? He saved my father. I saw his debut in person. It is a picture I will always keep within my soul. He smiles. And the pictures you've been taking of me with your quirk? Izumi asks innocently. I assume most will be given to the newspaper. He blinks in surprise, before snorting. Yes, of course you can see that. One more before you have to leave. Izumi asks, leaning forwards and holding up a peace sign. He laughs, before accepting the selfie, a camera lens popping out of his hand. Izumi, Aizawa says, poking the back of her head. She twists around to see him. We're doing joint training today, with Class 1A, 1B, and the first-year club members. Hell if I'm going to be responsible for 42 kids on my own. Isn't Vlad King going to be there too? Izumi asks, confused. Yes, 43 children. Dead. Izumi is really glad she just sharpened her pencils, because nearly everyone has hero costume adjustments. Your winter costumes? She squeaks, rushing forwards. Shochan's isn't any different because it's already thermo-regulated. Hitoshi, did your voice changer get upgraded? He grins, fingering the device hanging at his throat. Yeah, Hatsum fixed it up for me. It's more convincing and more comfortable. Doubles as an air filter too. Ashido shoves through the boys, showing off her fluffy jacket. How do you like my winter specs, Dreamer-senpai? You look amazing. Izumi cheers, straightening the fluffy collar scarf. Try not to get this frozen though. Oh, Audrey had the same idea. See you, you've had to work really strong to combat hibernation instinct, but it came out great. Yarozu, I love the cape. Have you considered adding a skirt, slitted for accessibility for your quirk, but still protects you from the cold? Yarozu smiles warmly. Perhaps later I'm more concerned for Hagakure, aren't you cold? She asks the girl, who has added nothing to her ensemble and is as naked as ever. I'm freezing. Hagakure chirps. I know Mirio-san had his hair made into special fabric that allows his quirk to be used with it. May not do much, but you'll be warmer. That's an option. Izumi skips over to Bakugu, gasping. Yours changed too, Kaken? Ha. He growls. The tank top is gone. Instead, a form-fitting black suit with a high collar takes its place. That suit, it's like Tsuyas. Your capability has a to do with temperature, so it's important to choose costumes well. It must have cold resistance to protect your body heat. That's really smart with how you fight with sweat glands. What a good upgrade. Bakugu slams his hand over her face. Shut up. Don't flatter me. Smirking and giving a very shirtless Kirishima a side eye, Izumi whispers through the glove, looks like Kirishima doesn't have your problems with cold though. Bakugu shoves her backwards with an explosion, face bright red. Laughing, Izumi runs away, letting Monoma's annoying voice attract Bakugu rage. So complacent? Monoma laughs, eyes open wide and a crazy smile splitting his face. I wouldn't be so easygoing. Oh, they made it? Kirishima shouts. We aren't underestimating you. We're really excited about this. Monoma lurches over, one hand clutching his stomach and the other placed dramatically in front of his face. Is that so? Well, the wave of momentum is definitely moving to our side now. He pulls a scribbled sheet from nowhere, with 2 bars labeled A and B, taken after the Spurts Festival. Our class won by 2 votes. Huh. Whoa, really? Congratulations. Monoma cackles loudly. Today, our first joint training battle. We're gonna herk. Please shut up. Aizawa sighs, yanking on his scarf around Monoma's neck. This isn't just Class A and B. We'll be bringing in 2 of the club members as well, from General Education Class 1C. Come on out, you two. Nameki and Najuru step forwards, Nameki happily waving to the classes. Hey birdie. Been a while since I beat you at the sports festival. She chirps. Tokoyami bows. A worthy opponent. I have trained on my weakness, but you are still a threat. Najuru sighs. She got lucky enough. Vlad King shouts. Today it is a battle between each class. You will split into teams of 4. The stage will be this section of training field Y. How are we going to deal with the odd number though? One kid from Class B mutters, eyeing Najuru and Nameki. They'll be joining random teams? Izumi announces. Each will choose 2 teams, 1 from each class. They won't ever be on the same team, but some will be 5 versus 4. But that's a clear disadvantage. Hagakure complains, gloves waving wildly in the air. Aizawa steps forwards. Their experience is far less than anything you have. Integrating them into your teams will also be a disadvantage. The goal is to capture the enemy. Each team will see the others as villains. Vlad King explains. In each camp, there is a wicked cute irredeemable prison that you will be attempting to capture your enemies within. Izumi snorts at the picture. A cartoonish Netsu head and paws stick out the side of the cage, with bubble lettering saying, 99,999 years of strong LBR. Regrettable. Busted. Mortifying. Even if you are a team of 5, you'll still lose if 4 are captured. Aizawa says simply. So do your best not to drag each other down. Now then, let's draw lots. Vlad King announces, pulling out the boxes. Round 1, Shinso, Kaminari, Kirishima, Tsuyu, and Najuru vs Shiozaki, Tsuburaba, Shishida, and Rin. Round 2, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, Hagakure, and Aoyama vs Kendo, Kinoko, Kurwaro, and Fukudashi. Round 3, Todoroki, Shoji, Ida, Ajuru vs Tsunatori, Tetsutetsu, Kaibara, and Hananuki. Round 4, Bakugu, Jairu, Rikido, and Siro vs Bondo, Always, Kamakiri and Tokage. Round 5, Kuda, Achako, Mineta, and Mina vs Monoma, Yanagi, Kodai, Shoda, and Nameki. Ooh, this should be so much fun. Izumi squeaks, already flipping through her notebooks. After everything, 1A has more experience and work in dangerous situations, but 1B has increased their level on a while far more than 1A their training hasn't been as chopped up. The first match and the final match is where Najiru and Nameki will come into play. I wonder if they'll quit giving them ideas. Aizawa groans. 9 in the first match, get moving. You'll have 20 minutes once the match starts. Yes, sir. Hitoshi waves lazily over his shoulder to Izumi and Shuto, before following his team to their starting position. Izumi plops down on the ground to watch, flipping to Shishida and Rin's pages. She had watched the other two in detail through the sports festival, but she hasn't had as much of a chance to analyze the others. Any guesses? Shuto asks, sitting beside her. Izumi immediately capitalizes on his left side, cuddling into the warmth. Hey, her hero costume is warm but it's not as nice. No spoilers, Shochan. She grins. Besides, our Hitoshi is gonna kick butt. There's the faintest grin tugging at the corner of his mouth before Shuto turns to the screen. The five-man team is together, walking through the industrial maze of pipes and metal. Tsuyu is using her camouflage. You need to be looking for it to see it. Izumi muses. Najiru seems fully blind to his immediate surroundings, so he's using both eyes to search the area, but 1B did their research, it looks like. Najiru went looking for Shiozaki, and the other team is using her as bait, distracting them for a sneak attack. What are you talking about? Kamakiri asks. None of that happened. Shishida bursts out of nowhere, lunging for Kirishima and Tsuyu, throwing them back against the wall. Vlad King makes an impressed noise. 2 in 1. Good move, but they're still capable of fighting. Izumi hums. In addition, they waited until Najiru was blind, taking out the unknown fighting capability. You can't use your lightning with your teammates around, Sir Kaminari. Shishida roars, Tsuburaba popping up on his back, blowing across the air around them. Hitoshi reaches for his mask. And a little prison for good measure. Tsubura cackles. Now kick their asses, Shishida. You got it. Just leave it to me. Shishida freezes, mind going blank, Tsuburaba confused on his back. He spoke with my voice. Izumi grins. That's our Hitoshi. Ruining dreams, causing havoc. Shuto nods, before Izumi jabs him in the side. Go into the cage back there. Hitoshi orders, still with Tsuburaba's voice. Tsuburaba snaps out of his shock, blowing a soundproof cage around Hitoshi and slapping Shishida's neck. Wake up. Come on, you big lug. Shishida wakes up, looking around in confusion as Hitoshi starts slamming against his cage. What? But I didn't respond to him. It doesn't matter. Take them out. Tsuburaba shouts. Kaminari lunges forwards as Shishida attacks, taking the punch. Electricity courses from his body as he's struck, setting the fur coating the beast on end. Tsuburaba tumbles to the ground. Diamenwo. Najiru, ever the silent watcher, has him in a headlock before he can move, shoving his hand over Tsuburaba's mouth. Frog-sen. Karo. Tsuyu snatches her opponent, Kaminari cheering weakly from his pile of rubble. Put him in the slammer. Shishida follows, only to be immediately accosted by Kirishima. I'm not letting you go after my teammates so easily, he shouts, strong as a rock and a flurry of fists. As the brawl starts, now in 1A's favor, Izumi giggles at Hitoshi. He's still trapped, sitting with his arms crossed as he watches the fight. He's pouting. Look at him. She whispers to Shuto. Shishida roars angrily, grabbing Kirishima around the waist and launching him into the sky as the fight turns ever against his favor. Oh, Sia. Izumi whispers. He's strong and Kirishima is headed straight for Shiozaki. Kaminari slings his targets at Shishida, a returning Tsuyu striking with her tongue. Shishida shrinks into his humanoid form, grinning at Tsuyu. I know you're there. I can smell you. He grabs for her, but Tsuyu is gone. It's against his favor. He needs to get out of there if he doesn't want to get captured too. Izumi hums. He may be strong, but his opponents are fast and can strike strong. He can't afford to get hit by Kaminari again, or allow Tsuyu to wrap him up. Shishida seems to understand that, but he's also unwilling to go empty-handed. He grabs at Nadru, taking off at a run. Hey! Kaminari shouts, but he can't follow as Shishida leaps into the air. Sirpi. Vlad King laughs. 2 for us and 1 for you. What incredible moves to put these braggarts in their place. Quit with the biased commentary. Cries Mina, who has apparently begun a small revolt and has protest signs. Nameki sighs sadly as she watches Nadru get dragged to the prison, flailing the whole way. He trains so strong he kicks Shishida in the ball. And is dropped like a stone. The viewers are silent for a moment, before Vlad King sighs. That is definitely your student, Aizawa. Aizawa smirks proudly. When in doubt, kick him where it hurts. Works every time. Am I right, Kaken? Izumi says innocently. Bakugo snorts violently into his fist, clearly remembering the all-for-one incident. Mineta squeaks. Oh God, Izumi returns her attention to the cameras. Shishida appears to have reconvened with his team, leaving Nadru for later. Behind them lies Kirishima, mummified in vines. Tsuyu had taken a pipe to Hitoshi's cage, breaking him out. The problem is, Nadru is now separated from his group, which believe him to be captured, and Shishida can still smell him. Izumi muses. He's all alone in this fight not to get caught. His teammates think he's already gone, so they aren't going to try and find him, instead focusing on the other team. But if he's so isolated, he's also easy points, so B team will go for him, and Kaminari has attached a target to Shishida, and is capable of tracking the target, so they might be chasing Shishida who might chase Nadru so the base might not dash. Bakugo throws something at her. Shut up. Sorry. She looks back to the screen, just in time to see Tsuyu covering Kaminari and Hitoshi in slime. A what? Ashido says obviously lost. Izumi perks up. That's Tsuyu's mucus. That's really smart of her to use that. With Shishida's nose, it will be confusing for him. Bakugo throws something else at her. I said shut up. Team A takes off, Kaminari clearly tracking his target attached to Shishida's belt. If they get there fast enough, they'll get everyone at once, but Shizuki, Deku. You're muttering again. Izumi squeaks. I'm sorry. Shido humps. I like when you mutter. I can hear what's happening in that genius brain of yours. Izumi makes a strangled noise before shutting up and paying attention to the screen. The battle is starting anew anyways, Shishida already sniffing wildly and trying to figure out where Tsuyu 1, 2, and 3 are coming from. Shizuki moves her vines forwards, poking in each corner as she hunts down her opponents. Kaminari leaps forwards into the vines, giving a sad salute to Tsuyu as he's dragged away. Whatcha sai, Siro whispers, only to be smacked over the head for his memes. It's a smart move, Izumi realizes. Kaminari knows Shizuki has to go all out to block his lightning, giving his teammates an opportunity to attack. Team B seems to understand that as well, leaping back in preparation for Kaminari. Ding ding ding. Kaminari whoops. You've won a 3-way shocking. The cameras are fast, but the action is still blurry. Kaminari is encased in vines, electricity speeding to his target, which has been shot off Shishida's leg by Rin's scales. Oh come on. Kaminari shouts, voice muffled. More incoming. Get those vines up. Rin's voice shouts. Shizuki nods. I shall at once. Their positions please dash, hey. Rin shouts, looking around wildly. That wasn't me talking. Grinning proudly, Izumi spots Hitoshi hiding in a clump of pipes, adjusting his mask once more. This place is too echoey. Rin curses, still scanning the area. I have no idea where that voice came from. Shishida, you got a lock on them. Shishida darts in one direction, wildly pointing in another. Hey, you're being too paranoid. Talk to me. Rin shouts, but the beast is already gone. DMN. I may as well snap Shizuki out of it. Tsuyu scoops Shizuki away with her tongue. And there we are. She can't be hit by your bullets up here. Rin curses, turning his attention to Tsuyu as she fades into her camouflage once more. So she has moves to Shishida. Forget Shinso. Azui is hiding. Give me her location. Tsuyu gives him her location with a foot to the head. Shishida roars through the maze of pipes, striking at Hitoshi. Hitoshi twists away, his capture weapon twisting around a loose pipe and dragging it onto the other's head. That won't be enough to take me down. Shishida shouts. Atesh. Rin slams into the back of his head, the two of them falling to the ground, unconscious. Tsuyu ribbits happily. Now we just need to put them in the cage, Karo. A brainwashed Shizuki drags Shishida, Shinso dragging Rin in his capture weapon. Najuru pops out of an alley. Did we win? What the F, dude? What did you learn? Aizawa asks the students after they return. I need to communicate better and not look too far. Najuru says immediately. I need faster reaction time. Hitoshi sighs. If my opponent doesn't want to fight, my quirk is pretty useless. Kirishima groans. In a real fight, I'd be dead meat the second I got captured. I acted recklessly in the early stages. Tsuyu ribbits sadly. I let Kirishima get caught and Najuru get separated. I should have focused. I was awesome, wasn't I? Kaminari whoops, giving everyone a double thumbs up. So cool. Feel free to heap on the praise. Ashido whistles as Vlad King lectures his own class. Dang, the work studies kids really went HRD on themselves. Meanwhile, Jamie is way to big head. Jiru snorts. Hey. Aizawa steps forwards. Enough. Najuru, be more careful. Kirishima, focus on setting up direct encounters where you brawl. Kaminari, your early game was a mess. Does it take losing your allies to use your talents? Azui, you may have messed up in the beginning, but you refocused immediately and changed course. Wait, Sue and I did the same thing. Why was she given praise? Kaminari complains. Izumi snickers. Because she focused you, Kaminari. Hey. The next teams start heading to the training grounds, those who had already gone slipping back into their groups. Hitoshi flops down onto the ground in front of Izumi and Shudo. Shishida is not someone you want to get chased by. He groans. I felt like a rat hiding from a rabid terrier. Do you need me to ice anywhere? Shudo offers. Please. Right shoulder. Izumi snorts, rolling him over and tugging his head onto her lap. Lay down and be pampered all you want, but watch the screens. It's a good learning opportunity no matter what. I'm excited for this one. Yamamo and Kendo-san as team leaders, Shudo muses, his right hand chilling Hitoshi's bruised shoulder. It should be interesting. Not to mention, Kinoko's quirk is fascinating, and Kirwaro has the same affinity for darkness as Tokoyami. Izumi whispers, balancing her notebook on Hitoshi's head as the fight starts. Tokoyami has definitely improved his distance with Dark Shadow. The being moves far in front of team as they rush forwards to meet their opponents. Good move, but there's a problem. Izumi sighs. Dark Shadow is black. Kirwaro leaps forwards at his chance, diving into Dark Shadow with his quirk. The capability to sink into the absence of light, and control it if he chooses. Dark Shadow is sent back the way he came, carrying with him an unwelcome passenger. A strike from his own quirk sends Tokoyami skidding backwards. You truly are another who consorts with the abyss, the bird murmurs, flinging off his cloak. Then I shall stand against you with the technique Hawks helped me to create, Black Fallen Angel. Kirwaro fit gets with excitement. Bring it on. Izumi holds up her phone, hitting record as Tokoyami shouts about his new technique. Hawks might want to see it in action. Black Fallen Angel. The #1 hero helped you make it. Oh, I'm excited. Kirwaro shouts from the shadows. I'm still gonna wear you like a suit, Tokoyami fumigage. It's a good diversion of attention. Kirwaro never intended to go after Tokoyami first, instead popping from the shadows to latch onto Aoyama's cape. He cackles madly as he leaps away, Aoyama shrieking in shock. That schemer needs radical reform, Shiozaki mourns, hands clasped together in prayer. Tokoyami takes off in pursuit, Dark Shadow wrapping its arms around him and flying into the air. Tokoyami wraps his cloak around it, a shield from the light. He snatches Aoyama from Kirwaro clutches, ignoring the confused and offended noises. Tokoyami keep flying about. Aoyama, naval buffet. Alter every shadow around. Yayarozu shouts, running below. Yes, ma'am. The boys call in return, and soon the whole area is coated in rebounding light sources. Izumi stops recording as mushrooms pop up everywhere and Hagakure starts panicking. Dreamer has sent a video file. Dreamer, your bird bud's doing well. She sets it aside just in time to see Fukudashi get to work, his onomatopoeia creating a wall between Yaoyorozu and her teammates. Separating the brains of the operation, Izumi murmurs. Smart. Fukudashi can wall them off and provide support, while Kinoko limits their mobility. Kurwaro hasn't been caught either. He found a black mushroom, I believe. Kendo appears by Yaoyorozu, attacking and denting the shield she throws up. On the other side of Fukudashi's wall, Tokoyami chases after Kurwaro, who had once again snatched Aoyama. Class B has completely taken over the field, tailoring it to their specifications. Izumi notes. But in a real fight, the civilians will most likely be a little annoyed with the remodeling. That shouldn't be Plan 1. Yaoyorozu smiles up to Kendo, a cannon bursting from her side. Oh, is she crazy? Kamakiri shouts. Awaze nods. It's gotta be a bluff. She could really hurt someone with that thing. SW&G the barrel away from Kendo, Yaoyorozu aims over the wall and fires. A bag flies from it, Tokoyami and Hagakure ready to intercept. The bag read, Yaoyorozu's lucky bag, and Izumi has to grin at how she named it. Tokoyami pulls infrared goggles from inside, as well as several bottles of antifungal spray. Those goggles are definitely made for your head, Tokoyami-kun. Hagakure announces. I think we've heard Yaoyorozu loud and clear. End of match brought to you by my manga site F-Up. We lost. Hagakure pouts, sprawled out on the ground. We were doing so good too, Tokoyami hacks again, rubbing at his throat. I'm sorry. Kinoko passes him an apology cough drop. Sorry for growing my mushrooms in your throat, she says, patting his back. It is a bit of a last resort for me. I don't feel like I've won. Kendo groans as medical bots cut her free. Yaoyorozu had the two of them bound tight to the cannon, even as she passed out. I was completely immobile, even as I beat hurt. Their end battle lecture aims more towards the rampant destruction they caused, and a break is called while they move to a new training area. I can't be your heater, I'm up next. Shudo says, poking at Izumi's side. Izumi sighs, relinquishing her hold. Fine. I call you when you come back. Hitoshi interjects, grinning as Izumi whips around. You'll have to fight me for him. You have a blanket? Shudo slips away to his team as the two of them bicker, Nameki sneaking up in his place. Geez, you two really do act like a married couple. Still mad I lost the right to her hand in the sports festival though. She sighs dramatically. Ashido makes a face. You what? Nameki and Shinso had a joke about whoever won their match would get to marry Dreamer-san. Najuru explains. Who said it was a joke? Nameki grins. Watch the fight. Vlad King roars, putting an end to the conversations. Izumi shoves Hitoshi over, cuddling up against his side as Mineta cries in the background. On screen, Tetsu has decided to go juggernauting through the walls and pipes. Did he not hear the criticism from the last fight? Vlad groans, Tsunatori, Tetsu, Kaibara, and Hananuki. Izumi muses. They want a head-on fight, it would seem. Though Tetsu is rushing through and not communicating, it's a good plan. Shudo ices the area as the two teams meet, engulfing Tetsu. Ajuru and Ida peer down from the pipes, ready to attack. Recipro burst. Ida shouts, darting down for the first strike. He sinks into the ice, which is looking distinctly less solid. Had he attacked with fire, I would have been helpless. Hananuki notes, watching Ida get engulfed. Better keep you down, you could be troubling. Ajuru leaps forwards to strike as well, only for the pipe below him to fail. Do be careful. I set traps. Hananuki says, turning to his position. They don't call him flexible for nothing. Rikido says, watching the fight. Did he predict that? Or did it just on the off chance? He fights like Gentle did. Izumi realizes. Gentle? Izumi grins at Kendo, who was looking at her. A villain I had a run-in with. He was annoying, turned me into RBB. Hananuki can't affect living things though, correct? Kendo nods. Non-living only. He has more control over the duration of the effect. Izumi scribbles into her notebook. Gentle could use air too, can Hananuki. What would soft air even feel like? But he had to wait until the effect wore off. Changing the properties of matter's softening and elasticity, it should be interesting to compare the two. Is that the dude that you threw yourself a mile to catch? Hitoshi asks, raising an eyebrow. Let's watch the match. Kaibara had attacked Ajuru, who can block his rotating limbs. The two of them are dancing back and forth, trying to land a hit on the other. Tsunatori takes her chance to attack too, her horns striking out at Shuji. We were sure your scout would stay back. Say behind Todoroki. She announces proudly, her accent slipping through. Tetsu punches through what little remains of the ice, grabbing Shudo's face. You and your stupid ice, always so freaking cold. Freezing my steel butt off, Todoroki. He shouts. I'm coming at you bare-handed. It's not all going in Team B's favor though. Hananuki seems to have overestimated Ida's recovery time, and the class president escapes his goopy prison with another Recipro burst. Or Recipro turbo. Good work, Ida. Izumi nods, watching him chase Hananuki. If he can catch him before gloop, Hananuki escapes? Izumi sighs. Looks like he'll be headed for Shudo and Shuji, backing away from the fight he can't win. Smart. She scribbles in her notebook. It is fascinating that Hananuki can swim away near anywhere. Does he have a radar in that mask? It would be helpful. Ida kicks at the re-hardened ice, before darting off after Ajuru. Can't slow down, difficult to control. Izumi muses, scribbling down her notes again. It's a new move, so of course Ida will have difficulty controlling it, but it's still important. Ajuru looks like he hasn't changed at all. Shiro shouts. He's fighting so normally. What can a martial artist do against someone he can't touch? Izumi asks. He could use improvised weapons, but that's not really his specialty. For now he's on the run. Ida is also on the run, but in a different way. Go support the others. He shouts, snatching Kaibara and zooming off towards the prison. Hananuki is headed there. I'll be back shortly. Izumi turns back to Shudo's fight, just in time to see him try fire against Tetsu. Fire versus steel, that's not going to work. Hitoshi looks to her. What do you mean? Tetsu's training was sitting in a furnace for a day. Izumi whispers, watching as the two of them ramp up the heat. He's practically immune. None of Shudo's attacks will work on him, so unless Sho pulls off something crazy he's screwed. Hitoshi finishes, looking worried. He's fighting against Smooth Kirishima without any shield. Smooth Kirishima? Izumi asks, a little thrown off. Our strong boy has blades, Tetsu doesn't. Hitoshi explains, tapping at his arm. But he still packs a punch. Get back. Unless you want to melt. Shudo growls, his flames bursting forth. Izumi bites her lip, eyes fixated on the screen. It started flickering as the flames grow, the two of them locked together. That's what Endeavor did, she realizes. Overheated both himself and the nomu. But that's really dangerous. She says. The camera feed cuts out. Izumi, make sure they don't kill each other. Aizawa directs immediately. She nods, giving a final glance to Hitoshi, who is still watching the darkened screen. It's hot. It's really, really, really hot. Izumi blinks at the fight from Tetsu's eyes, feeling Shudo's fire swirl around him, within him, like a volcano ready to explode. Limits are made to be broken. Shudo bares his teeth, hair whirling around him, his own fire blazing in his eyes. Do you ever shut up? He looks ethereal. Suddenly he falls, Hananuki rising from the ground behind him. Can't have you melting our Tetsu, she says, and a pipe falls, slamming into the back of Shudo's head. Izumi shakes herself off. It's training, she's here to observe, he's fine. Ida rushes through, smashing Hananuki's mask and scooping Shudo away, into the area where the cameras are. Izumi slips away. Izumi wakes up in Hitoshi's lap, darting awake to see the screens. Shudo, Hananuki, and Tetsu are all out cold, the area around them collapsed. Ida is awake, but buried under a fallen water tower. He was already knocked out. The hell are they throwing a water tower at him for? Hitoshi growls angrily. They were on the verge of passing out too. It's the same thing Yayarosa did. Izumi sighs, squeezing his hand. I may not like it, But it makes sense. Tsunatori runs past, scooping up each of the knocked-out boys with a horn and then floating herself into the air. Below her, Ida lets out a shout of rage, while Shuji is stuck staring up at them, biding for time. Izumi whispers, "It's a tie. Score, 1-1. Glad King shouts, 20 minutes are up. What excellent moves from Team B. Cut it out with the biased commentary." Ashido shouts angrily, "Ida was freaking awesome." Izumi gets up, following the medical drones to where Shudo is being trucked off to Recovery Girl. Match 4. She sighs, turning back to the group and flopping down on Hitoshi. "He'll be fine. A minor concussion, but he'll be fine." She reassures him. Recovery Girl will fix Shudo right up. Hitoshi nods, face buried in his mask and scarf. "I know. What happened after the cameras fizzled out?" "Shudo was hot." Izumi blurts out, before realizing what she said when Hitoshi raises his eyebrows. "Not like that." She yelps, squeaking and burying her face in her hands. "He was driving his body heat way up," and Hitoshi grins, poking her in the side. "Your face is bright red. Did he really look that good?" Izumi glares at him, before sighing. "Yeah, he was incredible. Are you two really thirsting over icy hot right now?" Bakugo asks, leaning over them. "Kaken." He smirks at her, cracking his knuckles. "I'm up next, and you better have your little notebook ready. We're winning with no losses, you hear me?" Monoma skids into the conversation, grinning maniacally. "I wouldn't be so sure. I've been looking forwards to this match, because Tokage is in the mix." He leans towards Bakugo, chuckling. "You better be ready. You're going down." Bakugo leans in too, mirroring Monoma's crazy smirk. 4-0, our favor. "Watch me." He marches to his position, Monoma scoffing and disappearing. "What just happened?" Hitoshi blinks. Izumi shrugs. "You have room." "Shudo." Izumi squeals, jumping up and hugging him. "Are you okay? That was crazy. Overheating your body like that could have gotten you really hurt." Dragging her back to the ground, Shudo gives them a small smile. "I'm fine, I promise." "Who's up now?" Bakugo, Jairu, Satu, and Siro versus Bondo, Aways, Kamakiri, and Tokage. Izumi says, "Are you sure you're okay?" Shudo picks up her hand, pressing it to his forehead. Izumi frowns, listening to his mind. He really is telling the truth, so she just sighs. Fine. Any ideas on the next match?" she asks, pulling out her notebook. Kaken swore he'd win 4-0. "I don't doubt he believes he's capable," Shudo admits, looking up at the screen. "But it's a bad idea to underestimate any opponent. Most especially Class B. They've more than proven themselves." They watch as Bakugo leads his team through a maze of pipes, Jairu complaining that she's trying to listen and keep up at the same time. His teamwork hasn't improved. Izumi sighs. And they're falling right into a trap. Tokage spits and pieces float around, making huge amounts of noise and distracting Jairu. There's a whirlwind of human bits, each one smacking Team A around. "Those aren't heavy hits?" Izumi muses, watching Siro create a barricade of tape. "And a blockade can become a cage." Bondo leaps out of nowhere, showering everything in his glue. There's nowhere for Siro, Satu, or Jairu to move without being caught. They're using thief opponents' moves against them. Izumi hums. "Smart." Bakugo blasts the glue and tape cage away, and Kamakiri takes his chance. He dives for Jairu, the most troublesome of the team, only for Bakugo to leap in front and let off a huge blast. Do my eyes deceive me?" Monoma says, but it comes out almost as a whimper. "Did he just protect Jairu? By kicking her?" Kaminari nods. Kirishima pats Monoma's shoulder, the blonde boy starting to foam at the mouth. "Don't worry, your eyes are fine. Bakugo's got all kinds of hidden sides. He got character development." "Him?" Monoma screeches. Shudo ducks his head to Hitoshi and Izumi's ears. "I rescind my statement about being fine. His shrieking is making my concussion come back." Izumi has to bury her face into one of their hero costumes to stop from bursting into laughter. Team B has backed off, Bakugo swearing in annoyance and resuming the chase. He finds Aways almost instantly, blasting up to his location. Awaze is waiting for him though, and in a moment, Bakugo is fused with the wall by several cylinders of metal. A support item. I wonder what they're made of. Izumi says, jotting it down. They're certainly brittle enough to be broken though, as Sata leaps up moments later and frees Bakugo, who immediately blasts off after Awaze. Awaze seems to realize he won't be escaping, and turns to face him, fusing armor to his body. Bakugo blasts upwards. Your turn. What? Awaze shrieks, but it's too late. Jiraiya takes him out easily, grinning. There we go. We got this. Zero wraps Awaze up quickly, Bakugo blasting forwards and tackling Bondo with a massive explosion. Sata follows, grabbing an addled Bondo before he can recover. They're moving quick. Izumi chirps, leaning forwards. He's not relying on only himself. He's letting those most suited to the situation to take a shot. 2 opponents in the blink of an eye. Bakugo isn't giving up on that streak either. He's found Kamakiri, who is struggling to escape his blasts, while Zero shouts in the background. Yo, Bakugo. I was thinking Tokage has got to run out of stamina like Yaoyorozu. She can regenerate, but it probably takes a lot of energy, so she'll definitely bring a lot of the smaller bits back to her main body. Bakugo launches Kamakiri against a wall, blasting to his next target with brutal efficiency. The grenade of Bakugo's sweat that Zero had taped to one of Tokage's spits goes off, her main body flying away to escape. Close one, why'd he have to go and change so much? Tokage whines. Bakugo appears in front of her, hands cupped together. Point-blank stun grenade. Tokage lets out a scream of rage and shock, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Bakugo lands beside her. I didn't change. My goal is still the same. He growls. To be the greatest hero. 4-0, no casualties, Team A's favor. Bakugo marches out of the training field, grinning proudly. How's that for a mountain, Udo? Izumi blinks, then smiles. That's why he told her to watch carefully. He remembered the dream, balancing on his one little spire. He's become a mountain. He still stands at the peak, high above the clouds, but he's giving himself more ground. Making sure she know it. You're getting stronger. Izumi says simply, wiping a tear from her eyes. And that mountain is gonna be way harder to crumble. Yeah, stop sobbing, you nerd. He scoffs, marching off to terrorize Monoma before his match. 2 wins for 1A, 1 win for 1B and a tie. Izumi lists off. The final match should be interesting. Young Midoriya? All Might says, walking up behind her. Izumi turns, confused. Yagi-san, I've received a call. We're wanted at Tartarus. He says, holding up his phone. Izumi blinks, turning to Aizawa. Right now. All Might sighs. Apparently All for One is being restless. The prison staff wants us there as soon as possible to try and calm him down. Aizawa waves a hand. 1 more match and then we're done. Go to your job. Nodding, Izumi hands her notebook off to Hitoshi and Shudo. I expect notes? She demands. Good ones too. Hitoshi gives her a salute, Shudo holding the notebook reverently. You'll let us write in this? Of course. Izumi laughs, standing up to follow All Might. See ya. Good luck, Group 5. Welcome back, Dreamers and All Might. A heavily mustached man introduces. I'm Kaimusho, the warden. Apologies for not greeting you before, I was on leave. Izumi bows respectfully. I'd imagine being the head officer in one of the tightest security prisons in the world has got to be stressful. And I heard the one we're here to see isn't making it much easier. He never makes anything easier. All Might grumbles under his breath. Kaimusho sighs, rubbing at his forehead. He's certainly not being the most polite of our inmates. He likes spiking up his energy level and vitals so the nurses have to come running, playing mind games with the guards, and torturing the other prisoners whenever he gets a chance. We tell him to stop, and he claims he's bored, and forces staff to read to him. He talks about stuff that he shouldn't know, and I don't know if someone's feeding him info or he's just observant. He's got the whole building on edge. And we still have to deal with 100 other nasty customers, who are quick to pick at weakness. Izumi whispers. That's kinda terrifying to think of all the people being held here. Why call us? I know for a fact that I'll only rile him up. All Might asks. I know of his past, but the man himself, Kaimusho nods. I'd like you to go over some of the more concerning things he said. Your history is highly intertwined. As for Dreamer-san, I was hoping you could speak to him once more. I don't know if it was the early meeting, but after you had your first chat he was far more introspective. Izumi nods, a bit nervous. But I can do that. Should probably ask him about what I've discovered recently too. We'll be watching as we were last time. Kaimusho says, reassuring. Any problems, we'll pull you out, and the conversation is being recorded for anything that can help. Izumi takes a deep breath, feeling all the glass within her shudder and settle. Thank you, Kaimusho-san. She smiles dryly. I'm ready. Hello, sensei. Ah, Izumi. Sensei smiles as she walks into the room. Congratulations on the number 10 spot. I was wondering why I was moved here. I don't get many visitors. To what do I owe the pleasure? Izumi sits in the chair placed there for her, fiddling with the blanket. You've been bothering the guards lately? What is a man to do, tied up with only his ears to sense the world? I need some distraction. They keep me in one spot, my back is acting up. All for one size, shifting in his bindings. What's more, the pain medication they have me on are not quite enough. I did mention you took 2 quirks that helped me with managing my pain, correct? The anti-sore throat and the cat one, I remember. Izumi admits, already feeling a headache coming on. If she got dragged out here just because of a sore back, not that they would be much use to you. The cat quirk wouldn't fire under the quirk suppressant medication. And the guard's job is to keep you here. Sensei smiles at that. I have no intention of escape. Tomura needs independence for him to grow. Though I must admit having Kurogiri captured so soon was not in the plans. Taking a deep breath, Izumi settles her mind. He doesn't look like he's lying, but still. You know Kurogiri was captured, then. Did one of the guards mention it? I overhear many things, Sensei says, shrugging. Shimura's old friend, Gran Torino, helped to capture him and met Makina. I believe you were doing something at that time as well. A shy Hasaikai. Izumi frowns. He knows Gran Torino was there. Yes, I was. A Yakuza that survived the purge of organized crime. But not you. All for One smiles. I hear you did something quite odd, using the quirks you took from me. Ah yes, and then the attack of a high-end nomu. It's good they are progressing without my assistance. Depends on who you ask. Izumi replies, looking down at her arm. The cast had come off a while ago, thanks to Recovery Girl. The glowing avatar thing, I assume that was something I took from you? Sensei smiles brightly. Yes. Astral projection. Capable of assuming form in a close area. It appears to have fused with your mind quirks quite well. Your grandmother's power is quite fascinating, is it not? Izumi raises a hand to her temple. It's something I think I could have done already. I can fuse dreams, it wouldn't be too far of a leap. It makes me wonder just how much is one quirk and how much is the next. Soon enough they'll start to fuse, most especially those that are similar. Your grandmother's quirk recognizes its BLD. Sensei brushes it off. Your reach will be stronger with something more specified. You would not have been able to help All Might in his battle with me without it. I would call it rude, but it would be a tad hypocritical, wouldn't it? He smirks, seemingly very proud of himself. More than a tad, Sensei. Izumi replies, looking down at her hands. Speaking of BLD ties, how is your father? Izumi tenses instantly, her whole body shuddering. The lights watching them tense as well, ready to pull her out. The League is fighting with Makina, I assume he's there as well? Sensei muses, mind suddenly sharp. Tell me, how much do you know of his past? Calm down, don't break, I know what you did to him. Izumi says carefully. She can't focus, she shouldn't have let her guard down. You know of his beginning and his end? Sensei says, leaning against his restraints, light floating with curiosity at her reaction. All Might's light flares, headed for the door. But do you know what happened in the middle? Who he followed? Family history is important, my dear. The door slams open, All Might marching in, placing a hand on her shoulder. Dreamer. Izumi latches onto his hand, taking deep, shaky breaths. What? She doesn't look so good. Sensei hums. I assume you'll be leaving now. Shut up. All Might hisses to his enemy, helping Izumi to her feet. Remember what I said, my dear. You may discover something helpful. The door closes, Kaimusho immediately appearing by her side. Are you alright? I can see what you mean by playing mind games on the guards. Izumi groans, rubbing at her forehead. It just came out of nowhere. I'm like an experiment to him, like Shigaraki, like the dragon. He wants to see how the quirks affect me, how he's affected me, it's how he gained power. All Might sighs. Changed and manipulated people, bringing them into his influence? Straightening, Izumi looks the warden in the eye. He doesn't seem to want to escape, but I would still keep security tight. I'm almost certain a very old hearing mutation remained despite the medication. That's likely how he's hearing. Does he have a radio or the like in his room? A podcast or a talk show could maybe keep him from getting too bored, and it could drown out some of the stuff he overhears. Other than that, I don't know. Kaimusho bows. Thank you. I apologize for having to ask this of you. I would ask if you would like to see others here that you have fought before. Hero Killer Stain, Kurogyri, Moonfish, and Overhaul are prisoners here as well. But I don't wish you to push yourself. Izumi sighs. I think my tolerance for murderous bastards is spent for today, but if someone could tell Stain I said hi and I'm sorry I couldn't visit. He respects me. I think it would be rude to ignore him again. The warden gives her an odd look, but nods. Of course. Rest please. And thank you again. Izumi trudges to her apartment, flopping onto the couch and petting Ainiko. I'm back from prison. She calls, yawning. Hi, Mirio, Eri-chan. You went to prison? Mirio asks, confused. Groaning, Izumi buries her face in Ainiko's fur. The black cat starts purring at all the attention. Hero stuff. Was it bad? Yamada asks, leaning over the couch. I had a panic attack. Izumi groans. Yagi-san had to pull me out. You're better now. Eri asks worried. Izumi smiles wearily, patting her head. I'll be fine. Dad went to get Monoma, right? We're testing something with your quirk. Eri nods solemnly. I'm scared. Izumi rolls off the couch to kneel before Eri, cupping her cheeks in her hands. Hey, me and Dad's and Mirio and the cats will be all right here with you. And you won't even be using your quirk. Eri nods, holding Izumi's hand for support. Monoma marches into the apartment, Aizawa leading him. Oh, hey Izumi. You're back. He greets. Izumi gives him a thumbs up, standing and taking a two back from the couch so Eri can hop down. She doesn't let go of her hand, even as Izumi guides her to Monoma. It's the scary dragon man. Eri whispers, hiding behind Izumi. Ha! What is this little girl saying? Monoma asks, face contorting in his normal fashion. Izumi smacks him on the head. You yelled at her back at the culture festival. She scolds. Do your job and quit being obnoxious, please. Monoma makes a face at her, but kneels down and reaches out. Eri takes a step back. Motioning for Monoma to stop, Izumi grips her shoulder. Eri-chan, Monoma can copy quirks, and he's going to try and use yours so he can teach you how. To control it. He needs to touch you for it to work. Is that okay? Eri blinks, face buried in her sweater, before nodding mutely. She holds out a hand, allowing Monoma to tap it quickly. A horn forms on his head as he copies her quirk. He reaches up to touch the horn, humming. Yeah, she's a miss. I won't be able to do anything with this. Izumi frowns, poking at the horn herself. A miss? An accumulation-type quirk. Monoma explains. I can copy the fundamental abilities of a quirk, but if something needs to be stored over time, take fat gum, for example. Our body type is so vastly different, I have no fat stored up, so I couldn't use fat in the way he can. Izumi measures the horn on Monoma's head and compares it to Eri's. Hers is bigger, if only slightly. When she had lost control, it had been a foot long. The energy within her horn is what is used. Izumi mumbles, then freezes when she notices a light sniffle. I'm sorry, the little girl whispers, reaching up to touch her horn. My power is causing so much trouble for everyone. I'm causing so much trouble, She sniffles again, her red eyes teary. It would be better for everyone if I didn't have this power. Monoma starts creeping away. He did not sign up for emotions. Izumi cradles Eri's cheeks once more, smiling sadly. I know sometimes you can wish you were never born with your power. I know that feeling all too well. But without you, we would never have been able to win against Overhaul. Everyone here has quirks that can be dangerous if used in the wrong way. She sits back on her heels, chopping her hands in the air. It's like a knife. A knife can be scary and dangerous, but if you learn how to use it well you can make all kinds of tasty food. Eri blinks, nodding slightly. Monoma may not have been able to use your quirk, but he was able to tell us how it worked. Izumi announces, clenching her fists like she's ready to go. We'll all help you control your power, Eri-chan. Eri, Mirio, and Yamada all copy Izumi, Eri's face twisted in determination. I'll learn how to use this power. Learning power has to wait. Eri goes to bed, as it's late in the night, and Monoma is sent back to his dorm. Izumi, however, has something bothering her. Dragon's early crimes? She mutters, typing it into the search bar. Fire and death. Izumi scrolls through hundreds of arson cases, from 10 to 20 years ago. There are so many of them, how is she supposed to find anything useful in this? She groans, pressing her face into her hands. Sensei had said there could be something, and he didn't seem to be lying. But he could just be messing with her. She certainly wouldn't put it past him. But he also could be pointing to something shaking off her annoyance. She looks up trial records. Reports of him yelling at an unnamed woman, who Izumi can only assume is her mother. Further reports of her friend cussing him out in return. Auntie Mitsuki. Izumi smiles sadly, recognizing a few of the more creative curses. Maybe I should call her, she'd know something crimes and charges? Public library, hospital, school, mall secret government base. Izumi blinks, clicking on the article. In the last month, a government base was attacked. The article reads, official statement was that this was a research facility, which was assaulted by the infamous arsonist, the dragon. It's a deviancy from his normal targets, which tend to be public areas with plenty of people. Researchers claim he has stolen something valuable that they were working on, but very few victims were killed. That doesn't make any sense. Izumi mutters, scrolling back up to the picture. He likes causing chaos and using his quirk to the fullest. This building is still standing, so they either fought him off or he was after something specific. She saves the article, scanning through another set of cases. After a certain point in time, he started going after specific targets, out of his normal way. Research facilities, famous schools, government officials' homes. Scrolling back to earlier cases, it's clear something changed. She opens another attack by the Meta Liberation Army. Izumi reads, Reed Estro and several other well-known villains had a violent protest, including the dragon. He was mixed up with the Liberation Army. Ooh! Izumi yelps, nearly leaping out of her chair. Dead? Kitten was a liberator. Yamada asks, yawning. No. Izumi shakes her head. I was saying dad like you because you surprised me. Yamada yawns again, trudging over to peer at the screen. Late night reading. This article is from years ago. I know. Izumi sighs, turning back to the computer. Sensei said something about the dragon's past, and how it could be helpful for something. I don't trust him, but I want to figure out what he means. He hums, squinting blearily at the screen. I don't have my glasses on, what's it saying? Basically a list of well-known villains that the Meta Liberation Army had under their control. Izumi explains. Villains that fought because they believed they were strong, so they should have a higher place in this world, and destroy all quirk regulations. The dragon was apparently a member, but he mostly fought alone. Fits his bill. Yamada sighs. That what you were looking for? I'm not sure. Izumi admits, saving that article as well. I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to find. The Liberation Army was taken out years ago, right? So far all I've found is fuel for a panic attack. May I suggest nap time? Izumi snorts, shutting down the computer. I'm going to the remedial provisional license exam tomorrow anyways. Kaken. Shochan, are you ready? Izumi chirps, darting around the two of them. Did you study for your test? I know you'll pass it this time, you've been trying so strong. Shudo smiles thankfully, while Bakugo looks 2 seconds from murder. I don't need your luck, shitty Deku. Bakugo growls, Izumi grinning and leaning away from his rage. I'm gonna kick this test's butt. Don't fight the people we're supposed to be rescuing. Shudo deadpants. All Might watches the argument, completely lost. Shall we get going then? They get in the car, Izumi ending up in the middle seat, squashed between the two boys, All Might in the front with the driver. Why are you even coming, Deku? Bakugo scoffs, shoving his costume box under his feet. I want to see the other possible heroes. Izumi admits. And Inasa. Shochan, he has been better, right? Shudo shrugs, looking a little put out. He's still annoying, but he hasn't been rude. Good. I won't have to threaten him again. Izumi chirps. The boys go silent for a moment, before Shudo asks, you what? Izumi blinks innocently. What is it? Nothing. Shiketsu meets them outside the building, shouting greetings. Yo, we gonna have this exam lit TF up, out tie of all these remedial lessons, am I right? I can't understand you. Bakugo roars, flipping the girl who had spoken off. Izumi pushes in front of him, gasping happily. You're Cammy, right? It's so nice to actually meet you for real. Cammy grins at her. Hell yeah, fam. It's totes cool that someone so Gen Z hero is all up and coming and interested in me. Dreamer-san. Inasa whirls into the conversation, bowing deeply to her. It's been so long. I know it's a bit late, but congratulations on your placement as number 10. Izumi smiles up at him. Thank you. It's been a bit much, but I'll do my best. Speaking of, this is your day right now. How are you feeling? Ready for the fight? Inasa announces proudly. I will pass this time. I have taken your words to heart and am ready to become the hero I wish to be. Shut the F up. Bakugo growls, marching past them as they head to the building. Come on, Grumpy. Cammy grins, blowing a smoky embrace. Shudo appears from the smoke, wreathed in roses with a smile on his face. Izumi freezes. Why are you always so angry? Come, let me see your cute face. Bakugo collapses into laughter, Izumi just blinking at the illusion warily. Why do you insist on doing that? Shudo asks, walking forwards to poke at the illusion, which poofs up into smoke. It always gets a laugh and throws girls off guard, pretty boy. Cammy grins, patting his head. Pretty boy shoujo manga looking for Bakugo wheezes, completely losing it now. Dreamer was unaffected. Inasa crows. Izumi makes a face. It didn't have a mind. It was a puppet spouting words. It was definitely not my Shochan, that's for sure, he's different. Shudo blinks, before holding a hand out to her, confused. I've been entranced by your cute face. Okay, that's adorable. Izumi turns bright red, Bakugo apparently giving up on standing as he collapses from laughter. Even Cammy looks impressed. Dude, it's somehow even better when it's actually you. She laughs, shrugging. Guess an illusion ain't really there and all. Tilting his head to the side, Shudo drops his hand. Did I do it wrong? Izumi steps forwards, hugging a still confused Shudo. You're so cute, shut up. She whispers. I love you, you awkward adorable baby. I don't know what I did, but I love you too. Shudo blinks. Bakugo has evolved from laughter to coughing, Cammy patting his back. Do you love? Inasa asks, looking a bit put out. Izumi smiles brightly, turning around. We're dating each other and Hitoshi. Polyamory. That's totes lit fam. Cammy nods. Also ain't fair, we're not allowed to date at my school. How come you get 2 boyfriends? Shudo presses closer to her side, smiling softly. Too much love, she was gonna explode. Fair enough, homie. Cammy nods. Anyway, you're gonna be late. I'll be watching you guys, good luck. Told you I didn't need luck? Bakugo scoffs, holding his new hero license proudly. She was being polite. Shudo says, ignoring the angry shouting from the other side of the car. Izumi hums proudly, curled up as a cat on Shudo's lap so they have room in the middle seat. This time, they had passed with flying colors, and Shudo has texted Hitoshi, who is spamming his phone while their boyfriend argues with Bakugo. She pats at the screen with a paw, managing to take a blurry picture of her cat face with Shudo calmly blocking an explosion above her. Paws are annoying to screen with. Hitoshi replies with a sarcastic little, smiley face before sending a list of people who said congratulations. Above her, Shudo has managed to PSS off Bakugo more. Suddenly, the car screeches to a stop, the taxi driver swearing in anger. Stupid, sorry, guys, we've got a villain incident up ahead. Izumi pops up, peering out the window to a mess. A group of villains is rushing around, snatching bags, wallets, and other fun money stuffs. Bakugo leaps out of the taxi, a manic grin on his face. Oh hell yeah! A wall of ice blocks the villains' path, trapping them into an enclosed area, explosions throwing them off their rush. All Might hops out of the car. Hey, it's only been 30 minutes since you got your licenses. What are you doing? 30 minutes, 30 years. We have him, so what's wrong? Bakugo shouts, grinning down at his victims. We can fight. Shudo agrees, as Izumi transforms back into a human. All Might turns to her, completely lost as to what to do, and Izumi pats his shoulder. I got this. She reassures him quietly. Shochan. Kaken. They turn to her, both of them near twitching with the promise of a battle. Have fun. She calls, waving. All Might makes a betrayed squeaking noise, but Izumi just takes a seat on top of the taxi and snaps a picture to send to Hitoshi. Izumi, 30 minutes and they've already found a fight. Hitoshi, that's our boy Hitoshi. Oh, and the Pomeranian Izumi snorts, setting her phone aside to watch as the villains start complaining about how much effort had gone into this. The month. So many people, not a hero in a mile radius. One moans, distressed. Get a job. Bakugo scoffs from his perch on a light pole. Shudo grows his ice corral, eyebrows raised. Shame we ruined your plans. The leader scoffs, standing tall. Oh please. I live for the thrill. Two high school kids. We're way more prepared. More prepared to run away. Izumi is starting to wish she had popcorn. These guys are hilarious. They go down far too easily though, a single explosion for each of the underlings, leaving Bakugo complaining at their patheticness. The boss tries to be a bit more of an annoyance, apparently capable of controlling carbonated water. Two gauntlets on his wrists start spewing water, sending Bakugo down the street with soda to the face. The villain doesn't seem to be used to it though, and slams himself into the ice. Mississippi. All Might yelps, diving forwards and shoves a young woman out of the way of a falling light pole. Bakugo blasts the pole away, Shudo heating up the villain's water. No one likes hot soda, he says wisely, looking down at the knocked-out villain. Izumi giggles, hopping down off the car to go congratulate them. But something stops her. A hero slides over, smiling. Oh, you two boys took care of this. How incredible. Sliding back into the car, Izumi watches as the odd hero hugs Bakugo, ignoring his angry shouting. Why is she hiding? She shouldn't be hiding, the villains are all out and they weren't that tough. The leader's gauntlets explode. They broke. Shudo says, blinking at them in confusion. Yes. Poor quality contraband from the black market. The hero deflects. Okay, now Izumi knows something's up. He lied about the gauntlets. Does he have some kind of connection to them? Production, dispension, destruction. Izumi is so lost right now. Something's up. He doesn't feel like a mastermind. Tip of the iceberg. Izumi isn't sure. She just knows she doesn't like him and she doesn't want him to know she's here. The dash, Izumi shakes her head at Bakugo, holding a finger to her lips. He makes a confused face at her, but stands in front of the car, scowling. Come on, let's go back to the dorms. I need to rub this in their faces. He shouts, All Might and Shudo jumping at the voice. I'll melt the ice. Shudo nods. The other hero slides off, Izumi taking a deep breath. That was weird. I.e. you got your licenses? Kaminari shrieks, rushing forwards to try and tackle Bakugo, who just shifts out of the way. Kirishima drapes himself over the couch, grinning. Dude, did you really find a fight after 30 minutes? Or is Shinso full of it? I gave you a picture straight from the scene. Hitoshi groans, purple hair poofing up over the back of the couch. Why can't you believe me? Ida leaps into the conversation, arms waving wildly. I doubt they would truly be so insane as to leap into an incident so soon. Yeah, we did. The hell is that supposed to mean? Bakugu scoffs. We earned that SHT. We were gonna use that SHT. Izumi giggles at Ida's shocked face, flopping over the couch next to Hitoshi. Wanna drag Shudo into watching movies? With Eri. He grins up at her. We get to cuddle. If we get to cuddle, I'm in. Who do you think I am? Izumi scoffs. Of course we're cuddling. I'll embrace you too, and that's a threat. Don't threaten me with a good time. You two are disgustingly adorable. Ashido coos. I can't tell if you're messing around or being serious. Izumi grins. Yes. Now come on, Hidecan. 10 minutes later, Eri, Izumi, Shudo, Hitoshi, and the unicorn plushie who had been named Apple are all curled up under a giant blanket. On the couch behind them, Tamaki looks about ready to pass on to the next life, spooned by Mirio, who's completely calm, while Nijire nests in the crook of his knees, hugging a captive Erisher. On the screen in front of them, the title card of Frozen spirals into view. What's that say? Eri asks, confused. I can't read English letters, it says Frozen, which is the name of the movie. Izumi explains. It's an American movie, but I like it, so Eri nods seriously, turning back to the screen to watch the ice farmers do their song. Then Nijire starts to sing, and soon everyone is singing through every musical number in the movie. When they reach Let It Go, Eri shoves the blanket over, staring at Shudo. Can you do that? Kinda. Do it. So Shudo makes a tiny ice castle, and Eri insists on starting the song over, at which point Yamada bursts into the room, singing at the top of his lungs. You better clean that up and the water. Aizawa groans, before wrapping himself in his sleeping bag and flopping into a corner. Yamada grins, scooping up the sleeping bag and ballroom dancing through the room, ignoring Aizawa's grumbles. What a mess. Hitoshi snorts, retreating to the couch with Tamaki to watch everyone else dance around a befuddled Shudo and his mini ice palace. Near the end of the movie, Izumi's phone rings. She groans. I'm sorry guys, that's Hawks, and he only calls me if it's something important. Hitoshi grumbles, but rolls off her. Movie time should be no work time. I agree completely. Izumi sighs, but she walks out the door to take the call. What's going on? Have you seen the fingers on the news? Hawks says, tone serious. If not, look them up, right now. Izumi blinks, but looks up. The fingers? Grisly pictures show up. 4 severed fingers, each clearly set purposefully on a piece of clothing. Middle finger, with an intestine-like scarf, at the headquarters of the Shai Hasaikai. Index finger, along with a pair of round glasses, at the Hosu City Terminal. Ring finger, encircled with a gold chain necklace, on the highway of the Overhaul ambush and amputation. Thumb, set on a purple jacket, at Kamino Incident Ground Zero. I recognize those clothes. Izumi whispers, sliding down the wall to sit on the floor. Do you? Hawks asks, concerned now. I only noticed that each finger, it's in a place the League showed up in. Who's the unlucky victim? Izumi presses her hand to her face. Jiren, black market broker for the League. He found twice, Dabi and Toga, as well as a bunch of support items. Someone is definitely sending a message. Hawks insists. We only have one more finger. These were deliberately placed. Who did it? Not the League. Izumi says. Many members feel indebted to Jiren, they'd never do this. What's more, they're into big, flashy events, and they're very busy at the moment. No, this is the work of someone else entirely. Another villain group. Hawks says. I don't know. Izumi admits, flipping between the pictures. For now, have someone stationed where the League has shown up. Let's see the site of our battle with Hood Nomu, the mall Shigaraki showed up in. The League's old headquarters, maybe even the forest Kurojiri was captured in. I'll tell the commission. Hawks replies. They'll be grateful to know it isn't some random civilian, But these fingers weren't detached post-mortem, and there's no anesthesia in the BLD. Torture? Izumi sighs. If it's not the League and it's targeting them, Jiren can tell his captors a lot. Will he? Unlikely. He's loyal to his customers, trusted to keep his mouth shut. Izumi says simply, I hope we find him. Yeah. Sorry for ruining your night. I'll check in on the League as well. Izumi decides. I'll talk to you later. I hope I have better topics than Dreamer-chan. The rest of movie night, Izumi disassociates into mumbling under Shudo's arm. The next morning, after an awkward incident when Hitoshi realized he was using Aizawa's thighs as a pillow, the movie night crew decided on pancakes. Eri was plopping apple slices on them, then drowning them in syrup, while Tamaki shyly asked if he could raid their fridge for manifestation items he uses every day. Course, kiddo? Yamada chirps, patting him on the back. Diets are important. If we don't have everything you need, go check in with Lunch Rush, yeah. Hitoshi and Mirio seem to have taken on the more for me mentality and are dragging another 3 pancakes onto their plates. Shudo is sneaking a pancake from Hitoshi's plate, mainly to see if he can. He cannot. Izumi laughs at them, before turning to Aizawa. I'm dead. I'm doing government work again. Complete silence. He sighs and sets his fork down. What the hell is it this time? Reconnaissance this time, don't worry. Izumi reassures him, waving her hands. I probably won't even be leaving the house. It's just you told me to tell you if I started doing this again. So Aizawa points a fork at her, glaring. So long as you don't get yourself trapped under another collapsing building while a nomu stares you down, I'm good. Only so much our hearts can take, little listener. Yamada announces, musing her hair. Don't get hurt, Shudo whispers, leaning into her side. Izumi smiles, kissing his cheek. I'll be fine, I promise. I'd call BS, but there is a child. Hitoshi says, jerking his finger at Eri, who is still shoving syrupy apple pancakes into her face. I will blanket burrito you again. Do not test me. Oh, no warm cuddles with my boyfriends, Izumi groans, barely holding back a smirk. Whatever will I do, I will blanket burrito you and then leave. Hey. After pancakes and the boys go back to class, Izumi flops down into her room and closes her eyes. Sorry, Jean, I'm using you again. She whispers, reaching out to his split mind and looking through his eyes. It's a mess. 4 months, the League has been battling Gigantomachia, a huge man who was another one of Sensei's pet projects. He's strong, undoubtedly so, and he won't bow to Shigaraki until he proves himself capable. Jean, for his part, appears to be taking a break, weakly waving to Toga and Spinner as they appear from the woods. Welcome back. Go away. Nice to see you two twice. Toga chirps. Looks like the future king is getting his butt kicked. No change then. Spinner sighs, watching as the beast goes off to take a nap and compress, Dragon, and Shigaraki to collapse to the ground. Toga giggles, skipping forwards. You still alive, Shigi-kun? He's getting slower. We're wearing him down. Shigaraki pants, grinning. Izumi blinks. He looks almost like a little kid, chasing his dreams. If little kids' dreams involved mass destruction. Flames barely work on that thing. The dragon growls, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. I'm losing my breath over here. Quit smoking then. Toga says, scrunching up her nose. This actually helps, you little half-wit nutcase. He hisses, blowing a puff of smoke at her. Suddenly Twice's phone vibrates, and he jumps to answer. Hey, it's Jiren. Izumi straightens. Had he escaped? What? Compress shouts, waving his prosthetic in the air. He never responded when I called him for help with my arm. Jean taps at the phone. Yeah, but he's a real good guy. Helped me even after I joined the League. He says, picking up the call. UBSTRD. How come you're not picking up Mr. Compress's calls? You're the worst. Apologies. The phone crackles and Compress takes a step back. That's entirely not his fault. We are to blame for his absence. You are Jean Bujiwabra, correct? A voice changer. Compress asks. The entire League is paying attention now, as Twice stares down at the phone in his hands. New phone who dis? He says blandly, before sharpening. Where's Jiren? Are you in a position that you can check the news right now? The person on the phone asks. I'd really like for you to take a look. Compress pulls a marble from his pocket, expanding it into his phone and opening the news. The final finger has been discovered. The news reporter says, running a recap of the past 3 days. The pinky finger was found today at Central Fukuoka, fresh in memory from Dreamer and Hawks' battle with the hooded nomu. All at places we've shown up at. Spinner whispers. Twice grabs Compress's phone. That's definitely Jiren's clothing. The dragon shoves his way forwards. Hey, wait a second, allow me to introduce myself, League of Villains. The caller announces. I am the supreme leader of the Special Abilities Liberation Army, Redestro. Izumi nearly chokes. There was something in the Liberation Army. Sensei was telling the truth. Shigaraki scoffs. Yakuza, then Liberation Army. There's some kind of retro thing going around. The book's been selling well lately, but passing fads are passing fads. Huh. You know your stuff. Redestro laughs. But don't get it wrong, we are not the followers. We created that fad. That seems fun. Where's Jiren? What have you done to him? He's a real good guy, you know. Twice shouts. Oh, don't you worry. He's still alive. Redestro announces. My goal is to liberate others. To allow humans to unleash 100% of our power. To redefine the boundaries that affect us to this day. Mr. Compress tilts his head. That doesn't sound particularly against what we're doing. Do they want to use our rep like the Yakuza did? Toga asks. Shigaraki scoffs. I'm busy right now. Release the broker and I'll give your little revolutionary group an ear when I'm done here. Oh, don't make me laugh. Redestro's voice comes through scathingly. First off, I'm not releasing Jiren. He's a hostage, after all, such a strong man. Such a work ethic. Not only did he destroy the list of League members, even as his fingers were cut off one by one, he never let out a peep. Twice nearly crunches the phone in his grip. But we have reconstructed the data he so thoroughly destroyed. Redestro says proudly. We have worked for generations to spread our roots and gather power. Political parties, major companies, we are strong within them all. Little revolutionary group. Please. We are no child's pipe dream. We are an army of 116,517. Spinner nearly chokes. He's got to be bluffing, Nigat. Pretty deep in the mountains, aren't you? Twice swears and throws the phone, only to have the dragon catch it as Redestro crows his victory. It's too late. Our satellites have locked into you. A word from us and heroes will come pouring down onto your heads. I tell you this, no one but Destro is worthy of becoming Liberation's icon. You have all become simply too popular. The hell? Spinner mutters. Let us fight. Daika City. Redestro announces. Choose. Fight us and fall at our hands, or refuse and fall to the heroes. The dragon stares down at the phone, humming slightly. You remind me of the old commander. He talked too much as well. The League goes silent, staring at the dragon. Yes. Midoriya Hisashi. Redestro hums. It has been a long time. But still, you were a great soldier. The League looks lost, staring at the dragon, who just shrugs. Yeah, was a liberator. Early years. He shrugs. Destro, he showed me there were others like me. Others who wanted to use their power with no laws, no chains. We would welcome you back with open arms. Redestro invites. You were strong, capable of so much. It would be an honor to have one of Destro's greatest warriors return to the army. We are a part of you. Tempting offer. Shigaraki straightens, eyes sharp as he watches the dragon, who takes a deep breath of his cigarette, staring directly at Shigaraki. Thing is, Destro gave me a place to belong. The dragon grins, shrugging. I was loyal to Sensei as thanks for, as you put it, liberating me from falsified ideals. But Shigaraki, he isn't Sensei. Around him, the League tenses. No, he is not, Redestro says, and Izumi can almost hear the smirk in his voice despite the changer. You aren't Destro, thither. The dragon hums, and the silence from the phone is jarring. The men I followed are captured, dead, gone. They have left legacies, creating people who follow in their stead. So you said a fight, Ridu. I did indeed. I fight for the league in this one. The dragon announces carelessly. If you aren't bluffing, there'll be more burnables on your side, and these guys are almost entertaining. I'd hate to kill them. However, if you kill them, well, you have a member of Destro's original army. He bows jokingly to Shigaraki. Prove to me who is stronger. Who truly carries on the name they fought for. I fought for. Do you honor Destro? And you, do you honor Sensei? I follow who wins. I follow who can give me a world to burn. He breathes a wave of fire over the phone, melting and cracking the glass and effectively ending the conversation, before tossing it to the ground, a mad grin on his face. Come on. We have to go save Jiren. Twice shouts. Whoa, wait, hold up. Toga shouts. He could already be dead. We'd be walking into a trap. Twice turns to her, waving his hands. But if there's just the slightest chance, Shigaraki pulls the mask from his head, and Twice's mind immediately collapses. Izumi yelps, trying to keep him together and listen to what Shigaraki is saying now. It is a trap, but we're already caught? He says, dangling the mask in the air. Oi, doctor, you hear all that? Indeed. A voice says, coming out of little earpieces. Liberation Army is still around. Interesting. We can use the other high-end nomu. Mr. Compress chirps up. Oh. They haven't even entered their testing phase. The doctor shouts. If only Dabi had recovered Hood-chan's bodied. Shigaraki shrugs. Wasn't what I wanted anyway. How long until that monster wakes up? 2 hours and 32 minutes? Compress says instantly. Doctor, where is Dabi? There's light tapping, and then the doctor replies, on the border between Mie and Shiga right now. Good. I'll leave transport to you. Let's go. Wait, we're just charging right in. Spinner squawks. That's crazy. What if they really have 110,000 people? Shigaraki smirks. Good, we can get Pyro over there to shut up. You know, after a month of fighting, Gigantomachia isn't invincible. He's just got too much HP. Spinner takes a step back, completely thrown. He can find Shigaraki wherever he goes? Izumi whispers. Wherever he's hiding, he'll follow. We'll make it fight for us. Shigaraki announces, punching a hand into his open palm. Even that thing's gotta be tired after all the fighting. That's cheating. The doctor shouts. And what if it really was a bluff? What then? Then those dumbass should just die. Shigaraki groans, rubbing at his ears. Either way, Daika City. Let's see what they've got. The first thing Izumi does is leap into the mind of an old friend. Shirogane Hanako, resident of Daika City, the last Izumi remembers. Redestro hadn't been lying. There are people in the streets, hiding in shops, hundreds upon hundreds of people, all waiting for a fight. Maybe even 116,000. For liberation? Someone shouts, and there's a huge cheer that has Izumi gone. Izumi wakes up and is immediately on her feet, nearly tripping over herself before she manages to grab her phone. When she had met with the Public Safety Commission, the president had given her a direct hotline in case of emergencies. She knows she can trust that woman. She had been an extremely public supporter of Quirk regulation laws, and no matter how far the Liberation Army really reached, they definitely wouldn't reach her. Hello, this is the secretary for the president of the Public Safety Commission. A young man's voice comes through. How can I help you? This is Pro Hero Dreamer and I need to speak with the president. Izumi says quickly. The secretary is quiet for a moment, before he says, the president is busy. I can pass on a message. I'm really sorry, but I need to talk to her as soon as possible. Izumi says, starting to panic. A secretary would be the perfect person to slip info to an organization trying to take down Quirk legislation, especially if they reach as far as they say they do. It's important, I promise I'll only need a minute. The secretary sighs, but there's a rustling on the other side of the call. Fine then. Ma'am, Hero Dreamer wants to speak with you. Says it's urgent. There's a slight silence, and Izumi nervously paces back and forth. Come on, Dreamer-san, I'm the only one here. I can assume this is confidential. Izumi lets out a sigh of relief. Yeah. Liberation Army still exists. The president is quiet for a moment. Explain. I was spying on the League, who were unaware of Jiren's, the finger victim capture. Izumi says quickly, starting her pacing again. They received a phone call from a man who called himself Redestro. He said that the Liberation Army has been preparing for years, gathering soldiers and spreading influence, and that they don't deserve to be the face of liberation. He challenged them to an all-out battle at Daika City. Anything else? The president says, and there's scratching on a notepad. He said they had 116,517 soldiers, as well as roots in political parties and major companies. Izumi says, sitting on her bed. That's why I wanted to speak to you directly. It wouldn't surprise me if they at least tried to get a mole into your department. Wouldn't be the first time. The president agrees. That number, are you certain? You can't be sure of sincerity through a phone with your Quirk? Correct. Izumi sighs, rubbing at her face. I wish I wasn't. I have a dreamer who moved to Daika City a few years back. Nearly everyone I could sense from her mind is mobilizing for a fight, and there's chanting everywhere. Population of Daika City would make up a major portion of that number. It's also a remote area. The president sighs. Continue monitoring the situation, as many names as you can get. Make sure no one knows you are there. If they are as widespread as you claim, it will be difficult to take them down once they know they're discovered. Yes, ma'am. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Izumi says, bowing to the air. Izumi had jumped into toga this time, and she's quick to look around and examine her surroundings. They're following the hero that had freaked her out after Bakugo and Shudo's fight. Slide and go, she had discovered in a late-night Google session. So the Liberation Army was also behind black market Quirk gadgets. He's leading them into a long, open street in a residential area, and though there's not a soul in sight, Izumi is surrounded by mines. They peer from street corners, windows, huddle behind walls and cars, each one trembling with anticipation for a fight. This place, Shigaraki mutters, looking around. I see. Toga hops up to stand beside him. See what? It's as you suspect. A new voice calls, and a man with a suit and long black coat steps forwards. At his side, a woman with blue skin, purple hair, and black scara like a Shido walks, readjusting her jacket over a sheer, long-sleeved black dress. This city, 90% of its inhabitants are soldiers in the Liberation Army. Izumi gulps. She recognizes them. The man, Hanabata Koku, prominent politician and leader of the Hearts and Mind political party. The woman, Kazuki Chitose, executive director of Shueisha Publishing, who had recently done a reprint of Destro's book. Greetings, our esteemed guests, and welcome. I am Trumpet, and this is Curious. Hanabata, or Trumpet, announces, bowing to the League. And now let the Resurrection Festival begin. Those hiding behind walls or doors leap out, lunging for the League. The dragon cackles, taking a deep breath. Let's see who's fire and who's kindling. He roars, and 3 people go up in flames. Twice throws one of the attackers off him, glaring at Trumpet. Where's Jiren? You said you'd release him if we came. Carelessly pointing over his shoulder, Trumpet motions to the tower that rises above the city skyline. He is in the tower, with the supreme leader. Izumi loses track of Twice's response as Toga whirls herself around another liberator, but she sees Shigaraki dissolve 2 more victims. This guy's a mid-boss, let's head to the tower for now. He growls, and another man falls victim to him. Toga leaps forwards. That's my speciality, bang. Under her feet, the ground explodes, sending Toga toppling to the ground. Curious steps forwards, framing Toga with her fingers. The perpetrator of the death by BLD loss incidents, how fascinating. She breathes, greenish-blue mind flaring. A high school girl's descent into madness. A shocking interview with the girl herself. Would you like to participate? Nope. Toga hisses, getting to her feet. Izumi bites her lip. She's a reporter and a publisher. Must have been the one behind the explosions as well. Looking for information. That could have been how she got her name. Curious frowns at Toga's dismissal, raising a hand to the liberators who begin to gather around her. Our soldiers have been training for years. She strokes the cheek of a young woman, who leans into her palm, almost reverently. honing their bodies and souls to live freely, as humans should. That's why it's so vexing for you little upstarts to get all the attention. The sounds of the other league members start to fade away as the tide of battle carries them away from Toga. Honestly, I don't care much. Curious shrugs. But someone like you, a young girl losing her sanity, you're special. Fascinating. I want to know everything about you. Oh, it brings me back to my days in the field. Toga flings a knife, the blade sinking into the throat of a man and sending him gurgling to the ground, mind fizzling away. In the next moment, Toga is off, lunging at Curious. The liberators that had surrounded the woman leap forward to guard her. Curious-sama is in the middle of an interview. One hisses before launching Toga through the window of a store. To be able to kill like that, without a moment's hesitation, Curious exclaims, throwing her arms wide. What kind of life did you live? I'm so curious. I want to know. Her soldiers burst into the store after Toga, who is remaining stubbornly silent, mind bubbling with annoyance over her predicament. She strikes with her syringes, slurping BLD from her enemies. It's a short-lived victory. The BLD within Toga explodes, though she had sucked the BLD of smirking before their own bodies convulse. Our soldiers are selfless, aren't they? Curious sighs, leaning against the shattered window of the store to watch Toga cough up her own BLD, turning their very bodies into bombs for my use, spitting out a mouthful of BLD. Toga darts out of the store and down the street, only for another liberator to shove her back. Curious spreads her arms wide. There is nowhere for you to run. I want to hear your story. Toga Himiko, eldest daughter of the Toga family, born August 17th, age 17. Why did you throw away your normal life? What led you to this murderous path? Izumi grits her teeth and tries to ease Toga's pain. This is awful. She isn't sure who she wants to win. She's not even sure if she should be rooting for someone, but at this point, the blue woman isn't really earning any points with Izumi. Using someone's suffering for a cover story, were you able to see my interview with your parents? Or your classmates? Curious asks, tapping a finger to her chin. They all said you were so perfect before. What made you snap? Why did you throw away your normal life? I know it well, your pain and suffering. But I would like to hear it from your own mouth. Tell me why you descended into madness. Izumi lurks quietly in Toga's mind. What exactly Toga says, getting to her feet and smiling to her enemy, is a normal life. Curious stills, smile fading as she leans forwards. You finally decided to reply, she whispers. Toga gets to her feet, clutching her knife in her hand and smiling wide. Liberation Army-san, you are trying to make the world a better place. As such, I love you very, very much. She says, standing tall. But you're wrong. She says simply. I also live a normal life. Memories rush through Toga's head, Izumi snatching at as many as she can. Toga as a child, sucking the BLD of a bird she found. Toga as a middle schooler, smiling alongside her friends, but completely focused on the drop of BLD spilling from a picked scab. Toga in a school hallway, slurping BLD through a straw stuck through a boy's neck. Toga watching an interview, watching a speaker on the outside of her house crackle. We tried our best. That child is a demon. My intuition wasn't wrong. Curious gloats, licking her lips. Her true face, Toga coughs, collapsing to the street. Through her eyes, Izumi can see the BLD splatter onto the cement, on her hands, everywhere. Poor thing. Curious coos, walking closer. Your insides were all torn up by my explosions, weren't they? Kneeling before Toga, Curious gently pulls the young girl's head into her lap. She strokes Toga's cheek and brushes the hair out of her eyes, uncaring of all the such an unfortunate girl driven to death by the oppression of your special ability. That's what your life has been, hasn't it? She asks, patting Toga. She actually feels pity, Izumi can tell. Quirk counseling. Curious murmurs, still stroking Toga's hair. Classes to make people fit in. Brainwashing people to ignore who they are. You were born with the ability to drink BLD and transform. So you've always had a fascination and admiration for BLD. It's who you are. But BLD and admiration, it is a pairing that was never accepted by society. Curious croons. So you had to put on a mask, hide your true face? Shut up? Toga shouts, her knife slashing to Curious' throat. The woman flicks her wrist, a box-like object emerging, and she slams it down on Toga's face with the force of an explosion and without a second thought. There. Curious whispers, drawing Toga into her arms, gently, reverently, as Toga shivers in shock and pain. You're normal, and the goals of the Liberation Army are not so different. Driven to death by oppression of your power, that's why you must die. Become a martyr, Toga Himiko, a tragedy whose scripture shall be written of throughout the world. So, tell me, were any of my hypotheses correct? Curious murmurs. I'd like to hear it from you. No. Toga shouts, rolling away from Curious and bolting. Her BLD runs down her skin, eyesight blurry from the explosion and pain radiating from every muscle. You can't run. You're one of us. Curious calls from behind. She's so annoying. Toga pants, reaching for her belt. I'm not unfortunate at all. I smile when I'm happy. I drink the BLD of people I love. She pops a small cartridge from her belt and swallows the contents, nearly tripping as her body shifts. Oh, you're going to make me cry. Curious squeals. Transforming. If I'm going out, I'll go out cute. Is that what you're thinking? Izumi catches sight of Toga's hands. They're small, but calloused, and on each fingertip there are small pink pads. Uraraka's hands. Toga became Uraraka. A liberator trips Toga, who tumbles back to the ground, but she's up in moments, just in time to see Curious bearing down on her once more. No. Curious draws back her arm from Toga's trembling, blackened hand. And she floats. I will be close to the people I love. Toga whispers, and she's moving again. Each liberator, one after another, a tap. Uraraka-chan, Izumi-chan, Stain-sama. I watch them. Skidding to a stop, Toga looks back over her work. 20-something people float in the air, confused, unsure. Curious. Her quirk evolved. Curious whispers, not even struggling. From her fear of death. No. The left side of Toga's face is melting away as her time runs out. I've been watching. Learning. Toga hisses, and presses her fingertips together. I can use a Chako-chan's quirk and I will fall in love more and more. Izumi watches with wide eyes as the quirk releases, and the liberators fall into the ground with a final splatter of BLD. So many lights. Toga stumbles into an alleyway, the last of her transformation wearing off. She topples into a small shed, laughing dryly. Guess I'm no more help, she whispers, unable to move from her injuries. Izumi decides to take some pity on her, lulling her mind into a soft sleep. Then she leaps for Jean. Enemy or not. No matter how freaked out she is by Toga's mind and what she had done in that hideout, she's important to Jean. And Curious was right. She really is just a teenager. Jean's mind is open. He's fighting alongside the rest of the league, hunting for Jiren. Around him, Dabi is battling with a powerful ice user, while Spinner and Compress are dealing with a mob. The dragon has wandered away, cackling madly and shouting greetings left and right. I understand your feelings. You want to free your power. I feel the same. Let's light the world on fire. He crows. A woman clutches her hands to her heart. He truly is one of us. She goes up in flame. Izumi shudders, but she can't leave. She has to figure out what's happening. She whispers Toga's name to twice. Wait, where's Toga? He shouts aloud, narrowly dodging a telephone pole. As if in answer, Trumpet's campaign car drives down the street. The man holding a megaphone in his hand. Soldiers of the Liberation Army. I bring some very bad news. Those not dying or trying not to die turn to Trumpet, who brings a hand to his CD sadly. Curious-san has been defeated. She gave her life for the sake of liberation. Shocked cries fill the air, a few even shedding a tear. Oh. Curious-sama. The Supreme Leader has only one thing to say in light of this development, Trumpet announces, lifting his face to the sky. Do not let her death be in vain. His voice spills over the fighters, and suddenly their minds are ablaze with determination. Izumi winces, clapping her hands over her ears to ignore the urge to fight, liberate, see this through a mental quirk, Izumi realizes. As Twice runs to Toga, she decides to SWH to Shigaraki. His mind is swirling around, dust barely coalescing into memories. His vision is blurry, that's the first thing Izumi notices. The walls are warping around and the people just look like a faceless mob. He's always unstable, but right now something is bubbling up within him and messing with his consciousness. Repressed memories. Is this what broke him? Tenko looked. A little girl with black pigtails squeaks. I'm in. Shigaraki grumbles as he flips up one of the walls, the worst possible mood. The hand on his face falls off as he runs along the top of the wall. His real hands reach out to one of the mob, and his fingers sink through the man's head like butter as his flesh turns to dust. And those next to him. And then the whole group disintegrates. He didn't even touch them, Izumi realizes, horrified. Has his quirk grown? That was a good 30 people turned to dust, but he only touched one man. How did that happen? Shigaraki doesn't seem to notice or care. He just keeps going. Izumi doesn't have the time to focus on it, however, because at that moment Jean's mind explodes into grief and panic. Izumi barely has time to get out of Shigaraki's head before she exposes herself. CRP. This can't be happening. It is. Twice's mind is being torn apart, his split mind straining to handle the emotions and chaos derived from the image of Toga he sees. Curled up on the floor of a shed, bleeding out, completely still. When she vanished I was so worried. Twice whispers, dropping to his knees before her. I was just fine. He pulls her into his arms, gently, carefully, brushing her bangs out of her closed eyes. HDMNIT. How could this happen? Toga-chan. No way, no way. Yes way. I didn't know human skin could get this cold. He whimpers, touching her cheek. Holy Ezeb, it's burning my hands off. Shut the hell up. He roars before replying to himself, as if I could keep quiet here. She's covered in blood. Izumi reaches for him, using all her energy to stabilize him, to pull him together, to stop him from shattering completely. Toga is still alive. She can't do much for him, but is she still breathing? He whispers, rapidly checking her pulse, her breath. Doesn't seem like it. God, her face is all messed up. Is that her opponent's BLD? It's your BLD, duh? This isn't working. I've got to clean her off. He reaches into his belt, pulling out a pink handkerchief. Do you remember? She's definitely forgotten. This is the handkerchief you gave me. Give it up. She's beyond saving. Please don't die on me. You are. Everyone in the league is my home. A place for those who've been cast out, the only place that gave me a place to belong. God damn it. Screw it. I'll murder them all. Twice sobs, clutching his unconscious friend to his seat. Izumi is still trying to pull Jean together when a new mind distracts her. No, not a mind, several offshoots of a mind. Twice turns to see himself. Clones of himself. He kills himself and he breaks all over again. Izumi is trying to hold together an earthquake. That is to say, it is very much not working. The Twice looky likes tackle Jean and Toga, ripping the mask from Jean's head. He screams, clutching at his skull, while two clones stand over him, pinning him to the ground. The others pick up Toga and slowly start to twist her neck. Stop it. Stop it. For you. That's my face. Twice shrieks, struggling. Why are you so cold? Your hands are so cold. My hands are cold. So, please, I need my mask, Toga-chan. Oh God, I'm killing Toga-chan. He's splitting apart, tearing at the seams. Izumi barely has the strength to cry for him as the puppets twist harder. I'm killing Toga-chan. He sobs. I am. Is it me? It is me. I'm not really me. Who is me? I'm fake. Who's real? I'm killing Toga-chan. Izumi can't handle staying quiet any longer. They aren't real. They aren't real, Jean. That isn't you. She shrieks. I promise you. Someone is manipulating you. There's not much of a mind in these things. They're just puppets, obeying some MSTR who won't step forward. A manipulator, who knows of Twice's PTSD. Gritting her teeth, Izumi swears to make this person suffer. How dare they do this to another human being? Twice breaks out of the puppet's hold, dashing for Toga. Toga-chan. The puppets seem to freeze up as if they weren't expecting his to break free, But then one swings into action, punching twice in the jaw. The two that had grabbed twice in the first place are joined by two more puppets, and they grab his arms. Two sickening snaps echoes through the air. Aya! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Izumi winces again. Two broken arms, then she realizes exactly what they did. They broke his arms and twice is still here. He's not a byproduct of his quirk. I'm real. He whispers, almost unbelieving. It hurts, but I'm not disappearing. I didn't have to worry all that time. I don't have to be afraid of disappearing. I'm real. I'm real, I'm real, I'm real. His mind snaps back together again, and twice raises his face to the sky, his tears turning joyous. I'm real and you guys are the fakes. I'd never kill a friend. Clones, made from his quirk, wearing his suit and mask, erupt from his body, tackling the puppets and pulling Toga away from them. I'll show you how strong I really am, Liberation Army. Twice roars and his clones answer the cry. Izumi smiles slightly. Finally he gets the confirmation he needed. Closure after the self-killing he had gone through. He's not a clone. He's the original. And he is apparently no longer afraid of making enough clones to literally create a flood of himself. Shaking herself out of the moment, Izumi abandons Twice's mind to leap into one of his clones. They're rushing trough the city, pummeling every liberator they find, shouting back and forth. They aren't exactly difficult to beat, but there are so many of them that the army is having trouble. The clone Izumi is inhabiting gets destroyed, so Izumi leaps to another. This one has found the other members of the League, and a whole flood of calls nearly gives her a headache. Dobby dash, compress dash, Dobby. Twice is here dash. We're gonna save the day dash. What's up dudes dash. Hey guys. Hey, I'm walking here dash, you're stepping on my feet. Toga's gonna die. It's time for a massacre. Are you guys still alive dash? Can you shut up? Compress shouts, reeling from the chaos. What happened to you? I defeated my trauma with the power of love and herk. The twice speaking gets tackled by a liberator, but another few quickly pick up the slack. We kicked that trauma's butt, compress. Yeah. I said it. Kicked that trauma's butt. I'm never gonna hurt my friends. Compress tilts his head, taking a breather after being surrounded by twice clones. That sounds like a hero's backstory. Aren't you a villain? Villain or not? My friends are villains, so of course I'm gonna defend them. Twice announces. You guys are really important to me. Yeah. DMN, I'm quotable. Ice spikes rage through a whole platoon of twice, and Izumi has to leap to yet another clone. Her new host gasps in horror, screeching, other me's. The ice dude Dobby was fighting. Izumi whispers, surveying the damage, popping in and out of clone twice to see everything. He's even hitting other liberators. The dragon seems to be ignoring the fight, happily burning his way through another 100 lights a ways off. He's hitting twice clones too, but not as many. Izumi winces. She won't get any new info from him, and the lights around him, they're probably doomed. She returns to the original twice for a moment. He's pulled out a measuring tape, apologizing to the unconscious Toga. You never let me measure you, you're a girl, so I get that, but you need a BLD transfusion. He whispers, ignoring the clones that are arguing over their jobs. They seem stable for now, but Izumi can sense puppet person approaching. She grabs a hold of one clone, sending him out on the street. Guard them. Protect them. She whispers to him. Izumi-chan. Oh, CRP. Ignore me, I'm a secret. Izumi whispers. She feels kinda bad messing with this twice, but it's a clone. She can tell it isn't real. Protect everyone. I believe in you. Okay. And with that, Izumi bolts. She leaps to the twice closest to the tower, just in time to see one knock Shigaraki out of the way of a barrage of projectiles. Gotcha, boss. Spinner does a double take as the crowd of twice rushes in. Oh. Why are there so many of you? Oi, did you really duplicate yourself this much? Shigaraki asks, looking around. Thought you couldn't? Well, I did. Yeah. Maybe we can finally be of use to you, boss. A clone announces, still duplicating. They tried to break me, but they fixed me. Huh. The army isn't one to give up though, and they're back in the offensive. It doesn't matter how many of you there are. You're all just sacrifices for liberation. Oh, shut up, you demon occultists. Twice clones shout, meeting their opponents head-on. Shigaraki huffs what could almost be a laugh, stumbling a bit. Incredible twice. Mind opening a path to the tower. Gigantomachia can have the fodder, but the leaders are dying by our hands. They said Redestro and Jiren are up there. Could be a trap, but defenses are getting stronger the closer we are. They're protecting it. Yes, sir. Hey, wanna hop on my back for a quick break? One twice asks, grinning through the mask. At this rate, I may just take out the entire Liberation Army myself. Hey me. Leave that section to me. Move, Beach, get out the way. I'm coming, Jiren. Spinner blinks at the mayhem, completely lost. Do we just leave it to twice? Shigaraki shrugs, scratching at his neck. He likes Jiren too much. Liberation Army toying with people with my comrades like that? You do care, Shiggy? A clone coos, clasping its hands together. You're just a copy, I'll dust you. Shigaraki threatens without heat. The clone doesn't get a chance to respond, trumpets campaign car driving back towards them. Ringleader of the League of Villains. It is a shame you have made me like you so much. He shouts, raising a hand in an L shape and pressing his thumb to his forehead. The salute of the Liberation Army. The politician. I forgot about him. Spinner hisses, shifting uncomfortably. We humans are not weak. Everyone holds power within them. Through this resurrection festival, we will show the world that we humans are not weak. Those with special abilities will stand against evil. Go forth, soldiers of the Liberation Army. Carve a path towards victory. The crowd cheers, roaring as Trumpet's voice rolls over them. Prove everyone is a hero. And no one is a hero. Every time that politician holds one of his campaigns, they come at us harder. Spinner curses, diving out of the way of an attack. I'm agreeing with that bishop theory. He's making them stronger. Did it really take them so long to figure it out? Izumi catches sight of one of the twice rushing through a tower door. An opening. Let's see who's really behind all this. She had noticed it earlier, of course. 3 lights, high in the tower. 1, beaten and bruised. Jiren. Another, leaving as twice overcame their puppets. The manipulator. The final one, a soft orange with a dark stain. The supreme leader. The twice Izumi has inhabited slams open the door, panting as they drop a henchman to the ground. Jiren looks up from where he's tied to the chair, a man in a suit staring out the window. It was you, huh? Twice pants, taking a step. You're the one who started all this. Suit-manned Redestro turns around, and Izumi's eyes widen. Yatsubashi Rikiya, CEO of Detnerat Company. It focuses on everyday support items and custom clothing for quirks that make it difficult for everyday life. They had recently entered hero support. This must be where those black market support items that Kaken and Shudo had to fight, Izumi realizes. Slide and Go knew about the distribution that the army had done through Detnerat, so he lied about them being subpar. Their destruction, if the products were linked back to the company, it's bad news for them. Impressive. I remember having many guards down below. Redestro comments. Your special ability truly is incredible. Twice raises his hands, creating more clones. Each clone then creates a new person. Listen up, you bastards. He shouts. You're all copies. So, you won't die even if you're killed. Don't copy your leader just to kill him off. Shigaraki's clone hisses, his fingertips glooping into form. Repeat after me. Even if I die, I won't die. Another twice drapes himself over Dabi Clone's back. Dabi Clone huffs. Really putting me at ease here. That guy's the Liberation Army leader. A twice announces. I made you copies to mess him up. Compress looks down the line. You're all clones too? What you daft? I'm the original. One of the clones announces. No you're not, I am. Another calls out. It doesn't matter who's who right now. A third twice decides, running for Jiren. We just gotta save everyone dash. In a splash of grayish goop, the clone falls to the floor. He's a fake. One of the twice points. Redestro stands over the destroyed copy, a finger outstretched, A dark stain spread across his finger. You're quite fragile, aren't you? By the way, do you even understand the point of a hostage? The compress copy sneaks a glance at Dobby. Did you see what he just did? Don't look at me. The Dobby clone shrugs. Redestro examines his finger, almost thoughtful. It was never my intention to kill Jiren, as he's technically not a member. He says, the stain vanishing from his finger. He looks at the League, and Izumi can see another stain appearing around his left eye. A sign of his quirk, no doubt. But multiply again, and I will not hesitate to end him. Twice freezes instantly. Relax twice. The Shigaraki clone hisses. With the copies you've already made, it's now 1v a lot. We have the advantage. Compress shouts, Dobby beside him lighting his flame and rushing forwards. Wait. Redestro lifts his arm, which grows massively in size, until it's 5 times the size of his body. The League of Copies hesitates for half a step, but they can't dodge as Redestro takes a swing. The window shatters, splatters of clones exploding against the walls and ceiling. Izumi's host falls to the floor, legs already goop. Raising his hand, twice clone creates another, before falling into a puddle. Izumi leaps to the newly created one as he drops to his knees beside Jiren. Oh, it's really true, your fingers are gone. Twice sobs, rolling him over so that his face isn't crushed into the floor by the chair. Ah, your right hand? Why'd it have to be your right hand? That's the one you're always smoking your American cigs with. Jiren coughs. He's clearly been tortured beyond the finger removal. One of his eyes is swollen shut, and dried blood is crusted across his lips and nose. Twice I'm sorry, I was the one they got your info from. I'm a failure as a broker. Don't apologize. Twice sobs. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't apologize. Redestro makes a face. You really are just playing pretend, aren't you? He scoffs, his mind approaching from behind the two of them. The goals of the organization are more important than any of its members. To put mind, body and soul on the line is expected. He announces, reaching out a hand as Twice turns to glare. You should just scatter in the face of our ambition. Quite the lofty dreams you have there. The Shigaraki clone, who had survived, apparently, shouts, dropping down to swipe at Redestro. Oh, we have lofty dreams. Redestro dodges, raising an eyebrow. Allow me to test you. He faces Shigaraki clone, smiling, the dark stains sliding down his face and below his collar. Once upon a time, a mother gave Bardh to a child with special abilities. He says as if reading a memorized script. This was when the world was chaotic, overflowing with discrimination and malice. A world prejudiced against special abilities. A world where stones would be thrown at her beloved child every day. Arms engorging with power once more, Redestro strikes at Shigaraki, who dodges by a hair. The woman, the mother of quirks, she denounced such a world. This is my child's quirk, she proclaimed. I want a world where he can live freely. He shouts. But her voice would not be heard a second time. Redestro says sadly. For she would be murdered by those who opposed special abilities. Hell are you on about? Shigaraki grumbles. Mother of quirks? Ah, forgive me, I'd forgotten you never attended school. Redestro smirks, back on the attack with another swing. This is the story of beginning. It was after her murder that heroes emerged and laws began. The government labeled special abilities as quirks. Diversity. Acceptance. A complete turnaround. Shigaraki ducks the blow, diving behind Redestro in an attempt to hit him. But the engorged arm simply rotates backwards, grabbing Shigaraki in a huge fist and dragging him forwards. But these new laws, they were nothing but more oppression. Redestro growls, dangling Shigaraki upside down in front of him as he monologues. There is no meaning in a simple name change. If people cannot freely use their abilities, whenever they may wish, there is no freedom. And this is not the world that Mother wished for. That is what Destro proclaimed. Izumi wonders if Mother would have wanted her child to attack and harm others with their quirk. Mother, Shigaraki clone mutters under his breath. As Destro's son, I have taken his ambitions as my own. I will spread his writings and make Mother's wish a reality. See my father's will through. Do you see it? Do you see why we throw away everything for one cause? Answer me. Shigaraki clone blinks, before twisting its head to the surviving twice. If you're gonna protect Jiren, make a cushion. I saw him, down below, on the first attack. Shigaraki says simply. Izumi opens her mind, and sure enough, the real Shigaraki's dust sits at the bottom of the building. He'll definitely touch the tower. That's what I would do. Cracks rush up the walls, the floor dissolving beneath them, and they go crashing to the ground. Izumi's host dies again. Darn it. Izumi enters Shigaraki's mind. This battle decides it all. And with the instability with Shigaraki, and what she had seen earlier, she could learn more about him. Most people die when they fall from that high up. Shigaraki drawls, cracking his neck. You must be the main boss. Hey, aren't you the guy from that Detnerak commercial? Didn't you used to be smaller? Redestro rises to his feet, his entire body rippling with the power of his quirk. His mind it's opening a door, letting a dark flow of anger and stress to bubble up and fill him from the inside out. Like a geyser of ink on a stack of paper. It stains his mind, his skin, dark and foreboding and powerful, and its pressure against Izumi's very soul, even through the grit of Shigaraki's dust. Izumi shudders. She does not like this man. Or his coping habits. Shigaraki either doesn't see the strength brewing, or he doesn't care. His fingers are twitching in anticipation. 110,000 he hums. What? Did you think your numbers would carry you through while you just stood up there all high and mighty? How you feeling now? Twice yelps and drags Jiren away as the two powerful villains gear up for a fight. Oh, I am so outie. I am outie 50,000. Going so far as to prepare a lynching ground for your opponents, then to have us get this far. Shigaraki lurches into a run, the ground disappearing under his feet. Like I said, how are you feeling now? Me. Redestro says finally, raising his eyes to meet Shigaraki's. I'm livid. Crunch. His fist pounds against the earth, sending rock everywhere and cracking stone. Shigaraki is no different, hands skimming the ground, his very shoes disintegrating off his feet. Then Redestro grabs Shigaraki's real hand between two of his engorged fingers. And squeezes. Izumi can feel as the delicate bones are crushed, joints pop, tendons snapping and muscle tearing. But she's more focused on the image of a young girl, smiling down at Shigaraki, a cheerful smile on her face. Tenko-kun. The smile is covered by sickness, hands, embalmed, severed, lifeless. You destroy anything you touch with all 5 fingers, correct? Redestro hums, rubbing his fingers together and squishing the remnants of the 3 fingers he had crushed. All you want to do is destroy. The embalmed hands fall to the ground. Tell me, I asked you earlier, why do you fight? What do you wish to create? Redestro whispers. If your ambitions are hollow, they will never bear fruit. Pain and instability rush through the entirety of Shigaraki's being. Dust, destruction, and Izumi is being swallowed up by a sandstorm of memories and emotions. It's in her eyes, her mouth, her nose, swirling, chaotic, painful. Hana-chan's hand, Shigaraki whispers. Someone strikes Shigaraki across the face. That woman is a monster that abandoned her family. A sad smile, a girl with pigtails. A woman with dark hair fussing over medicine. Please anyone say something, help me. Gritting his teeth, Shigaraki curls his remaining 2 fingers to touch the hand that has him pinned. It starts to crumble. Redestro flings Shigaraki away in shock, inspecting his bleeding hand. He only touched me with 2 fingers that should not have done anything. He muses. But he's bleeding. He's hurt. 2 fingers. Tears, sobbing, a small dog offering comfort. 5 fingers. A bruised cheek. Father. Shigaraki's. Was before he was Shigaraki. This is Tenko. Shimura Tenko. Shimura Tenko, thrown outside, sobbing, clutching a corgi. Shimura Tenko, the itch under his skin unbearable. The power within him breaking loose. The dog dissolves. The girl with pigtails is next. Shimura Tenko reaches for her, terrified, but the second he grabs her she's gone. The ground cracks. Mother, grandfather, grandmother, they are nothing but dust in the wind, barely able to scream. Father. Father hits, strikes, curses dreams and cuts Tenko away. Father, Shimura Tenko kills purposefully. Standing up from where he had been thrown, Shigaraki pulls one of the hands from his head, looking down at it, lost in thought. You asked me what I wanted to create. His mind swirls around Izumi, who can barely push through the rush of memories to hear him. Barely senses the approach of another mind, but she knows, even if no one else does, that Gigantomachia doesn't matter right now. He's strong, but this, lost, alone on the streets, his skin acting up, clothes torn, a kindly old woman running after taking one look at him. Mothers cross the street with their children to get away from him. Men kick him in the gut and scoff at him. A hero will show up eventually. No one ever does. You said it yourself though, didn't you? He says, looking up. All I want to do is destroy. Redestro eyes him, the stain seeping over his entire body now. His suit is engulfed, and he's just a roiling mass of stress, pressure, power. Too much. It's way too much. Izumi can barely focus, and the pulverized glass in her eyes isn't helping one bit. Then disappear. Redestro scoffs. A world without creation bears no future. Who says we need a future? These are your family's remains. Sensei says, motioning to a pile of embalmed hands. Shimura Tenko vomits and cries and begs. He clutches at the hands with all his might. Integrity, morals, ethics, all lies, made up so the world could live in harmony. Shimura clutches at his head, rolling back and forth on the floor. Holding on to them only makes you suffer. What do you truly want to do? Two men kick at Shimura, curled up in an alley. I want to kill them, BLD and death and holding back. Sensei watches. The doctor watches. I feel better, the itch is gone. 2 more sets of hands join the pile. 14 hands clutch at Shimura. The hands make me feel sick but calm at the same time. Keep these hands close to you. Sensei instructs, staring down at the young boy. They are your emotions. Your past, your rage. With them on, you are the embodiment of destruction you were made to be. Rise, Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki Tamura. Tamarao, to mourn. Sensei announces. A new name for the rebirth of Shimura Tenko into the symbol of terror. And Shigaraki. Sensei leans down then, smiling like he's going to tell a big secret. That's my family name. Shigaraki Tamura clenches his fingers around the hand he holds, smiling as it turns to dust. I don't need this SHD anymore. He whispers proudly. I know who I am. I know what I want. Redestro rears into the air, his power coalescing around his fists, and he brings it down in a tsunami of inky pressure and chaos pulled taut. Whimpering, Izumi has to force herself to watch Shigaraki's move. He's faster, crazier, but not a loose crazy, flailing. He's streamlined, not letting any piece of energy go to waste. There's only one thing he wants. Destruction. A shockwave rumbles through the city, destroying buildings and a few more lights snuffing out. Shigaraki just hums thoughtfully, his tattered coat billowing around him. Honestly, that hit ain't much if I just destroy it before you swing. He jeers, approaching leisurely once more. Guess all that size is just for show. Look, I get it. It's fun to absolutely destroy anything you don't like. Redestro lets out a shout of rage, and bits of machinery burst from the rubble around them, wrapping around his body until he looks like one of Hatsum's mechas. Detnerat Company high-quality, high-pressure stress amplification device. He announces, the machinery creaking around him. All energy to amplification. Stress levels to 150%. Output 100%. Shigaraki watches in amusement as his enemy orders the support item. Hey, 150%. Isn't that what the whole plus ultra thing is about? Spreading her awareness, Izumi tries to sense who's here. Push people away. She doesn't care how good the idea is anymore. People are dying. Tower Twice and Jiren are still running away, but they're not nearly far enough. Jiren is still weak from the torture. Trumpet is approaching fast, as well as Puppet Man. Spinner is adhered to the side of the truck that Trumpet rides. Gigantomachia rushes the center area, pushing past Liberators like flies. The Ice Dude is doing his best to stop Gigantomachia, Dragon and Dabi running away to let the beast deal with their opponent. They need to stop going forward. Panic, Izumi demands. Their strength is too much. It's not enough. Shigaraki grins, pressing his hands to the ground, and everything turns to dust. Rubble flies and cracks run through the streets, up to walls of buildings, shearing them into bits and then, as the chunks hit the ground, dissolving them into dust. People stumble away as first their shoes dissolve, then their legs, screams cut off. The ground caves. Redestro leaps and dances through bits of flying metal, the remains of his support items, the bulk of his quirk gone, struggling to not tough the chaos and destruction. Izumi loses sight of him in another surge. Shigaraki throws his head back and laughs. Well, look at you. Shigaraki smirks down at Redestro, bleeding in a crater. A sharp plate of metal is in his hands and his legs, so your feet touch the ground, and you cut off your legs to stop the decay before it spread to your entire body. Shigaraki hums, limping forwards, not caring for his own injuries. Remind me what started this battle. Redestro looks up, a dry sort of smile on his face. Oh yeah, you picked a fight with us? Redestro. Trumpet arrives, wearing a mask, a crowd of surviving liberators hot on his heels. Gigantomachia appears as well, all looking down from the top of the crater. Shigaraki smiles. Yeah, everyone. You must save the supreme leader at once. Trumpet commands, SWNGNG his arm forward. No one moves. They're paralyzed with fear. Trumpet, it's over. Redestro calls, waving a hand, before bringing it into the salute of the Liberation Army. Any more fighting would cause meaningless casualties. He struggles to his knees, stumps still bleeding. It's true, we picked a fight with you. We fought well and were willing to die for the cause many have. But we have lost. He bows to Shigaraki, a fallen leader accepting defeat. If you mean to kill me, get it over with. I too will sacrifice myself for my father's dying wish. Shigaraki Tamura, the Liberation Army is yours to command. And suddenly, Izumi realizes this is worse than she imagined. They're joining up. The reputation of the League of Villains, the underhanded corruption that is the Liberation Army, the ideal of freedom, the sheer numbers and gigantomachia, the doctor, the dragon, the power of all for one, bowing down. Shigaraki just keeps grinning. He's won. A travesty of an attack on Daika City, luring heroes out of the area with falsified reports of organized crime. A group of 20 villains attacked the defenseless civilians. The reporter announces the news channel showing images of the destruction. In response to the onslaught, citizens of Daika City took up arms against their attackers to defend themselves. The heroes soon returned to defend their people, and after a long battle in which many innocent lives were lost, the death of all 20 criminals was confirmed. Izumi watches the report on her phone, idly swinging her legs as she waits for the president to finish with her meeting. Death toll includes artist Kimiko Ayano, niece Nome Inu, Shirogane Hanako, and executive director of Shueisha Publishing, Kazuki Chitose. In addition, CEO of Detonarak Company, Yatsubashi Rikiya, lost both his legs in the attack, but escaped with his life. So her dreamer had died in the battle. Izumi had feared the worst when she hadn't spotted their light, but still. Some have argued that the use of quirks by untrained civilians greatly contributed to the death toll, but the major public has agreed that their actions were bold and heroic. At this time, many holes remain in the story, and the investigation is still underway. Izumi sighs, popping out her earbuds. The investigation won't turn up anything. Dreamer-san, the president is ready for you. Izumi nods to the secretary, slipping into the office and flipping her notebook open. I wish I had good news, President-san. She greets with a grim smile. The League, they've taken over the Liberation Army. The numbers and connections are now theirs. The woman only sighs, pulling her own folder of paperwork from her desk. Too much to hope for that one problem would eliminate another. My own investigative team is working on the case. But Daika City, quite frankly, it's a mess. The Detonarat CEO is paying for repairs and hospital bills, and everything is going so fast we can barely get samples. Shigaraki's gained a power boost. Izumi explains, collapsing into a chair. From what I could tell his decay, it spread through everything that touched other things he was decaying. The crater is almost entirely his work. An eagle-eye view of the destroyed city is pulled up, the president warily eyeing the size of the destruction. The radius is incredible. She hums. What caused this? Stress. Izumi says shortly. Repressed memories re-emerged when he was put under a ridiculous amount of stress. He's been holding back because of his trauma. Near as I can tell, his quirk emerged and he killed his entire family. The memories were recalled when he required that sort of power and a route to step back on. What's more, both Twice and Himiko Toga are stronger. Izumi says, flipping to their pages, the drawings she had made terrifyingly accurate. Toga used Uraraka Achako's quirk to kill 10 people. And Twice has gotten over his paranoia of duplicating himself. The president purses her lips, but doesn't speak, so Izumi keeps talking. As I said, the connections are still at large. Detnerat Company, Shueisha Publishing, Feel Good Incorporated, and the Hearts and Mind Party are all involved. Izumi says, pointing to her little spiderweb map of other, smaller companies. I researched a few offshoot groups, but these four I'm certain of. Their main people were in positions of high power. And their basic members. Izumi flips to another page, showing columns of numbers. I couldn't be sure of an exact total, but the League was highly destructive. Skeptic Chikazoka Moyasu, he's manipulating the reports and media coverage. But based on the reported death count and the inconsistencies, I'd say around 3,000 people died. A force of 113,000 is what remains of the Liberation Army. A formidable group, still and under the control of the bloodthirsty League. The president concludes. Thank you for your report. And one more thing. Izumi says quietly. The doctor, he's offered Shigaraki power. An operation, of some sort, now that he's proven himself. More. Izumi nods, taking a shaky breath. Everything about this is more. This is an army we're facing, President. They will make it a war. Izumi isn't sure what to do. The president had ordered her to keep the entire investigation under wraps. For now, the only people who knew everything that had happened in Daika City were her, the president, and Hawks, and the intention was to keep it that way until they had uncovered the entirety of the Liberation Army's power. Or that's Paranormal Liberation Front, as they had been renamed. But what can Izumi do? Besides hiding in dreams to glean what little information there is, Izumi can't run the risk of getting caught. It had been close with the Twice clone, and after one mistake, she can't afford to lose the element of secrecy. That means she can't talk to Jean, who had gone through so much psychological pressure, or Toga, who she understood better now. She couldn't give Shigaraki closure about his runaway grandmother. What's more, the piles of paperwork and files the president has sent her, full of suspected and confirmed corrupt officials, heroes, and workers, is mounting up ever higher. With only 3 people trusted and working, all with other responsibilities, managing the investigation of 100,000 is a pipe dream. Izumi, are you okay? Not to mention a new relationship and protective parents. To put it simply, Izumi is stressed out of her mind. I'm fine. She chirps to a frowning Hitoshi. Sorry, got lost in thought, you were just muttering about paperwork? Shudo says bluntly, putting down his pencil. Has the new position put more pressure on you? Inwardly, and she makes sure it's inwardly, Izumi curses that habit of hers. The bit yet, but it's nothing I can't handle. Sorry if I'm spacing out, we're just worried about you, Zumi. Hitoshi teases, poking her side. I know you've got a headache. You keep rubbing at your temples and closing your eyes like the light is too much. You do that when you're trying to focus on your shards. Izumi sticks her tongue out at him. Let a girl have a minor breakdown in peace. Tapping his chin, Hitoshi pretends to think it over, before smirking at her with all the sass in the world. Halfway through rolling her eyes at her boyfriend's antics, Izumi finds herself picked up, and then plopped into Shudo's lap. Shochan? Izumi asks, twisting slightly to look up at him. This makes me feel better, he says as a way of explanation, tucking his chin into the crook of her neck. Touching one of you. Blushing, Izumi shakes her head in disbelief, before kissing Shuto softly on the cheek. You two are too sweet. Hide-ken, come here. He gladly abandons his homework to plop his head in Izumi's lap, reaching up to grab Shudo's hand as Izumi starts to muss his hair. She relaxes into their comforting pressure, able to feel Shudo's soft laugh through his tea, Hitoshi gently tracing their hands with his thumbs. For just a moment, everything is okay. Then Izumi remembers the force of 100,000 people who they'll have to fight. 100,000 people who stand a chance of hurting them. Of hurting this. She shakes the thought out of her head and combs through Hitoshi's hair. Hello, students. MT Lady shouts, arriving back-end first through the door of the classroom. Midnight, Aizawa, and Izumi follow her, drawing the students' attention forwards. Since you guys have been getting more exposure lately, I've brought in a special guest. Aizawa grumbles, wearing the GG gift of a sleeping bag with arms and legs Mike had gotten him. Hero culture is always tainted by showbiz. Lady shouts, posing once more. Heroes are back in the truest sense, but it remains. I'm not one to talk, but aren't you the purest example? Mineta asks, pointing an accusing finger. Lady smacks his hand away. Silence. Midnight will be chaperoning you all, and Dreamer will be joining you for this class as she never got this sort of training. Aizawa grumbles. You can just say the hero billboard chart event was a mess, okay? Izumi sighs, but her dad is already curled into a corner and fast asleep. The class follows them to a media setup, staged to perfection just like any of the battlefields of Yuye. There's even a small crew working the cameras. Shudo gets dragged up first, standing awkwardly as Lady starts fawning. What an incredible display, Freezerburn-san. What do you mean? Just act like you just did something amazing. Lady sighs. Okay. Izumi grins up at the confused Shudo. This will be fun. Beside her, Hitoshi nods, smirking as well. So, Freezerburn-san, what sort of hero would you like to be? Lady plows on, a picture-perfect press smile on her face. Someone whose presence puts others at ease. Shudo decides. What a brilliant answer. Lady chirps, then offers a flirtatious little smirk. But if someone as handsome as you came to my rescue, my heart rate would double. Concerned, Shudo frowns again. Do you have heart problems or something? Oh, you're too much. Izumi hides a snort behind her hand, her other clutching Hitoshi's sleeve as they laugh at their confused boyfriend. Now then, let's show off some of your moves, shall we? What have you got? Shudo climbs down from the stage, blasting a wave of ice into the area. Heaven-piercing ice wall. It has a large variety of uses. It can cover a wide area, trap those in the vicinity, help people find footing, and more. I also have a rather violent move that's a wave of heat and cold gyre hums. That's what he did at the joint practice with 1B. Brilliant scorching fist. Hagakure cheers, her gloves waving wildly in the air. That's my father's move. Shudo says bluntly, and Hagakure nearly trips over herself trying to apologize. Don't worry. I'll admit, I need to work on my flame like he has. I still can't hold a candle to his power. There's an awkward silence from the class, all of them unsure how to address the situation of their classmates' former abuse. Well then, MT Lady exclaims, a transparent attempt to get back on track. Very impressive. Okay, so I don't want to attack your personality or anything, but it would be great if you could smile more. One good smile from you and the ladies would drop like flies. Now Shudo looks completely distraught. If I smile, they'll die. Quit that. As MD Lady starts answering Tokoyami's questions, Shudo slips off the stage and back to Hitoshi and Izumi. I don't want you to die, he whispers mournfully, wrapping his arms around her. Izumi can't help but laugh a little, stroking his hair gently. I'm not going to die, Sho-chan. She meant you're very handsome. Drop like flies, fall in love with you, pretty boy. Hitoshi agrees, poking his cheek. But you're ours, you hear. Don't go leaving us for swooning fans or I will hunt you down. Shudo blinks, very relieved that he won't be accidentally murdering anyone. That's a concerning way for her to say it and a little rude. A small wave of self-deprecation comes from Shudo, and almost invisibly he moves to cover the scar. Hitoshi grabs his wrist. Shut the F up, you appealing bastard. He growls quietly, so he won't draw the attention of the whole class. You're perfect, your face is perfect, and we all have scars. Do you think Izumi's wrists are ugly cause of her scars? What? No dash, what about my shoulder, where stain got me? No, that's awful, why would you even think I'd dash? Then you know how we feel, huh? So shut your appealing perfect face and pay attention to the lesson. Hitoshi finishes, leaning forwards to embrace the edge of Shudo's scar. You're pretty, you hear? At Hitoshi's declaration, Shudo's face turns a bright red, and Izumi has to let go of his arm before he sets himself on fire. I didn't get to embrace him yet. Izumi pouts, then giggles as that just makes the flames burn hotter. What are you three doing over there? Midnight shouts, cracking her WP, but from the amused glint in her mind and the little smirk on her lips, Izumi can tell she knows exactly what's going on. Sorry, Auntie. We needed to tell Shochan he's very pretty. Izumi says innocently, pretending to ignore the flames burn even higher. He didn't believe empty lady over there. Bakogu scoffs angrily. Stop flirting. You're disgusting with your stupid lovey-dovey, what a waste of time. Oh really? Izumi stage whispers, giving him a knowing look, and it's only the fact that Kirishima grabs him from behind that stops her from getting blown up. Dude, cut it out. Ida starts trying to control the situation. Yaoyorozu dutifully makes a small fire extinguisher. Ashido and Hagakure have started whispering to each other. Mineta looks like he's about to pop a BLD vessel. Lady looks confused, but entertained, and Midnight has absolutely given up on the class while she coos over youthful love. What a mess. The internships are starting up again so soon. What's the meaning of this? Izumi sits awkwardly at the corner of the conference table, carefully avoiding Nedzu's eye as they look over paperwork. The president had decided they needed all hands on deck and as properly trained as possible. Thus, internships. More people on the streets, less chaos for when the time comes. Previously, our agreement with the hero agencies was to conduct internships on an on-demand basis. Nedzu hums from his place nestled in Aizawa's scarf. But this time we've received a request straight from the Public Safety Commission to conduct practical field training for all Hero Corps students, BLD King scoffs. A request they're basically asking us to force into internships. It's almost like they're saying they don't have enough manpower. Midnight points out, despite having more heroes than ever. Genist is still MIA, but it's still a strong force. In response to the growth of large-scale villain organizations, Ectoplasm reads off. Something else must have happened at Daika City. Snipe leans back, his voice distorted through the gas mask. The League of Villains must have been involved, but they're wording it so vaguely. It seems the Public Safety Commission is expecting some sort of imminent danger. Nedzu deduces, his beady eyes casting a sideways glance at Izumi. But as Kiyama-kun and Snipe-kun said, they're being vague. Perhaps they would like to keep the fact they suspect something hidden. The internships seem almost like a message. In that case, it makes sense they wouldn't tell us flat out. Aizawa sighs. Midori-chan, do you know anything about this? Cementos asks suddenly, causing Izumi to nearly leap out of her chair. You've been oddly quiet, and I know you've been helping the Public Safety Commission with something. I've, overheard a little. Izumi admits, fiddling with the hem of her shirt and trying to ignore her mounting anxiety. I can't say much, but, I think the internships are a good idea. Even if what they think is going on turns out to be wrong, it's still a valuable experience, and if we're right, Nedzu holds up a paw to stop her. It is confidential, we understand. Apologies for putting you on the spot. Thank God. In any case, preparing for danger is the norm for us heroes. Nedzu announces. We will start by reaching out to top heroes. Inform your classes that they will have homework this winter break. Years ago, when Nedzu had first started teaching her, they started a little tournament. Chess, poker, checkers, Monopoly, shogi, tutenjak, it was their little stress relief. Izumi was smart enough to last for a few minutes against him, and she couldn't read his mind, even if she tried to. Eventually, they had gotten bored of normal games, so they smushed them together. The rules kept changing, the pieces were painted colors, and cards from Pokemon, Uno, and Yu-Gi-Oh decks were shuffled together as they saw fit. They had a little table set off to the side for it. Anyone else would look at it and see chaos, but Izumi and Nezu were able to keep track of 50 different games they had woven together. It was fun, and a challenge for both of them when they normally couldn't find one. But right now, Izumi can barely focus. Names and faces and minds keep running through her head. Takahashi Akemi clear. Suzuki Yuri unsure. Izumi-chan. Izumi squeaks, nearly hitting her knee on the edge of the table and causing pieces to fly everywhere. You've been distracted lately? Nezu says calmly, giving her a little smile. Your fathers, Shinsu-kun, and Todoroki-kun have all been worried for you. Also, I have cheated 4 times already, and you haven't said a word. Blinking in shock, Izumi surveys the table. All of her reds are blues. Nezu somehow has 4 bishops, and all her flipped-up spades have become diamonds. Oh. Nezu sets his cards down, still smiling. Now then, I'm aware you've been working with the Public Safety Commission, and I understand that it is confidential, but if you need someone to talk to, I am always here. Putting her own cards down, Izumi sighs. It's just all this waiting, and the deeper we dig the worse our situation looks. Best a genist has gone missing. 14 heroes corrupted. 28 heroes corrupted. 56. 100. And I want to help, but I'm so limited and I understand why, but I'm seeing people suffer. Hundreds of lights that, given validation, might stand down. Toga, twice, suffering. And it's not that I'm doing nothing, I'm doing so much. But I want to do more. Nezu hums in sympathy. I understand completely. You are a very hands-on person, my dear. You aren't afraid to get dirty. But at the moment, you're being held away. But if the situation is so dire, it must be handled with care. I know. Izumi admits. But there's just so much I can't do. And everything is coming, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I feel helpless. On this scale I can't stop everyone. And every time I do something simple, I keep getting dragged back to everything I should be doing. I should be working harder, I should be doing more, even though I know I can't work myself into the ground, but I can't. Then focus on what you can. Nezu orders. What can you do in the here and now? Izumi looks up at him, eyes watery. She's been trying think, Izumi-chan. If there is nothing you can do to stop it, then what can you do to lighten the blow? Nezu demands, moving one of his cheated bishops. It's directly in line to kill her queen. You cannot stop me here. You cannot intercept, you cannot do anything to stop me. But what can you do? Wiping away her tears, Izumi looks down at the board. What can she do? Slowly, she picks up her knight, shifting it slightly. Nezu smiles and kills her queen. Then Izumi takes his king. You can prepare for the fallout. You may not be able to stop it in its entirety, but you can lighten the blow. You can prepare to move forward. Izumi-chan, I understand your panic, but if there is truly nothing you can do to stop it, damage control is the next best thing. Izumi finishes. Good. Prepare your friends for the future, gather what information you can. Exist. Have fun. Remind yourself and others what you are fighting for. Nezu announces. Yes, sir. Nezu nods proudly. Good. Now, there was a message sent for you during our game, which you were too distracted to notice. Your next job. Izumi squeaks, grabbing her phone and reading the message. Sorry. I've got to go, bye. Miruko-san. Izumi chirps, waving at the rabbit hero as she enters her agency. The tall, and very buff, woman gives her a wide grin from her spot on a couch. Hey little dreamer. You doing good as number 10. I'm still miffed you got that flame dude and the nomu before I got there. Believe me, I would have very much welcomed you sooner. Izumi sighs, making a miserable face. Trapped under a building with that thing right up next to me. But you kicked its butt in the end. Saw the replay, and those green eyes of yours even as Endeavor was burning it up. You kept it still for him. Izumi shrugs modestly. Did what I had to do. Miruko nods proudly, kicking her legs up on a table. I like you, kid. So, what's on your mind? Taking a deep breath, Izumi tries to think. She's here to check if Miruko is sympathetic to the Liberation Army's cause. But she can't just outright say it. Good thing she's got a backup conversation. I was wondering, see, I know you don't take internships. Izumi starts off, only to be interrupted. You've passed that stage though, haven't you? Miruko asks. I have, yes. Izumi admits. It's for a friend. Bakugo Katsuki. Miruko hums. Blasty boy. I know you don't like teaming up. Like at all. Izumi says quickly. But he's fast and strong enough that you wouldn't be waiting for him. Miruko doesn't say anything, so Izumi keeps going. You remind me of him a lot. She presses. You're both strong, brash, determined, and some people think you're crude and violent, but that's just who you are. Neither of you like mincing your words. But you've risen so far despite other people disliking you. Yeah, 'cause they're bastards? Miruko cackles. Izumi smiles. She really is just like Bakugo. That's exactly what he would say. See, last time, he ended up with Genus and he's an amazing hero, don't get me wrong, but me and Genus don't exactly see eye to eye. Miruko nods, wiggling her toes. Poor kid must have been fuming. Genus tried to change his whole image. Izumi shrugs, remembering Bakugo's flat hair. And that worked about as well as dumping water on an oil fire. But you're so like him, you're not going to push him down, but you also won't care about smacking him upside the head if he does go too far. Miruko hums again, chewing on her lip. She's obviously thinking, so Izumi takes the time to look around the room. It's a simple agency, even for someone so high on the hero ladder. There's a small workout area behind a glass partition, and a mini fridge in the corner. One whole wall is covered in cabinets, most of them open to reveal a stack of fan art, a plush rabbit obviously gifted to the hero, some books, and a bin that's full of little bits of contraband. A desk is covered in paperwork, with a computer off to the side. Izumi spots a little book on top of the pile, and her heart stops for a moment. That's Destro's book. Miruko-san. Izumi asks, walking over to pick it up. You've read this? It's been getting very popular lately. Oh, that thing. Yeah, Fangshot gave it to me when we ran into each other on patrol, said the same thing. It's a big pile of CRP if you ask me. Truth. Thank God. I've read it too. Izumi admits, setting it back down in the table. It's very bigoted. The idea that some people believe that stuff. Miruko hops up, ruffling her hair. Screw them. We'll kick their butt if they get any ideas, you'll see. Now your blasty friend, I'll take him on. I've been getting bored, and if he is like me then it'll be fun. But, well, if he's gonna act like SHT I will kick him out. Laughing slightly, Izumi bows to Miruko. Thank you so much. You've helped more than you know, Miruko-san. No prob. Merry Christmas Eve, kid. Oh, CRP. Izumi totally forgot. Christmas Eve night finds Izumi at One's dorm, clutching a small bag of presents that she had thankfully bought a week earlier, and holding Eri's hand. Sorry we're late. Aizawa opens the door to the smell of good food and the sight of Ishido and Kaminari tackling Bakugo with a Santa jacket. All of the class is wearing Santa outfits, from personalized hats to fuzzy black boots. Ida has a full beard and is hefting around a sack. Ah, Santa Eri-chan and Dreamer Senpai. The rest of the class cheers, waving hello. Eri blinks at them all. Trick or treat? No, you've got them mixed up, Aizawa says, crouching to her level. They had spent a short time explaining holidays to Eri, who apparently didn't know much at all. Merry Christmas Eve, everyone. Izumi laughs. Love the Santa hats? Yamamoto made them. Uraraka chirps, showing off her own planet-tipped hat. Everyone has something special. Even Bakugo. If he'll wear it, there's some angry cursing, but Kaminari and Ishido are cheering, so Izumi can assume they've forced him into the outfit. Eri-chan, you look so cool. Uraraka coos. Behind her, Tsuyu ribbits in agreement. Eri holds out her hands. I painted these eggs. That's for Easter. Izumi leaves Eri to Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Kirishima, deciding to save Bakugo from the resident idiots. Kaken, she calls, waving. He flips her off. Okay, rude, I was going to give you a present. She teases, pulling out the little envelope. I didn't ask for anything, Deku. He scoffs, trying to escape into the hall. I know, but I figured you'd need this. Izumi chirps, cutting off his escape and shoving it into his hands. Glaring at her, Bakugo takes it, ripping open the envelope while grumbling under his breath. He's silent as he reads it, before looking up at her with disbelief. An internship with Miruko? He asks, confused. She doesn't take anybody. Well, I asked her. Izumi shrugs. I had to do something there anyway, and she reminds me of you so much. I figured you'd have fun, and it wouldn't hurt to ask. What's more, she's top 5. Fits your demands, right? Bakugo keeps staring at the paper, an unreadable expression on his face. Izumi looks deeper, to see the slight bit of confusion, shock, and yet he's grateful. Anyway, I'm gonna go see Shochan and Heidekan. Tell Auntie and Uncle I said Merry Christmas. Tell him your diamond self. Bakugo grumbles, but he's not shouting, so Izumi counts it as a win. She wanders over to the center of the room, where the couches have been dragged around a few tables, which Satu is steadily supplying food to. There are 2 hot sauce bottles, one labeled "Not for you" weak effed in Bakugo's handwriting. Izumi snags it, weaving through the students until she finally finds her boyfriends. I'm telling you, Santa is not older Jesus. He's St. Nicholas. Shudo makes a face. Why does he exist? He's definitely older Jesus. Do I want to know? Izumi asks, grinning down at them. Hitoshi returns the smile, dragging her down to sit between them, where she immediately curls into his side. Nope. We're ending this conversation before conspiracy theories over here gets any more incredible ideas. Santa misspelt is Satan, Jesus's brother. Shudo insists. Hitoshi shoves a roll into his mouth. Do me a favor and don't go confusing Eri anymore, okay? Izumi giggles, kissing his cheek. Poor thing tried to go trick-or-treating in the teacher's lounge. Shudo sighs and accepts his fate as the only one who can see the truth. Who wants to sing some Christmas carols? Jairu calls, pulling out her guitar to cheers. After that, everyone starts singing. Even Bakugo gets dragged into it, though he spends most of the time stuffing his face. At one point, Eri wanders over to Izumi, looking sad. Eri-chan? Izumi asks, gently patting her head. What's wrong? I don't know the words, Eri whispers sadly, watching the entirety of the class sing Jingle Bells. Izumi feels the sudden urge to punch Overhaul in the face again. Here, Hitoshi says, holding out his phone. The lyrics are written, and Eri immediately starts to read them. We can sing them for you, okay? 3 songs later, Bakugo gets annoyed. Deck the villains in the Effie, falalala, let's F-SHT up. What's if? Eri asks innocently, and that quickly ends the singing. And earns Bakugo a detention. Presents. Uraraka squeaks instead, jumping in front of Eri. Everyone brought presents. Here, I'll show you. We're going to pile them all up in the middle and tie a ribbon to them. Uraraka explains. Tokoyami walks by with a crazy anime sword, a red bow taped to the blade. Ajuru eyes him warily. Then, everyone chooses a ribbon and pulls. We get a random present. Uraraka cheers. This way, we don't need to buy 20 presents each. Izumi passes their own additions to the present pile to Eri, who cheerfully ties ribbons to each one. Everyone, Ida shouts, chopping his hands in the air. Please select a ribbon for the draw. Everyone must, Bakugo, come back. Finally, everyone pulls their ribbon and their gift out of the pile. Izumi has to help Eri with hers, because she got Tokoyami's sword. Ajuru nearly chokes when Eri cheers and slings it onto her tiny shoulder. Ah, excellent, a way to view my Gucci eye bags. Hitoshi snorts, holding up a froggy mirror. Thanks, Tsu. Tsuyu ribbits at him. Izune, what did you get? Lifting up the box, Izumi shows off a small stack of pastries. Satu has been cooking a lot. Eri, I have a present for just you too. Eri gasps, eyes wide. You do? Really? Of course. I needed something for my little sister. Izumi laughs and passes over a small bag. Pulling the tissue paper out, Eri squeaks with joy at the toy inside. It's like me. A unicorn plushie with an off-center horn and a silly, misprinted smile sits there derpily. Izumi had been shopping online when she'd seen it, and immediately knew Eri needed it. I love it. Eri giggles, hugging the unicorn to her sister, eyes wide and bright. Izumi smiles, patting the little girl's head. Her first real Christmas. It's going well, so far. Erichan, Tsuyu ribbits. You liked apples, right? Sata made some apple tarts to go with the Christmas cake. Apple tarts? Eri asks, tilting her head to the side. Tsuyu leads Eri to Satu, likely to cause a sugar high. Izumi just giggles and follows Hitoshi to where Shudo is hiding from the chaos on the couch. I have something for you too as well. Izumi chirps, pulling the two meant for her boyfriends from the bag. She hands them over, snorting as Shudo nearly drops his. Geez, Zumi, what's in that thing? Hitoshi asks, helping Shudo balance it. Shudo pulls the wrapping paper off, revealing a blanket. Weighted blanket? Izumi explains. It's like a hug, pressure on your body. It's nice for anxiety. Thank you. Shudo whispers, running his hands over the blanket. It's soft. Meanwhile, Hitoshi has torn into his own gift, revealing several bags of coffee beans. Hold on, what's this? Incredible. Amazing. My life BLD. The horrific blend my dads use. Izumi groans. Yamada downs one cup and is back to life. I figured your obsession needed the good stuff. Hitoshi laughs, then passes over his own sloppily wrapped gifts. Here. It's very squishy, Izumi realizes, pulling open the wrapping paper to soft purple plushie. It's a Pokemon, she realizes, rolling it over, small and fluffy with purple, beady eyes. Esper. The grub. Shudo says in confusion, staring at his own Pokemon plushie. Excuse me, good sir, that is our Lord and Savior Snom. Hitoshi scoffs. It's an ice type, and it's adorable. Izumi has a psychic type. I'm hilarious. Izumi snags the Snom plushie, balancing it on top of Shudo's head. Pokemon for the Pokeball. Also, Hitoshi, isn't this the Pokemon that can barely control its psychic power? I'm hilarious. Hitoshi nods. Also, we've got a blanket, food, and stuffed animals. All evidence points to us being lazy, anxious bastards that require comfort 24/7. I thought we already knew this. Izumi giggles. My entire hero shtick is sleep. My turn. Shudo asks, reaching into his pocket. He pulls out 3 slim boxes, one with a green ribbon, one with a purple ribbon, and another with a blue ribbon. He passes the purple and green ones to Hitoshi and Izumi. Before you ask, I used Endeavor's credit card. Shudo says, smirking slightly. Izumi looks up at him, grinning. Okay, now I'm scared. She opens the box, to a small silver pendant on a black Eltar cord. It's intricately engraved with a question mark nestled in the petals of a flower, and when Izumi flips it over there's a half snowflake, half flame design. Oh, wow, she whispers, tracing the cool metal with her finger. It's you too. Hitoshi leans over her shoulder, showing her the large star surrounded by several smaller ones that he has instead of the question mark flower. Yamamoto helped me with the art, and we sent it to the company to have it custom made. It's a locket as well. Shudo explains, opening the blue ribboned box to show his own pendant, with the star and question mark. He presses his thumbnail into a little groove, and the 2 sides pop open. I didn't put anything in there yet. I figured you'd want to. It's appealing. Izumi murmurs in awe, tilting it back and forth. I love it, oh my gosh. I think Shudo wins best gift. Hitoshi laughs in disbelief, slipping his around his neck. Like wow. Izumi nods, feeling her heart squeeze. He had really gone all out. Yen reaching out for her, Shudo carefully sets the clasp around her neck, Hitoshi doing the same for him. Omi god the tisso freaking cute? Hagakure squeals suddenly, making Hitoshi nearly jump out of his seat. Aw, look at the lovebirds over here. Ashido grins, leaning over their couch. What did you get, huh? Hagakure grabs Ashido's shoulder, shaking it. Matching custom lockets? Oh, did you give it to them? Yayarozu says from where she's handing Aizawa a cup of tea. Mother simply loves that company. They are very thorough with absolutely everything. Uraraka lets out a little sigh, helping Eri with a stick. If Yamamoto loves them, I do even want to know how much they cost. Come on, give the rest of us a chance. Kaminari groans miserably. Quit setting the bar so high. Us feeble peasants can't hold a candle. Shuto blinks at Kaminari in confusion. But they deserve it. Anything I can give them. Ah, Hagakure swoons. Hey, leave those three alone. Gyre calls. Kaminari, it's not his fault you can't get a girl, you've got yourself to blame. Hey. The party dissolves again, a few more presents being passed around. Ida gets everyone a helpful study tips book, Aoyama passes out pictures of himself, and the whole class gives Aizawa a signed holiday card. Sada brings out the Christmas cake and desserts, the whole class rushing to clean up the meal. Somewhere in the chaos Mineta tries to get Uraraka under the mistletoe, but Aoyama rescues her with a well-timed surprise. And a loud, wet cheek smooch. Zero drags the dead Mineta to a corner and the party continues. Eventually, Eri crawls into Izumi's lap, curling up against her side. Tired, shaking her head, Eri buries her face into Izumi's stomach, which has the unfortunate side effect of stabbing her with her horn. Eri, I'm being impaled. Yawning, Eri looks up at her. Sorry, Izumi shushes her younger sister, carefully petting her hair. The little girl's mind, glowing a healthy pink, starts to slow, in that hypnotic state where nothing feels real and sleep is just a moment away. I should get her to bed. Izumi whispers to Shuto and Hitoshi, not wanting to wake Eri. See you tomorrow. Sure thing. Hitoshi says, leaning in for embrace. Izumi smiles, then kisses Shuto, before hiking Eri up onto her hip and collecting their gifts. Bye everyone, she calls, waving to Class 1A, thank you for having us. See you, Dreamer-senpai. They call back, and Eri stirs in Izumi's arms. Blinking her heavy eyes, she raises a hand, whispering, bye-bye, and causing a small chorus of ahs. Aizawa grunts as he gets off the floor, and Izumi notices that someone stuck some bows from the presents onto his head while he napped. He either doesn't notice or doesn't care. It's quiet, outside, the distant sounds of other parties in dorms all across campus just reaching them. Christmas lights, wrapped around bushes and lampposts, shine little spotlights onto a carpet of freshly fallen snow. Barely any footprints mar the surface. How was your first Christmas Eve party, Eri-chan? Aizawa asks, stuffing his hands into his folded-up sleeping bag. Eri hums happily. It was nice people. And I got food and apple tart. Apple tart is a food. Shaking her head, Eri holds up the misprinted unicorn. His name is Apple Tart. Because apple tarts are very good. Aizawa nods sagely as they enter the teacher's apartments, collapsing onto the couch. Mike looks up from reading his holiday cards to grin at his husband. Ah, you're back. He greets. Little listener, you got me a present. Izumi laughs, nudging her dads together. He's all yours. The bows are from the students. She carries Eri to her room, smiling as the two old men start flirting behind her. Merry Christmas, Eri-chan. Merry Christmas, Aizen. Merry Christmas, my children. Mike screeches, bursting into the room in Aizawa's hot pink sweatpants and a t-shirt that says, Make the Yuletide by. Merry Christmas, Dad. Izumi giggles, rolling out of her bed. Eri-chan, wake up. Eri wriggles sleepily, poking her head out from under the blankets and making a small, confused noise. Apple Tart the misprinted unicorn is still in her arms. But Christmas was yesterday, that was Christmas Eve. Izumi explains, stretching. Some people in the past got so excited for Christmas, they started celebrating a day early. So we celebrate Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Eri slips out of bed and onto the floor. That's confusing. That's 2 days of party time, littlest listener. Mike whoops, crouching down to her level with a manic grin. Now then, my plan for the day involves 100 pancakes, opening stockings, some more presents, and then singing Christmas carols until Shoyuta tells me to shut up. And then I'll keep singing after that for another couple of hours. A dastardly plot. Izumi laughs. Mike grins at her, standing up and cracking his back. Yep, I try. Now then. Pancakes. Izumi and Eri follow Mike to the kitchen, where Aizawa is nursing a cup of coffee while wrapped in a reindeer blanket. His bow from yesterday is stuck to the back of the couch, where Ainiko is lazily pawing at it. Merry Christmas, Dad. Izumi grins, leaning over to hug him. He grumbles tiredly, taking another sip of his coffee. Mike pulls out their stuffed stockings, plopping one in each lap. Dump them together. 1, 3. Eri picks hers up, giggling as she dumps it out onto the rug. Candy canes, chocolates, a ridiculous amount of hairbands, and little Christmas toys spill onto the ground, a bouncy ball rolling across the floor, Kohi bursting from nowhere to chase it. Snorting, Aizawa picks up a bag of coffee that had fallen out of his. This is the good stuff, isn't it? Course. Yamada grins. And now, when my lovely husband is pleased with his gifts, I shall begin to sing, as I will be at least 20% less likely to be filed for divorce. Santa baby Aizawa just rolls his eyes. Batting the ball back and forth with Kohi, Izumi looks around. Erasure is chewing on the tree. Ainiko is still playing with the bough. Dad, have you seen Kiyoshi? She asks, looking around. Kiyoshi loved Christmas. Either helping Erasure topple the tree, or playing with candy wrappers, or meowing along with Mike. Izumi frowns and starts to wander the apartment. Not in the kitchen/living room. Not her room, or Eri's, or her dad's. Finally, Izumi checks the bathroom, only to be hit with a weird smell and a ridiculous amount of meowing. She opens the door to the closet, to find Kiyoshi, curled around 4 itty-bitty little pieces of fluff. Oh my gosh! She squeaks, nearly hopping out of her skin. Kiyoshi gave Biarch. She what? In seconds, Aizawa skids around the corner, followed closely by Yamada and Eri. Aizawa carefully kneels down, offering a finger for Kiyoshi to sniff before picking up one of the kittens. It's precious. Mike squeals, picking up Eri so she can see over their heads. Aizawa hums. 1 ginger, 2 ginger and black, 1 full black. The ginger one's a male. He picks up the other 2, checking their section 2 girls. The last one? Oh no. It's dead. Too much fluid in its mouth. Aizawa sighs. Little thing choked to death. The kitty. Eri whispers, eyes wide and horrified. They sit in silence, the moment somber now. Eri's mind is trembling, and when Izumi looks to her, her lip is too. She looks down sadly, and Izumi is put face to face with her horn. Eri. Izumi whispers urgently, taking the dead kitten from Aizawa and holding it out. Can you use your quirk on this kitten? Eri blinks in confusion. What? Using your quirk reverts organisms back to a previous state. Izumi explains quickly. You might be able to revive it. If it was the fluid in its mouth. Eri stares down at the kitten, terrified. But what if I lose control? Setting a hand on her shoulder, Mike leans down. Then we'll be here, okay? Izumi will talk you through it, Shoyuta will be at the ready, and the second you say you want to stop, he'll stop you. Even right now. You don't have to try, but we might be able to help. Eri looks up at him, then back down at the kitten. And when she meets Izumi's eyes again, they're full of determination. I'm gonna save the kitty. Kiyoshi meows sadly as they gather around her lifeless kitten, still curled around the 3 sucking at her stomach. Eri takes a deep breath. Izumi nods, before gently setting her cupped hands in Eri's. Breathe in and close your eyes. She instructs, trying to focus on her memories of using Eri's quirk. Feel your horn, it's the source of your power. It's grown recently, remember? Can you feel it? Ah yes. Eri whispers, still trembling. It's a part of you. Izumi assures her. Like another limb. You can't run away, but it will obey you. Wake it up. The horn starts to grow and light up, just barely, a twinkle of energy. Eri shudders but stands firm. It's a part of me. She whispers. I'm in control, good? Izumi says quietly. Now, can you move it? The energy. Can you push it through your arms, or do you want to touch the kitten to your horn? Eri is silent for a moment, before deciding, horn. Slowly, Izumi moves the kitten closer, Eri's eyes still closed tight. Open your eyes. Look at the other kittens for me. This one used to be just like that. Picture this kitten, alive. Eri opens her eyes and nods. Her horn taps the kitten's cold body, and it feels like Izumi just got zapped by electricity. They both JRK away, shocked, and the kitten, it starts moving. She did it. Izumi gasps, hands shaking, and Yamada immediately takes the kitten, pulling out a bulb syringe and helping the wriggling baby. Kiyoshi meows loudly as she sees her kitten, moving, and is on her feet in seconds, trying to crawl up Mike's leg. Izumi has to stop shaking her numb hands to grab the mama cat. Aizawa goes to Eri. "Do you need me to erase your quirk?" "Yes please," she whispers, eyes shut tight again, her horns still spitting sparks. Kiyoshi complains. Yes, I know. Izumi whispers, gently petting her head. "Just give us a moment." "No need." Yamada grins, holding up the itty-bitty black kitten. It's breathing and moving, all on its own. He sets it back down with its siblings, and Kiyoshi leaps over them, dragging the resurrected kitten into her sistee and licking its face. "I did it," Eri whispers, her horn calm now, watching the kitten suckle at Kiyoshi. Aizawa pats her shoulder. "You did it. Now, come on, let's give her some space. Wash your hands, I think we all need food. Hisashi, you're not allowed to scream yodel Christmas carols." As they walk away, Izumi transforms into a cat, very carefully leaning towards Kiyoshi and pressing their foreheads together. It's the equivalent of a hug to a cat, a gentle headbutt. Kiyoshi licks her face, and though Izumi can't read her mind, can't sense her brainwaves in the way she can a human being's, she hears that's "thank you" loud and clear. After a few hours, they moved the kittens out of the bathroom closet and into the living room, where they had set up a nest of soft blankets in a cardboard box. Kiyoshi is purring madly, curled around her sleeping litter, Eri still watching in amazement. The other cats had been mildly interested, before Kohi had tried to paw at one and had gotten smacked across the face for her efforts. Ainiko and Erashur wisely kept their distance after that. Suddenly, Mike shouts from the door, "Little listener, your boyfriends are here." "Hey kids, isn't it exciting?" Kiyoshi gave Bistesht. He barely gets to finish his sentence before Hitoshi is around the corner and in the living room. Shudo follows more calmly, bowing to Yamada. "Kittens." Hitoshi squeaks, eyes bright. "They're here. Why didn't you text me?" "It was kinda a mess." Izumi admits, reaching out and grabbing his hand. "Come here. They were just born this morning." Hitoshi slides onto his stomach next to Eri, peering into the box. He's practically vibrating with excitement. "They're so tiny," Shudo says, tilting his head to the side. Izumi grins, leaning against his shoulder. "You can hold one in the palm of your hand," she informs him, reaching down and letting Kiyoshi sniff her, before picking up one of the orange and black kittens. She pulls out Shudo's left hand, knowing the older cats love its warmth, and carefully deposits the fluff bean into it. Shudo looks like he's about to melt. Yamada enters the room with a tray, grinning as he sees the boys fawning over the kittens. The orange one is the only boy. "We think Ainiko is the dad, because they kinda look like him. Anyway, who wants hot chocolate? I also have a giant bag of mini marshmallows and crushed candy canes." Eri hops up, grinning. "I like marshmallows. One of my handlers snuck me some once." "You shall have the marshmallowiest cocoa." Izumi takes 2 mugs, setting one aside for when Shudo is no longer frozen with cute. "What are you gonna name them?" Hitoshi asks, gently stroking the boy's back. Yamada gasps, setting a cup by Aizawa. "That's what I forgot. We should call the black one Kasiki. Miracle. 'Cause she's Eri's Christmas miracle." Eri blinks, looking up from her mug. "Really?" "Yeah, little listener." Yamada cheers, patting her head. Hitoshi looks over his shoulder at Izumi, confused. "Eri used her quirk to resurrect it?" Izumi explains quietly. "There was a lot of fluid in its mouth." Hitoshi's eyes bulge, and he sits back on his haunches, staring down at the kitten. "That right there is a witch's familiar. Zombie cat. Schradingring or whatever his name is cat." "No." Shudo whispers, his own eyes wide. "It's Jesus." "What? Born on Christmas night, comes back to life, and you worship cats?" Shudo nods, counting off on his right hand. "These cats are Jesus." Aizawa looks up from his coffee, looking at his students with the most disappointed look on his face. "Jesus is a funny name." Eri hums, reaching out to pet the one in Shudo's hand. She looks like you." He blinks at her. Eri gently nudges the kitten, and Izumi and Hitoshi lean in. She's got your split hair and your funky eye spot? Eri explains, pointing to the kitten. It's true, now that Izumi's looking. A huge orange splotch of fur lines the left side of the kitten's face, split almost perfectly down the middle with the black on the other. Funky eye spot? Eri nods before looking up at him. Yamada-san said she was a tortoise shell. Are you a tortoise shell? Tortoise shell, Eri? Izumi corrects. Tortoise. Izumi shrugs and smiles at Shudo, who is still staring at the kitten, then Eri, then at the kitten again. I'm sure. I vote we call this one Shuko. Hitoshi announces. If it opens its eyes and it's heterochromic, I'm gonna loose it. That means it has two eye colors. He explains to Eri. Like what show's got? Eri peers up at Shudo again, before grinning. I hope it has your pretty eyes. Flustered, Shudo puts Shuko back in the kitten box, where she's immediately licked over by her mother. They are very pretty eyes. Izumi agrees, watching Shudo start to steam. Aizawa coughs loudly. Quit flirting in my living room. He scowls, and if that doesn't scare you, nothing will. Well, unless you're present Mike, who instead decides to flop across the couch and lay a huge, wet smooch on his husband's cheek. Ah, you've got pretty eyes too, kitten. This one can be pumpkin, or kabocha. Eri exclaims, pointing to the orange cat. Because it's a Christmas thing. That's Halloween, you know what, sure. Izumi sighs. So now we just have the last two, we should name the tortoise shell Tortoise shell. Eri declares. Shudo frowns, eyeing the kitten. We should just call it Beko or Kame. It means the same thing and Eri can say it. Beko. Eri cheers. Hitoshi hums. I still say black one is a witch's familiar. Eri tilts her head to look at him. A witch is a person with magic powers, who makes potions and casts spells. Izumi explains. Sometimes they have magic creatures too. Gasping, Eri reaches up to her horn. Am I a witch? I thought I was a unicorn. Why not both? Hitoshi grins, picking up the black kitten and pitching his voice. Daughter of Kiyoshi and Ainiko, I dub thee Kaseki Zombie Jesus, familiar of the young unicorn witch Eri-chan, Schrodinger's saint. May you bear the name in fluffy pride. Kaseki Zombie Jesus mews in response, stretching out her little paws to Eri's helpless giggles. You shall do great things, Kaseki Zombie Jesus. Hitoshi whispers. The first of these great things shall be a nap. And with that, he sets the kitten down into the nest. Pumpkin, Kaseki Zombie Jesus, Beko, and Shuko. Izumi nods, giggling. We have excellent naming abilities. Of course. Mike nods proudly. I am not letting you call that kitten Miracle Zombie Jesus. Aizawa scoffs, but Yamada shuts him up with a marshmallow. I'll deal with grumpy pants here, kiddos. He grins. Now then, you boys mentioned something about taking Izumi to see the Christmas lights. Out of this house. Yes, sir. Izumi, bundled up in a scarf and hat and boots, skips through the snow, nearly falling over her own 2 feet as she hits a frozen patch. Other students have obviously been around since last night, as there are paths trampled with footprints crisscrossed all over campus. How was cleanup last night? She asks, turning to face her boyfriends. Sorry I could stay to help. You all went to bed okay, right? Hitoshi groans. Kaminari short-circuited again. I'm starting to think he does it to get out of chores. The blanket was very comfy though. I'm glad. Izumi laughs. I have one of my own for anxiety. It's a big OL fluffy hug. Everything in your room is big OL fluffy hug. Hitoshi accuses, grinning. Narcolepsy proof. Izumi shouts in defense, but she's grinning too. Besides, what about all the papers and notebooks and drawings? Scribbles are your mental comfort blanket? Hitoshi says, proud in his victory, even when Izumi sticks her tongue out at him. Shudo walks beside them, deep in thought. He feels anxious. Slowing down to be at his warm side, Izumi reaches out and hooks her arm into his. He jolts at the contact. Shochan. Is something wrong? He looks at her, then bites his lip. The internships? Have you made a decision? Hitoshi asks, making a face. I still don't know what I want to do. I want to intern with Endeavor. They stop dead. Izumi starts, then swallows. You want to what? Shifting on his feet, Shudo avoids her eyes. During the joint training exercises and then at the media training, when Hagakure mentioned my father, I realized that I really don't have as much control over my left as I would like. And he's the most similar to my own power, the best candidate to teach me how to use this properly. Hitoshi steps forwards, laying a hand on Shudo's shoulder. Are you sure? Yes. Shudo says immediately. I want to be able to use all of my power to its fullest. To become a hero with all of my power and everything that I am. He looks up, determined eyes locking with Izumi's. Like I told you after the sports festival. Izumi brings her hand to touch the necklace he had given her, remembering the medal he had placed around her neck. It feels like so long ago. If you're sure, I'm with you every step of the way. Izumi tells him, pulling him into a hug. But what if he hurts you again? Hitoshi protests. And what if people think it was just a sham, and he didn't do anything? What if endeavor won't hurt him? Izumi declares, taking a step back. His mind, I really don't think he'll hurt him. That being said, if you do decide to go, I'm going with you. Shudo blinks at her, confused. What do you? I'll partner up with Endeavor for the length of the internships. He won't dare try anything with me nearby. Izumi explains, taking his hand. If you don't want me there, I'll understand, but I'm perfectly capable of staying by your side. To keep all three of us comfortable. Hitoshi makes a grumpy noise, and Izumi reaches out to grab his hand too. Hey, want to intern with me? Mental quirks, psychology, and martial arts here. With an added bonus of watching after our boy. His eyes light up before he frowns. Would that even be allowed? Only one way to find out? Izumi grins. Now, do we have a plan? Shudo smiles softly at the two of them. Yes. I'm in. Hitoshi nods. Then let's go annoy Endeavor. Remind me why I'm stuck full of pins again. Izumi groans, yelping as she's poked with yet another needle. Clothing is as important as machinery. Hatsum chirps, near vibrating with coffee that her new friend had given her, and with her dreads full of needles. To hold my babies. And to keep you safe. My job. Her new friend, Koike, a serious-looking girl from the business course with 3 pencils jabbed into her hair and a 4th scratching out notes onto a clipboard, nods. For the 4th time, your hero costume is, quite frankly, a little terrible. It looks like you're playing make-believe at a sleepover. While I know you didn't require much of a costume as a background support hero, I think you need an upgrade, from battle capabilities to general flair of a hero costume. Have you spoken to Eraserhead recently? Izumi gripes, perfectly aware that the business student is correct. Flair of a hero costume that is a public figure and a member of the top 10. Koike corrects. Yes, but it already fits. Izumi sighs, squeaking as she's stabbed again. Hatsum gave it to me already. It's still pajamas. Pajamas, yes, but they're good pajamas now. The business announces, holding up her phone to snap a picture. Also, I get a good grade for reaching out to other sources that you've already interacted with. Izumi rolls her eyes, looking down at herself. The leggings have been replaced with sweatpants that are soft and comfy and covered in stars and moons, somehow warm and cool at the same time because Hatsum is magic. Her tank top is now reinforced, almost thick green cloth like a hug that Hatsum had taken to smacking her stomach to show off how the fabric lesson blows. Fingerless gloves in the same sort of fabric as the tank top but a different color, and a small, yellow gold belt with little pouches of medical supplies, a small notebook, and a length of Aizawa's capture weapon. Hatsum had been ecstatic to get her grubby little hands on it. Her shoes were different now, too sturdy, yet soft, and not too tight, with small slits in the back where Hatsum had slipped a knife after learning Izumi could use one. Surprise shank! Hatsum had cackled, sharpening the blade. The blanket cape itself had gotten an upgrade. Hatsum had taken offense to several patches of wear and tear, and had immediately scrapped the thing. The new one, as gleefully shown with several blowtorches and other fun tools, could withstand fire, work to dampen electricity, and somehow was glittery and sparkly with embroidered stars and wasn't itchy. Hatsum seems offended that that's what Izumi is impressed by, but hey. Sparkly and comfy are somehow one and Izumi is loving it. As improved as they are, Izumi is half sure one of the pins has caused an offensive amount of BLD flow and she'd really rather not deal with a blood-stained hero costume from something as silly as a pin. I should have never introduced your class to Hatsum. Hatsum and Koike grin together then, equally smug. Nope. New Year's passes quickly, most of the students getting a chance to see their families. Shudo goes to see his mother, and Hitoshi has to be dragged out to leave the kittens. They've started to crawl, shoving their little bodies around the blanket and taking their first dodgy steps. Kaseki Zombie Jesus, who was mostly just called Kaseki but Hitoshi insistently called her zombie every time she pulled off a shuffling step, had taken the greatest shine to Eri. Whenever the little girl sat at the edge of the blankets, the kitten would end up against her thigh. Hitoshi tells anyone who will listen that she's Eri's witch familiar. The elder cat seemed very confused with what to do. Ainiko occasionally peered down at them, purring, but he didn't move much. Erishur wanted absolutely nothing to do with them, and had taken to avoiding the living room as much as possible. Kohi, ever the troublemaker, bops Beko and Pumpkin on the head before bolting from an angry Kiyoshi. Izumi has very much taken to being a cat, simply sitting around and letting their mother take a break every now and then. But still, a few more days and she'll be working at Endeavor's hero agency. She doesn't know whether to be excited or apprehensive. The second internship started off with far less fanfare than the media wanted. A huge scandal, though it can be largely ignored, is revived with a vice the second something new and interesting happens. People were curious, and reporters were dying for a good gossip blog. However, Izumi and Netsu managed to bully away most of the cameras. Most of the Endeavor Agency PR people, led by one Mr. Don Trumpet, he was apparently American, wanted some footage of their hero moving on from the scandal. Still, they were forced to back down. Izumi, Shudo, and Hitoshi meet them early afternoon at a random soba shop, neutral territory, not as crowded, comfort food. It also doubles as an almost date, if they're getting into specifics. Then Endeavor and his sidekick, Burnin, show up. And they all just kind of stare at each other. Minds completely blank, no one moving to speak. Izumi, who is apparently meant to be the adult in this situation, releases Shudo's hand and stands up. Hello, Endeavor. You've healed well from our last fight. He startles, if only slightly, and turns to her. Yes. As have you. Your own was it? I got off easy. Izumi admits, inspecting her previously broken arm. I have you to thank for that. Shudo makes a funny coughing noise, and the attention is immediately back on him. He's inspecting his soba with the air of someone who thinks there might be a fly in it. That's a nasty scar you've got there, he hums, looking his father dead in the eye, his own scar clearly on display, and making the loudest, most obnoxious slurping noise with his noodles he possibly can. Izumi ignores a choking Hitoshi to watch Endeavor's good eye twitch. He opens his mouth to say something, but closes it almost immediately, thinking better of it. Shudo slurps another bunch of noodles. I remember you, purple boy. Endeavor decides, apparently believing him to be a safer topic. Hitoshi cheerfully flips him off. Question mark is my turn. Izumi says, shoving his hand down. I mentioned him. Burninch steps forward now, giving Hitoshi a slightly dirty look. What exactly is he doing? Guard duty and emotional support? Hitoshi replies, leaning back in his chair, combat boots crossing at the ankle and stretching out his entire body, making use of each and every inch to look larger and draw the attention onto himself, and not Izumi and Shudo. His eyes glitter in challenge and a predatory grin is only just hidden by the edge of his mask. In his all-black costume, he looks like a panther before his prey of 6'4" burning behemoth. Completely confident in the fact that he's untouchable. Becoming abrasive to lessen the burn of the others. Focus on me, not them, his mind calls. Izumi locks eyes with Shudo, who had also been eyeing their boyfriend appreciatively. He's also here to learn de-escalation. Izumi says, snapping herself out of her little moment. Hitoshi has the decency to look, slightly, ashamed of himself. Burnin looks like she would very much like to make another comment, but before she can, Endeavor speaks. Shudo. Immediately, they tense up, Hitoshi casually slinging his leg over Shudo's to ground him. I'm sorry. Endeavor starts, clearly uncomfortable. I'm sorry for how I treated you and the others. I became caught up in my own ambitions and pushed them onto you. I lost sight of the fact that despite you being my flesh and BLD, you were your own person. I thought of you as nothing more than an extension of myself, and for that, I am sorry. My legacy. You are my legacy, but it is my own fault that my mark on the world and upon you is negative. He bows, then a small little thing clearly unused to it. I thank you for this chance to atone. As apologies go, it isn't the greatest Izumi has ever heard, but Endeavor clearly tried. Shudo is also unimpressed, but he nods his head. I accept your apology, but I do not forgive you. I am my own legacy, no one else's. I came here to learn from a hero with a fire quirk similar to mine in order to strengthen myself and my abilities. I did not come here to make amends. I am not your son, merely another intern. Please treat me as such. Endeavor bites his tongue like it's trying to leap from his mouth, mind roiling in rage, shame, and disappointment. He nods silently in acceptance, then turns to Izumi. Welcome, pro-hero dreamer, interns Freezer Burn in question, to Endeavor Agency. Thank you for having us. Izumi replies politely, then nods to her boys. They stand, Shudo polishing off the last of Izumi's noodles, and walk to the car that Endeavor has waiting. Of course, that's when the problem started. Izumi had felt new minds appearing throughout the conversation, seen extra cameras, but she had decided not to call them out. They were being quiet and polite, despite being where they were not meant to be. On their way to the car, however, they jump forward and begin shouting, leaping around and asking questions and shoving other reporters aside in a circus show of chaotic nosiness. How do you feel about Dash? When was the decision Dash? Bullying Endeavor. Endeavor makes himself unreadable, shoving his way forwards, and Hitoshi and Burnin start shouting back. But Izumi doesn't have the advantage of being huge, and she's pulled this way and that by hands and minds alike until Shudo grabs her arm and pulls her close. They finally pile into the car and manage to drive off without breaking anything or anyone, but they're all rattled and Izumi has her ears covered. Someone must have snitched the location. Burnin mutters finally. The reporters wouldn't have an exclusive story is too juicy. Someone on the inside. Or a social media issue. We were in public. Izumi offers weakly, but she doesn't really believe it. The interaction was too short and there were too many, too well prepared for a quick run to a random soba shop. Either way, we no longer control the information. Burnin glares at Izumi suspiciously, but Izumi is far too drained to care. We should stay on the lookout, but beyond breach of privacy and some stern words, there's not much we can do. Endeavor grunts agreement, and the rest of the ride is spent in uncomfortable silence. Endeavor Agency is far smaller than it was 2 years prior. The tall skyscraper has shrunk to a 5-story building, and Izumi knows from the reports that many of the staff, interns, and business people had quit. Still, as the Yui group is led to the rooms that have been prepared for them, they pass a gym and even a little cafe. Endeavor's money and fame had kept it running, even though he was no longer in the top 10. Here are your rooms, Freezer Burn, ? The receptionist leading them says. Dreamer-san is on the floor above. We aren't together. Izumi asks, confused. She's supposed to be here as a guardian, to watch Shudo. The receptionist shakes her head, making a face. It doesn't make much sense, but Tumpet-san insisted. These rooms are for the interns, visiting heroes, and important members of the agency have rooms upstairs. He said it would be disrespectful. Trumpet. That was the same man they had the press issues with back when they were setting up the first meeting. Izumi glances to Shudo and Hitoshi, who are watching with confusion. She can't stress Shudo out more. You two will be all right down here? She asks, turning to the receptionist at their nod. Lead the way. Izumi definitely pissed this dude off somehow. The room was great for anyone else. Sleek, modern, comfortable. A view of the city, a private bathroom. But Izumi had only been in here 10 minutes and she'd already identified several easy ways for her narcolepsy and seizures to injure her. The chair had no armrests, the bed frame was tall and had sharp corners, and there seemed to be edges everywhere that Izumi was just a slip or collapse away from banging her head on. And she could understand that, sure, rounded edges were so out these days. It could easily be a total accident, except it was so loud. People all around her, thinking about taxes and legal disputes and the manufacturing of hero merch and even the cost of the coffee downstairs. Normally, Izumi would be just fine with thoughts like these, but the intent pouring off each one of them, they're actually trying to hurt her. To overwhelm her. Their mental shouts are like cheese graters against her frontal lobe. One of these people definitely has a mental quirk. Izumi sits up, sticks her tongue out at the wall, and knocks herself out. I assume flashfire is your goal? Endeavor says to Shuto as they exit the agency, ready for a patrol. In addition to what I may teach you about the finer points of heroism, Shuto nods, silent. There are 3 major fundamentals of our job. Endeavor begins. Rescue, evacuation, and suppression. Many hero agencies are based on either rescue or suppression, but the most successful ones deal with all 3. Mine is one such agency. They continue on, Izumi taking mental notes while keeping an eye on Shuto's mind. Hey, she never got an official internship. Memorize every detail of your jurisdiction. Do not let the smallest irregularity slip by. Be faster than anyone else to the scene. Once within an incident, keep civilians as far away as possible. Any injuries or deaths are your record and failure. What you must be working towards is parallel processing. Thinking of many things at the same time, planning your next 10 steps when you have yet to finish the fist. Look at that man, yawning and driving at the same time. All humans are capable of parallel processing. He goes on, Hitoshi eventually getting bored and fiddling with his voice changer. Also, this is very important, light your hair on fire, Shuto. Endeavor turns, face carefully blank, just in time to see Izumi smack her boyfriend upside the head. Please excuse him, Endeavor. Izumi chirps, smiling sweetly. As she does, though, she notices a small flicker of a mind. Also, heads up. In seconds, the other 3 are on alert, and Izumi can see the experience difference. While the boys are hunting for the issue, Endeavor is already moving towards the disturbance, before any sound could reach them. She recognizes that mind. Clear as glass, a prism of light dancing within. The stars of evil are conspiring. We must forestall them at all costs. Screeches the villain, floating between 2 tall office buildings, long beard and fancy robes flapping in the wind. This earth shall be consumed by darkness. In his final shout, his mind flares, and all the glass from the windows seems to melt towards him, before forming into a massive sphere. Endeavor shatters it 2 seconds later. You may be skillied, but that's not something you do on my turf, old man. Hoshi! Izumi whispers, twisting past a civilian to look up at the man, carefully guiding several shards to the ground and away from curious onlookers. A second pro arrives, and Izumi quickly flags him down. Watch that alley, he's gonna dive into it. There are several people on the other side. I've got it, Hitoshi says, following the pro through the alley. Behind them, Shuto walls the entrance up with ice, just in time to block the old man from escaping. Endeavor gets his hands on Hoshi mere seconds later. Do not resist. Endeavor growls to the resisting man. Wait. Izumi shouts, running towards them. She drops to her knees, carefully grabbing Hoshi's shoulders. Hoshi-sen, look at me, okay? The old man stops for a moment, before he begins struggling against Endeavor once more. Endeavor, let him go. He's panicking. He assaulted Dash, let him go. He's panicking, I can calm him down. Endeavor huffs, but releases Hoshi, whose breathing starts to calm down. You are all fools. Your light beckons darkness. You dash. Izumi shakes him lightly, pushing her quirk through the delusion. Hoshi-san. Look at me. He does, eyes flickering in recognition. Midori-tsun. Hey. Izumi smiles. Hoshi-san, you're off your meds, aren't you? You know you can't do that. It makes you see things. That if there were whispers and images, they wouldn't stop. I know, Hoshi-san. But the medication makes them stop, right? Izumi soothes him, helping him get to his feet. The police have arrived. Can you do me a favor and go with my friends here? They can make the voices stop. Hoshi nods, letting Izumi hand him off and the police to put Quirk erasing HNDCFFS on him. She quickly rattles off everything she knows about Hoshi's meds and home. The servant of the stars. Izumi turns to see Hitoshi, twirling a crowbar and dragging 3 people in his binding cloth, the hero she had spotted earlier, and Hawks. Yo, Endeavor, Dreamer-chan. Heard some chaos and decided to drop in. These two had it pretty well in hand. Thank you for your help, Hawks. Izumi smiles before going to the other villains. They look familiar. I think they're from Hoshi-san's med ward too, and I think they're all off some type of medication. Their brains are reacting to things weirdly. The one she's peering at starts struggling, cursing up a storm and talking about destruction and stars and death. She brushes her hand against his forehead, sending him to sleep. Officer, they won't get in too much trouble, right? They'll probably be sent to a psych ward, the officer agrees, before carting off the lot of them. Izumi turns to Hitoshi. Lessons. De-escalate the situation. You never know why someone is doing what they do. Bloodthirsty villains are the minority. You can reason with a bunch of people, and your quirk is great for that. If your conversation goes south, you can easily neutralize the threat with the responses you have already received. Saluting with the crowbar, Hitoshi grins crookedly at her. Sensei, you're doing good with an intern. Lucky you knew the guy. Hawks chirps. How have you been? Turning to look at him, Izumi suddenly spots something on Hawk's neck. And she panics. Because that's a hickey. And a burn mark. On Hawk's neck. I've been good, she squeaks, giving him a meaningful look and tugging the neckline of her shirt up. Meet anyone interesting? Thankfully he seems to get the message, turning red and fluffing the collar of his jacket to cover it up. I have been doing some light reading though. You seen this? Destro's book got reprinted recently, it's been selling like crazy. Izumi smiles shakily and nods through the army propaganda, but she can't help but worry. There's no way any of this will end well for either Hawks or Dabi. And despite knowing this is just another job to him, how far will the commission go? Just how far will they push this? She needs a nap. Izumi opens the door to her room, and for a moment, she thinks she opened the wrong one. She stares in shock at the mess. The bedsheets and her clothes are thrown across the desk and chairs, her notebooks have been ripped to shreds, the mattress has been turned up against the wall, and the entire room has been splashed with what looks like a gallon of coffee. It smells so pungently of coffee that Izumi can feel it invading her nostrils. It looks like a tornado went to Starbucks. What the? She whispers, pinching her nose against the overpowering smell and kneeling to pick up a sopping notebook page out of a puddle. She had worked HRD on this one. Who would do this? Can you really think of no reason? Izumi nearly slips in a coffee puddle. There's a man in the doorway, with a fake tan giving him a garish color, glasses perched precariously on his pointy nose, blonde hair combed back and wearing a spotlessly clean suit. He smirks at her, mind thrumming with undisguised glee. It's cheese grater mine guy. Izumi dislikes him. He holds his hand out as if to shake, but sneers at her coffee-covered hands and pulls back. Don Trumpet, head of, well, near everything here. So sorry about the mess, sweetheart. Some employees just never got over the fact that you besmirched our hero's good name for your own gain. So that's it. You're angry I got children out of an abusive household. Izumi says, standing up and wiping her hands on her pants. So you destroy my belongings. Oh, I didn't do anything, he simpers, brushing past her to inspect the carnage. You know, kid, you've got to stop blaming nearly everyone around you. You clearly hate this agency so much, but BLD ties are BLD ties, aren't they? A son comes back to his father. Clenching her fists, Izumi glares at him. Shuto is learning from a hero with a similar quirk, nothing more. Oh please. Trumpet stalks over to her, still with that stupid little condescending look on his face. Take it from me, as you get older and the cute face wears out, people will start believing in you less and less. Of course, some people will be blinded. He looks suggestively down, and Izumi has to try really strong not to punch him. But the truth is the crazy fakes always get called out. Now, apologies, but I'll be heading to bed. He marches out the door, calling over his shoulder, I let the cleaning staff go home early today, so don't bother. Focus. Bring your energy to the highest point. Storage and release, even for the briefest moment. Hitoshi groans, watching the Todorokis play with their fire. This is nuts. How is this stupid room not melting? If Endeavor is going to train here, it will need to be fireproof. He can get over 2000 degrees if he needs to. Izumi hums, lifting her hair off the back of her neck. She had barely gotten any sleep last night, trying to make the room habitable while the mental screaming started again. Even so, the two of them might overheat soon, so Shochan might do a little ice. I will melt before then, is Hitoshi's dire prediction, as he drapes himself over the seat. It's too hot. Izumi hums, eyeing the training. It actually seems to be going well. She wishes she had something new for Hitoshi to do. Hide-can, I have a project for you. Can I do it from not in here? Yes. Then I'm all ears. Izumi grins at him. There's a man here at this agency, Don Trumpet. He's been a pretty difficult customer lately. I want you to research him. Like an undercover thing. Find out what you can about him, anything useful. You won't always have an easy guide to find what you need on your target, especially as an underground hero. You want me to spy on him? No. Izumi deflects, trying to look offended. I want you to watch a potential issue for Shudo's safety. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow at her, and Izumi caves. Fine. I want you to spy on him. I'll do it. They're only halfway through this 2-week-long internship, and Izumi is about ready to give up. Shudo hit it, but being with his father again was freaking him out. Every time Endeavor raised his voice, his mind would flare with stress. Hitoshi was focused on his little side project, and had made leaps and bounds with using the capture weapon for mobility. He had decided that having lengths on his wrists as well as the neck was a better fit for him, and didn't get in the way of his voice changer as much. The commission was still needling Izumi for as much information as she could give them. Several more heroes had been cleared, but another few had been found with ties to the Liberation Army. What's more, Izumi has been asked to check on a long list of politicians and board members and important people who she has no idea how to contact with her quirk. She had cleaned her room up as well as possible, managing to SW's her sheets, and remembered to lock the door as often as possible, though she's sure there are copies of the key. There was a fresh spilled drink outside her door every morning, but she could live with that. What she couldn't live with was the screaming. Someone had picked up a jingle, and they were repeating it viciously. And the more Izumi stayed up in that room, the more she realized that all of them were being supported by stupid Don Trumpet and whatever his stupid quirk was. She hated him. In any case, the chaos of this terrible week and the stress of the previous months had caught up to her, and Izumi, well, she was having a bad day. A very bad day. So bad, in fact, that the moment she woke up she had a screaming fit. And then she slipped on a pile of ice cubes. And then all her hair ties were missing. When she finally wandered down to the cafe to eat something, the Hitoshi and Shudo were on their feet in seconds. Izumi, you all right? Hitoshi asks, carefully guiding her to a seat. Shudo offers her a glass of water, which Izumi drinks gratefully. I'm fine. Just a bad wake-up call. She murmurs, leaning against Shudo's side. Everything is too loud. And too coffee. Way too coffee. Those are words, right? They look at each other over her head, lost and very concerned now. Izumi, you can't have coffee? Hitoshi reminds her. Did you drink some? Is that why you're like this? No. Just too coffee. Shudo rolls his eyes. You need to go back to sleep. Izumi sits up at that. If Shudo sees the room, he'll have way more to worry about, and this whole trip was about him focusing on his fire. She doesn't need him to worry about her. I'm fine. We have another patrol today, right? We should dash. There's a cool hand against the back of her neck, fingers scratching into her curls, and she can't help but to lean back into it, humming appreciatively. You're way too out of it, Hitoshi informs her, as Shudo continues his ministrations. As your intern, I am insisting we take a day off so you don't break yourself. We're gonna steal Sho's room, because it's the best for some reason, and I'm gonna find some ice cream and load up some cat videos while he acts like a hot or cold pack and you rest. That sounds really nice. And she could use a break, but what about the internship? Hitoshi rolls his eyes, dragging her to her feet and towards the stairs. If Estever has a problem with us taking a one-day break, then I'm gonna make quite a few breaks in his femur. Could you manage that? Shudo asks, sounding way too curious. Sure. I'd ask if he meant to set a chair or something on fire. He'd have to ask me for safety reasons, and then I could tell him to turn the fire off so I wouldn't burn myself while I beat him up. You've thought about this? You haven't? Please don't. Izumi sighs. The idea of what Trumpet would do if that happened is enough to bring her headache to a throbbing peak. Hitoshi places a hand to his heart, giving her wide, innocent eyes. Me. Never. Purely hypothetical, it's only a fantasy to help me sleep at night. We've arrived. He swings the door open with a dramatic flourish, and Shudo leads Izumi to his bed, carefully pulling her into his arms as he props himself up on the headboard. You two cuddle while I go find ice cream and tell Endeavor what's going on. Hitoshi orders, landing an embrace on Izumi's cheek and closing the door behind him. There's peace for the first time in a while, Izumi enjoying the silence. She's safe and comfortable, and Shudo's soft voice and fingers scratching against her scalp feel magical. Suddenly, the door opens, and Hitoshi marches back in, mind roiling in anger. Izumi, the hell happened to your room? Izumi sits up, blinking at Hitoshi. What? Is this that Don Trumpet guy that you had me look into? I knew some of the stuff I found was weird. What's happening? Shudo asks, following Izumi up. She barely opens her mouth to speak before Hitoshi is talking again. Her room is destroyed. He growls, throwing some of her torn papers on the floor and marching to the bed. Her notebooks, the bedsheets, there's coffee spilled everywhere, not to mention the sharp edges in that place. Izumi, how long has it been like that? Izumi just shrinks into herself. She can't tell him, he'll get angrier, and it hurts and she gets why they are angry, but she can't do anything about it without proving his point. Apparently taking her silence as all the answer he needs, Hitoshi starts pacing back and forth. That Don Trumpet guy is why you're like this, isn't he? Why didn't you say anything? Hold on, spying on who is doing what to Izumi? Shudo asks, hugging her tighter like he can protect her. In response, Hitoshi grabs his laptop and shoves the screen towards them. There's an article on the screen, dated a few years back, and the picture accompanying it is of a very angry Don Trumpet ranting to a crowd. I think he's the reason the press found us when we first got here. He was one of Endeavor's most vocal supporters. Hitoshi explains. You know, the nasty ones that said that the whole abuse thing was just you pulling a publicity stunt to get clout. He gave interviews to a lot of the news companies that showed up this time. He definitely had ways to contact them. Izumi can't do anything but stare in shock. Her brain just isn't functioning properly. Hitoshi opens a different article, this one dated to after the hero rankings announcement. He's let up a little, but more recently I found an article from him, claiming that you were working with the League and your father all along to drag down prominent heroes. First Endeavor, then All Might. He thinks you're going after Hawks next. Shudo leans forwards, scrolling down the page. That's ridiculous. He seriously believes that. I remember father would have him over for dinner sometimes. I never liked him, but apparently he does good publicity work for the agency. There may be a reason for that. Hitoshi grumbles, pulling back the laptop. Check this out. Quirk registry is public domain, especially dangerous quirks, but his was buried beneath mountains of paperwork. I actually borrowed Izumi's passcode for this, because she's got higher clearance, and look. He pushes the screen back, and Izumi leans in to read. Blind support. People believe what he says without proof and allow him passes they wouldn't normally. Those who listen to his voice gain single-minded focus on their task and have mental boosts. So that's how he enhanced all those people's thoughts. He's swept a whole lot of dirty stuff under the rug with that ability. Hitoshi says, frowning. I don't think he's done his own taxes in years, and he definitely gives this agency a tax break. What's more, his cousin, the one who brought him to Japan, is a politician. There's no telling what they've pulled off. His cousins got a similar quirk. The people who follow him get a mental and physical boost. Izumi's BLD runs cold. Sorry, who did you say his cousin was? She asks, hoping beyond belief that she's wrong. Trumpet. Could he really be? Hanabata Koku, leader of the Hearts and Mind political party? Hitoshi says distractedly. And also one of the leaders of the Liberation Army. Code name, Trumpet. Izumi is dealing with a press honcho with a grudge against her, has Liberation Army sympathies, and a quirk to pull it all off scot-free. Oh, god damn it, she groans, flopping back on the bed, headache returning full force. No wonder he managed all that. So he is going after you? Shudo asks, the temperature's suddenly much colder. Izumi squeaks and covers her mouth. What did he do? We'll have to be careful because of his quirk. Hitoshi growls, already planning murder. Lots of proof. Izumi pales. She can't let them do that. If the Liberation Army finds out she was looking at one of their members, especially one so connected to a leader. No. They turn to her, appalled and angry. If he's hurting you dash, I said no. Izumi repeats, and leans forward to send the files to herself. This has gotten way too out of hand. If I go up against everyone that dislikes me, I'll never get anything done. I can handle another week, then we'll go back to you eights. Tell Endeavor if you want, but don't talk to Trumpet. Don't accuse him of anything to his face, don't even let him know you were looking into him. Shudo slips off the bed, kicking angrily at the floor and causing a small chunk of ice to form. Hitoshi grabs her shoulders. Izumi, you haven't had a breakdown like this since the kidnapping incident. And he's obviously intentionally hurting you. You should have told us. Shudo whispers, voice shaking. You needed to focus on your training. Izumi insists, gesturing helplessly at the laptop. I meant this whole spy thing as a joke. I never expected all of this, but you can't do anything about it. Why not? Hitoshi shouts, glaring at her. We have proof that he hates you, these stupid tax returns. There's a monumental amount of evidence that he's not fit for a position of power and that he's covered up his quirk. There's a knock at the door, and Izumi knows that this day is going to get worse. Because it's Endeavor and Don Trumpet. Please don't, she sighs, but Shudo has already marched to the door and swung it open. Endeavor raises his eyebrows at the lot of them. Is something wrong? No dash, yes, something is wrong. Hitoshi explodes. That dickwad has been messing with Izumi. Her notebooks are destroyed and her room is a mess and she's literally out of commission because of something he did. Endeavor looks at Trumpet, lost. Is this true? Trumpet looks down his nose at Hitoshi, which is actually a bit impressive because he's much shorter than him. I hardly think anything I could do could knock a proper top 10 hero out of commission. Perhaps she's just not ready for the position. Son of a dash, Hitoshi, Shudo please. Izumi shouts, weakly getting off the bed. I really don't think dash, your quirk lets you get away with stuff, is that right? Shudo asks, ice creeping from under his grip on the door. Blind support. Any chance it's affecting Izumi to let you off the hook? At those words, it's like a knife has been stabbed straight through Izumi's brain. She collapses to the ground, clutching at her skull. Distantly, she realized Shudo is probably right. That's why she's so against confronting him, but it hurts so bad to even think. Izumi. Hey, answer me dash, Hitoshi. Hitoshi can stop it. Hurts dash, she's floating in a purple cloud then. Nothing getting through, nothing coming out. Well, shouting is coming through. Have I mentioned that this is an awful day for Izumi? Because this is an awful, terrible, very bad day. An hour later, and Trumpet is fired. Hitoshi had gathered a huge amount of evidence, and when Endeavor saw the quirk record, he fired him. Apparently, he thought Trumpet's quirk only gave people focus. Shudo was pissed and refused to let Izumi sleep in the room again. The people around it were still listening to Trumpet even after he had been exposed. Their excuses ranged from ignoring the fact that he was gone to nothing wrong happened anyway. Endeavor was very angry and had a whole shouting match about hospitality and going behind his back. The only reason the whole floor wasn't fired was because they were under the influence of a quirk. In the end, Izumi is holed up in Shudo's room, staring at her phone in disbelief. Dreamer, we overheard your incident with an army contact, reads the text. Call us immediately for instruction. The commission. She hadn't told them anything, hadn't even contacted them. How had they known? Still she calls. Did you tap my phone or something, she asks, exhausted. I'm a minor, neither my guardians nor I gave you consent. That's illegal. I think you'll find that laws can be bent in the interest of safety, the president says simply. We need you to come in now. We have already messaged Endeavor about keeping the situation under control. Izumi shifts uncomfortably. Her head still isn't on straight. After a week of being worn down, a room full of angry government heads isn't going to be any help. I don't think there is a car coming to get you, dreamer. This isn't a request. The president interrupts, and then there's a click as she hangs up the phone. Great. Izumi hops off the bed, snatching one of Hitoshi's hoodies and pulling it on. It's far too big, but she needs all the comfort she can get. She leaves the room, heading downstairs. She can sense Endeavor, Hitoshi, and Shuto in one of the offices to the side. Should she talk to them? No, they'll try to get her to stay. It looks like she doesn't have a choice though. They're by her side in moments. You're supposed to be resting, Hitoshi says, disapproving. Izumi sighs. I'd love to be. The commission called me in. The commission can shove it, he growls as Shuto pulls her into his arms protectively. His mind is roiling. Izumi knows he needs this, needs to know she's safe, needs to feel her okay in his arms. You're hurt and we didn't do anything and I can't what you two did likely caused her to be called in. Endeavor says quietly. Hitoshi turns to him, about to start shouting, but Izumi puts her hand on his arm. He's not wrong. Shuto flinches, and Izumi hugs him lightly. I appreciate it and I know you guys were just trying to help, but how do her stupid brain won't do the stuff it needs to get thoughts to work right. It's like the Hosu incident. Endeavor grunts helpfully. Izumi nods, motioning to him. What you did was the right thing, but it wasn't the proper way to go about it. I can assume there's an investigation going on, and if the people you're looking for know that someone with your quirk was on them, yeah? Izumi groans. Trumpet had connections to a very important target. I didn't realize at first. The whole spy thing was really meant to be a joke. I never expected you to find something so problematic. That being said, we have problems now. I'm sorry. Shuto whispers into her shoulder. There's guilt radiating off the two of them. Izumi knows she couldn't have done anything more, but still. She feels awful. It's not too bad though, I promise. It will be okay. Just listen to me next time, okay? Yeah. Hitoshi grumbles. Endeavor nods. If that's settled, I want to speak to her, alone. The commission knew about how I was training Shuto. That is not what Izumi was expecting. She doesn't know what she was expecting, but it definitely wasn't that. Please don't tell me that while I'm already unstable and about to go see people who will inevitably make me angrier. She groans, burying her head in her hands. Please, please, please. You ought to know. Endeavor says mercilessly. I am aware that I no longer have the sort of power I once did, nor was I the top choice for several of their other dealings. But I recall doing things. He quiets for a moment, mind unsure, searching for the right words. I did not question them. I was too focused on becoming number one. Only now that I know I cannot reach that goal have I begun to wonder at the things I had done to attain it. My sons. Someone knocks at the door, and a receptionist pokes her head in. Sir, there's a car for Dreamer-san. He nods, and they walk to the entrance together. You've done me a favor, though I was slow to see it. He admits. I am deeply sorry that my agency is still attacking you for this. Izumi smiles helplessly. There are people watching them. He's clearly staging at least some of this to stop the harassment. They believe in you a great deal. You're the best of yourself here, Endeavor, and they see that. Your drive is still formidable. Endeavor grunts in acknowledgement, and Izumi opens the car door. You are, he pauses, unsure. Izumi hovers awkwardly on the curb. Shuto. You are good for him. Endeavor turns on his heel and marches back into the agency, Izumi staring after him with her mouth hanging open. One of her boyfriend's previously abusive father had thanked her for reporting him, apologized for her inconvenience, and told her he approved of their relationship. The driver coughs. Mississippi. Sorry, getting in the car? Izumi squeaks helplessly. Izumi walked into the commission building feeling like she was about to get scolded by her dads. Well, if her dads worked in a massive government building with huge amounts of people in conferences deciding policies and spending and running the country. She shakes her head, digging her nails into her skin and watching her guide's feet. Focus on the here and now. Don't get swept up. Right, left, the guide stops, opening a door for her. At the end of this hallway, Mississippi. The president is waiting for you. Thanks. Izumi whispers, passing by them and heading for the office. The president looks up as she enters, a stern look on her face, mind light stormy gray. You're late. She is flanked by several other members of the investigation. 2 high-ranking board members, minds bright and cold. Sorry, President-sen. Izumi murmurs, slightly ashamed. I'm not interested in excuses, the woman says sharply. You could have put this entire investigation in danger. Do you have any idea what antagonizing trumpet could cause? It sounds like a rhetorical question, but there's silence, so Izumi hesitantly responds. They could realize I'm aware of their movements and they are being watched. Precisely, the president hisses, standing up with a violent clatter of office chair wheels. As of now, they have no idea. They believe that they will remain hidden until they declare themselves. We have been working tirelessly to hide any and all traces of our investigation, and you and your interns had to blow it entirely out of the water. They were trying to protect me. Izumi whispers helplessly. They had no idea what and it seems to be a trend with these students. If I'm not wrong, this is the 3rd time they have gone off the rails. Hosu, Kamino now this. I have to wonder if they are capable of understanding consequences at all. How on earth are they expected to become heroes? Izumi tenses. Her ears are ringing. What? She wants to stop them from being heroes. President-san, one of the board members says placatingly. They truly had no idea what this would cause. Dreamer-san told them nothing of the investigation. To them, this is a black and white case. They saw their friend hurt by a man who was using his power to manipulate a large group of people. By law, that man is a villain, and in any other case we would be praising them. The president glares for a moment, before sighing and retaking her seat. Yes, I suppose so. Still, they are lucky we managed to get ahead of the situation. We will keep your involvement quiet, and focus on the manipulation aspect of his quirk. There may be some questions about it, however. Izumi nods, still a bit dazed. The meeting continues, the president going on about some of the information she had learned from another spy, but Izumi is completely zoned out now. She can feel everything. There's a guy 4 floors down flirting with an intern. The intern thinks he's a creep and is focusing on balancing coffee. Another person is trying to remember the last time they took a shower. Yet another trying to get out of watching the kids. Each thought is digging insistently into her brain, wriggling through the cracks that Trumpet had made and eating their way into her skull like a bunch of worms. Someone is trying to do math but keeps getting distracted by the jingle for a gum commercial. Triple Deck gum will make you smile. No jingles. Izumi hates jingles, but she hates this more, the screaming cacophony of thought that's blotting out anything else. Dreamer? Izumi shakes herself out of it. I'm sorry, what did you say? The president glares at her, and Izumi cowers helplessly. She doesn't know what to do, the edges of her vision are already getting blurry. She can't focus, she can't think. I was going over the frankly concerning developments with Twice, the president snaps. With his recent breakthrough in his quirk block, Jin Bubigawara has become an incredibly dangerous member. He could replicate as many villains as he wishes and turn the tide in the villain's favor. It's like 100 flies in Izumi's ear canal. She hates this, good God she hates this, she wants a bed and a cat or a dad or a boyfriend or all of the above. The president is still talking. She's telling her to do something. Use your quirk to replace the mental block. Make Twice incapable of duplicating himself once more. Everything is silent. Not that anything had changed outside. People are still thinking, thoughts swirling around Izumi like moths to a flame. Izumi is just too shocked to care. With twice out of commission, the heroes can dash, no. The president frowns at her. I'm sorry. Izumi stands up, fists clenched and trembling. No, I will not use my power to recreate a block within a traumatized person's mind. The president glares. You have already caused enough trouble. Do as I say so more lives may be saved. Izumi's eyes snap open, shards exploding from within herself, and she shouts, I will not be a tool for another's suffering. Jean has been working so strong to get over this. Can you even imagine what it's like, not to know if you're you or not? Dreamer, you are being ridiculous. I am being a decent person, ma'am. Izumi shouts, mind crackling with energy. One of the board members stumbles back. This is the reverse of everything I wanted to be, everything a hero stands for. This is what Sensei wanted to use me for. The president clutches at her head, glaring at Izumi. For the good of the many, some must be left behind. Izumi grits her teeth. Her braids WP against her face, in a wind that shouldn't be there, led by power that shouldn't be here. But Izumi is tired and angry, and everything they are asking of her is too much like Sensei. You're the Public Safety Commission, aren't you? She hisses. Toga was forced to mask who she was until she snapped. Shigaraki, twice, and Spinner wandered the streets, with nowhere to go. Sensei picked them up after what happened to them under a hero's watch. If the commission cared, you'd be spending time on places for these people to go. Plenty of money goes to wards and homeless shelters. Earlier this very week I fought 4 patients who had been discharged without any of their necessary medication. Izumi growls. Because they couldn't pay. Twice went to hundreds of shelters, begging for help. When people have nowhere else to go, they're easy targets for extremists like Sensei and Destro to manipulate. Hell, I can trace Dobby's descent to villainy to this very commission. Your penchant for child soldiers, don't think your grooming of Hawks went all fine and dandy. He's got more problems than a college student's math homework. She's hurting them, isn't she? Her Quirk is going nuts. She's not sure what's happening, but the commission members are clutching at their heads and shaking in their seats. Dreamer, your Quirk is getting out of hand. I wonder the why. Izumi screeches, before folding in on herself helplessly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She can't focus, can't bring the shards under control. She's so angry that all she wants to do is attack these people, these monsters, make them understand the pain they are asking her to inflict. But that's exactly what they're asking of her, isn't it? In panic, she bolts out the door, running blindly over plush carpets and hardwood floors until she collapses into a corner and cries. She wants to call someone, but they'd tapped her phone, hadn't they? She can't call anyone without them listening in. It hurts. It hurts so much. Eventually she gets herself under control, taking a few shaky steps with the help of a wall. She's in a part of the building she doesn't recognize, but she can sense where the minds she affected are. 5 minutes later, and she's in front of those damned doors again. There are 2 more people inside now. The original 3's minds are shaken. When Izumi walks in, they quiet, and the president stands up. Her mind is cold and calculating as ever. Are you through with your fit? She asks, condescending and cruel, and Izumi very nearly throws something at her. Deep breaths. I apologize for my actions, she starts, holding up a hand when the president tries to speak. But not my words. You are asking me to manipulate a mind in the same way one of the most dangerous villains of our time would have me do. I refuse. It goes against what I believe in, and what anyone with a basic understanding of human decency would consider morally correct. She lowers her hand, glaring at the president. You condemn these people, say that their actions make these heinous acts justified, but you are the ones who have failed them. While I am currently not in the right headspace to give you a full rundown of their suffering, each member of the League of Villains has been abused, used, and tossed aside by the system you uphold. You condemn a man for protecting the only people that have offered him companionship and protection. I will not say they are justified, but neither are you. The most terrifying villains of this world are those who believe they have no fault and can do no wrong, Izumi announces, looking the president directly in the eye. And on this one day, you have terrified me more than I care to admit. She turns her back on them, heading for the door. I will work with you until this is done, no longer. In addition, I will no longer be answering your summons unless I believe my mental state is strong enough. Please remove the tap from my phone, as it remains illegal, and have a lovely day. The door closes behind her with the final sound of a judge's gavel. The return to Endeavor Agency goes pretty quietly. Izumi slings the hoodie up around her face, avoiding the eyes of anyone who might see her and bother her and make this day any longer than it is already. Finally, she makes it to Shudo's room, opening the door to see them sitting quietly on the bed. Hitoshi jumps up as she enters. Izumi! I yelled at the entirety of the Public Safety Commission and called the president a villain. Izumi announces, flopping on the bed. I also accidentally gave them all migraines? DMN. I mean, you did warn them. Shudo says, clearly trying to be supportive, but Izumi can tell he thinks it's hilarious. Izumi rolls over to glare at him, when she notices him hugging something close to his right side. He blinks, confused, before realizing what she's looking at. Toshi made me keep it cold. He offers, peeling 2 gallons of ice cream away from his freezing skin. Aizawa-san said you liked cookie dough and anything with a lot of chocolate. It's called Chocolate Monstrosity and it is aptly named. Hitoshi says, tapping the container with a spoon he procured from somewhere before handing it to Izumi. Izumi accepts it, smiling softly. Did you call my dads to ask what my favorite kind of ice cream was? No, we called them to let them know the commission was being right bastards, but we got the ice cream flavors along the way. Hitoshi says, wrestling with the plastic on the cookie dough container. Multitasking, baby okay, is this glued onto the DMN thing? Izumi eyes the one in her hands, sharpening a fingernail to a claw and cutting through the shrink wrap, before settling back against Shudo's Issei to watch Hitoshi wrestle with his. They're gonna call later, too. Eri wants to give you an update on the kittens, and I'm looking forward to it immensely. Hitoshi grunts, still unable to open the ice cream. Shudo leans his chin on Izumi's shoulder, carefully brushing her hair out of the way of his own spoon. He makes a pleased little noise, and Hitoshi looks up in confusion. He eyes the open tub of ice cream and the plastic that has been tossed aside. How did Izumi holds up the claw innocently. His confusion morphs into pure outrage and betrayal. Wow. You're leaving me to wrestle with this on my own. I got this for you. I ignored the coffee ice cream for you. And now you just throw me out like that? Shudo takes another bite of ice cream. Wow. Taking pity on him, Izumi reaches forwards, but Hitoshi pulls the ice cream away. Oh. This is mine now. It's the only cure for my heartbreak. Hey, I'm the one who had a mental breakdown. If you can bully me, you're fine. Hitoshi scoffs, hopping off the bed and digging in the pile of his hero costume. He pops out with a knife and proceeds to stab the container open. You won't be able to close that. Shudo notes, tucking Izumi back into his lap and making grabby hands to Hitoshi. Won't need to if I eat it all. Hitoshi announces, digging right in with exaggerated gusto and ignoring Shudo's obvious demand for cuddles. Though, he still stretches out his socked foot to tangle with their legs. Izumi giggles. Please don't eat an entire gallon of ice cream. Only one of us can be sick at a time. Wasn't it my turn to have a breakdown? Shudo asks, determinately digging out a chunk of chocolate from the ice cream. This is my trauma vacation. Yeah, it's Sho's turn. Izumi agrees, tugging Shudo's left hand to the side of the tub she can't get her spoon in. Melt it a little? Hitoshi sticks his tongue out at them, before seeming to settle. That reminds me. We need to think of a code word. For when we aren't allowed to talk about it, or something. I think you're taking the spy thing too far, Hide-can. Izumi teases, before nodding. It is a good idea though. What should we use? They're quiet for a few moments, thinking and basking in each other's warmth while they eat their ice cream. NDAs for the hero killer, personal attacks, secret assignments that no one can know about. Then Izumi snorts. Our code word should be coffee stain, she giggles. This assignment has coffee stains all over it. Hitoshi takes a moment to get the joke, then cackles. Excellent. Though, honestly, what about our actual coffee stains? You may not get any except for this week, but I'm pretty sure this shirt has coffee stains. Confidential shirt? Shudo chirps, pointing his spoon at Hitoshi. Take it off. Izumi and Hitoshi look to Shuto, incredulous, as their boyfriend's face slowly turns almost as red as his hair. I didn't mean it like that. Izumi starts laughing so strong that she nearly drops the chocolate ice cream. Hitoshi, for his part, just swings his legs below him and actually pulls his shirt off. Izumi does drop the ice cream. This what you wanted? Hitoshi says, smug as all hell. He leans back onto the bed, giving them a smirk. Then, of course, he tries to balance the tub of ice cream on his bare stomach, and the resulting yelp breaks the shock value. Did you just dash? I'm being bullied. Hitoshi grumbles, wadding up his shirt and setting the ice cream on that instead. How dare you do this to me? You did that one to yourself. Shuto points out, as Izumi giggles helplessly. No one told you to put ice cream on your stomach. The phone rings, and Hitoshi quickly grabs at a way to make them forget he just did that. It's your dad's, Izumi, he says, accepting the call and tossing the phone to Izumi. She picks it up to see Yamada's concerned face. Little listener, he shouts, the phone too close to his face. You alright? Do I need to scream at someone? I'm doing better, and I already screamed at people. Izumi reassures him. Are you guys doing okay back home? How are the kittens? Eri's little voice sounds in the background, and there's a sudden flurry of movement before they have a view of the living room. The entire family is in there, cats and all. Izune. Hi, Eri-chan. Izumi says, smiling as her little sister rushes to the phone. How have you been? I'm okay. Eri squeaks, then vanishes for a moment, before popping up with a little kitten. Kaseki keeps following me around. Oh, and they open their eyes and look. Shuko has the heterochromic eyes like Todoroki. Heterochromic? Aizawa corrects, leaning back into frame. You doing alright? Where is Dawn Trumpet? Is there still time to punch him? What happened at the commission? Izumi grimaces at the mentions of the commission, but she has to reassure her dad. I'm much better, Shochan and Heidekan helped me a lot. I would rather you did not assault him. The commission wants to keep this on the down low. The hell I'm letting my daughter get harassed. Oi, old man, we already got yelled at for this. It's secret stuff. Hitoshi drawls, finally crawling up the bed to flop against Shuto's shoulder. Aizawa opens his mouth, very clearly wanting to say something, but then he goes quiet. Izumi. Why is Shinso shirtless? Stiffening as she remembers, Izumi twists around to stare with wide eyes at her boyfriends. Shuto leans forwards, interrupting Izumi's stammering. Confidential. After everything that happened, you'd think the universe would give Izumi a break. No such luck. Izumi squeaks, ducking around a corner and away from the wave of fire aimed at her. A run-of-the-mill bank robber had suddenly turned into a massive problem when it turned out one had a fire manipulation quirk. They were unable to make their own, but once Endeavor had thrown a ball of fire at them. Shuto was behind them, carefully icing over anywhere that the criminal had set ablaze. Hitoshi had a kid in a brainwash after they had started to panic over a burn, and was carefully cooling it down with another person's water bottle. Endeavor, for his part, was using his heat tolerance to get closer than anyone else could to the crazed man, who was still pulling bits of fire out of what had been thrown at him earlier. Izumi closes her eyes, feeling her body go limp as she leaps to the robber. He's surprisingly open, and it's easy to knock him out. Waking up, Izumi stands and brushes herself off. Without even looking, she can feel Endeavor take out the remainder of the villains now that he doesn't have to worry about collateral damage. Everyone all right? She asks, looking over at Hitoshi. He gives her a quick thumbs up, before handing the kid to a paramedic. You're getting slow, old man, comes a sudden shout, and they all look up to see Miruko crouched on the edge of a building. Bakugu stands behind her, looking very grumpy as always with a scrape over his cheek. Endeavor huffs as they jump down. A slight complication. Excuses. Miruko scoffs, before grinning at Izumi. Kinda weird to see you in action, girly. Little firebug just dropped. I'm getting faster. Izumi hums, blushing at the praise. Getting more annoying. Bakugu scoffs. We're going back to you ain't tomorrow, and what do you guys have to show for it? A new scandal. I will brainwash you to do the WAP dance. Hitoshi threatens tiredly. Bakugo replies with 2 middle fingers to the face. Suddenly, Shudo pops up between them. Fuyumi texted me. She's invited us all for dinner, says she wants to meet you before we go back to UA. Your sister? Yeah. Natsuo will also be there. Shudo hums, looking down at his phone. Bakugo, you come too, she wants to meet my friends? Huh. Since when are we friends? Tilting his head, Shudo just looks at Bakugo. We had the remedial classes together. That does not make us friends. We're friends. Miruko watches the angry screeching and blank-faced comments. Hitoshi sidles over to Izumi, mind radiating pure and utter panic over meeting his boyfriend's family. Anything I should know about his siblings? Izumi smiles, nudging up against his side. Nothing to worry about. Fuyumi teaches kids. Natsuo is in med school. I've only met them once, but they seemed nice. It will be perfectly fine. She invited me as well. Endeavor says suddenly, and Izumi regrets every decision that has ever led her to this point. Why am I here? Bakugo shouts out the window in rage, having been abandoned by Miruko with no small amount of cursing. Hitoshi buries his head into Izumi's shoulder. Please let me brainwash him. Please. He'll just be more annoyed when we let him out. Izumi tries to reason with him. And I'd rather he get his energy out now than in poor Fuyumi-san's home. Shudo nods. Like a dog. The hell did you just say? We're here. Endeavor interrupts, and Izumi quickly pulls them out of the confined space. As she heads to the traditional Japanese-style home, which is absolutely massive, by the way, she feels something. At the very edge of her senses, a mind full of Izumi. She shakes it off, smiling at Shudo. Sorry, it's nothing. Shall we head in? The inside of the home is similarly massive, with potted plants and clean floors. It feels empty and unloved, though the smell of food only barely managing to overpower the cleaning supplies. Welcome, Fuyumi says, coming around the corner wearing an apron and a blinding grin. I'm Fuyumi, Shudo's sister. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to accommodate me. It's an honor to be here, Fuyumi-sen. Izumi says, bowing politely and attempting to ignore the hissed fight between Hitoshi and Bakugo over where to put their shoes, of all things. It's been a while since I've been to a friend's house. Ah, right? Fuyumi laughs. Well, I hope to be a proper host. They enter a dining room, where Shudo's other sibling, Natsuo, is sitting. He looks up as they enter, eyes skating over each face until they land on Endeavor. His mind sharpens. Izumi very much regrets this. Natsuo, introduce yourself to Shudo's friends. Fuyumi whispers after a moment of tense quiet, nudging him with her toe. He smiles, an empty little thing, and bows his head. I'm Natsuo. It's nice to meet you, Shudo's friends. We are not friends. We're friends. Shudo says decisively, face completely blank but mind bubbling in joy at the hissing noise that escapes Bakugo's mouth. No one would believe her if she told them how much of a troll Shudo really is, hiding behind that nonplussed expression. Hitoshi steps forwards, away from Bakugo. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. This is Bakugo Katsuki. Thank you for having us. Fuyumi bustles about, grabbing a final dish as they all sit around the table. Bakugo makes a surprised noise as he takes the first bite, then proceeds to hoard as much food as he can fit onto his plate. Izumi watches in amusement, knowing very well that that sort of reaction is a compliment. You're a very good cook, Fuyumi-sen. Fuyumi blushes and goes to brush off the compliment, but Natsuo interrupts her. Of course she is. She's been doing the cooking since our old maid threw her back out. Ah, don't cut yourself short. We traded, didn't we? Fuyumi giggles, humbly trying to push the attention off herself. Shudo looks up. I've eaten your cooking. Well, I did until it failed to meet someone's standards. The table falls silent, everyone glancing at Endeavor out of the corner of their eye and trying to pretend they're not. Endeavor, for his part, has stopped mid-chew, looking at his son with some form of guilt building behind his eyes. What do you eat at school? Shudo I didn't even realize. Endeavor interrupts Fuyumi's attempts to get the conversation going smoothly again. Next time what next time? Natsuo hisses, and Izumi twitches at the pure venom in his voice. It hurts, like a knife flying past her cheek to hit another target, but still cutting her skin open. The boys aren't faring well in the atmosphere either. Bakugo has a mouthful of mapo tofu and is trying to block it all out, while Hitoshi's left hand has slipped under the table to brush up against Shudo's. It's unbearably awkward. Shudo eats nothing but soba if he can get away with it. Hitoshi blurts into the silence. Fuyumi narrows in on that gratefully. Shudo, it may be your favorite, but you need to have some variety. Making a face, Shudo points at his boyfriend. You have no right to call me out on that. I've seen you go a whole day drinking nothing but coffee. Aren't you two supposed to be learning how to keep yourselves healthy? We are, they're just stupid. Bakugo scoffs. Also, can I have this mapo tofu recipe? Of course. Clearly trying to be silent, Endeavor stands and leaves the room, but his size makes it no stealthy act. Still, Izumi can feel the tension in the room let up, if only a small amount. Fuyumi smiles at them. So, I heard you've gotten together. Is it really all three of you? Yes. Shudo says quietly, and Izumi can see his hand tighten on Hitoshi's. It's nice. That's all you have to say. I'm hurt. Hitoshi teases, but his mind is still sharp, ready to defend them. Natsuo levels him with a glare, picture-perfect overprotective brother. But despite his annoyance, none of it is actually aimed at anyone other than his father. You lot, stop posturing. Izumi interrupts, pointing her chopsticks at them. Natsuo, we won't hurt him. Toshi, he's just messing with you. Kaken, if you keep eating so fast you're gonna choke. He flips her off, then tries to hide a fact that a bit of rice went down his airway. People always seem to forget I can read minds. Izumi sighs at the amused looks on everyone's faces. Natsuo shrugs. Not used to it. Sorry for being so cold, it's just flaming trash. Hitoshi hums casually. Still annoying watching it happen. You have guess. Bakugo scoffs. Izumi very much wants to hit him at the ashamed looks on the Todoroki's faces, but he's too far away. Natsuo stands up. I've got a paper to finish for tomorrow. Thank you for inviting me, Nezen. Of course. Fuyumi says, waving as he leaves. The others finish their meal quickly, then there's a quick battle with Fuyumi over helping with the dishes. Izumi wins by stepping away from where Fuyumi is blocking and floating the dishes towards the kitchen with telekinesis. I keep forgetting you can do that now. Hitoshi laughs, snatching what she didn't get out from under Fuyumi's nose and bolting for the door. Izumi follows, grabbing Bakugo's hand and dragging him along to give the siblings some alone time. Once she's gotten the boys to the kitchen and they started to clean the dishes, Izumi wanders back into the halls of the house. She pulls open a door, expecting to find Endeavor alone. Instead she finds him before a shrine, with the picture of a young boy on it. Oh no. Endeavor looks up at her, before turning back to the shrine. My eldest. W. He looks surprisingly soft in the picture. His eyes are gentle and his face is round, not yet pulled taut by stress, scar tissue, and staples. His hair isn't that muddy black of cheap hair dye and soot. It's pink. Izumi can quite honestly say she didn't expect that. Natsuo and Tuya were always so close. He was distraught when I sent Tuya to the commission for training. And so the descent to villainy began. I keep having the same dream. Endeavor says, not even looking at the photo anymore, seeing a different scene entirely. My family, around a table, smiling and laughing. But I'm never with them. Should she say something? About Tuya, what happened to him, about the dreams, about anything? How much can she say? If she tells him Tuya is alive, he'll want to know where, she'll have to tell someone else about the league, and she only just nearly escaped telling Hitoshi and Shudo. I don't deserve to be with them, do I? It's said in such a defeated tone. Izumi kind of wants to say, no duh, but that would be rather rude. Suddenly, and thankfully, but that's a horrible thing to think, so no, she didn't think it. The mind she had sensed earlier flares with insanity, Natsuo's flickering in panic. She curses. Dreamer. Natsuo just got attacked. They leave the house with the dishes half-washed and Fuyumi in a panic. The boys are shouting questions, but Izumi only has the breath to spare for running. Then, they reach a section of the road that's crowded with cars. "Hey!" Izumi shouts, and the man she had sensed turns to them. When he lays eyes on Endeavor, his whole brain gets flooded with endorphins. Finally, an end to it all. Izumi makes a small gagging sound. "Endeavor!" The man screams giddily, opening his arms wide. He's wearing a ragged prison uniform, and there are strips of white paint peeling themselves off the road. Behind him, Natsuo struggles in a ball of the wrappings, eyes wide with fear while his feet dangle in search of solid ground. "Natsuo! Give my brother back!" Shudo shouts, frost creeping up his arms. Endeavor launches himself forwards, but the crazed villain swings Natsuo between them. "Do you remember me, Endeavor?" He laughs behind his human shield, ignoring Natsuo's struggles. 7 years ago, completely crazed, he's on a suicide mission only focusing on Endeavor. Izumi rattles off to Hitoshi and Bakugo, knocking at the side of her head as if to get water out of her ears. "We may be able to catch him off guard, but I doubt Question will have enough of his awareness to ask a question unless we get in close. Kaken, see if you can destroy those paint strips, limit his weapons. Make sure he has no chances to take more hostages." "Understood," they say quickly, then spread out among the trapped cars, blowing doors in and pulling out the passengers. "I wanted you to kill me then, Endeavor-san." Ending is screeching, more paint peeling off the road as Natsuo is flailed around like a rag doll. "But you didn't. I thought it was because you were simply too good of a hero, but then, you killed that hood nomu, didn't you?" An arrow peels off the road, curling around Natsuo, the point trailing dangerously close to his face. "I'm going to kill this man." Ending hisses, the paint stilling around him as if to show off the chill of that statement. "So I'm begging you." He laughs, head lolling to the side. "Please. End me." Izumi shudders. Gross, icky feelings in the back of her throat. Sickly sweet to the point of nausea, weak walls like an all-too-ripe apple. She pries open the door of a car, quickly helping the man inside out and laying a steadying hand on his shoulder to soothe the panicked vibrations of his mind. "Keep your head down, get away from the road." He nods, barely sparing a look behind him before he's among the trees. "You killed a gnome?" Ending shouts. Izumi peers around the tail end of the car. She's nearly behind him, just a bit further. "I'm the exact same. I'm neither alive nor dead. I'm just an empty doll. So kill me. Burn me to ashes, unleash your brilliant flame." Bakugo is closer to Natsuo. Given a good enough distraction, he could probably blast most of the bonds away and get out of the danger zone. Hitoshi, even further ahead, has nearly all of the cars emptied. She raises a hand, waving it quickly to catch Bakugo's attention, before signing, "Grab Natsuo." When Ending turns to me. He nods sharply. Has Izumi ever properly thanked Yamada for teaching her sign language? She should do that. She heaves herself onto the car, standing tall. "You call yourself a nomu? Pathetic. Any real nomu would have me retching by now." Ending startles at her sudden appearance. That's how you found me, so boo marg." Bakugo flies across the road, grabbing the paint that ties Natsuo to the villain with one hand and Natsuo with the other. Thankfully, only one of his hands was ignited, and it wasn't the one grabbing Natsuo. "Got him," he shouts, and in the next moment, Ending is encased in ice. "Natsuo." Izumi pulls a knife out of her boot, "Thank you, handsome," and quickly pulls Natsuo out of his paint mummy, only for him to be tackled by Shudo. She stands to the side as Shudo makes sure his brother is okay, then catches sight of Endeavor approaching. Seeing how unstable Natsuo got just eating with Endeavor, she stands between them, meeting Endeavor's eyes and silently shaking her head. He freezes as if he'd been struck with Shudo's ice, before lowering his head and backing away. "This is all wrong. Ending whimpers from his ice prison. Hitoshi is poking his face, asking him questions, and eventually, the villain goes limp. Izumi walks up to the brainwashed man, placing a hand on his head. What idiot would let him out of jail? He's clearly unstable. "I'm just glad you were there," Endeavor says quietly. "If you weren't, then Natsuo wouldn't be dead. The villain was aiming for you. He'd have made some spectacle to catch your attention. I just caught him off guard," Izumi says quickly. "For now, Please tell me internships are over. It's been a hell of a week. Oi, old man. Bakugu shouts suddenly. Maruko was right, you are getting slow. What the hell did you even do there, besides dangle the noose in front of the suicidal Bieti? Kaken. Izumi shouts, horrified. You can't just say something like that. The hell not. It's true. Endeavor turns to him, grimacing. It's true. I didn't do much there. He was foolish. I thought that if I saved him, Natsuo might never talk to me again. Bakugu, Natsuo, and Shudo stare in silence for a second, before the former scoffs. Welp, it's emotions and Isichi, you're up, Deku? He stomps off into the mess of cars. Natsuo glares. So what? You never cared before. I was foolish. Endeavor admits. I neglected my duty to you, and to Tuya. I ran away from my responsibilities, and in the end, I killed him, and then I was foolish enough to think I still deserved my family. Natsuo makes a face. Like hell you do. I know that now. Endeavor sighs. You've grown up well, and I had no part in it. You clearly did not want to be here, yet you came for Fuyumi. You're a good person, Natsuo. All of my children are better than this blind fool could have ever been. Later that night, back in Izumi is dragged all over to see the kittens, but she barely pays any attention. It's only in the dream room that she finally relaxes. She reaches out to Davies. Tuya's light tries to imagine how it used to look back then. Had it been white and pure before his fire had consumed him from within? I'm sorry, Tuya. She whispers, feeling tears run down her face. Shudo, that's Fuyumi. I'm so sorry. She can't tell them. Izumi loved her home. There were cats and family, and it still smelled like coffee, but at least it was good coffee. Oh, she hated coffee. New Year's was always quiet for them, with Mike going out to do a special podcast. Izumi definitely did not kidnap Shudo and Hitoshi to listen to it with the rest of her family. Okay, maybe she did, but they enjoyed it. Despite the simple happiness, though, throughout it all, there was still this ever-looming pressure. Like a tidal wave looming overhead, moving ever closer, and yet so far away it feels surreal. Like if Izumi looks the other way, it doesn't exist. But it does. Every time she sleeps, she wakes up with 10 new names to add to one of her lists. The commission has gotten off her back after her outburst, but she knows they're still angry. All of her jobs to look into the Public Safety Commission, even the lower branches, have been mysteriously terminated. Izumi is okay with this arrangement. She knows that her dads are worried for her though. She had a stress-fueled screaming fit, and though Aizawa hadn't said anything when he erased her quirk, later that night he had warned her about working too strong. Yamada kept giving her hot chocolate. Eri curled up at her side most nights, a black kitten and a stuffed unicorn her constant companions. But it's in the future. She's doing all she can to lessen the damage, just like Nedzu told her. In the future, far away. It was never meant to hit so close to home. 3 months till the end of freshman year. Kaminari whoops. We're so close. That doesn't mean you can slack off, Kaminari-kun. Ida shouts in reprimand. Hitoshi just grins, leaning against Shudo's shoulder and one of Eri's clips in his hair. He's gonna slack off no matter what, Ida. Hey! Kaminari shouts, pouting. It's true, but hey. Izumi laughs. Okay everyone. Listen up. Today you'll be giving reports of what you learned at your internships. If we're all prepared, we can suit up and head to Ground Alpha. Yes, Dreamer-senpai. She rolls her eyes at the title that they're all still calling her by, despite her complaints. They gather up their costumes, chattering loudly until the door slams open. Shut up and get moving, you lot, I don't have all day. Mina ducks past him without a care in the world. Happy New Year, Sensei. Indeed. Happy New Year, sir. Ida shouts, bowing politely. I am excited to show you what I have learned in the past week. I have learned how to be flexible. He begins demonstrating. Suddenly, the intercom turns on, a pleasant voice coming through the speakers. Aizawa-sensei and Midoriya-san, to the main office please, Aizawa-sensei and Midoriya-san. Ooh, someone's in Truyubal, Kaminari coos, before Jair jams one of her jacks into his ear. He is dragged away in shame. Izumi sighs. and I wanted to see what everyone had learned. Still, they must need us for something. Aizawa groans. I expect you lot to not slack off, you hear me? I want updates for my notebooks. Izumi adds, looking around at all of them. So I'll be checking the footage later. Yes, senpai. Outside the door, Izumi hesitates. She recognizes that mind, and they're so grim, Dad. I think it's Tartarus again. Again. He grumbles. You'd think they could find another psychologist? The door opens and sure enough, there are two people from Tartarus, sitting with Yamada and Nedzu. Tsukachi, an investigator for the police force that she'd worked with before, and Tamashi, the man Nedzu had introduced to her and the prison who could see the energy within another person. He had gotten a job with the researchers working on the nomu and with Sensei. Both are tense, unsure how to navigate this conversation. Izumi can feel apprehension bubbling up within her. Hello, Dreamer-san, Aizawa-san. Tsukachi says, standing to bow politely to them. Please sit. We have some concerning news. They look at each other. Izumi's hero name, but Aizawa's family name. Nedzu looks torn, Mike looks as confused as they are. What's this about? Aizawa asks, sitting next to Yamada. Is it all for one again? Tsukachi shakes his head. Oh. Instead, with Tamashi's help and the information given to us, we have begun to understand the nomu. We have discovered that the villain, Kurogiri, is also an artificial human. Izumi frowns. I would have sensed it, though, not necessarily. Tamashi speaks for the first time, leaning forwards. He appears to be an early form of a nomu. His signature differs from the others. That sikh, as I believe you called it, it's on a different wavelength, you'd need to look for it to see it. Every time you encountered this villain you were in a moment of high stress, and there were other nomu in the direct area. I believe he has simply slipped under your radar. I see. Izumi hums. What do you need us for, then? Aizawa asks, rubbing at his eyes. If you only need Izumi for your research, Yamada and I are hardly required. Our interest in you two is not as heroes. Tsukachi sighs, prompting yet another wave of confusion. We believe we have isolated the base DNA of Kurogiri's original form. There's no easy way to say this, but we believe he used to be known as Shirakumo Oboro. Izumi doesn't know what to do. They had requested all three of them at the prison, pulling them from school work for the rest of the day. Nedzu had approved their leave with an unreadable look in his beady eyes. Her dads are silent, but their minds are blacked out with the thousands of thoughts swirling through them. She can hardly blame them. Shirakumo Oboro. She knew the name. Heard it whispered in moments that had her fleeing, when she was younger, the guilt and shame and loss pressing into her shattered mind like 1,000 P&D weight. She had seen the picture, hidden in a back corner of the living room, of three boys in goggles, grinning and proud. Yamada, Aizawa, and Shirakumo. The three stooges of Class 1A, she had been told by Mike, a sad smile on his face. Shirakumo was dead. During a villain attack during their second-year internships, he had been crushed to death, caught under a falling building, leaving Aizawa to finish the fight, only to realize his friend was dead. If what Tsukachi and Tamashi said was true, then, can't we go any faster? Aizawa hisses. Shut up. Yamada grunts, glasses slipping down his nose enough for Izumi to see his eyes. They're still, blown wide in horror, gloved hand pressed to his mouth. That thing we fought at the USJ, that behavior not in the least. He tapers off, I'm just hoping they made a mistake. Yamada whispers. This has to be a mistake. Izumi presses her hands over her ears and curls into a ball. This wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to hit so close to home. They arrive at the prison, are joined by Gran Torino, and are immediately brought to an interrogation room. Izumi can't sense him, through the Quirk dampening walls, but she knows he's there. Kurogiri was a vital part to many aspects of the League's operation. Tsukachi is saying, we've been needling him for months now and he talks, all right, about all sorts of useless things, but the second we ask him about the League, he shuts down. Like his power has been cut. Get to the point, Aizawa hisses, only to be interrupted by Yamada squeezing his shoulder with a trembling hand. I don't understand, he says, and Izumi has never heard him sound so broken. He always put on a brave face for her, when Aizawa was hurt, when she was hurt. Never has she heard him sound so small. She reaches out and clutches his other hand, not speaking. She has nothing to say. The most fascinating quirks are gathered in UA. That's a direct quote from one of All for One's interrogations. Gran Torino speaks up. Like a homeless man digging for scraps at a 5-star restaurant, he probably swapped out the body before cremation. Then, turned him into the deranged beast we know as Nomu. Don't even bother trying to understand, DJs, there is nothing to understand. Only evil. Sensei uses anything and everything. Whatever the case, the Nomu defeated by Endeavor, Hawks, and Dreamer in Kyushu possessed a sense of individuality and a lingering obsession with strong opponents. Tsukachi continues. When we examined the DNA, we discovered that his original form was a ruffian from an underground fighting ring. So his original character remained intact. Aizawa muses. Most definitely. The adults turn to look at Izumi. It's the first time she's spoken since learning about Shirakumo. When I went inside the Nomu's mind, I pulled out a shard, a fragment of who he used to be, she says quietly, raising her hands. She can practically see the little crystal flickering in her palms. He thanked me for setting him free. Gran Torino harumphs. Then it is possible. No. Aizawa growls. I already fought that thing. His manner of speaking is completely different, and he didn't react at all to me. Real life isn't like a shounen movies that's power of friendship isn't gonna work. Be that as it may, we'd like you to try. Tsukachi sighs. Just speak about your memories. We'll be monitoring closely. Dreamer as well if you wouldn't mind. Izumi nods. A few guards come in, one holding a key, and Izumi's dads are led to the room itself. Izumi follows the rest of the group to an observation room, where the warden is waiting with 2 researchers. We've turned off the quirk-resistant walls, Dreamer-san, but they can be reactivated at a moment's notice. Izumi nods again, but she isn't really paying attention. Kurogiri sits in the same sort of chair Sensei wears. A straight jacket, belted to a wheeled base made of solid metal. There's nothing of him but a plume of black mist, unfurling from the collar, unbroken by eyes. Behind that, his mind is much the same. Back mist, untouchable, floaty, like he's not really there. But as Izumi looks closer, she can see a core. Rotten meat. Cables of tar. Oily black and filmy white. She shudders. He's a nomu, all right. My guess is an early version. A rough draft. In the other room, her dads grit their teeth. Beside her, one of the researchers hits a button, muttering something about case study 17. He's awake. In the interrogation room, Aizawa leans forwards, activating his quirk. Kurogiri doesn't seem to react, though, nothing changing. What rare guests. I haven't seen you two since we attacked the USJ. Kurogiri hums, and Izumi is forced to watch that little mind core pulsate with thought. It's disgusting. Mike makes a face as well. Are you sure there's no mistake? He's got nothing in common with Shirakumo. Not even his quirk reacts the same way. Kurogiri looks around. Tell me, Shigaraki Tamura, is he doing all right? He hasn't been caught, has he? The hell should I know? Mike blusters. Are you concerned for him? Aizawa asks, eyes still glowing red. But of course. It is my mission after all. That's a stupid mission, looking after some gloomy brat. Mike growls before looking to Aizawa, lost. It is no hindrance to me. Aizawa stares at the nomu, rubbing at his face with one hand. Had a friend once? Kurogiri stares back. He was the kind of guy who'd go out of his way, without hesitation, to help an abandoned kitten that I couldn't pick up. Is there a point to this? Kurogiri says blandly. No reaction, the researcher says. I was the kind of guy that would always be hesitating. Aizawa continues, his own mind glistening with sadness. But, you always pulled me forwards. This isn't a church. Kurogiri hisses. You were always so bright, always looking ahead, no matter the consequences, even if it would all be over if you died, you kept ignoring what could go wrong. Kurogiri's physical form wobbles. In the observation room, Izumi isn't sure what the graphs and numbers on the screen are saying, But she's fine-tuned. She sees it start. Sees the slightest wisp of a pure white cloud. You know, me and Yamada, we're teachers now. Aizawa continues, hunched in on himself, but still keeping eye contact. I've been really strict with the students. Expelling them, only on paper. Yamada adds. They should experience death once. Aizawa continues. A taste of the consequences, a difference between self-sacrifice and pure recklessness. I want them to live, like how I wanted you to live. I wanted those like you to be alive even longer. He pulls the goggles from his scarf, brandishing them towards what could very well be the reanimated corpse of his dead friend. Shirakumo. If by any chance you're still in there, come on. He's crying. Let's be heroes together. Kurogiri's mind explodes, and with a startled yelp, Izumi is dragged into darkness. Black. Empty. Izumi looks around herself, very disconcerted with wherever she is now. Floating in nothingness, somehow able to see her hands. Izumi squeaks, looking down to the source of the noise. A young boy, body twisted and mangled, only his head and shoulders visible, pulling himself free of the core of disgustingness at the sound of a voice. Sickly yellow light pours from his eyes, the white clouds of his hair being engulfed by black smoke. His arms, bent unnaturally, bleeding from his struggle, with veins too large for his form bursting from his skin and connecting him to the tumors of filth that surround him, still reach forwards, trying to reach the voice. Shirakumo Oboro. Izumi whispers, horrified. The boy freezes, weakly turning his head. You're the dragon's child? Shoyuta and Hisashi's kid? Two voices, speaking as one. The gunk trembles, and the fragment of Shirakumo's filmy eyes go wide. Run. Get out of here. I don't know how. Izumi yelps, and suddenly there's tumors everywhere, reaching through portals, dripping blackened smoke and reeking of old BLD. It's like they can see her. Like they're hungry. They want more, they want her flesh and BLD, and this isn't like the dream room, she's not in control here, she's moving through a swamp of tar and rotten meat, and as it grabs her it's seeping through her skin and into her bloodstream, and it's alive, like worms forcing their way through her veins. Gross, gross, gross. Get off me, she shrieks, forcing her arms out, shoving her power behind it, and the goop obeys. It crunches, which Izumi hates, but it's not on her and in her, and she'll just have to be grateful for that. She looks up, investigating what she has to work with. The waste stuff is around her still, pushing against the glowing bubble she had created around herself. I love you, glowing bubble, she whispers, then turns to where she can still sense the fragment of Shirakumo. Reaching out a hand, she pushes forwards, the barrier she had surrounded herself with moving alongside her. When she reaches him, he looks absolutely shocked. You're not dead. I don't think so. Izumi gasps, shuddering. What happened? Did you drag me in here? He looks down at his trapped form. I didn't mean to, I was reaching out for Shoyuta and Hisashi. But I couldn't reach them. And now you're stuck here. Izumi looks at the Nomagunk. Still lashing at the borders of her power. There's got to be a way out. I'm sorry for dragging you in. The fragment whispers, beginning to sink into the goo once more. There is no way out. It will eat you too, like it ate me. Like it ate the others. The fragment whispers. Just give up. Izumi makes a face. She's not giving up just yet. This place seems to be the very core of Kurogiri's mind. All of the sickness, it's connected to the fragment of Shirakumo. Unlike the mindless nomu, it's centered around him. Unlike the high ends, he seems less connected to the final product. And yet, it's his mind making these decisions. Something flashes red. Izumi barely has time to scream before she's powerless, in a wave of pure nomu. It gushes through her nose and teeth, bits of grit getting caught, floods down her throat, she can feel it, she's going to throw up, she flails, trying to call on her power, but it's gone, it's gone, it's gone, it's back. Izumi gasps and retches in absolute confusion. What was that? How did it vanish? Why was it back? Shoyuta? Shirakumo's fragment whispers, looking up. He erased my quirk. She chokes, looking around as well. He erased my quirk and I didn't wake up? I told you there was no way out. Shirakumo's fragment whispers, and the gunk pulsates gleefully. No way out, Ajirs. No way out. Come obey, there is no way out. Izumi presses her hands to her ears. Think. Think, dang it, she hisses to herself. There's always a way out. I've done this before with a dying nomu. There was nothing holding her in. This time there is no way out. 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 It can't get to her physically, but the words, they're driving into her ears like needles of doubt. Pain, memories, swelling up inside her, and suddenly Izumi knows what it's like to sit in a tube for months on end. She's died a third time through someone else, and she can't get away from it because there's no way out. Shut up, she screams, flinging her arms to the side. There's a way out. She rounds on the fragment, sees him sinking, only one arm and his head free now. She grabs his sunken cheeks and forces him to look into her eyes. Determined green meets shocked yellow, Izumi staring into what's left of Shirakumo's soul. You dragged me in here, she whispers, pulling the bubble back into herself. Now get me out, Shirakumo Oboro. She forces the entirety of her power into the fragment, and she feels the veins snap and burst like leeches, watches as the fragment's eyes turn blue, and then she's swallowed up in a tidal wave of filth once more. Black and purple mist swarms over her, like the USJ, like the training camp, but this time it's bathed in green light and white clouds and fear, fear, fear. Get away, get out, I want to be free. Izumi awakes to loud voices, a strange beeping noise, and a horrid pain throughout the entirety of her body. She shoots straight up to a shout of surprise, hands coming to ground her as she flails helplessly, gasping for breath but choking on her own inhale. It hurts, so much, and something is in her, something that shouldn't be, and she wants to claw it out. She can't breathe. Her quirks are going nuts, for appearing and disappearing on her arms, any small item nearby floating for a few seconds before falling. Her eyesight is hazy, like oil has seeped through her tear ducts, and the sounds of her name being called in alarm are twisting in and out of focus like someone's playing with the volume dial. They must be worried for her. Where? She's in the prison, right? What is that voice? Shuddering, she raises claw-tipped hands to her head, feeling them dig into her skin. The pinpricks of pain feel like clarity, but her wrists are tugged away almost instantly, the claws pulling their way free of her scalp. Hands grab hers, forcing her to look into someone's eyes. Listener. I need you to breathe for me. Breathing. But that's important. She chokes on her very first inhale, immediately coughing up a lung, but she's got oxygen now, she can feel her vision settle. Izumi, are you all right? What happened? There's way too much energy within her. I think Kurogiri leapt somehow. Tamashi shouts. Izumi rasps, before surrendering to another wave of coughing. We got out. I'm gonna throw up, she warns the people holding her, then proceeds to do just that. It's black. Izawa, that's who's on her right side, strokes her back, watching her in concern. Are you alright? Dizzy crying. Sitting back up, Izumi makes a disgusted face at the taste. Something still feels like it's going to come out, but she's no longer having a cough seizure. I don't know, I feel awful, but out. Izumi stops talking. That's the fragment's voice, she finally recognizes it. Did she pull it out? What happened to Kurogiri? She asks quickly, trying to stand to look through the observation window, but Izawa pushes her back down. Don't look through that window. Eyes on me. Breathe. Still, their minds are shocked, confused, lost. Something happened. Dad, I need to know. Something is still happening. I'm Kurogiri, right? Izumi presses her hand over her mouth, letting out a helpless wheeze. Okay, the fragment is still in her, it's in her and it wants out, but how? But, listener. Something seeps around her fingers. White smoke, barely corporeal. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, a small ball takes form, swirls before them, and opens its eyes. Dad, please tell me you can see that. Izumi whispers, staring at the thing that had just come out of her. It's the fragment of Shirakumo, floating in absolute confusion before Izumi's eyes. It's emitting wisps of vapor that curl around it so it really just looks like a cloud. With eyes. They're beady little glowy eyes, but still eyes. Oh, good, I thought I was hallucinating. Yamada replies, eyes wide. You got us out. It whispers, confused. Them out what? Shoyuda. Hisashi. Toboro. Yamada whispers, leaning closer to the cloud. It shivers, colors suddenly turning black and purple. That's not my name. My name is dashed, paling to gray, indecisive, it whispers. Well, my name is. Let's just call you Kumo, okay? Izumi says quickly. You're a cloud. The fragment hums. But what am I? I know those two, and you let me out of the bad stuff. My name is Izumi. Izumi introduces, her mind racing with questions. Do you know how you exist? Kumo floats in a little circle. I didn't want to be in the void anymore. It hurt. I pulled you in, you pulled me out, and your mind was warm and safe, and it filled me up, and now I'm like this. A defeated groan comes from Aizawa, and he slumps onto the ground, head in his hands. Izumi, you purified a nomu. That does appear to be what's happened. Tamashii muses, walking around the floating cloud. He reaches out to try and touch him, but his hand goes straight through the vapor. Fascinating. Apparently, Kumo is not a fan, because he floats down to a shell-shocked Aizawa and Yamada. I know you too. He repeats. The friend you were talking about earlier, that was me, yes? Aizawa nods mutely. Kumo appears to put a great deal of thought into this new information. Before, I sound great. Yamada lets out a surprised snort. Yeah, you were pretty great. I wanted to reach out to you, but I grabbed Izumi instead. Kumo muses. Wanted to tell you? I forgot. He goes silent once more, apparently thinking about something. One of the prison staff steps forwards. We need to get them all to the med bay before anything else. Aizawa and Yamada-san need to lie down, and as for Dreamer, I don't think that's the normal discharge when vomiting. Izumi glances at what she had thrown up. It's a puddle of pure black goo, similar to what was in the minds of Nomu. Is it really in the physical world as well? Nothing makes sense. I agree. She whispers. Kumo, do you want to come? The cloud hums in agreement, swirling to her side. Tsukachi offers her a hand, letting her dads support each other as they prepare to leave the room. Izumi looks through the observation window as they move, and suddenly feels sick to her stomach again. Because the empty eyes of Shirakumo Oboro's dead body stare back. There is absolutely nothing wrong with her. She just gave birth to a cloud. Izumi lies on a cot, watching Tamashii and the doctor who was supposed to be looking at her, the two of them arguing very loudly about her physical state. It had started off normal, until the doctor had announced that she had expelled the black gunk, and that was the end of it. Tamashii had mentioned that her energy was still off, and suddenly they were in a rant about how chakras aren't real and how he should listen to a professional. In Izumi's opinion, she is the only professional of her weird body, and her diagnosis sums up to, feels like CRP in a new and exciting way. Something is definitely wrong. Mentioning this feels rude though. Using crystals won't do anything. It's nothing but a placebo effect. I can quite literally see a mass of energy that doesn't belong inside her. That's literally my quirk. Don't try to change the subject. You're the one changing the subject. Something is wrong with her. They are very loud. Kumo comments, floating above her. Yeah, she sighs, reaching up to touch the band-aids at her temples. It's been ages since she actually drew BLD during a panic attack. The lapse just makes her more upset with the day's events. Honestly, Izumi is still a little shell-shocked. The agony of watching her dad in so much pain, the pure wrongness of a Nomu's mind, breaking out, only to suddenly have a new being floating idly beside her. Are you feeling okay? She asks Kumo, sure he must be a little confused. I feel better. He chirps happily, floating up and down, little eyes narrowing to happy slits. I do not know what's happening, but I feel better, and you are nicer than the last person I woke up with, so I'm okay. Izumi smiles at the fragment. He's very sweet, even if his existence is concerning. Though she is more stable now, maybe she should look closer at him. She closes her eyes, reaching out with her quirk to the fragment. Deep inside his form, she can feel the sliver of glass that used to be a part of Shirakumo. It's similar to the one she pulled out of Hood, but this one has the energy to pull itself together, like what she does with her own shards. But where did Kumo get that ability? From her. What did I even do this time? She mutters, biting at her thumbnail. I've pulled out fragments before, but it disappeared. The residue is new as well. Could it be that the original body died while I was not after? The sunken face she had seen, lifeless in that straitjacket, says otherwise. There is no body. Shirakumo Oboro and Kurogiri are both dead. Then how? She squeaks happily. That's it. What's it? The doctor and Tamashi ask. I figured out how Kumo exists. Izumi exclaims happily. It's a mix of what I did to Sensei and Eri. My grandmother's quirk fused our minds, allowing Kumo a base form to live off of when he came to me, and then I shared my mind quirk with him. He's using it to keep himself alive. And if I'm not wrong, a bit of astral projection. Tamashi makes a face. I'm more worried about the black vomit weight. Since when can you astral project? I can't really, I haven't figured that one out, but it pops up when I do weird stuff. Izumi shrugs. Also, that's what Sensei said it was. It's helping Kumo project what he thinks of himself as. He's always been mist and vapor, so his form is mist and vapor. Just simplified, because he's not really sure yet. Kumo makes a happy cloud noise. Yes, that makes sense. I am connected to you. That's why I'm following you. I also think I hurt you. You were sick, that was me. Is that what those men are arguing about? Tamashi is picking up on the mental residue of Kurogiri that transferred to me when I pulled Kumo out. Izumi realizes. Placebo stuff that isn't real. The doctor shouts, point. Izumi winces, realizing the problem with her discovery. Given the fact that this placebo stuff creates nomu, I am actually very concerned with the fact that it is inside me. That sobers this doctor up. She really needs to learn their name. It's not rare for mental issues to manifest in physical problems, but the creation of whatever that stuff was is still very concerning. The doctor waves a hand. The parasite had a warp quirk, its quirk went off, and transferred some of the fluid from its original body to you. Your body expelled that fluid, I can find no other traces of it, you're fine. Don't call him a parasite. Izumi groans. Though the explanation makes sense, deep down she knows it's not right. Besides, wasn't he hopped up on all kinds of quirk nullifying drags? She shakes her head. There's too much happening right now. No matter how much she wants to poke and prod at every corner of this problem, she has no other scientific clues in a field that's populated by villains. Overloading her brain won't help anybody right now. Not to mention, if Kumo is really existing off her quirks, she doesn't want to know what will happen to the fragment if it's erased for too long. Speaking of quirk erasure, Aizawa and Yamada must be really hurting right now. Izumi can't feel them, more state-of-the-art quirk dampening walls, but she can imagine. She must have made them worry all the more with being stuck there. Trapped, even the tried and true method of erasing her quirk not working, because she was trapped in someone else's mind. Not waking up because there was nothing in her body. Just like how there's no longer anything in Shirakumo's body. Izumi shakes herself quickly. Excuse me. I want to see my dads. Am I allowed to leave? She finds them in a small waiting room where they have been supplied with a thing of Oreos and a couch. Aizawa is flopped across it, arm over his eyes, while Yamada is just staring at the wall. Izumi. Aizawa is quiet, the word nothing but an acknowledgement of her presence. He's too emotionally drained to do anything else. I remember them being more energetic. Kumo says helpfully. Even Shoyuta. Give us a minute, okay? Izumi whispers, going to perch on the edge of the couch that hasn't been occupied by her dads. She leans against Yamada's side for a hug, which he returns. It's silent for a moment. Well, the doctor says I'm fine. Given the concerning inflection of the word says, I reserve the right to be panicked. Yamada sighs. I still feel like CRP. Izumi admits, smiling wryly. But, well, I think I've figured out how Kumo exists. A truly fascinating collision of my quirks, and normally I'd be all over it, but she's too tired to think. Aizawa sits up, hand dragging down his face like if he wipes strong enough, he can pull off all the stress. It's a failed endeavor, he looks horrible. He had definitely been crying. He reaches out, squishing her cheeks between her palms, red and puffy eyes searching her face for something. Izumi meets his gaze head-on, tired as she is. Finally, he sighs, dropping his hands to her shoulders and letting his head hang limp. "Every time I think you can't surprise me anymore, kid," he says, looking up at her in honest, tired amazement. "Every time I think I've seen the end of the bullshit you're capable of, you go and He releases her, turning to look at Kumo. "You go and invent." He struggles with the word, hand gesturing aimlessly, "ghosts?" He says it with such a defeated tone, completely resigned to the situation already, that Izumi can't help the snort she lets out. Beside her, Yamada starts giggling and soon the three of them are laughing, knowing they shouldn't be, a laugh of relief and confusion and release. Catharsis, pure and simple. "I'm sorry for inventing ghosts, Dad," Izumi says, which only sets Yamada off more. "I'll let it slide this once, young lady." Aizawa chuckles, shaking his finger at her, the picture of a scolding father. "But I draw the line at vampires, am I understood?" Izumi sucks a breath through her teeth. "Well, God damn it. Technically, he's feeding off my quirk to keep himself stable," Izumi says quickly, shrugging her innocence. Aizawa groans, head in his hands. "Is it hurting you?" "Tired, that's all, and it could just as easily be from the effort of creating him rather than upkeep. Please don't erase my quirk though, I don't want to see what happens." "Kidnap Shinso, got it?" Yamada says, still hugging Izumi. "When we get back though?" "Not now, I'm not driving anywhere. I called Mirio, he's gonna watch Eri and the cats. Warden offered us a guest room. Why they have a guest room in a prison is anyone's guess, but Dad. What's up, Buttercup? Do you want to talk about it?" If the absolutely disgusted face she gets from both of them at the mere mention of talking about their feelings is any indicator, the answer is no. Still, Izumi sighs and keeps going. "In the span of a few hours, you got information about your former best friend being experimented on, were asked to interrogate him, watched your daughter struggle with the worst parts of her quirk while being helpless to do anything, and then were greeted by an impression left by said dead friend." Izumi recaps. "And what was left in that chair you saw?" Izumi squirms in her seat. "I know you told me not to look, but it doesn't matter now." Aizawa sighs. "It was an empty husk. He was already long dead reaching out a hand, Izumi grabs her dad's shoulder. "It was more than that," she whispers. She can feel the soft gray of his mind tremble, yellow beside her doing the same. "It was a massive resurgence of trauma for you too. It's okay to have feelings, Dad. It's okay to not be okay." His jaw clenches for a moment, before he twists his legs to the side and pulls the two of them into a hug, trembling. Yamada starts petting his hair. Kumo floats over, looking at them, before he dives into the crook of Izumi's arm. He feels strange, Izumi thinks, looking down at him. "I don't think I like seeing them sad." He confides to Izumi. Aizawa twitches in surprise, but doesn't pull away from the hug. "My main function as Kurogiri was to take care of Shigaraki." Kumo muses, eyes tilting like he's rotated his head. "I will take care of them now." Izumi thinks she hears a small sob come from Aizawa, mind tinged with nostalgia for a time long past. She smiles down at the fragment. "That's really sweet of you, Kumo." She was right about mental residue. Kumo had followed her into the dream room, which she supposes makes sense, after all he is a mind of a sort. It was kind of nice to have someone else here. She'd never been able to show anyone this part of herself. Izumi just hopes she won't have to cough him up again. Unfortunately, he had not come alone. Izumi and Kumo stare at the splat of filth in her shattered, but otherwise clean mind. It looks inert, thankfully, not alive and pulsating and writhing like the stuff she had fought before. "Was that always there?" Kumo asks, clouds gray with confusion. Izumi presses her face into her hands. No, it has not. This is her place, her sanctuary. Not even Sensei was able to challenge her here. But now, it's been tainted. defiled. Izumi feels disgusting in a way that she's never felt before. At least with other mental quirks, there was a person behind it, she could remove them. But this, it is soulless, mindless, unfeeling, unyielding. You are very mad at the goo. Kumo notes. I remember cleaning things up. But I don't know if, something tells me this will be more complicated. Izumi groans. Thank you though. It's too close to the lights. She hates that. But she doesn't want to mess with it, can't risk activating it. Kumo, can you watch that stuff for me? She asks, motioning to it. Tell me if anything happens. If it so much as twitches or changes color. I'm going to get the lights away from it, then depending on what happens, I'll go and do my actual work. Okay. Kumo chirps, darting in a little circle around the goo. Guard duty. I remember how to do that. I think. Izumi gives him a smile. Maybe she shouldn't be trusting a creature made by her enemies to guard over a possibly incredibly volatile splatter of nomu goop, but Kumo seems kind enough. She can read everything about him, he's a little lost, head in the clouds, but he seems to want to help. How far he's willing to go, though. Izumi shakes her head clear of tomorrow Izumi's problems and dives into someone else's nightmare. She can handle those. Shuto, Izumi, when are you coming back? Shuto, Izumi. Hitoshi, Izumi, are you all right? You haven't answered in a while. Hitoshi, we went to your apartment but you weren't there and Mirio-senpai says he's taking care of Eri. Hitoshi, Izumi, it's been a whole day. Shuto, Izumi, please respond. Hitoshi, Midoriya. Izumi, my precious bean, light of my life. If you got attacked again I swear by coffee and cats I will brainwash you and never let you go. Izumi, I'm okay. Hitoshi, she's alive. Shuto, Izumi, are you okay? Izumi, emotions running high and I've got a brand new coffee stain on my shirt. Just the cherry on top. Shuto, but you're not dead. Izumi, I am not dead, smiley face. Hitoshi, when are you coming back? Izumi, not sure. Soon, I hope, but something tells me our problem could get out of hand. Shuto, be safe. Izumi, I'll do my best. Izumi turns off her phone with a sigh, burying her head in her hands. It's a good thing they set up that code word, otherwise they'd be even more in the dark. Still, she wishes she could vent about what's happening to someone, anyone. Her dads are too emotionally invested this time. She won't do that to them. They haven't left Tartarus. The prison thankfully has guest rooms, which are moderately comfortable, and a few minutes of cell service, but she's still mostly cut off from the outside world. There's a conference call with the commission later today. She can't say she's looking forward to it. No. Izumi winces at Kumo's words, looking up at the president. The woman's face is impassive, but Izumi knows how impossible it is for anyone without a mental quirk to read her emotions. Mr. Kumo, that information dash, my primary objective is to protect Shigaraki Tamura. Kumo says, clouds turning dark. You want to hurt him? I will not dash, dreamer, you said you freed it? One of the other commission members says, cutting Kumo off. Still, appears to be following orders. Izumi gulps, stepping forwards. Kumo is still holding on to the constants he had before now. It's completely natural for any long-standing captive, let alone brainwashed victim, to continue to follow phantom demands of those who hurt them. That's what they've been hardwired to do. Kumo no longer has the gunk that made him Kurogyri, but dash, enough. The entire room falls silent. Kumo is still a black miasma, slowly flickering back to gray, floating into her arms and fading into her body. Her dads are on the edge of their seats, looking like they would very much like to say something. You have endangered this investigation once again. Kurogyri could have given us information, and the being, Kumo, even said itself that it was attempting to tell the interrogators something before your intervention. The location of Shigaraki Tamura, the place nomu are manufactured, even the ever-elusive doctor's whereabouts, all possibly lost. The amnesia effect you tearing his mind apart has caused will be detrimental, not even mentioning its refusal to comply. Refusal to comply. It sounds too close to ordering around a nomu for Izumi, but the commission president isn't exactly wrong. But what could she do? Just let him suffer. Do you have anything to say for yourself, dreamer? She's crying. She hates this. Suddenly, the warden and Tsukachi stand up. Dreamer did nothing she was not asked to do. Tsukachi says, walking around the table to stand in front of her. I requested she look into Kurogiri's mind, despite knowing Nomu had odd reactions with her quirk, because we were getting nowhere. No answers. I take full blame. Warden Kaimusho nods, scrunching his nose and wriggling his mustache. Convict Kurogiri was within the control of the prison Tartarus. Dreamer fulfilled what was requested of her. He strokes his mustache, staring directly at the camera. I also take the blame for making the decision that was completely within my jurisdiction. Yamada makes a little noise, probably unheard by those on the other side of the call, but the president's face still sours. Dreamer performed an unbelievable miracle while under incredible duress and saved someone being tortured within their own body. Kaimusho harumphs. And has yet to truly work with the results. Izumi smiles up at him gratefully, still trying to wipe the tears from her face. The president seems caught off guard, before immediately getting back up again. Be that as it may, the consciousness of Kumo is still loyal to Shigaraki. Yes. His only purpose for nearly a decade was to look after him. It's logical that he still cares about him. Izumi confirms, swallowing down her panic. From all the information I have been made aware of, Kumo appears capable of floating through people and objects, and is only barricaded by quirk nullifying walls. In addition, he is loyal to a dangerous villain. The president hums, looking over a piece of paper in her hands. However, it also appears to center itself around Dreamer. As such, for the safety of all involved, the commission sees fit to isolate her. Izumi's BLD runs cold. Her dads are on their feet, protesting, but she can't hear them over the ringing in her ears, the fear in her heart. The few text messages she had exchanged that morning are scrolling below her eyelids on repeat. Hitoshi and Shudo, wondering when she's coming back. Eri, still in need of comfort and stability, the comfort of their little apartment. That will be unnecessary. Comes a new voice, and Izumi looks up in surprise. Principal Nedzu? The little mouse smiles at her through the screen, which he has somehow hijacked his way into. Principal Nedzu, this has nothing to do with you. Dreamer's quirk is a liability to herself and others. Nedzu chirps, beady eyes glimmering. Of course, these issues have existed for years prior. However, there is no precedent for you stepping in. We do not understand her as the staff of you do. Nedzu completes the sentence that was most definitely not going in that direction with a smile. I completely agree. Any and all changes in her or Kumo should be monitored by those who know them best, namely, the 3 pro-heroes in my employ who have known both Shirakumo and Dreamer. You wish to keep this secret, correct? 4 teachers disappearing from you is quite the upset, are you aware? Not to mention we'd have to replace them. Izumi needs to make a gift for Nedzu as soon as possible. Cheese. He likes cheese. Cheese and tea. Those probably don't go together. Kumo has made no outwardly aggressive motions. Instead, he seems completely content to follow Dreamer, who can not only sense every action he may take, but is the only one capable of forcibly stopping him. We want her at peak mental capacity, yes. Why are you suggesting isolating a child? Moreover, perhaps returning to a place where Shirakumo once molded himself to be a hero will be a motivation to be more forthcoming with information. Locking him up and antagonizing him will only prove to him that we are dangerous to his charge. The president leans forwards on her hands, eyes steely. Perhaps I spoke too quickly. However, you expect the commission to simply allow you to take this incredibly important piece of evidence. UA has been proven to not be as secure as we once thought. By that criminal, to be precise. I assure you, all precautions will be taken. Nedzu hums, holding up his paws in a mockery of surrender. However, I truly do feel as if this is the best course of action: secrecy, normality, and above all, the health of our young hero. If force is impossible, and the being is practically helpless, why should we alienate it? The president nods. I will be sending 3 doctors to observe Dreamer's condition specialized in this area. They will be the final say on whether they are stable enough. Understood. Izumi nods quickly. In that case, I have several things I would like to say to the prison staff specifically. Everyone else, if you may leave. Nezu chuckles, but his face disappears from the screen. Following her dads into the hallway, Izumi finds herself pulled into a hug by Yamada. What do they have against you, little listener? He whimpers, arms trembling. Aizawa leans on the wall, exhausted. It's almost like they're going after you more than Kumo. The hell do they think they're doing? Going after her, they really are. But because she had spoken the truth. Because she had said something way too close to the ideals of the League for the Commission's comfort. Because if she went public about her distaste for them with her rapidly growing support, they would receive backlash they may not survive. Because her quirk is a wild card. Because she's a wild card, and she's not a card they feel comfortable having in play without some sort of control over her. Izumi gets why. She's not stupid. She has a degree in psychology and enough experience to give her a doctorate. She just can't say it out loud. Yamda's phone rings and he pulls it out to a smug Nezu sitting primly on screen. Well, that was a tad bothersome, he chirps, face as unreadably cheerful as always. I worked out some paperwork, however, taking Izumi away from you is now next to impossible if they intend to do it quietly. They let out a collective sigh of relief. Now then, Izumi, I believe you have an old student of mine. I would like to catch up. Izumi nods, reaching into the recesses of her mind where Kumo has buried himself. Surprisingly easy for the two of them to communicate. The merest brush of her attention has him aware and active. Kumo exits her mind without forming a body first, to everyone else looking like he just poofed out of nowhere. He's still gray, eyes more yellow than blue. He looks down at the phone, at his old teacher, clouds swirling around him. I remember you. You scared me. Nezu laughs at that almost proudly. I do apologize and I hope that time has alleviated that fear. If all goes well, we shall be seeing quite a bit of each other. I am Miss Dreamer's teacher, after all. However, I believe we may understand each other more now. Kumo flares black for a moment, before bobbing up and down. Yes. I remember stories. I remember dash. He falls silent with a shudder. Izumi reaches out, with a hand and with her mind. Safe now. Be that as it may, I do have a request. Nezu says, leaning into the camera. I understand your position on your charge, truly I do. I ask nothing of you, except that you protect mine. These doctors shall decide if she gets to stay in an environment that is safe for her. He frowns, scratching at his snout. Please, do nothing that may implicate yourself to be dangerous. Be courteous and harmless. Kumo floats higher, clouds stretching as though he's straightened a non-existent spine. My primary objective is to care for others. I have cared for Shoyuta and Hisashi, I care for Shigaraki Tamura, and now I shall care for this family. No further harm will befall them. Nezu claps his paws together in obvious joy. How wonderful. Truly, I wish we could have met in different circumstances, Mr. Kumo. However, I have a game of wits to play with several nosy humans trying to manipulate a dear friend of mine, so we must cut this call short. Good day to you four, I expect to see you soon. Izumi sighs with relief as he hangs up. I expect to see you soon. From anyone else, that would feel like a jinx, but Nezu has been Izumi's mentor for a while now. She knows what each calculating glimmer in those beady eyes means for all the pieces on their chaotic little game board. He expects them soon. Unless the smartest being in all of Japan made a miscalculation, she will be home soon. The doctors don't tell her their names. There are 3 of them. There's a woman whose mind is a wine red. What Izumi thought was hair may as well be a carapace for how gelled back into place it is. A man with a dull sort of green, beard twisted into 2 extra limbs that he's using to hold a clipboard. Finally, the last one, a man in a wheelchair, a deep, introspective blue, absolutely covered in burns. He seems nervous. Not as cold as the other 2. He also slams into the nightstand beside the bed with a loud clang that is not helping Izumi's headache. Red shoves a camera tube down Izumi's throat, not talking as the other 2 pore over a small screen. Kumo hovers to the side, vibrating in protective concern and fear. No scarring on the esophagus from the ORL discharge. Green hums, left hand jotting a note in his beard clipboard. No discoloration either, she has expelled it all. Blue agrees. His mind is so loud, flailing in every which direction, going on and on about some USB. Izumi winces as Red removes the tube, marching around to look at the pictures. There was a violent cough mentioned. Should we investigate the bronchial tubes? I think that was a mix of forgetting to breathe and expelling Kumo, actually. Izumi says, wincing. Red grabs the camera tube again. Kumo floats to her side, bobbing up and down after they've looked at her airway. He hates this, she knows he hates this, his coloration flipping from white to dark to a confused muddled gray and right back again. A scarred hand passes her a cup of water. Blue. He seems nicer than the others, but his mind is just drilling into hers, nervous and overpowering. It's almost like it's on purpose. Opening her mind ever so slightly more and meeting his eyes, as she accepts the water, Izumi is suddenly met with an internal dialogue so strong it might rival her muttering. Flash drive on the little shelf in the nightstand, flash drive on the little shelf in the nightstand, flash drive on the little shelf in the nightstand. God, I hope she can hear me. Can she hear me? Even if she could, she shouldn't say anything. If you can hear me, don't say anything, just grab the flash drive on the little shelf in the nightstand. Izumi shakes herself, closing her mind to him. Okay, what? Is something the matter, dreamer? Red asks, grabbing the arm that isn't holding a cup of water and peering at her wrist scars. Izumi twists uncomfortably. And no, just a headache? He's loud. Kumo grumbles, and Izumi nearly spits out the water she had just sipped. Kumo, don't be rude. They're all loud. But he's Kumo. The cloud falls into a grumpy silence, swirling between her and the researchers. Izumi meets Blue's eyes, trying to convey that she's heard him. His face is covered in burns too. One more test? Green says finally, once they've poked and prodded every last thing they possibly could on both Izumi and Kumo. Kumo, can you use your quirk? Red asks, raising an eyebrow at the fragment. Whirling in uncertainty, Kumo shakes himself back and forth, but it's slow. Can you try? Izumi asks, reaching out for him. If you can use my quirk through me, I can help. Okay. Green hands them a pen, before stepping back. Izumi holds it in the palm of her hand, offering it to Kumo. In her head, she thinks of what it feels like to activate each of her own quirks, the soft purr of cat form, familiar sharpness of her mind, the stringy glue that is fusing minds. He glares at it for a moment, before his clouds turn white, smoke erupting from the pen. It floats off Izumi's hand like a drunken puff of air, wobbling and fading before growing stronger again. Green scribbles on his clipboard. So the subject does have access to its previous quirks. This is Shirakumo's, correct. Izumi nods, watching Kumo carefully. He's pulling on her energy all the more while using his own quirk. Not enough to hurt her or tire her out, but enough to be noticeable. Fascinating. Kumo shudders, mind suddenly full of a mustached man with goggles. Too close, whispering the same thing. His clouds turn dark, and suddenly the cloud isn't supporting the pen, but engulfing it. Izumi blinks at the portal above her palm, distantly hearing the plastic clatter against the floor. Warp distance of 6 feet. Red hums. Access to both quirks? Izumi reaches out for Kumo, feeling him shudder under her hands as the portals close. He's out of energy. No more tests. Red bristles, but Blue just nods. We did say only one more test. The subject is fragile, and its command over its quirks is minimal. Any problematic behavior would be caught immediately. I believe it's safe for Dreamer to return. Green huffs something that sounds affirmative. Red just rolls her eyes. Fine. You may return to UA. We thank you for your cooperation. With the clack of heels, the final scribble of a clipboard, and the squeak of a wheelchair, the researchers make their way out of the room. Blue looks over his shoulder long enough to see Izumi palm the flash drive. Midnight, Hitoshi, and Shuto are watching Eri and the cats when they finally get to their apartment. Midnight takes one look at their exhausted expressions before heading to the kitchen, muttering about coffee. You're back. Hitoshi grins, eyes bright with concern but trying to hide it. What nonsense did you get yourself into this time? We were worried. Shudo says, looking for all the world like a kicked puppy. Izumi smiles, feeling their concern wash over her, their care. She had almost not been able to come back to this. Her home, her family, her life, her friends, her heroes in training, she had almost been locked away from watching the kittens grow up, from watching the 1A students hone their abilities and minds, from watching Eri's mind begin to flush with color. All for what? Helping someone. But why did it all have to be so difficult? Why couldn't the commission just work with her? Why did every good deed have 100 drawbacks? Why there's a flash of panic from Eri, Hitoshi, and Shuto, and Izumi draws in a shaky breath. Ah, she's crying again, god damn it. Did I say something wrong? Shuto asks, still looking like a kicked puppy, bent down to her height with his hands up in concern. Aizawa rolls his eyes, falling onto the couch and immediately getting covered in cat hair. Izumi, you spent 2 days in that place and you're crying now. I was too stressed to cry. She sobs, falling into Shudo's arms. And no, Shudo, you didn't do anything wrong, Hitoshi wraps his arms around the both of them, pressing an embrace to Izumi's hair. It's okay, you're okay? Izune is okay. Eri agrees, wrapping her arms around their legs. Kiseki meows agreement, winding through their ankles like an especially supportive leg warmer. Midnight emerges from the kitchen with 2 mugs of coffee, passing them to her friends. Must have been rough. Yamada takes the mug with an appreciative sigh. You have no idea. Speaking of listeners, can you keep a secret? Peeling her face off Shudo's shirt, Izumi blinks at her dad. Midnight needs to know, probably Eri, but the other 2, we can tell them too. You're with them half the DM in time. Aizawa points out, lazily rolling into a position productive for not spilling coffee. Also, if those 2 are spilling info, we have other problems, Miss Mindreader. I suspect we are missing something. Shudo hums. Hitoshi nods, raising an eyebrow. You keeping secrets from us, green bean? Aizawa coughs loudly. You were asked a question, brats. Quit flirting in my living room. I can keep a secret. Eri nods, mind flushing with determination. Hitoshi and Shudo nod. Whatever Izumi did this time, we'll deal. Izumi pulls herself out of their arms, trying to ignore the hushed way Yamada reaches out to squeeze Midnight's shoulder, whispering something under his breath. Probably a warning. She deserves it. Kumo is as easy to reach as ever, still patrolling the goop with single-minded focus, the quirks he's formed from responding to Izumi. There's a small poof, and he furls into existence, gray clouds and blue eyes, looking over each person in the room. May I introduce Kumo? Izumi says, smiling awkwardly. He's a purified mind that used to be, well, Shirakumo Oboro. And then Kurogyri. Midnight falls onto the couch with a punched-out gasp, hand over her mouth and eyes watering. Kumo tilts his head at her, eyes slowly forming into teardrop shapes. I know that woman. He hums. And those boys. This is Kayama Namuri, pro hero Midnight. She was a year above us in high school. Aizawa nods, watching Kumo carefully. These 2 were at the USJ attack. Kumo's clouds flare black for a moment, and Izumi doesn't miss the way Hitoshi twitches back in surprise. Midnight reaches out for Kumo, eyes still watering. They used you for, clouds swirling, Kumo inches closer, a more solid white cloud wrapping itself around Kayama's fingers. It dissipates mere moments later, but for how Midnight clutches her hand to hers you'd think it was so much more than a gentle caress. Shudo's eyes are wide, staring at Izumi and then the 3 adults with single-minded horror. It looks like he's understood what's happening. I don't recognize this one though. Kumo hums, lowering down to Eri's height. Aizawa reaches a hand out, ruffling Eri's hair. This is our other daughter. We adopted her around the time you were captured. Eri blinks at him, hugging her unicorn to her. I'm Eri, hello, little one. Kumo hums, eyes turning yellow. It's nice to meet you. You remind me of someone, though he is older now. What? Shigaraki has red eyes and pale hair. And Kumo did have to look after him, watching over a child. What a strange skill to pick up through brainwashing. Who is your friend that you're holding? Kumo asks, gentle as ever. This is Apple Tart, Eri says, holding him out. He has a lopsided horn, like me, and I named him that because I like apples and the treats that Izune and Satasan make with them. An excellent name and excellent tastes. Kumo nods. My charge was far more inclined to video games dash, whatever he's about to say gets cut off in a violent attack. Erishur, their Maine Coon, nearly 15 pounds of gray fluff and unbridled rage, launches himself across the room and straight through Kumo's vapor with a yowl that has Mike spilling his coffee down his shirt in shock. Erishur. He killed him. Eri gasps, watching the shreds of Kumo's vapor dissipating into the air win horror. No, he's fine. Izumi squeaks, watching Kumo reform, eyes lopsided like they got knocked around and turning in drunken circles. Izumi reaches out to catch him, tugging him close to her. Are you okay, Mr. Kumo? Eri asks, watching in horror. Kumo wheezes, shaking his eyes back into place. Oh, that felt odd. Erishur yowls in rage from where he's been captured by Hitoshi, demanding to be set free so he may assault Kumo's intangible form once more. How many cats are in this house? Kumo asks suddenly, floating out of Izumi's arms. He's wobbly, probably still disoriented. I remember Shoyuta not even wanting to deal with one kitten. What is this dash? Sensei has like 8 cats? Shudo says, looking like he can't believe a word Kumo is saying. Though, that's what the kittens one just had, so, I like cats? Kumo exclaims suddenly, floating closer to the now extraordinary pissed-off Erishur. I cannot cuddle with you, though. I don't have a body. Hitoshi snorts as the furious furball in his arms takes another swipe at Kumo. Something tells me he doesn't want to cuddle. I can take you to meet all the cats. Eri pipes up, eyes wide. I know all of them. You have to meet the kittens. Kiseki is the black one, she follows me around a lot. Kumo and Eri leave to hunt down each and every cat in the apartment, leaving the adults and teenagers in the living room. Midnight turns on Aizawa. Explain. We were called in to see if we could wake up any latent memories after they discovered what Kurogyari's base form was. Aizawa says quickly and efficiently. Izumi was probing his mind when she got pulled in, and in freeing herself she grabbed the last remnants of Shirakumo. I hate that your nonsense barely surprises me anymore. Hitoshi groans. I guess this is what you were panicking over that you couldn't talk about. Aizawa nods. Kumo is a secret. Having his existence spilled could have disastrous consequences for the investigation and for Izumi. The commission. Shudo grumbles under his breath, squeezing Izumi's hand in his. Midnight sighs. How much does he remember? Bits and pieces. He recognizes the people he's met before, like you three. Enetsu. It's more feelings than strong memories though. Izumi says, waving her hands in the air, trying to demonstrate what they'll never sense. He is only a small bit of what can never be whole again. He is not Shirakumo, but he remembers the faces of those he loved, he remembers what it was to be childish. He is not Kurogyari, but he remembers orders, he remembers what he was tasked with, he remembers to never harm those he watches over. She sighs, leaning back against Hitoshi. He is a new person with the old memories from 2 very different lives. They've coincided and now he views us as his charges, like how he viewed Shigaraki, but he is still loyal to the League. However, he can't send out information and as far as I can tell, hasn't even thought of it. As for how much he knows, I'm not sure how much is lost and how much he refuses to say. Dad, where's Ainiko? Eri asks, peeking into the room. I found Kohi, and Kiyoshi had the kittens, but I can't find Ainiko. Probably taking a nap and hiding from the chaos? Aizawa sighs, getting up to help hunt for their cat. Hell knows I'd do it if I had the chance. Izumi nods. A nap sounds like a great idea. I'm going back to my apartment. Kayama sighs, ruffling Izumi's hair as she stands to leave. It's a lot. Take your time, Auntie. Midnight leaves, Kumo looking at her retreating back for a moment before returning to cheerfully bobbing around the fascinated kittens. It's odd how easily he fits in, like he was always meant to be here. Or maybe because Izumi is connected to him that she feels he's normal, and everyone else is just rolling with the punches for lack of a better option. She can't quite bring herself to care though, because Shudo has begun stroking her hair, and Hitoshi is humming a song into her stomach from where he's lain on her lap, and it's not the sterile, stifling walls of the prison warm comfort that can take her mind off the chaos of the last 2 days. Is this what the loud blue guy wanted you to get? Kumo asks, watching Izumi play with the flash drive. Izumi nods, holding it up. It isn't labeled, even by a brand name. Just an innocent-looking black stick of plastic and wiring. Still, Blue had seemed really worried about it. The drive behind his voice, his insistence that no one else noticed it. Izumi won't plug it into her own computer. The commission had bugged her phone before. Who could she go to? Nedzu and the school computers might have a leak from either the league or the government, and if he got in trouble with stolen data it was all kinds of problems. She also couldn't hop into his mind to talk to him to ask for a secure talking space. Did she doubt him? Not in the slightest. Who else knew? Did she trust with possibly dangerous info, wouldn't ask questions, didn't have an organization that would take the fall, and had the skill to make sure there was an untraceable way to upload a file? Izumi groans, dropping the flash drive to the side. Why is this so difficult? She doesn't even know how computers work. She would very much like to have paper. A notebook. Something solid. People who could code were incredible. People like, suddenly she sits up, grinning. Hatsum. She must know coding. She had made that robot at the sports festival on the fly. Sure, iSpot was crude, but since then it's been updated. And with the dangerous things she's got to look up to create her crazy ideas, Hatsum probably knows how to hide her internet trail. Maybe. Izumi doesn't know much about computers. You seem very pleased with yourself. Kumo notes. I think I found a way to get the information off this thing without getting too many people in trouble. Izumi grins, motioning at the flash drive. I just need to talk to someone. You cool with a nap? Kumo bobs up and down. Easy as ever, Izumi slips into the dream room. Kumo immediately bolts for the goo. It hasn't changed, hasn't moved. Just a wad of gum on an otherwise spotless crystalline surface. Shaking her head, Izumi floats through the constellations of proper lights. Hopes and dreams and emotion and feeling. She takes a deep breath in, then floats to Hatsum's bright, working pink, a machine that never stops moving. A destructive and creative force. Her dream is full of designs and gears and plans, Hatsum marching through them like an inspecting officer. Izumi probably shouldn't have taught her how to lucid dream. Being able to control everything that happened had only allowed her to dream up designs in her sleep. Well, at least she was actually sleeping instead of staying awake for a week again. Hatsum. The girl turns around, lighting up when she sees Izumi floating down to her level. Brainstorm buddy. Come here, look at my ideas for babies. She grabs Izumi by the wrists, dragging her to her imagined creations, rambling all the while about power output and the different materials and how they'd affect the finished product. This is incredible, Hatsum. Izumi exclaims, grabbing her wrist to catch her attention. But I have a problem, and I was wondering if you could help me. It's like an industrial-sized eraser swiped over the entirety of Hatsum's mind, a blank slate ready for new ideas for a new problem. Hit me with it. Anything for you. Izumi smiles gratefully. You're the best. Look, I don't know a lot about computers, but I've recently gotten my hands on a flash drive with some sensitive info. I don't know exactly what's on it, but I get the feeling I could get in a lot of trouble from some government people. Or the League. I want to make sure the flash drive is untraceable, but I don't know enough about computers to be sure. Can you help me? Oh, you just need to get on the dark web. Hey, I get it, all the fun research is locked up behind firewalls. I've been scouted before for suspicious search history. I hacked into the FBI once. I was tracing this awesome support item that got called too dangerous, but in reality they just miscalibrated it. Hatsum laughs, waving a hand. Actually, I've been working on a tool for you. You know how you love your notebooks? Izumi tilts her head. Yeah. I'm not switching out, I like using paper. Oh yes, same. Something physical feels better sometimes, you know? Hatsum laughs. But you're kinda sneaky. You'll probably end up in shady places, avoiding people using your quirk. So, what I was thinking, Hatsum makes a wheelie chair for the sole purpose of dramatically shoving herself further into nothingness to create a blueprint. I've already been working on this, baby. She grins, waving at what looks like a semicircle container with a crescent moon decal. She waves a hand at it, grinning as it pops open to reveal a screen. It looks like a DS, except with a keypad. See, this flips open, and then you've got a voice recorder, camera, and file downloader instantly. You can mutter all your ideas into it when you're on the move and then transcribe later. Excellent for going over your thoughts. Izumi reaches out, turning the hologram over in her hands. This looks amazing, Hatsum. Huh. Everything I make is amazing. Hatsum grins. It clips onto your belt, padded casing for the rough and tumble life of a hand-to-hand fighter, insulated, password protected, fingerprint scanner, and most important for right now, capable of a complete wipe. I'm talking brand new, erases any and all files, like they were never there. You can manually do it, or put it on a timer just in case you lose it. No one will be able to take anything from it at all. Hatsum is incredible and Izumi loves her. She reaches over, giving Hatsum a hug. You're the best support woman ever, Hatsum. You've always got something for me. Don't you forget it. The name Hatsum will be known across the world as the greatest inventor ever. Hatsum turns to her holograms, grinning. All right, 007, I'll finish it after I wake up and text you when it's finished. I got sidetracked with some other babies, but I'll be able to finish off the base enough for you to read the files, then finalize the product later according to specifications. A completely normal checkup on support item upgrades. You're the best. Izumi repeats, turning to leave the dream. Oh, and don't force yourself awake, you hear me. Remember what I said about getting enough sleep. Hatsum salutes her with a grin, and Izumi hops out of her dream. Kumo can apparently make some really good coffee. He had gotten bored, watching them all eat breakfast, and had started diving into the cupboards like cloud-possessed. He kept finding the most random of things in them, until he had amassed a mess of tools and random bottles of things they never used. Like vanilla extract. When did they even buy that? In any case, the bartender aspect wasn't just for show, as he had 2 milkshakes and 2 coffee concoctions in front of all 4 of them in minutes, with only minor mess from him losing control of his quirk. It's a quiet, easy morning. And then Hatsum's text comes through, and it's time to get back to work. Izumi wanders into the support dorms and immediately has to dodge a flying wrench. Chaka quit that? Another support student shouts, picking it up and throwing it back. Oh hey dreamer. Are you here for Hatsum? She's been working on something for you since she woke up. She texted me. Izumi grins. Is she in her room? Top floor of the girl's side, all the way down the hall, look for the door that looks like it's been on fire. The student sighs, mind groaning like an old house under a heavy weight. It has been. Twice. Oh, this is the class rep. Ida has it almost easy. Izumi pats their shoulder in sympathy, before bounding for the stairs. Top floor, which seems almost abandoned, likely for the explosions Hatsum creates. And yep, that door looks like a bomb went off behind it, soot stains emerging from the cracks. Izumi knocks on the door, carefully stepping out of the way as it's slammed open. Hatsum grabs her arm, grinning, and drags her inside. Welcome to my humble abode. She cackles, slinging Izumi into a chair and skipping over to a workbench. Give me a moment, the room is a mess. Mechanical parts and bits of scrap metal litter the floor. There's a massive desk, a welding station, and what looks like a 3D printer. The bed is shoved into the corner like an afterthought, covered almost entirely in blueprints and notepads. Hatsum, did you bust down the wall into the next room over? Izumi asks, staring at the clearly blown-up wall. She can see even more engineering mayhem on the other side. Yep. I needed more room for my babies. Besides, they said we could modify our rooms however we wished. Yeah, your room, not the next one over. Izumi laughs, completely in awe. I didn't change anything in there, it's just storage. Hatsum scoffs, and suddenly she's right next to Izumi, practically vibrating with excitement as she sets her newest device down. Anyway, here you go. The sneaky computer. Download and crash the enemy mainframe at the speed of light. Did you bring me your secret spy intel? Izumi pulls out the flash drive, watching as Hatsum starts up the little computer. If there's a bug on this, we'll be able to wipe it with ease. Hatsum boasts as she plugs in the flash drive. This is such a fascinating test for my baby too. Hatsum, this could be really dangerous. Izumi says, reaching out to hold her arm. You've got to promise me you'll stay quiet, okay? The computer beeps its download process. Don't you worry about me, Hatsum says, and her mind goes serious. I can act all crazy, but I swear to you, I've got confidentiality. My interest in this info is solely what my baby can do with it. Her mind shines with honesty. Izumi squeezes her arm, nodding in acceptance to Hatsum's assurance. 3 files pop up on screen, and Izumi takes a deep breath. Lab notes, incident report, unnamed file. Izumi hums, looking them over. She taps on the unnamed file first, watching a list of numbers and chemicals and equations roll on screen, interspersed with paragraphs of science jargon, rows of question marks, and blank spaces. Hatsum squints at them. Squishy science. You think computers are bad, at least they were designed to be understood. This looks like a biochem class on steroids. But why on earth would Blue want Izumi to look at biochem with such urgency? She understands a bit of it, brain anatomy being necessary for her degree, but this is something else. It's way more complicated than anything she's ever seen before. Maybe lab notes will explain that, she asks, exiting out from that file and clicking on the first one. Oh wow. There are hundreds of images, each of a single page of a notebook that looks like it's been charred. Neat writing takes up most of the unblackened paper, but the margins are filled with yet more equations and chemical balances. These look old. Izumi hums, leaning closer and zooming in. Let's see, lab notes, day 1. We embark upon this journey to make life better for those whose evolution has harmed them. The mutation known as Quirks has improved many lives, but often forgotten are the lives it has harmed. I am one such life. My quirk confines me to a wheelchair, unable to walk. There are many others with similar drawbacks to their powers. Beyond those of us with what are simply drawback quirks, the quirk singularity theory grows more likely by the day. I have been asked to join a group of elite scientists who intend to find a way to support our bodies, to better adapt us towards the future, to take the strain off our heroes' backs, to heal those who were born without a way to support our power. May humanity stay strong in the new era. These must be Blue's notes, the guy who gave this to me. Izumi explains as Hatsum looks at her. He was in a wheelchair. He must have been smart. This sounds like government-funded testing. Hatsum coos. Wonder if I'll find some tips. Lab notes, day 284. The researchers here are truly incredible. We have progressed by leaps and bounds, and we believe we have isolated several genome sequences that will be valuable in our work moving forwards. They speak constantly of helping me out of my chair, and even call me their mascot. It feels slightly demeaning at times, but I know they mean only the best. Our goal here is to support life moving forwards. The Quirk Support Serum shall be an achievement to be written into history. Lab notes, day 375. There is beginning to be talk of testing for the serum. I am slightly concerned about the human experimentation part of this research. However, it has been pointed out to me that there are no other beings that hold quirks, besides the ever-rare quirked animal. The recipients are to be people like me, whose quirk is debilitating to daily life. The disabled who have no choice other than this serum. Theoretically, this could improve their lives. They tested on disabled people? Izumi whispers, a little horrified. Looks like they were the ones who needed it, had some reasons, but she's looking sick. No other choice. Lab notes, day 401. It is several weeks into the testing phase now. The serum appears to be working splendidly. There are those who could never control their buzzy hands or extra-sensitive nerve endings before who have been able to walk and even dance. There was a great bit of celebration. There are some side effects, most noticeably discoloration of the skin and loss of hair, as well as some osteoporosis in the frontal and parietal cranial regions, as well as some loss of the orbicularis oris muscle, but it is a small price to pay for what we are achieving. Appearance is hardly an issue in our world today. Izumi frowns. She recognizes those symptoms. She clicks for the next page, and is suddenly greeted with a starker, messier, and shorter paragraph. Lab notes, day 432. The subjects are experiencing a massive decline in IQ. They simply stare at the walls. Their eyes are so dead. Though their bodies are sounder than ever, they seem to lack the capacity to do much with them. Lab notes, day 458. Some researchers have begun to see how far the subjects will go. They obey orders and seem to feel no pain. I'm not sure if we are still on a road to helping others. Izumi reads on in horror, watching as Blue continues on. More test subjects being brought in, the results of the serum allowing them a few days of mobility and joy before they fall into silence. The side effects are getting out of control. Blue's notebook is interspersed with detailed reports on each one, labeling the tests in gruesome detail. Kumo twitches in the back of her mind. Day 523. They have begun to ask me if I will take the serum. As the only member of the team with a quirk that would be helped, they want me to record my experiences with the eye of someone with an outside perspective. I keep saying no. The things this serum has done, it frightens me. I don't wish it to be anywhere near my body. In all honesty, I believe we should scrap this project and look for a cure. But somehow, I am afraid to voice this. I no longer think this project has ever been about helping others. This was about strength. This isn't fun anymore. Hatsum whispers, shaking her head, but it's like her eyes are glued to the screen. They have to keep going. To see this through to the end. Day 546. I was right. I overheard an envoy from the Public Safety Commission. They said the physical deformities have to go, or the heroes that we produce won't market well. They mentioned not wanting to waste the feather quirk on a field test with the intended recipients. It was never about people like me, normal people whose quirk holds them back. Day 572. They have stopped asking me to take the serum. It is not out of the kindness of their hearts. My health is degrading and I am no longer an optimal specimen. Seeing those dead eyes and discolored skin makes me sick. The last image Izumi flips to is different. The paper isn't burnt, but rather crumpled, and it's loose paper rather than a notebook. If there is any proof they do not care for me, it is here. When we were attacked, they left me behind. They ran down the stairs while I was trapped with nowhere to run. How ironic that them leaving me behind is probably what allowed me to survive, while they ran straight into the flame. All records of the serum have been burned to ash. Whether it is in the minds of my coworkers, who left me to what they believed was certain death, or the test subjects, who died in the inferno, or the computers, or the papers. Even I can barely remember it. The commission will never get their hands on it. And yet, he took something I saw. The dragon walked through the lab, searching for something, and he found it. Izumi shoves the computer away in horror, literally leaping out of the chair to put distance between her and those burned images. The dragon? She gasps, clutching at her hair. The dragon? Is this no? I've seen this before. The commission funded the creation of nomu. Hatsum whispers, hands shaking. That's what this is, right? Osteoporosis of the cranial bones, loss of lip muscle, dead eyes dash. Please stop talking. Izumi whispers, about a breath away from a panic attack. The commission was researching ways to support quirks. Make them stronger, make better heroes. Through the suffering of people who went to them for help. The feather quirk. The commission had very nearly made Hawks a nomu. They had nearly pumped him full of a quirk-enhancing serum. What about the other kids in his program? Tuya was in that program. His quirk would have needed this. She's pacing. She didn't even notice until she tripped over a piece of scrap metal. Izumi kicks it aside, staring down at the floor, heart racing, feeling Kumo whirl inside her head, trying to comfort her. Family history. Izumi gasps, eyes blowing wide. Sensei said family history is important. I may discover something useful. First it was the Lee Bear dash. She stops herself, looking at Hatsum. Thankfully, she looks too stunned to notice her blunder. He's been leading me directly to this. Izumi mutters, gripping her hair just to do something with her hands. The sudden switch from his chaotic days to working under Sensei, the attacks on government research bases so outside of his normal MO, it was right in front of me. That's how the League got a hold of the quirk-supporting serum. Had some nods. And then they used it with all for one's quirk and they made nomu. Izumi sinks to the floor, unable to support her weight anymore. The hell is she supposed to do with this? What in the absolute hell is she supposed to do? Confront the commission? They might actually lock her up. Tell someone. They'd want to do something and they can't do anything, not while the army is still out there. The threat is too huge to go against even a tentative ally. Keep quiet about something this huge. The commission definitely knows about this. They know that some of their work fell into even worse hands. And that stuff, it was in Kurogiri. And now it's in her. Izumi isn't sure how she made it back to her house. The incident report file on the hard drive looked like the uncensored version of the report she had found online back when she was looking for the dragon's crimes. The location matched up, the time, just not the death toll. Not the true extent of what that building was. That report was way more detailed and left no room for doubt as to the commission's involvement. As soon as they finished reading, they had nearly ripped out the flash drive and wiped the computer. They hadn't wanted to look at the formulas again. Afraid of what it could be, of what it could mean. Now she's laid out flat on the floor of her room. Face down, unmoving, too confused at whatever is happening as Kumo flies circles around her head like a cartoon bird. She needs to talk to Blue. Maybe he has answers he couldn't put in the flash drive. Probably. But it was still the middle of the day. And he was definitely awake. So now she's just stewing in confusion and disgust and she really, really wants to throw up because it's inside her and she doesn't know what it's gonna do but she can't freak out, she can't freak out, she can't freak out. Izumi. Are you alright? She's freaking out. I'm fine. Yamada is quiet from the other side of the door. You sure, kid? That's your, I'm in massive amounts of pain but I'm ignoring it voice. I've heard it before, perfectly fine. Izumi calls, rolling over onto her back and wriggling her squished nose. Just thinking. Lots of thinking. Silence, again. His bright yellow-green light flickers with concern, but Izumi can see him turn away from the door. Whatever you say, kiddo. Remember to eat. Yep. He retreats from her door, and Izumi sighs. The night can't come fast enough. She needs answers. Answers that she can't get anywhere else. Blue is a surprisingly difficult mind to get a hold of. His light is dull, and seems to hide behind the glow of other, more vibrant and noisy minds. Hiding himself away, even subconsciously. But Izumi has had this quirk for 12 whole years and she's not giving up that easily. His glass is warped, almost like the scars on his skin. Like a pretty vase that's been in a house fire and melted. Izumi supposes that isn't too far off. His dream looks to be more along the lines of color flashes. Going to fast, half-formed thoughts and ideas that never quite get seen. Random words, here and there. Izumi silences them with a wave of her hand, and then she stands across from Blue, who blinks at her in surprise. Kumo floats silently at her shoulder, refusing to let her anywhere near to the color doctors alone. Hello, sir. She greets, giving him a tight smile. Excuse my language, but what the F? I take it you have opened the flash drive, then? Blue murmurs, looking around his dream. Fascinating, why? Izumi really doesn't understand him. The risk he must have faced, just to give her another thing to worry about. Blue looks back to her, bloodshot eyes twitching in sympathy. You needed it. He nearly folds in on himself, and the world around them shivers. Memories bubble up around them, popping like magma and releasing heat into the air. The goo inside your mind. It is the serum. The thing I helped create, what I thought was going to be a way to better the lives of others. Dreamer, I hoped for so long that it would never see the light of day. But should it become a problem, those formulas may be the only thing to keep you sane. There's a flutter at her shoulder, Kumo whipping around like he'll be able to stop it. It's comforting if a tad useless. The notes were to help add context. For you to understand what you were dealing with. And I suppose after so long I wanted someone to know. Someone who had the guts to go up against the commission. A lot of us heard what you did that day. I'm not the only one who supports you. Someone who had the power to go out and hunt down answers. Someone with a following to fall back on if it all went to He lets out a self-deprecating laugh, waving at himself. I mean, it's pretty clear they're all right with letting the evidence burn up. Izumi winces. Something shatters, a beaker, and there are alarms flaring all around them. Blue looks up in surprise. What is this? Focus on a memory enough in a dream, it will replay. Izumi hums, watching people in lab coats rush around. Dream Blue, significantly less scarred but still in a wheelchair, is shoved into the table, out of the way. I can stop it, or we can see if you remember anything useful. Blue scans the memory, shuddering. Welcome to Hell, Dreamer.